At a school, a girl looks dumbfounded. In the classroom, a fat man in front of him said that he liked him from the first time he saw him. He declared his love for a girl named Da-yeon. Da-yeon also looks troubled. Seeing Da-yeon's expression, the fat man apologized. He said it must be very strange if someone she doesn't like expresses feelings for him. Da-yeon immediately panicked and said that she didn't like him. It wasn't like that at all. Da-yeon then said to Choi Si-woo, the fat man, that he was kind, handsome, and very entertaining. So there's no reason for him to hate Choi Si-woo, only she has a reason. Seen in the schoolyard, a man is waiting for someone. When he realized the arrival of the person he was waiting for, he asked how things were going. But when he saw Choi Si-woo, who looked gloomy, he said it seemed he didn't need to ask, because he already knew the answer. He then embraced Choi Si-woo and asked if it was a pretty tough day. Choi Si-woo said the reason Da-yeon refused was that he wanted to focus on his studies. Hearing that, his friend also said that the girl at least gave a better reason. Choi Si-woo didn't understand why this had happened to him. While Choi Si-woo was contemplating, a ball rushed towards him, but he can stop the ball with one hand. The students who were playing ball apologized and asked if they were okay. Choi Si-woo also answered that he was fine. His friend looked amazed to see Choi Si-woo able to stop the ball without looking. Choi Si-woo did not understand how he looked like this. Even his friends don't understand. He said that this is the biggest mystery in his life. He knew that Choi Si-woo didn't hate sports, and it wasn't because he couldn't either. He always counts the calories of each meal. If people follow Choi Si-woo's portion of the diet, his friend is sure that no one in this world will gain weight. His friend then asked whether Choi Si-woo had ever been to the hospital. Choi Si-woo replied that he had gone several times. When asked what the hospital said, Choi Si-woo said that they said 99.9% Choi Si-woo would not lose weight no matter what he did. They say that this is all due to genetics. Choi Si-woo finally arrived at his house. He then glanced at his family photo. He thought, if it's really genetic, he really is very grateful. Even though this was unfair, Choi Si-woo could easily accept everything. Choi Si-woo's mother is always called beautiful. Her lifelong mother looks not too old. Choi Si-woo had never seen his father in person, but he had heard many stories about him. Choi Si-woo's father is a famous wrestling athlete. Although his activities in the world of sports were brief, his record and strength were truly extraordinary. At the dining table, Choi Si-woo saw the food his mother had left. In the message, it was written that although diet is good, the most important thing is that the body is healthy. According to his mother, Choi Si-woo is not fat, but he just has a physique where muscles start to develop just by breathing. Choi Si-woo found this very disturbing. Because his diet didn't work, Choi Si-woo decided not to follow it anymore. He has been eating diet food for years. While unwrapping the snack, he thought that instead of experiencing stress, he better follow his heart. But somehow he can't open it. In the end, he still eats his diet food. The afternoon had come. Choi Si-woo was currently running a marathon. His cell phone notifies him that he has reached a distance of 4 kilometers. This is much faster than the previous record. Remembering Da-yeon's face at that time, Choi Si-woo refused to give up. The sky was already dark and it was already night. Choi Si-woo's cell phone records that the distance is 15.4 kilometers, and this is the latest personal record. Without realizing it, Choi Si-woo had run too far. Looking at the places around him, Choi Si-woo felt that this was his first time here. He thought that if he looked at the map on his cell phone, he would know where he was. But someone suddenly said that Choi Si-woo was pretty fast, even though he looked like a pig. He then said that the bloodline would not lie. The old man then jumped and landed in front of Choi Si-woo. Choi Si-woo was also very surprised. Although he didn't know for sure, but he was sure that the old man jumped from a height of 5 or 6 meters. Worried, Choi Si-woo asked if the old man was okay. However, the old man told Choi Si-woo not to be afraid and told him that he had not come to eat it. The old man introduces himself as Grandfather Bogeyman, the keeper and overseer of the ghosts on the peninsula. He plays the role of the justice. Choi Si-woo also looked very confused in front of Grandpa Bogeyman. Grandpa Bogeyman then said, judging by his appearance, Choi Si-woo didn't know him at all. Not wanting any more pleasantries, Grandpa Bogeyman reached for a pouch. He then ordered Choi Si-woo to come with him and caught Choi Si-woo with the bag. Choi Si-woo was very surprised and started to struggle when he was wrapped in the cloth. He felt as if his body was bound by threads. Not long after, Choi Si-woo was finally released by Grandfather Bogeyman. Choi Si-woo didn't understand what was going on, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was also very dumbfounded. The world before him didn't look like Earth at all. Bogeyman's grandfather also welcomed Choi Si-woo to Otherworld and told him to take a good look around him. Around Choi Si-woo, monsters were seen surrounding him. Grandfather Bogeyman asked if Choi Si-woo could see everything that surrounded him. Choi Si-woo also looked scared. Bogeyman's grandfather explained that in this world, they are called yokai. In the past, humans were afraid of them and worshipped them as gods. Now, they are only considered mythical and invisible creatures. Once every 666 years, there is a yokai king tournament held to elect a yokai king. All species that have yokai blood that exist in the world, including on the Korean mainland, they select and send each species with great potential to be candidates. 666 years ago, one yokai creature stood tall as the king of the yokai. And 666 years have now passed. In the middle of Grandpa Bogeyman's story, Choi Si-woo interrupted him and asked to wait a moment. He already understood the story, but he didn't understand why he was here. Just like he had told him earlier, Grandpa Bogeyman said each species should send one candidate, whether it's from the yokai world or the human realm, and Choi Si-woo is a person who has dokibi blood. But even so, he said that Choi Si-woo was only from the 4th or 5th generation, only had very little mix. Choi Si-woo was scared and said there seemed to be a misunderstanding here. But he suddenly heard a loud voice. He was surprised to see something that jumped high and started trembling with fear. The figure then landed in front of Choi Si-woo. Bogeyman's grandfather says that whether the candidate is ready or not, they must all take the exam. The creature that landed in front of Choi Si-woo was a very large yokai. The yokai asked if this was for real. Bogeyman's grandfather replied that this was real. If the yokai wins, he can eat Choi Si-woo. That yokai is Gogugwi. Gogugwi was excited because it had been 666 since he last ate human flesh. He didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Hearing that, Choi Si-woo was even more scared. Gogugwi then ran towards Choi Si-woo and kicked him so hard that Choi Si-woo was blown away. The impact of Choi Si-woo being blown away even made the floor shatter. Seeing Choi Si-woo, who was injured, Grandpa Bogeyman said it didn't matter if Choi Si-woo had dokibi blood, the human species normally wouldn't be given the right to participate in this tournament. Because of that, he demanded Choi Si-woo to prove if he wanted to live. Choi Si-woo was then surprised because he was suddenly shaken. He was pulled by Gogugwi and thrown to the ground. Choi Si-woo also vomited his blood due to the impact of the slam. Gogugwi didn't expect that Choi Si-woo was stronger than he looked. He thought it would be easy to eat it. But that didn't matter to him. He thought it would be more fun if the meat was tough enough. With his hand, Gogugwi smashed his hand on Choi Si-woo. Grandfather Bogeyman closed his eyes in the face of this scene. Gogugwi kept slamming his hands hard on Choi Si-woo. But then Gogugwi felt strange. Choi Si-woo stopped Gogugwi's hand from hitting him. Since ancient times, the abilities possessed by the dokaibi were unlimited. Even so, their main ability and weapon is to enjoy the game. Gogugwi was surprised to see Choi Si-woo, who stopped his hand with his strength. If you are a dokaibi, then you don't need to be taught, because your own body will react according to its instincts. Choi Si-woo's body underwent drastic changes. After stopping Gogugwi's hand with both of his hands using the dokaibi wrestling move, Choi Si-woo slammed Gogugwi. Beside Gogugwi, who lost his consciousness, stood Choi Si-woo, who was once a 17-year-old human. Now his species is half dokibi. Choi Si-woo's awakening has now been completed. At a mini-market, his friend asked what happened after that. Choi Si-woo also answered that that was the end. Choi Si-woo didn't understand what kind of nightmare it was. After hearing Choi Si-woo's story, his friend said that doesn't his dream sound exciting, because he won in the end. But Choi Si-woo didn't think so because he was beaten all the time and could only fight back once. His friend also felt strange because Choi Si-woo was beaten in his dream. because usually people do things that are usually done in the world when in their dreams. His friend remembered that Choi Si-woo had never studied wrestling and he kept on learning boxing to lose weight. Choi Si-woo also felt that this was really strange. The dream felt really real, because he knew from the start what he was doing. He even felt that if he tried now, he could do it. His friend laughed and asked if he was too lulled in his dream. To change the topic, Choi Si-woo sighed and said that he was wondering what it was, because he was under a lot of pressure lately. He wondered if he was too obsessed with losing weight. Even if it was just a dream, it didn't make sense for his body to suddenly become so muscular. As he questioned himself, he returned to his muscular body. He was shocked because it felt so real. Not long after, he heard a voice asking if he had regained consciousness. Seen Grandpa Bogeyman and a woman who came up to him. Grandfather Bogeyman said that he assumed that Choi Si-woo woke up after a while because he fell asleep standing up. Choi Si-woo observed the situation around him and realized that this was not a dream. Then, when he saw Gogugwi who had lost his consciousness, Choi Si-woo was so shocked that he screamed. Various questions appeared in his head. Like why his body is like this, or what about his house? Bogeyman's grandfather then asked the woman what she was going to do. The woman also said that she was honestly a little disappointed because this was the first time she saw half Dokebi. But when she saw him in person, arrogantly, the woman said she was sure that Choi Si-woo was just a stupid and pathetic person. She also asked whether Choi Si-woo really had Dokebi blood. Bogeyman's grandfather replied that the girl had seen the fight earlier as well. But the girl didn't accept this result because Choi Si-woo shouldn't have fought such a weak monster. Gogugwi didn't even use magic. All he showed just now was muscle strength. He couldn't believe Choi Si-woo had trouble fighting something like that and was proud of his victory. Before the girl could finish her sentence, Choi Si-woo interrupted her and asked if the evaluation was over. Because if so, he's begging to be sent home now. Grandfather Bogeyman immediately approached Choi Si-woo and said that Choi Si-woo had proven himself. He had already made his decision when Choi Si-woo was unconscious earlier, so he asked her to do one more exam. When Choi Si-woo lost consciousness, the yokai who witnessed did not expect that Choi Si-woo could take down Gogugwi and wondered if he was hiding his strength. But some of them realized that Choi Si-woo still had Dokebi blood in him. The Gogugwi thought it had been a long time since he had seen Dokebi serum. Grandfather Bogeyman approached Choi Si-woo and stamped his staff. As the magistrate of the Monster Peninsula, he announced that he gave a promising assessment. With hundreds of monsters gathering as witnesses, to everyone standing here right now, Grandpa Bogeyman decided Choi Si-woo was no longer a human, but a monster. If no one objects, Grandpa Bogeyman orders everyone to disperse now and spread the word about what's going on the Busan Peninsula. Immediately, the yokai dispersed. They didn't expect that they would accidentally find the Dokebi quite interesting and thought that this festival might be quite fun. Back to the present, Grandpa Bogeyman told Choi Si-woo as a monster. His name would be put on a list and no one would be able to catch or injure him unless they had a good reason. Choi Si-woo was relieved, but he said that he had to go home. Hearing that, the girl became frustrated. He didn't understand whether Choi Si-woo was pretending to be an idiot, or was he really an idiot, and asked if he had heard that he was a monster now. He tells a monster who has not reached the age of 500 years cannot venture into the human world unless he can gain recognition for his ability to be able to hide his identity among humans. Choi Si-woo panicked and explained that he wasn't someone who caused trouble. He never beat people and always lived peacefully. Hearing Choi Si-woo's words, Grandpa Bogeyman said that if he didn't understand, then he had no choice. Grandpa Bogeyman then let out his killing intent and said that he had no choice but to kill him. Choi Si-woo immediately jumped to dodge. He was so surprised by it, he jumped very far in a short time. Choi Si-woo then landed. Grandpa Bogeyman laughed and asked if Choi Si-woo understood now. Whether Choi Si-woo thinks of himself as a human or not, his body has now become a monster. For a moment, Choi Si-woo felt his body tremble. Grandpa Bogeyman explains that among the monster species, the Dokebi species is undoubtedly the one with the power that is considered the best. Even if Choi Si-woo was in a state similar to that of a newly awakened baby, his strength would easily exceed that of an ordinary human tens of times. An ordinary human's body would be destroyed if he touched it the wrong way. Choi Si-woo finally understood, but still, waiting until that 500 years was ridiculous to him. But Grandpa Bogeyman said that Choi Si-woo only needed to wait half a year. As he said before, there will be a king election once every 666 years. The 500-year restriction is the law enforced by the current crowned king. 666 years ago, previously all monsters were free to enter and exit the human realm. All humans can do is run away and fear every night arises, or rely on the strong, friendly species that live among them, fear or adoration. That was human ethics 666 years ago. After the festival 666 years ago ended, a new king was crowned. For some reason, the king didn't seem to like that fact. The day he ascended to his throne, the king wrote a new rule using the blood of the monsters he killed. Because of that ban, monsters were forbidden to harm humans and weren't even allowed to appear in front of them. Because of that, humans are no longer afraid of them. On the contrary, now humans are not aware of their existence. They think monsters are just superstitions and fictional creatures from stories. But it won't last long now. Bogeyman's grandfather tells him that in half a year, their 666-year kingship will end, and the prohibition he wrote will also end. Precisely on that day when the sun sets in the human realm, it will be the moment that all monsters have been waiting for 666 years. Monsters' Night. All monsters will directly enter the human realm. They will awaken the fear and respect that humanity has forgotten. Because of that, Grandpa Bogeyman suggested, during these 6 months, rather than just waiting, it's better to learn how to use his powers so he can get out quickly. He also said that all choices lay with Choi Si-woo himself. Hearing this explanation, Choi Si-woo asked how to learn how to use his strength, and if he could master that, how strong one should be called strong among monsters. Grandpa Bogeyman became interested in Choi Si-woo because for a moment, Choi Si-woo's expression suddenly became serious. So he asked her what she was thinking. Choi Si-woo replied to keep them from touching the human realm. What happens when monsters appear in the world? For a 17-year-old, there was no way he could make a correct prediction. However, one thing is certain. The world will become far more dangerous for all mankind. At the very least, the boy had to protect the people he cared about. Because Choi Si-woo said that he wanted to take the qualification test to enter the human realm, Seol-hwa said that if Choi Si-woo went back on what he just said, he might get angry. Bogeyman's grandfather told him that Seol-hwa was in the same situation as Choi Si-woo. Although quite young, he wanted to enter the human realm. Bogeyman's grandfather keeps putting off dealing with him because he already has a lot of things to take care of. But Seol-hwa kept insisting on going with him. Choi Si-woo was confused because Grandfather Bogeyman said that monsters could only enter the human realm within the next 6 months. However, Grandpa Bogeyman told Choi Si-woo to see Seol-hwa today. Seol-hwa didn't understand why she had to take this test. Whether it's magic transformation or monster force, there are countless monsters weaker than him that have been dormant for 500 years. Bogeyman's grandfather realized that, but he said that was why it was difficult to judge Seol-hwa's qualifications hastily. In order to avoid being exposed among humans, not only is it a basic skill, but he must be patient and self-controlled. Seol-hwa understood what Grandpa Bogeyman wanted to say. He then said that he hoped this wasn't just an excuse to avoid having to deal with him. While walking, Grandpa Bogeyman said he didn't call the girl here if he thought like that. With the festival just around the corner and the old ban ending in 6 months, he asks why he wants to indulge Seol-hwa when she's so busy. However, he thinks it will be a lucky chance. There's no better chance to see if he can blend into humans without a hitch than this one. Choi Si-woo is human. There is no better way to judge Seol-hwa's qualifications than this. Hearing Grandpa Bogeyman's words, the girl began to realize what he meant. Bogeyman's grandfather gave him until the end of the month. Teach him the basics of being a monster, including magic transformation. If he saw that Choi Si-woo had made some progress after 1 month, then he would judge that the two of them passed to enter the human realm. Seol-hwa became angry and asked why she had to teach someone like Choi Si-woo. He said it would be better if Grandpa Bogeyman just told him straight away that he didn't want to let him go. Grandpa Bogeyman also said that if that's what he thought, then he should wait for 6 months. He asks what difference it makes if she leaves earlier. Seolhwa immediately froze at Grandpa Bogeyman's words. Taking out his cloth, whether Seolhwa gave up or decided to teach him, Grandpa Bogeyman said all decisions came back to him. He then starts to cover himself with the cloth. At that point, he said that personally, he believed they could do it. Bogeyman's grandfather then disappeared from inside the cloth, followed by the cloth. After witnessing this, Seolhwa immediately said that she knew this would be a useless question, but she wanted to ask something. He asked whether Choi Si-woo knew Monster Force. Of course, Choi Si-woo didn't know. Seolhwa felt disappointed and said that she had no other choice. Suddenly, Choi Si-woo was surprised, because Gogugwi had regained consciousness. Seolhwa also asked why Choi Si-woo's expression was like that. Gogugwi then said that Choi Si-woo was his. Besides that, he asked where Grandpa Bogeyman had gone, because he thought their fight wasn't over yet. Seeing Gogugwi, who got up again, Seolhwa said that he was really disgusting. Seolhwa sarcastically said that because of a lowly creature like her, all monsters looked lowly in front of humans. Hearing that, Gogugwi became angry and was about to throw his hand at Seolhwa. Choi Si-woo, who watched, looked worried. However, unlike humans where there was no superiority among humans, for the monster race, there were significant differences in terms of species and bloodline. The difference between monsters is determined by the difference between their average potency, special skills, and special abilities possessed by each species, which creates different classes in the monster world. Now, the pureblood Dokibi has disappeared. There is a difference in terms of race that deserves to be considered the highest class on the Korean peninsula. But if they put aside their pride, many monsters would be reluctant to give the same answer. With her strength, Seolhwa bound Gogugwi with chains. Wild animals. Seolhwa is a fox that hides 9 tails, or better known as gumiho. A series of surreal scenes happen before his eyes, but the boy no longer attacked. Just standing there, frozen in shock, wasn't going to help her in her current situation. The situation he was currently in was a reality he had to accept and adapt to. Seolhwa turned to Choi Si-woo and told him that this was magic. This is the ability to consume and use energy and strength. Types are divided into 2 types. They are divided into unique magic and acquired magic. Seolhwa was sure that Choi Si-woo knew what the first unique magic was. An example is the Cerium Goblin, a special ability of a race remembered by its bloodline. To use it, Choi Si-woo doesn't need to learn anything special, and it's as easy as breathing for Choi Si-woo to master it. However, in the case of acquired magic, it was different. Any monsters can use it as long as they learn it. Learning and training is very important for that. Seolhwa then pointed and asked if Choi Si-woo saw the trapped person. He said that the monster neglected its training due to its natural size and strength, and now it was humiliated by a simple binding. He is an example of things that are very lowly for him. However, having come to this point, Seolhwa decided to tutor Choi Si-woo, but he wanted to make something clear first. It does not like disturbing processes. If the results were not worth his time, then he said that Choi Si-woo would feel his anger. So if Choi Si-woo isn't ready, he advises him to give up now, because it would be hard for someone like Choi Si-woo who was a human a few minutes ago. He might even lose his life if he let Seolhwa down. Hearing that, Choi Si-woo was a little troubled, but even so, he said if Seolhwa would teach him, he would do his best or die trying. He really needs to learn no matter what, because he wasn't in a place where he could worry about his future. Seolhwa smiled at Choi Si-woo's decision. He thought Choi Si-woo might fail, but it was better than not trying at all, so he invited Choi Si-woo to eat. Choi Si-woo was confused because Seolhwa suddenly asked him to eat. Seolhwa then explained, as she said, it takes a lot of power to form magic. This is all the strength of this inhabitant of the monster world. However, Choi Si-woo doesn't have much at the moment. Normally, all of this accumulates naturally just by breathing the monster world's air and consuming food and water. But Choi Si-woo just arrived today in this monster world. Nothing would accumulate with just Choi Si-woo's normal diet in the human world. So only the power that Choi Si-woo has since birth is what he has. With a smile, Seolhwa asked if Choi Siwoo must be hungry. After all that hard work, he was sure Choi Siwoo must be starving. Choi Siwoo was about to say that he wasn't hungry right now, but suddenly felt pain all over his body. His entire body began to tremble in pain. Even all the veins in his body appeared. As Seolhwa said, Choi Siwoo had very little strength left in him. In his opinion, Choi Siwoo may have little left. He believed the previous technique was very draining. This is typical of power depletion. Seolhwa then approached Choi Siwoo and approached his ear and asked if he saw the person in front of him. He told her that there are rules among monsters. If the jury declares the winner of an official duel, the loser's right to life and death rests with the winner. To eat the defeated monsters and exhaust their strength, that's the most effective and simple way to gain strength. With his big size, he was sure he would be a good meal for Choi Siwoo. The hunger pangs will disappear afterwards. At that very moment, Choi Siwoo moved forward, not with reason, but with instinct. For the first time in his life, he let the demonic hunger coursing through him. The desire was pushed by the whisper of the nine-tailed fox, and the only thing in his head is the instinct to prey. However, if there was anything Seolhwa had not thought of before, it was the greedy nature of the dokaibi. They will try to catch much more nutritious and delicious prey. Choi Siwoo rushed to Seolhwa. Seeing Choi Siwoo jumping towards her, Seolhwa activated her raisin magic and stopped Choi Siwoo. Seolhwa sighed and said no matter how hungry she was, she shouldn't be arrogant. A half-baked monster like him won't be able to eat it. Seolhwa then asked Choi Siwoo, who was bound in chains, if he looked easy enough for him. Seolhwa then intended to correct Choi Siwoo's bad behavior, but suddenly Choi Siwoo broke free from his chains. Seolhwa was surprised too. Even though there was only one, Choi Siwoo managed to break it with just his arm strength. Choi Siwoo then lunged at Seolhwa and smashed where Seolhwa had been standing before. Seeing Choi Siwoo's current condition while pulling out his nails, Seolhwa said even though he was only half, a dokaibi was still a dokaibi. He finally acknowledged Choi Siwoo. Choi Siwoo then jumped at Seolhwa with all his might. But Seolhwa drew a circle with her blood. He also summoned Blessed Great Demon King, One Fist. In an instant, a giant hand hit Choi Siwoo back. The giant hand then opened its palm and smashed Choi Siwoo into the ground, creating a pillar of light. Choi Siwoo, who had endured the attack, roared in pain. After the attack ended, Seolhwa wondered if Choi Siwoo had died, but he thought that even if Choi Siwoo died, there was nothing he could do because he asked to die when he was attacked. She didn't expect too much from Choi Siwoo, but seeing Choi Siwoo's figure appear from a puff of smoke made Seolhwa surprised. The fact that Choi Siwoo recently changed. Even among the powerful dokibi, only a select few can be chosen for enlightenment due to their unique magic. Although rare but with extraordinary power, he showed the symbol of the ability to become a dokaibi race. Choi Siwoo then pulled out his horn. Seolhwa, who witnessed that, said for someone who is half dokaibi, he really has shown many sides. Because at this time, Choi Siwoo used a unique magic, Goblin's Club. Seolhwa is an incredible monster, a genius who had reached the tail before even reaching 100 years old. Talent acquired from the fox demon family on the Korean peninsula in 1,000 years. That's why he could feel it so clearly. Goblin's Club. What a dangerous evil item he faced for the first time in his life. That was if Seolhwa only thought about the amount of monster power. However, he felt a strange presence from Choi Siwoo. Choi Siwoo then jumped high and prepared his attack on Seolhwa. Choi Siwoo also shot towards Seolhwa, but Seolhwa still stood straight. A giant hand stopped Choi Siwoo's attack. Choi Siwoo was surprised that his attack could be stopped. Seolhwa has now decided to show what she has too. The giant hand then started swinging Choi Siwoo in the air. After Seolhwa's command, the giant hand swung Choi Siwoo, then slammed him hard. Seeing the impact of the attack, Seolhwa thought that this much wouldn't be enough. When he thought about the defense he saw just now, he thought he would have to destroy it about 5 or 6 times for him to regain consciousness. A moment later, the giant hand holding Choi Siwoo's weapon was attracted by something. Seolhwa was surprised by that. Choi Siwoo tried to pull back his gun. The shocked Seolhwa couldn't believe this. Even if only with one hand, Choi Si-woo can fight the great prostrating demon emperor. Choi Si-woo then forcibly pulled his weapon and made the giant's hand let go. The weapon was an item that freely changed form according to the user's will and purpose. That was why in the past, when the Dokibi were alive and well, monsters would call the Goblins Club a weapon that could become anything. After taking a stance, Choi Si-woo swung his weapon like a baseball bat and attacked the giant's hand. Seolhwa noticed that her form and method of attack had both changed, making it difficult to dodge. He thought besides its extraordinary strength, the club had the cost-effectiveness and practical ability of magic at an unreasonable level. Seolhwa took out a second giant hand. In front of Choi Si-woo, instead of giving him room to get a lot of power, Seolhwa decided to use the great prostrating demon emperor's deception. The giant's two hands then made repeated punches. However, with his weapon, Choi Si-woo was able to ward off all those punches. Seolhwa didn't expect that even with this attack, Choi Si-woo was still holding on so tightly. He believed that even those who carelessly reached the age of 100 or 200 were no match for him. Seolhwa thought she finally knew why the Dokebi were so good, for halfling who had just opened his eyes to even be at that level. But this is all there is to it. No matter how cost-effective it was, his magic had reached its limit. Seolhwa sighed because if they continued like this, eventually Choi Si-woo would keep walking until his body was destroyed. So he had no other choice. With his weapon, Choi Si-woo continued to fight against the giant's two hands. At that time, Seolhwa drew a circle with her blood and used her 5 tails. With his club, Choi Si-woo was about to attack Seolhwa. In the face of Choi Si-woo's attack, Seolhwa smiled and asked if it was her first time fighting an opponent radiating this much power in an actual fight. From Seolhwa's magic circle emerged the upper body of the great prostrating demon emperor. In front of Choi Si-woo, who launched his attack, the great prostrating demon emperor swung his spear and launched a magic slash. Choi Si-woo was also devoured by this great power. In the end, Seolhwa remained standing straight, while Choi Si-woo lay on the ground. Seeing Choi Si-woo lying on the floor, Seolhwa thought that he seemed a bit late. He then approached Choi Si-woo and said that this was a pity, but he would die soon. The collapse caused by magic depletion has started. But those were all his responsibility, because he was a fool who didn't know his place and didn't even know to the point where his body was falling apart. Seolhwa sighed because she was sure that Grandpa Bogeyman would get angry because of this. As he was about to leave, he stopped when he heard Choi Si-woo's voice. Choi Si-woo started crying and called his mother. Seeing that, Seolhwa sighed again and used her magic to lift Choi Si-woo's body. He then brought Choi Si-woo's face closer and kissed him. After finishing, Seolhwa threw Choi Si-woo's body. From the 5 tails to the magic from the fox beads that he saved a while ago, Seolhwa demanded that if Choi Si-woo didn't give a proper response, then he would really get punished from him. Time flies. Choi Si-woo slowly opened his eyes. He then quickly got up and looked around him. A moment later, the door that was not far from him opened. Seolhwa came through the door carrying medicine. However, Seolhwa's facial expression looked so intimidating that it made Choi Si-woo feel nervous. Choi Si-woo, who felt guilty, said that he was very sorry because he remembered all the things he had done. He didn't know how it had happened, but even though he was fully conscious, he couldn't control his body. In essence, Choi Si-woo really apologized. Seolhwa tried to help, but because of him, Seolhwa was in danger. In the face of Choi Si-woo's apology, Seolhwa just kept quiet and told Choi Si-woo to drink it. Choi Si-woo was confused about what he meant. Seolhwa told Choi Si-woo to drink it before it got cold. Choi Si-woo also took the drink and thanked him. Seeing that drink, Choi Si-woo was curious if it was something like Oriental medicine. After drinking it, Choi Si-woo felt like throwing up, but Seolhwa threatened that he would kill her if Choi Si-woo vomited it out. Out of curiosity, Choi Si-woo asked what this was made of, but Seolhwa said she wouldn't help him finish the drink. He wouldn't bother him, so Seolhwa told Choi Si-woo to drink that and listen to him while he drank. First, Choi Si-woo forgot something important. The big-mouthed goblin had fled while they were fighting. Despite that, the ownership still belongs to Choi Si-woo. He might be hiding somewhere, curled up for 100 years, because he knew it would work right away if he was caught. Seolhwa then said that it was the perfect tonic for a halfling like her. Choi Si-woo also asked if there was no other way. Hearing that, Seolhwa laughed and asked if he still thought he was human. Seolhwa was about to say that if Choi Si-woo wasn't ready to hurt someone to become stronger, then it would be better to give up. But before Seolhwa could finish her sentence, Choi Si-woo said that wasn't it. Although it has not been proven that he has killed or eaten monsters. And it's true he doesn't want to. But to him, no matter who it was, in his view, they were all dangerous monsters who hurt people. If he doesn't do something right, then in a few months, people he knows will face bad luck. If he has to kill, he will kill. And if he needs to eat it, then he will. With a determined face, Choi Si-woo said that he had told him. He will do his best. Choi Si-woo asked Seolhwa if there was another method, not because he didn't want to eat it, but he asked if there was no other way to do it. Hearing that, Seolhwa replied that she had told her, but the most effective way to increase a monster's strength was to eat other monsters. However, so far, that's only possible if it's a duel that the two of them agreed on and you have to have special circumstances. Because if there were no such rules, the weak would be caught and eaten and would not be able to survive. Besides, easy prey wouldn't come at him anymore. Even if Choi Si-woo was a halfling, countless monsters saw that he was a dokebi who knew very little about Sirium, and rumors about him had probably spread everywhere. People he could easily eat would not want to fight him. The people who would come to him were just the opposite. They would be monsters he wouldn't be able to handle at his level. Seolhwa then stood up and said, "If you lose the pheasant, you should boil and eat the chicken instead." Because of that, Seolhwa asked Choi Si-woo to go out because she had a present for him. On the outside, Choi Si-woo looked dumbfounded. In front of him was a wolf monster bound by Seolhwa's magic chain. Seolhwa asked what he thought. The nervous Choi Si-woo asked if it wasn't a monster. Seolhwa answered yes and no. Technically, it loses its rights as a monster. Their causes were all different, but some monsters lost their minds and lost their instincts, just like Choi Si-woo before. But in cases where they weren't as lucky as Choi Si-woo and did something they couldn't undo, they were classified as beasts, not monsters, and their rights as monsters are taken away. Shudderwock, that's how they are called on the Korean peninsula. Seolhwa then asked Choi Si-woo why he only stared like that. Like he said, it was a beast that had lost its mind. The wolf monster also attacked Choi Si-woo, but Choi Si-woo quickly avoided it. Seolhwa, who witnessed this from the roof, initially thought that Choi Si-woo would freeze and hesitated to beat him up. But Choi Si-woo used his body better than he expected. However, he needed to escape as long as possible. His opponent was from the Fire Dog family and made a name for himself. However, because of his greed to represent his family at the festival, he was found guilty of forcibly kidnapping a monster and eating it. He surpassed his limits and couldn't handle the monster's strength, so he went mad. The wolf monster tried to claw Choi Si-woo, but Choi Si-woo was able to dodge the attack. The wolf monster immediately tried to bite Choi Si-woo. Fortunately, he was able to dodge in time. As he expected, Seolhwa thought that Choi Si-woo couldn't swing the staff properly. This wasn't a fight Seolhwa hoped Choi Si-woo could win. Even though his opponent had lost his senses, he was an opponent whose physical abilities were one level higher. Moreover, he didn't match Sirium's grab-and-throw aspect. Seolhwa thought this was a cruel but sure method to awaken her instincts that only kick out when Choi Si-woo is on the verge of death. However, Seolhwa was surprised to see Choi Si-woo, who dodged the wolf monster's claws and took a position. With his fist, he struck the wolf monster's chin with an uppercut. In the past, his coach praised Choi Si-woo for having a more athletic body than he thought. He apologized because Choi Si-woo said his goal was to lose weight. He didn't think it would be this good. Because of that, he asked if Choi Si-woo had any thoughts on learning boxing properly. Choi Si-woo answered that when he loses weight, he will think about it. Hearing Choi Si-woo's answer, the coach said that Choi Si-woo would naturally lose weight if he was consistent, so he asked Choi Si-woo to do it for 6 months. He also offered to arrange his diet and exercise. With Choi Si-woo's expertise, the coach was sure Choi Si-woo could target the competition. He convinced Choi Si-woo that his weight would naturally come off his body. But Choi Si-woo only sighed in his heart. He thought it would be nice if the sport of boxing would have an effect. Unlike other people who are trained in martial arts, Choi Si-woo's goal is not physical strength or fighting. "I want to lose weight," was her simple but desperate wish. Despite his consistent efforts, it never paid off. But Choi Si-woo never gave up. Since the upper grades of elementary school, the types of sports he does are 16. Of those, 7 of them are martial arts. Even though his training period was short and his goal weight was not reached, his effort and naturally born athleticism as a dokibi allowed him to perfectly absorb all the skills of the 7 combat sports. With his kick to the head, Choi Si-woo knocked down the wolf monster. Seol-hwa, who witnessed it, could not believe what happened. In front of the fallen wolf monster, Choi Si-woo wondered how he could eat this. Seol-hwa, who was watching this from the rooftop, wondered if it was martial arts. He hoped that it wasn't the kind of power that Choi Si-woo had from the start. In the end, it was just a technique created by humans, as it wasn't made to match a monster's body and strength. It hadn't even been that long since Choi Si-woo obtained a monster's body, but in actual combat, he could easily grasp things and use them. More than she thought, Seol-hwa thought Choi Si-woo's potential was higher. While Seol-hwa was thinking, Choi Si-woo asked her what else she should do now. For now, he thought he had won. So he asked, surely he didn't need to eat it right now to clean this place up. Seol-hwa smiled and answered, of course not that. He says they should talk after he actually wins. Choi Si-woo was confused by what he meant. The wolf monster suddenly bit Choi Si-woo's shoulder. The wolf monster then dragged Choi Si-woo to the ground with its bite. The wolf monster was elated to have tasted meat again. Seeing his badly injured shoulder, Choi Si-woo started to tremble in fear. The wolf monster then hit Choi Si-woo hard. Seol-hwa doesn't understand. He believed there was more than enough time left to respond to the attack. The reason Seol-hwa didn't understand was because she was a monster. The biggest reason why humans are afraid of getting hurt is not because of pain, but because of loss. The fear that part of his body might be permanently deformed or lost. It was one of the primary fears that the living organism called human was born with, and was reason enough to cause a 17-year-old boy to panic. A moment later, the wound on Choi Si-woo's shoulder slowly disappeared. Not only that, the claw wound on his chest also slowly disappeared. Humans and monsters. There are so many differences between the two species that it is meaningless to count. But if we were to pick the biggest difference between them, it would be the body's durability and healing ability. And it will also be the gap between the mindset and the behavior that comes from it. As long as you don't die or get seriously injured, injuries are meaningless. When you accepted it as common sense, the restrictions on the body of your unconscious self-protection were lifted, and the limitations of what the physical ability could do greatly increased. With his powerful fist, Choi Si-woo sent the wolf monster far away. The impact of the attack made Choi Si-woo feel like his arm was going to break, but it all paid off. His punches became several times stronger than before, and as the rebound he gets from just swinging his fist feels like being hit by a car. But Choi Si-woo thought he wasn't the only one here with the ability to regenerate. If he thought about what had just happened, Choi Si-woo didn't think it would be weird if it happened again. While Choi Si-woo was thinking, Seol-hwa approached Choi Si-woo and said this marked the end. The punch that Choi Si-woo did previously was well restrained, both in terms of location and strength. Even though the wolf monster wouldn't die, Seol-hwa was sure that it wouldn't be able to recover and revive soon. Seol-hwa then asked what Choi Si-woo was thinking, the feeling of not losing his mind and using magic with a sound mind for the first time in his life. But Choi Si-woo was confused because he didn't remember doing anything like magic. Seol-hwa also thinks to using magic is not difficult. Even if it wasn't high-level magic, magic could be used in various ways. He told even his rapidly regenerating body was because Choi Si-woo had used magic. Even the last fist that Choi Si-woo threw was the result of magic being used to support his physical abilities. Aside from the fact that Choi Si-woo had just hit hard, Seol-hwa asked if there was anything else Choi Si-woo was feeling. Choi Siwoo replied that he wasn't completely sure, but it seemed he felt something similar to static electricity. Seolhwa then said, if what Choi Siwoo felt was right, then it was probably magic. Because Choi Siwoo didn't have much experience yet, he wouldn't be able to feel it clearly. The reason why Seolhwa made Choi Siwoo fight the wolf beast was also for experience. Because if you fight to the last drop of blood, you will unknowingly cast magic. Still, Seolhwa said she was surprised. He thought Choi Siwoo had to roll around for at least 10 days before he could feel anything rough. Because of that, Seolhwa praised him that Choi Siwoo was talented enough. Choi Siwoo was embarrassed. After that, Seolhwa told Choi Siwoo to finish it now. Seolhwa reminded that Choi Siwoo had said that he was ready. So even though he thought this was an exaggerated question, he asked if Choi Siwoo had ever killed someone. Choi Siwoo also answered never. Seolhwa then said ending it at once was the best for Choi Siwoo. And for that, if Choi Siwoo carelessly left a fatal wound, then the wolf beast would make a last-ditch effort. Above the navel, Seolhwa told most of the humanoid monsters it was a pressure point, as well as the internal cinnabar where the monsters stored their magic. Gather magic, then pass it in one swing. Choi Siwoo sighed and walked closer to the wolf monster. Everything was difficult during the first try, especially this task. To add weight, if you killed someone and ate them, regardless of the reason or justification, very few would feel any resistance. Choi Siwoo then took a position and recalled his memories with his friends and mother. Choi Siwoo gritted his teeth and pierced the wolf monster's stomach. After that, Seolhwa told him that Choi Siwoo must have grabbed something in his hand, so she told him to open his palm. He tells that it is the internal cinnabar he spoke of earlier. It was an item also called a magic bead. If swallowed, the owner's magic will become that of the eater. Choi Siwoo then swallowed the magic bead. He swallowed it like Seolhwa told him to, but wondered if something would happen soon after that. Then, suddenly a voice was heard saying that it was strange. A bird on his shoulder says initially, there should be something like bam bam boom as soon as you swallow it. Choi Siwoo was very surprised because of the bird's sudden presence. The bird then changed its form into a girl. Seeing the girl's arrival, Seolhwa asked what made her suddenly come here. He was sure that the girl also had no business with him. The girl pouted and asked if they really had to have a reason to meet a friend. Even so, he said it was true that he had come on business and asked Choi Siwoo if he was the half-goblin from the rumors. He then said that he was happy to meet her and introduced himself as Sol Mi. He told me that he was a friend who had played with Seolhwa since they were little. Choi Siwoo also bowed his head and introduced himself as well. Seolhwa, who looked not so happy, asked what business Sol Mi was talking about. Seolhwa also told him that he had gone to work part-time under Grandpa Bogeyman. Seolhwa, who didn't really understand, asked what part-time was. Sol Mi also replied that that means accepting workers. It's something a human would say. Hearing their conversation, Choi Siwoo felt something. Since they caught the two demons, Sol Mi informs him that she came from Grandpa Bogeyman to help him handle the settlement and provide a bounty for capturing them. Seolhwa also said that she was fine, so she ordered Sol Mi to leave everything to Choi Siwoo because he brought them down alone. Sol Mi then approached Choi Siwoo and said that he knew. He told me that he watched from the beginning too. He praised that Choi Siwoo was so impressive that he couldn't believe that Choi Siwoo was human until now. Because of that, Sol Mi says at this rate, something will really happen during the festival, where Choi Siwoo even became Seolhwa's main competitor. Seolhwa snorted and said that Choi Siwoo would definitely be dropped as soon as he stepped foot in the festival. But Sol Mi is curious. He thought that Choi Siwoo had enough potential. So Sol Mi offers him to give him a gift now and gives him two choices. A chance to go home right now, or a chance to step forward as a powerful monster. Sol Mi asks which one he wants. After school, Choi Siwoo's friend received a call from Choi Siwoo. He asked what happened because Choi Siwoo didn't even go to school and his cell phone was off. He even picked up a call from this foreign number because he was on guard against the possibility that this call was from Choi Siwoo. Choi Siwoo also said there was something he wanted to say. He told her that he had a really crazy request he wanted to ask of her. It was fine if his friend didn't do it if he thought that was too much, was something he couldn't say. Choi Siwoo really only has a friend, Yushin at the moment. Yushin also said just say what he wants. Choi Siwoo then told him what he needed. Yushin could not believe what he heard. He also snapped at Choi Siwoo for saying nonsense and asking where he is now. Choi Siwoo told that he had an unavoidable situation, and his mother would go crazy if she found out he was missing somewhere for a month without anything. Because of Yushin's mother's family, a traditional martial arts training center in Andong, Choi Siwoo asked Yushin to arrange the words that Choi Siwoo went there for 1 month to lose weight. Yushin replied that he thought Choi Siwoo already knew, but that was not a place that accepted ordinary people. Choi Siwoo knows that. This was ridiculous and inappropriate, and he knew it was a pain. But he had no other choice, so he asked for help. Yushin, who was dizzy, accepted his request. From that, Yushin said that he wanted to ask Choi Siwoo one thing. Choi Siwoo said before that he couldn't talk about the reasons. If, for example, Choi Siwoo acted like this because he thought he would not believe him, Yushin asked him to just tell him, because who knows, he could be a help to her. Hearing that, Choi Siwoo turned to his side. Sol-mi raised her index finger and told Choi Siwoo to be quiet. Sol-mi whispers that it's okay to lie, but talking about their whereabouts is against the rules. He will even be punished with Choi Siwoo. Yushin finally accepted his request. He then said that if something happened and Choi Siwoo could contact him, he told him to make sure to contact him. Their call finally ended. Yushin, who felt uneasy, hoped that this would not be the case. Choi Siwoo sighed after the call ended. Previously, Choi Siwoo asked if Sol-mi had just said that he could come back now. He was surprised because he heard it was only possible if he met the conditions. Sol-mi also answers that it's true, but she doesn't make things that don't exist. If Choi Siwoo really wants to return, Sol-mi offers to send Choi Siwoo back to the human world right now. Therefore, Sol-mi asked what Choi Siwoo would like to choose between the two. Choi Siwoo also refuses to return to his world now. Choi Siwoo intended to do that after he passed the test he was supposed to take. Sol-mi didn't expect that answer and asked why that was. Choi Siwoo replied that if he didn't study everything properly this time, then something worse than not being able to go home would happen. With the battle that just happened, Choi Siwoo became even more certain that he had the strength to respond to such a situation. So he decided that he would hone his skills further as a monster. Hearing Choi Siwoo's answer while holding back his laughter, Sol-mi gave a thumbs up and said what Choi Siwoo just said was cooler than she expected. Seolhwa also asked Sol-mi to have fun teasing small children with even unreal choices, and told her to just love him, what he needed to give. Seolhwa then told him there was no way that was the prize. Seolhwa also told that this was Sol-mi's bad habit. He often provokes others for no reason and questions their reasons. Sol-mi, who heard that, cleared her throat and said that they called it a test, to find out the personality of other people as well as what kind of mindset they have. Humans can get to know one another by asking questions like these. Sol-mi then asked if Seolhwa definitely didn't finish reading the book that was given to her the last time. Choi Siwoo thought that what he felt earlier was true. Sol-mi, from the way she spoke to her atmosphere, she was different from other monsters. He felt like he saw someone. Seolhwa asked what he meant by that absurd theory. He said it was so childish and simple that he couldn't read more than a few pages. Sol-mi gets sullen because she made it herself so she can read it. He told Seolhwa that if she wanted to turn into a human, then she had to at least remember the MBTI. However, Sol-mi said that she would take Choi Siwoo somewhere for a while because she thought about taking him out from the start. Seolhwa also told Sol-mi to do as she pleases. Sol-mi then spreads her wings and changes her form. Choi Siwoo was silent when he saw his form. Sol-mi turns into a giant crow, demonic crow. Sol-mi tells that she is a monster who has the right to enter and leave the human world. With the condition, you take responsibility for whatever happens once every 6 months in 1 day. He could bring monsters that weren't qualified to the human world. She then said that Choi Siwoo might feel a little nauseous, so she asked him to handle it. Hearing that, Choi Siwoo was surprised. Finally, Seolhwa watched them fly away. Back to the present, Choi Siwoo thanks Sol-mi for letting her borrow his cell phone. Thanks to it, he was able to relieve his anxiety to a certain extent. Sol-mi was happy that this was helpful, but she asked if Choi Si-woo was really okay with just one call to his friend. Since there was still a little time, Sol-mi said it would be better if Choi Si-woo saw his family once too. Choi Si-woo answered that his family only has his mother now, and he just so happened to be leaving town on a business trip. In fact, he found it a relief, because when he was home he was sure his mother would be excited. Choi Si-woo then asked Sol-mi if there was anything she wanted to eat. Even though it was a bit petty to call it a reply, but he would buy her dinner. Sol-mi stood up and said that was good. There was something she really wanted to try. It was something she had wanted to try since the first time she stepped into the human world. She told me that it was a bit hard for him to eat, so she didn't have a single chance to eat it until now. Choi Si-woo became tense and asked what it was. After cooking various foods served at the dining table, Choi Si-woo said that he tried to organize his desk with everything he had at home. But he asks if Sol-mi will really be satisfied with just this. Sol-mi, who was chewing her food, answered that she was quite satisfied. He had always wanted to try home-cooked food for a long time because the only human food he ever tried was what he bought himself as well as school food. Choi Si-woo became curious when he heard that Sol-mi was eating school food. Sol-mi also told him that he was going to Hojung High School. Choi Si-woo was surprised because it was right next to his school. Sol-mi then informs him that she has started school since the beginning of this year, but she doesn't have friends close enough to visit their house. Choi Si-woo didn't expect it because just thinking from Sol-mi's personality, she seemed like the type who had many friends. They finally finish eating, and Sol-mi thanks him for the food. He said that the food was very good, like there was a different taste from the food he usually buys at restaurants. Sol-mi then took something out and said that she would give Choi Si-woo the gift she mentioned earlier. He explained that this scroll was something called monster storage. Even though it's not really the same, he said that he could call this like the bag and smartphone they use. He went back to explaining like he just did. You can call him freely, and this thing can display what you want if you move your finger like scrolling on a cell phone. He then told me that this was the way Choi Si-woo could store and retrieve items without having to think about their weight or size. There were other uses besides that, but he was told that if Choi Si-woo used his a few times, he would be able to familiarize himself fairly easily. Sol-mi then shows the city he left. She told the one in the middle was the monster storage that Choi Si-woo would use, and the pile of coins on the left was called goblin face coins. It was a currency that had quite a high value even in the monster world, and the 40 niang that Choi Si-woo had just received was quite a large sum, so he suggested using it with caution. And lastly, the item on the right is a goblin treasure that has been passed down. They were items that could display various abilities by imbuing a monster's power, just like old folk tales, things that would occasionally appear. Usually it was standard to give goblin face coins as a reward for capturing Shutterwalk. But seeing how Grandpa Bogeyman told her to pack this thing too, Sol-mi thought that Grandpa Bogeyman had high hopes for Choi Si-woo. Hearing that Grandfather Bogeyman had high expectations, Choi Si-woo thought that it was most likely a matter regarding a grand festival to choose the king of the monsters. Sol-mi also said that even though they are not like humans, they monsters also have a sense of ownership of their area. If a monster from the Korean peninsula became the king of the monsters, it would definitely be something to be proud of. Moreover, Sol-mi heard it was regrettable during the most recent big festival as well. Choi Si-woo was shocked to hear that a monster from the Korean peninsula was about to become king. Sol-mi also told that from what she heard, they almost made it to the end, and he heard that the results were very close to the current king of the monsters. Choi Si-woo also understood that it was really regrettable. Then Sol-mi said what was even more interesting was the fact that the monster's species was a dokebi, like Choi Si-woo. Of course, he is so strong that in the entire history of the monsters that live on the Korean peninsula, no one can compete with him. Even after hearing that, Choi Si-woo said that he didn't know he was a monster until yesterday. Actually, there is still a side inside him that is curious about what all this is all about. He felt like he spent every minute thinking that if only he could wake up sooner if this was all just a dream. Sol-mi laughed and said that Choi Si-woo adapted quite fast and well for someone who said that. Sol Mi then said even when she met Choi Siwoo for the first time earlier and heard his determination, Choi Siwoo left a good impression and asked if she knew that. And while Choi Siwoo solidified his day, Sol Mi said it wouldn't be bad to set a slightly higher goal too. Hearing that, Choi Siwoo didn't really understand what Sol Mi meant. Seolhwa also said that humans are threatened with a reshuffle of the law along with the change in rulers. That's what Choi Siwoo was afraid of. If that was the case, he said that Choi Siwoo should become the king of monsters and maintain the current rule for the next 666 years. Hearing that, Choi Siwoo realized something and said if he could ask Sol Mi something. Smiling, Sol Mi replied that Choi Siwoo could ask whatever he wanted. Sol Mi is happy because it feels like having a human friend. She offered Choi Siwoo if he was curious about something, then he would try to answer with all his knowledge. Choi Siwoo, who looked worried, said not so much and pointed to the monster storage next to Sol Mi. He said just now it kept shining like that. Seeing what Choi Siwoo meant, Sol Mi explained that this was an emergency call. It summons monsters in areas where there is a serious emergency. If a distress call was sent to the human world, the only reason why it would be was because some monsters broke the rules or they hurt the humans. But Sol Mi says something like this hasn't happened once in tens of years. After explaining that, Sol Mi finally came to her senses and screamed in surprise. Sol Mi, who panicked, asked if this really happened. In his apartment, Choi Siwoo snapped his fingers and took out his monster storage. He then touched the scroll and took out his goblin treasure. He wondered if he should just use it like this or use it like an armor. Since he wasn't sure, he decided to ask about it later. Choi Siwoo then glanced at the clock. He remembers the conversation with Sol Mi before. Sol Mi says that it won't take long. It is currently past 6 o'clock. Half day is 6 hours, and since they arrive at 4, they have to be back at 10 p.m. Sol Mi said that she would be back quickly, so she asked Choi Siwoo to sit tight and wait for her to come back. Choi Siwoo also agreed to his request. Sol Mi then said that Choi Siwoo could talk casually with her because they were friends. Sol Mi asked that when she came back, Choi Siwoo called her Sol Mi. In the end, it was already past 10 o'clock. Choi Siwoo asked if something had happened. He thinks if he knew this was going to happen, he would at least ask for Sol Mi's number. While he was thinking, Choi Siwoo then glanced at a photo on display. He thought if he had dokebi blood flowing in his body, then it might be from his father's side. He then remembered what Grandpa Bogeyman had said before, that he was only a mixed blood. Choi Siwoo was curious whether his father knew that he was born with dokebi blood. While Choi Siwoo was asking questions, Choi Siwoo felt something and was worried about Sol Mi. Elsewhere, a man is being strangled by a monster. The monster then wanted to attack the man, but he was shot by something. Sol Mi, who shot, said that she had caught him many times, but he didn't stop either. He then said that right now, he really didn't have much fur left. The monster then squirmed. Sol Mi also asks why he is stretching and can't he feel pain. The monster then jumps at Sol Mi and Sol Mi goes to confront it. The battle ensued, and the monster was finally destroyed. The male victim who witnessed that could only tremble in fear while crying. Sol Mi, who saw that, convinced the man not to worry because his friend would be fine. She tells him that the wound is not deep and she has applied ointment to stop the bleeding. Besides that, the ambulance will also be here soon. But the man was even more frightened. He saw the monster that was now so big. Sol Mi finally notices his presence and sees the monster lunging towards her. But someone suddenly beat him. Someone then arrives and tells Sol Mi to hold her head up, because the moment the rumor spreads that Sol Mi has been defeated by the creature, it will be the day her entire family is humiliated. Sol Mi sighed and said that this is not a good start for a family with a high reputation. Besides that, Sol Mi, if that person will be by his side and call him Appa. The man also asked who Sol Mi called Appa. Sol Mi then said if he was a little older and close to her, then he could be called Appa. If she doesn't like him, Sol Mi says that she will call him by his name, Goyu. Goyu also asked whether there is an option to be called in a more polite and courteous manner. When Sol Mi offers to call him Oroboni, Goyu tells him to do as he pleases. Goyu then used his magic and started to hypnotize the man who was attacked by the monster earlier. He was hypnotized that a car driving down the alley hit him and his friend. Then the driver hastily fled. Until the ambulance came, he had nothing to fear, and rest in peace. Sol-mi, who witnessed that, asked whether hypnosis magic was not included in the Goyu family's innate abilities. He had heard that learning something different like that was very difficult. He also told that he had learned from Seolwa, but he was only angry and immediately gave up. Because of this, Sol-mi asks if this means Goyu is a front-runner, but Goyu ignores her and asks how many Sol-mi have caught. Sol-mi answers that there are 24 in total, including the one Goyu helped earlier. It also tells there isn't even a decent monster among them. They're all shutterwalks. And being tied, they are evil spirits that someone controls. From what Sol-mi observed, there were 7 people who died, and more than 50 people who were injured. With an annoyed look on her face, Sol-mi wonders who and why they would do such a thing. Sol-mi is sure they are aware of the gravity of the crime of injuring humans, so she doesn't understand what kind of entertainment they get from the massacre. But Goyu said she was wrong. They do this not for entertainment, but for profit. Hearing that, Sol-mi, even more unable to understand how they kill humans for profit. Goyu replied that it was easy. He explains because this is not something their generation is familiar with. Since ancient times, humans have been hunted by goblins. And it's not just to satisfy their sadism or appetite. They consumed the blood and flesh of humans because it was a very potent medicine for them monsters. Sol-mi was surprised. He couldn't believe he had never heard of something like that until now. Goyu told her that it was a known fact for a long time, something that is not passed on to their generations. By eating human flesh, you will grow stronger. Goyu asked if the truth was known, would the human world be as peaceful as it is today? Goyu said that Sol-mi might know very well because she has taken the qualification test. There weren't many examples where young people like the two of them chose to struggle through such a complicated test before turning 500 years old. Unless they were both weirdos like Goyu and Sol-mi, Goyu said this was a boring and frustrating place where there was no real need to enter and leave until the law changed. That was their generation's perception of the human world. But at this moment, when the festival was near, everyone was desperately trying to get a little stronger. There are monsters who are aware of the secrets about humans and are willing to take risks. Goyu then asks Sol-mi if she must have known too while helping Grandpa Bogeyman, that in the past few days, there have been many people who have destroyed themselves in order to gain more power. Goyu then said that ignorance was not a motive, but a mindset. If it was him, then he would never create such a mess. Instead of attracting attention by carefully using an evil spirit that couldn't even move, he would do it himself, catching them one by one swiftly and surely until they finally devoured them. Sol-mi says that they must be cowards, and asks if a coward who can't even attack a human who can't fight back is brave enough to move on his own. Goyu replied that even if they were evil spirits, if they had the ability to summon hundreds, they would probably think that it was safer to do that than to step forward on their own. Hearing that, Sol-mi suggests Goyu to go and tell them, instead of acting like a ruffian seeking attention, it's better to come forward directly. Before Sol-mi could finish her sentence, Sol-mi felt something. He then hurried away and said goodbye to Goyu. Goyu, who witnessed that, did not understand what had just happened. At Choi Si-woo's apartment, Choi Si-woo was confused because the window suddenly opened. He was sure that this window had been closed even though it was only a few seconds ago. At that time, someone secretly approached Choi Si-woo. He thought that this was very easy. If only he knew Choi Si-woo was this weak, he would not have tried so hard. With his hands, he then tried to attack Choi Si-woo from behind, but Choi Si-woo was able to dodge the attack. Choi Si-woo then caught the person's hand and violently stomped his foot. With his goblin Sirium, Choi Si-woo threw that person out and slammed him on the ground. After that, Choi Si-woo thought that his heart would come out of his chest. Choi Si-woo didn't want to call it an ability. However, one of the characteristics of the dokebi is that the same tactic will be easy for him to handle. In front of his broken balcony, Choi Si-woo sighed. At that moment, the chill he felt just before them came swarmed over. Choi Si-woo thought that if he didn't realize that same feeling, then he might end up getting killed. However, even though he did throw it without thinking, Choi Si-woo was grateful that no one was hit by it. When he saw the place where he threw the person, Choi Si-woo was surprised because the person he threw was not there. Suddenly, from behind, a voice told him not to worry, making Choi Si-woo very surprised. The person then said that he had put all the humans in this area to sleep because they might scream all at once. He said that he was not comfortable enough with handling the cleaning. Choi Si-woo was suffocated by the snake's body. The snake monster then asked if Choi Si-woo was the rumored Dokibi. He thought that Choi Si-woo would attack quite strongly, but it turned out that Choi Si-woo's monster force wasn't that strong. The snake monster then jumped while pulling Choi Si-woo with it. In midair, the snake monster threw Choi Si-woo to the ground hard. Choi Si-woo, who hit the ground hard, trembled in pain. The snake monster then said that he had no intention of throwing Choi Si-woo that far. The snake monster landed and said that he wonders if the ground became soft after he fell earlier. The snake monster that was in front of Choi Si-woo was a monster that attacked humans and Sol Mi who had not returned. The main cause of both problems was the pliers standing right in front of him, a boy who understood that this was caused by monsters, and because on top of that, he had an inkling that he was now facing an unreasonable danger. The snake monster stiffly offered that he would give Choi Si-woo one chance, to let himself be eaten by him without saying a word. Choi Si-woo was surprised by what the snake monster said. The snake monster also told him not to look at him like that because it wasn't something that would negatively affect him. The snake monster told him that the two of them were of a different class of yokai. He said Choi Si-woo would only die more painfully if he kept fighting, and the end would still be the same. Because of that, he asked wouldn't it be better to die painlessly. And at this time the snake monster would even promise Choi Si-woo one thing, that he would let Choi Si-woo's mother go free and devour the others. The snake monster then asked if that was a good offer, but before he could finish his sentence, Choi Si-woo lunged at the snake monster and hit the snake monster in the face. Choi Si-woo then grabbed the snake monster's suit and was about to use Goblin Serum. But suddenly, Choi Si-woo stopped. Not only that, his hands were even trembling violently. The snake monster also apologized for that, as it was a pretty crude and shallow threat. Even though he felt that it was a bit too much, but he had no other choice because he couldn't think of a more appropriate provocative line than the one just now. The snake monster had already bit his finger and activated his unique magic, murderous sacrilege. The snake monster explained that his unique magic was poison. His strength wasn't that great, but he had to touch Choi Si-woo directly to activate it. The snake monster then asked if it wasn't a very bad ability, because it couldn't even use it against enemies stronger than itself, and it barely worked on Choi Si-woo, but fortunately, he was able to manipulate Choi Si-woo's mind. At that moment, the poisoned Choi Si-woo felt that he could not muster up his strength. It was like having sleep paralysis. The snake monster then said that he had heard that those born from good bloodlines were able to tear others down with just a look in their eyes. He felt that this was truly an unfair life. Within the established rules, weak things have no choice but to fall prey. He then said that if Choi Si-woo knew how to use the object in his hand, maybe the result would be different. He told that disaster would not wait until Choi Si-woo was ready to face it. The snake monster then changed into the form of a giant snake and said that he would remember Choi Si-woo fondly and told Choi Si-woo to keep this in his mind in his next life. But even in a precarious state, Choi Si-woo thought this didn't mean he couldn't move at all. One move, he felt he could pull it off somehow. The snake monster finally opened its mouth wide and was about to devour Choi Si-woo. However, Choi Si-woo activated the magic in his hand and surprised the snake monster. With his magic, Choi Si-woo attacked the snake monster and destroyed the ceiling. Seeing the impact of the magic attack, the snake monster thought that he was really close to dying. He then slammed Choi Si-woo until he crashed and hit the wall. The snake monster didn't expect that even though the poison had circulated well, Choi Si-woo could make that effort. It made him think that Choi Si-woo wasn't a weak dokibi. Then the snake monster realized something. For some reason, his body had already been pierced by the sword. The snake monster didn't understand what was going on. Soon the masked person appeared and started chanting. After it finished chanting, the snake monster was electrocuted by the sword that was stuck. The injured Choi Si-woo did not understand what was going on. The masked man then walked over and said, even though night had still not come, but he had seen the snake monster cooking up a bunch of bullshit, and called the snake monster a useless bastard. After seeing the weapon and its heavy voice, the snake monster realized that the masked man was a shaman. He then asked where they taught people to talk like that. In his mind, the snake monster was indeed stalling for time, but he was sure he would not be found out. But he didn't understand how the masked man could know and came here immediately. Moreover, he could sense that the masked man was dangerous. He was on a different level from most shamans. The snake monster hesitated whether to choose to run away or not. If he takes too long, it will weigh him down. He had thought that the crow girl could be dealt with a bit, but if the other bastard showed up, he had no chance of defeating him even though he reincarnated dozens of times. The snake monster was annoyed and opened its wound. The masked man was surprised to see him. So much blood of the snake monster covered the floor. He said that at first he wanted to save this until the festival started. From the pool of blood emerged a huge monster that was on a chain around his neck. The masked man just silently watched it happen. The snake monster then asked, "Isn't that pretty?" He told that while that monster was sane, he was someone who spread his name far and wide in the Western Plains. He didn't know why the monster ended up like this. That body was basically a god-class monster. The snake monster then told the masked man to have fun with the monster while he finished his disturbed meal. The monster then gathered magic in its mouth, and the masked man dashed with a sword in his hand towards the monster. They both face each other. The masked man tightly gripped his sword, and the monster fired its magic at the masked man. The masked man split his magic and split the monster in half, much to the surprise of the snake monster. Without further ado, the masked man then stabbed the snake monster in the head with his sword, and the snake monster finally fell. The masked man then approached the injured Choi Si-woo and said that he didn't seem to be on the same team as the snake monster. So the masked man threatened Choi Si-woo to answer his question properly, if he wanted to live. First, he asked what Choi Si-woo was doing in this world, but instead of answering the question, Choi Si-woo actually said that he thought he would hear his voice. The masked man flinched. Choi Si-woo then said that he should be the one asking him and asked if he recognized his voice. The masked man took off his mask. Behind the mask was Yushin, who was dumbfounded by Choi Si-woo's voice. Yushin asked what Choi Si-woo looked like at the moment. Choi Si-woo smiled and replied that it would be very long if told. Yushi was then seen dropping his mask and being very surprised because at this time there was a man in front of him who turned out to be Si-woo. Seeing this made Yushin immediately rush over to Si-woo and ask about what was currently happening to him so that he looked so dirty and weak. Then Si-woo slowly tried to say something, even though with a very low voice, and told Yushin that he was currently very difficult to breathe. Hearing about it, Yushin immediately told Si-woo that it seemed that what had currently entered his body was not just ordinary poison, so it could not be treated if only with the home medicine he had. Then, after saying that to Si-woo, suddenly Yushin became a little surprised because it turned out that the healing that occurred in Si-woo immediately worked, so that it immediately made Yushin sit down and pensive. Not long after Si-woo approached Yushin, after his body began to improve, and then asked Yushin about whether Yushin was currently okay or not. Hearing that with a face that still continued to look down, Yushin told Si-woo that he never felt that he was okay. Then after saying that Yushin also told Si-woo that it seemed like he didn't know about how to make himself okay. This was because Yushin had just lost the monster he was fighting. And one other thing that made him really weak and no longer excited was after learning that the friend who had always been with him for 3 years turned out to be half a monster, and then even half a goblin too. Then, after saying that Yushin also said that during these 3 years, even though the monsters were right in front of him, he felt that he did not find the slightest clue about it. So that made him feel that he no longer needed to act as a shaman in the country where he and his father currently lived. Then besides that, if one day his father found out that he did not manage to catch a single monster, Then Yushin felt that his father would definitely say that he already knew that this would happen, and after that, his father would definitely continue to pursue him. Hearing the things that Yushin had just told him made Siwoo understand the reason why since the beginning of knowing him, Yushin had never told him about the training center like what had been run in his house with his father. Hearing that Siwoo now knew about the reason for this, made Yushin immediately confirmed it, and immediately explained to Siwoo that his house was a house that became a place of spiritual cultivation and then exterminated monsters. But Yushin told Siwoo that he actually never wanted to say this to anyone because he thought that if other people knew about this, then maybe he would only be considered a crazy bastard. Then after that, even though it happened, Yushin didn't care about it because currently his training was only 6 months away. After hearing Yushin say that his training was only 6 months away, made Siwoo realize that it turned out that Yushin also knew about the festival that would be held in 6 months. After hearing about it, Siwoo immediately asked Yushin about whether someday monsters could come into human life and carry out attacks so as to injure humans in front of them or not. Hearing the statement proposed by Siwoo made Yushin answer by saying that it was very rare. Then regarding that matter, Yushin said that he did not know when monsters and humans would fight each other, but according to what Yushin knew until now, he felt that events where monsters attacked humans were very rare. Even until now, in the last 100 years, he could count the events on his fingers. Siwoo, who listened to Yushin's explanation, then said that it seems that the current events that occur between monsters and humans have changed. This is because since a month ago, Siwoo heard that the number of missing people around the densely populated city has begun to increase. Although there is no strong evidence that it is all the work of monsters, it is known that in many cases there are traces of blood and damage in the homes of people who are finally declared to have disappeared, so that it makes many parties feel that the incident has something to do with the presence of evil monsters attacking humans. Then after hearing that Yushin was surprised because this was the first time he had heard of a monster showing his identity like that. Then when the two of them were talking about it, suddenly, a very bright light fell in front of the two of them. It automatically immediately made Siwoo and Yushin move away from the light. But suddenly there was a woman with long hair present, along with the light. After the woman looked at Siwoo, she immediately asked about whether Siwoo was currently okay because of her sudden presence. Then the woman apologized to Siwoo because she had been provoked like a fool to come down with the light that made her very surprised. Seeing the presence of the woman, Yushin immediately took out his sword and told the woman to stop where she was standing, then called the woman a monster. The woman immediately showed a face that looked very surprised when she saw Yushin, who was very scary to her. On the other hand, Yushin continued to threaten the woman by saying that if the woman moved one step closer to him and Siwoo, then he would consider that the woman had ignored his orders, then immediately destroyed her. Hearing Yushin continue to threaten the woman made Siwoo, who was also there, try to explain to Yushi about who exactly a woman who was currently in front. But Yushin immediately told Siwoo that the woman was not a person, but the woman was a monster. Then, while continuing to pull out his sword, Yushin told the woman that they understood very well if the woman was a law-abiding type of monster, so that was the reason why Yushin did not immediately destroy her and only gave a warning. Hearing that Siwoo still continued to tell Yushin that the woman was not a monster, because if she was a monster, then she would definitely attack immediately. Then Yushin said that right now Siwoo was very stupid for thinking that this woman was not a monster, and Yushin then told Siwoo that the woman was a monster, even though she currently looked like a human on the outside, then looked different from the others, but their nature was still the same, and could one day carry out an unexpected attack on the humans in front of them. Then, after saying about it, Yushin also explained to Siwoo that monsters can go crazy with power and slaughter so that they eat humans, and then even monsters can eat you themselves. Then after saying about it, Yushin emphasized to Siwoo that even though the blood flowing in Siwoo's body was mixed with monsters, but according to him, Siwoo was still a human. Then Yushin told Siwoo that this place was Siwoo's house, so to stay in his house, Siwoo didn't need to ask permission from the damn monster. Then Yushin said that no one could kidnap Siwoo because he had to stay in his house, and Yushin also said that whatever would happen, he would never let Siwoo leave this place to live somewhere else. After some time, just silent and listening to what Siwoo said, the woman who was the monster then spoke up and said that she actually understood that, from the point of view of the life lived by Siwoo, this must be tantamount to a disaster that did not enter. But even though it was difficult to accept the incident, but at this time the monster woman said that Siwoo had entered the name list, so because of that, whichever path Siwoo would enter, he would remain a worthy resident of the monster world from now on. After saying that, the woman also remembered about the thing said by the old monster who told her to pick up Siwoo, where the old monster emphasized that even though the things they would do went beyond right or wrong, whoever he thought broke the rules he had set, then he would immediately give the worst verdict to the person who broke his rules. After that, the female monster immediately told herself that she had to solve this as soon as possible before it became a big problem. Then the woman thought about if she wanted to take the path with a little injury, then she had to take Siwoo away by jumping. However, after thinking about it, the female monster was not confident that she would be able to do that, because she was well aware that Yushin was a strong person. But even though the female monster couldn't do it, she couldn't do anything either. After gathering her courage, the female monster finally told Yushin that as a protector, she would immediately bring Choi Siwoo. Then, hearing that, Yushin immediately pointed his sword at the female monster and said that if the female monster ignored his orders, then he would. But before Yushin could continue his sentence, suddenly, Siwoo took the sword in his hand and immediately said that he thought the carvings on Yushin's sword were very good. After realizing that his sword was suddenly in Siwoo's hands, made Yushin very confused about what Siwoo had just done to him, so that the sword in his hand could immediately move into Siwoo's hands at this time. Siwoo did not care about what Yushin would say to him, and at this time, he instead asked Yushin about the meaning of the carvings on Yushin's sword, because he thought it really looked very enchanting. On the other hand, Yushin continued to ask about whether he was currently being controlled by the magic of hypnotic control monsters, so that he did not realize what Siwoo had done to him. After hearing about what Yushin said, Siwoo then said that so far, he had never known about the massacre that Yushin had said before. But Siwoo told Yushin that if Yushin had said that monsters would go crazy with power and massacre to eat their own people, then it seemed like it was a true thing. This is because Siwoo told Yushin that from the beginning he had eaten one monster today. Then Siwoo also said that it was because he heard that someone was a monster without rights. But honestly, he was not sure. And whatever it was, Siwoo felt that he had to kill someone to protect himself and also his surroundings. Then Siwoo said that he would do as much as possible. Yes, he could. Then Siwoo at this time said that although he did not want to hurt humans or had no thoughts of hurting humans, but he thought that if he could become stronger by eating the monster, then he felt that it didn't matter if humans like them would die because of him, and he had compromised with himself to do all that. Yushin then asked Siwoo about the meaning of everything said by Siwoo, and asked if he didn't need to go too far in this case, and then left everything to Siwoo to take the action Siwoo wanted. Then, while continuing to hold Yushin's sword, Siwoo, who called Yushin his family, also told Yushin that at this time he thought Yushin didn't need to do anything, because currently facing the monster was enough power that he had. Then Siwoo told Yushin that he would be able to ensure that Yushin and his mother would stay safely in this world, after which Siwoo told Yushin that regarding the things he would say next, there was another crazy thing he would say to Yushin, namely, that he would soon become the king of Yoma. Seeing Siwoo tell Yushin about it happily, made Yushin then tell Siwoo that he thought Siwoo had really lost his mind. Then Yushin asked Siwoo whether he had understood what it meant to be the king of Yoma, and what he was currently saying. Hearing the things that Yushin asked him, made Siwoo then told Yushin that if Yushin asked him about it, then he could not tell Yushin about the details, or many things about the king of Yoma. So, Siwoo told Yushin that all he knew was that right now he got a chance to try it. And Siwoo also said that if he succeeded, then he felt there was no need for him to change the world in a terrible way. Hearing the things that Siwoo said confidently made Yushin then try to realize Siwoo not to expect about it. Siwoo then answered Yushin by saying about what he could do if everything was going to happen like this. Then Siwoo also told Yushin that in fact, He also did not know about whether this would work or not, but he would still never complain about all such things. Besides that, Siwoo also felt that it would be better if he did everything until it really worked than he had to sit still like he used to do, so it made Siwoo really determined to try it, until it worked. Hearing all the things that Siwoo said made Yushin say that even though he didn't know the real Siwoo was a human or a monster, but if his stance was really firm, then Yushin felt that there was nothing else he could do to force Siwoo to change his plans to do something else. However, after saying that, Yushin also reminded Siwoo that if one day Siwoo had crossed his limit as a monster, then Yushin said that he would immediately destroy Siwoo without mercy. Siwoo, after hearing what Yushin had just said, immediately said that if that was going to happen, then he invited Yushin to do that. But if one day, Yushin judged Siwoo to be doing all these things, then according to Siwoo at that time, it must be when Siwoo had done something so bad that it made death seem like a cheap fee. After the two of them talked about all these things, then Yushin asked the female monster who was the protector about what her name was. It was then immediately responded to by the protector that she was named Sol Mi, who had a position as a monster judge on the Korean peninsula, who was currently given the task of bringing a promising message. After hearing about it, Yushin, who was wearing his mask, then told Sol Mi and Siwoo that he apologized for interfering between the two of them, but he felt that he had heard that among monsters, there are laws and rights that must be maintained so that no one guarantees that monsters will die or be injured unfairly. Therefore, Yushin also said that he would risk his position as a shaman helper in the constellation office, that he would kill everyone related to it without forgiving anyone. This is if there are monsters that he knows have killed humans arbitrarily, and after saying all these things, then Yushin put on his mask perfectly and immediately left Siwoo, who was currently with Sol Mi as a fellow monster. Seeing Yushin's departure, Siwoo, with a slightly sad face, immediately said goodbye to Yushin, and said that Yushin didn't need to worry about his mother because Siwoo would still look after them even from a distance. After seeing them all experiencing goodbyes, Sol Mi sat in front of Siwoo with great relief, and said that she had thought that she would die soon because of the attack that Yushin would give her. This is because, according to Sol Mi, this is the first time she has met a male shaman, and then Sol Mi asked Siwoo about whether every male shaman is terrible like Yushin or not. Then Siwoo explained to Sol Mi that maybe among all the shamans, Yushin was the only shaman who was the most special. Then Sol Mi became very surprised when she saw that behind her was Goyu Oppa, then immediately asked him about whether he had been following Sol Mi from behind. After hearing the question asked by Sol Mi to him, Goyu Oppa immediately said that he had indeed been following Sol Mi because he really didn't know what he should do besides doing that, because from the beginning he knew about what Sol Mi was currently thinking about. Then Goyu Oppa said that according to him, even though he didn't know how strong his opponent was, and didn't even know how strong they were, but he suddenly felt that he had to just appear around Sol Mi. This is because, according to Goyu Oppa, even when the opponent of Sol Mi is only key class, but according to him, Sol Mi must have been eaten by him, and after hearing about it, Sol Mi immediately became silent, because she realized that maybe there it would indeed happen. After hearing everything that was said by Sol Mi and Goyu Oppa, then Siwoo immediately responded to the conversation that took place between them by saying that it turned out that Goyu Oppa was the monster referred to as the half-goblin monster, and immediately said hello to Goyu Oppa. Among monsters, those whose fundamentals are based on animals are called beast demons, so most of them are formed based on the attachment between them and the animal forms and instincts that they call their ancestors. In addition, the higher their type as monsters, not only can they transform into humans, but their body forms can also change even further than their fundamentals. So for such monsters or monster families, they are called illusionary beasts, and they can all ascend to a higher level. After that, among them, there are also creatures that have even surpassed their fundamentals, and in the past, they were referred to as divine beasts, which are creatures that are highly revered because they have two sides, namely monsters and humans. After Siwoo greeted himself, the monster then turned his eyes to Siwoo and introduced to Siwoo that he was named Goyu. Then after introducing himself to Siwoo, Goyu then told Siwoo that in order for Siwoo to realize the King of Rome, Siwoo must know that Goyu is one of the opponents he must conquer. This is because Goyu is a monster who represents the black tortoise family. Goyu then said that he was very happy to finally meet Choi Siwoo, and immediately extended his hand to invite Choi Siwoo to shake hands with him. But after Choi Siwoo also extended his hand to shake Goeyu's hand, suddenly Seoul, Mi immediately shouted at the two of them, and reminded Siwoo not to carelessly shake hands with a monster named Goyu, who was currently right in front of him. Then with a face that looked very upset over Goyu's presence, it immediately made Seoul, Mi, say a question to Goyu about what Goyu would do after suddenly coming in front of her. Then Seoul, Mi told Goyu that Siwoo had suffered a lot today, so Goyu's arrival was asked by Seoul, Mi not to make Siwoo suffer even more because of his presence. Then after hearing about what Seoul, Mi had just said, Goyu then said that he didn't care about it, and that he didn't need to keep sleeping all day because Seoul, Mi didn't allow him to do anything. Then according to Goyu, it was fun when he heard that there were half goblins who said that he would soon become a king of Rome. After saying that, Goyu immediately took out his acquired monster art ability by adding Shrinking Earth and then giving an attack to Siwoo. After experiencing the attack, Siwoo said that he never thought that Goyu was much stronger than he imagined before. After hearing that, Goyu immediately explained to Siwoo that according to him, only a handful of people could still stand on both feet after experiencing the Shrinking Earth that he had just given to Siwoo for the first time. Besides that, Goyu also said that suddenly he felt that Siwoo was not the least bit surprised by the Shrinking Earth attack he had just given to Siwoo. This also made Siwoo then ask Goyu about whether, as a monster, Goyu would also try to eat him. Then hearing the question given by Siwoo to him, made Goyu then say that it seemed like he was going to do that. But before he started, Goyu told Siwoo that he would ask something first. After Siwoo was silent and invited Goyu to ask about the thing he was going to ask. Then, Goyu asked Siwoo about whether there was a game he was currently playing on his computer, and emphasized that he was asking about this, not just figuratively. Then, after hearing the question given by Goyu to him, Siwoo then explained that he did play a lot of games when he was in junior high school, but after he entered high school, he no longer played many games. After understanding that, then Goyu asked Siwoo about what genre Siwoo likes when he is playing games, and Siwoo then replied that if he had to choose action RPG, then he would not really like online games. This is because according to Siwoo, the more he continues to play online games, the more he will feel that money becomes more important than skills. After hearing all the things that Siwoo said about the game he was playing, Goyu said that it was a good thing because it meant that Siwoo and he would be able to communicate very well. Then after saying all those things, Goyu suddenly gave Siwoo a few more attacks, but this time Siwoo managed to dodge, so Goyu said that it turned out that he thought Siwoo was quite fast in acting when facing attacks. And according to him, even though it was an order from the king, but not many monsters were willing to listen to him like this time. Then Goyu told Siwoo that even though the one who gave the order to him was a Yoma king, but according to him there would only be one monster who could become the strongest in the end. This was because no one would be able to stop him if the majority of monsters around the world refused. Then Goyu also told Siwoo that if one day everything would act like that, then the person who would be overthrown was not only the new Yoma king, but also the existence of the long-standing Yoma king, so all of that would be able to cause the authority and symbols regarding it to completely collapse. After saying all these things, Goyu asked Siwoo if he realized what he had just said by stating that Siwoo would become King Yoma, who would overcome the current situation, after hearing that according to Goyu, there were not many monsters who could restrain themselves when they heard insolent things like what Siwoo had just said about himself becoming King Yoma. Then, after saying all these things, Goyu explained to Siwoo that young monsters might only scoff at Siwoo's desire to become King Yoma, but according to him, the old monsters would definitely tear Siwoo's body apart if they knew about Siwoo's desire to become King Yoma. Then after saying all these things, Seoul, Mi also told Goyu that he actually knew where Siwoo got a false hope. After hearing all the things said by Seoul, Mi then Goyu told Siwoo that Seoul, Mi was actually a very good child, and she did not act like most monsters in general, but the problem was that according to him, Seoul Mi did not know much about the world, so she very easily gave her affection to everyone she met. After hearing all that, Siwoo asked Goyu about whether Goyu thought that at this time Siwoo should withdraw all remarks stating that he would become King Yoma. Then Goyu quickly responded that he thought it should be done by Siwoo. After saying that, Goyu also emphasized that he actually really wanted to step on Siwoo in order to find out how naive a child like Siwoo was. But suddenly Goyu told Siwoo that after some time knowing Siwoo, he began to like Siwoo's existence because he thought Siwoo was quite smart and very fast in understanding things, so he thought Siwoo had a considerable potential. So that it also made Goyu tell Siwoo to come immediately and obey all orders from him. Then with a big smile on his face, Goyu told Siwoo that if Siwoo was willing to help himself to become the next King Yoma, then Goyu told Siwoo that he would allow Siwoo to rule over the Korean peninsula, so that he thought that way Siwoo would easily be able to keep some people close to him to feel safe in his life. Hearing all the things Goyu said made Siwoo very upset, and then asked about how strong Goyu was, who was currently constantly trying to fight him. Then after saying that Siwoo also wanted to prove whether Goyu's desire to become King Yoma was as high as the confidence Goyu had or not, then with great anger, Siwoo told Goyu that although he could not say that he was the strongest person on the Korean peninsula, Siwoo said that it could be said that no monster would be stronger than him among the representatives of the monsters who had attended the festival. Then Siwoo also told Goyu if indeed he could protect everyone around him, as Goyu had just said, then he would accept Goyu's offer to be obedient to all orders that Goyu would say to him, saying that Siwoo then invited Goyu to shake hands with him, and after hearing about it, Goyu immediately said to Siwoo that he really understood that Siwoo would never disappoint him. After saying all these things and shaking Goyu's hand, Siwoo then told himself that this time he had done very right and did not make the slightest mistake. This is because after Siwoo managed to shake Goyu's hand, he immediately attacked Goyu through the handshake while telling Goyu that between the two of them, Goyu was the one who had said about things that were not believed by him, and first pretended to offer a handshake, and then deceived and attacked Siwoo suddenly, after successfully shaking hands with Siwoo. Then, after getting an attack from Siwoo when shaking his hand, Goyu realized that it turned out that so far, compared to what Siwoo had shown so far, Goyu understood that it was the power of Cerium Goblin, which was somewhat different, so there was still 60% more Goblin Forge that Siwoo had left in his body, and if he left just one drop, then Siwoo would be able to squeeze out all of Goyu's strength and burn him. Then every attack given by Siwoo to Goyu became aware that all of that was not a mere reflex, but a technique that was used by Siwoo with his desire and awareness to make the first attack. After that, only with the determination he had, he did all the attacks, so that at this time after completing all the attacks to attack Goyu, the body of Siwoo was shaking. It made Siwoo wonder about why his body was suddenly shaking, and then it made Siwoo realize that it turned out that the reason why his body was shaking was because of the power of the monster force he had just released to attack Goyu. Then Siwoo also used stamina supplements and wound recovery so that he could return to stability. This is because for Siwoo, who has poured all his abilities into the attack, will only leave a little monster force in his body, so this causes the two advantages that Siwoo wants to use he cannot use at this time. So that in a situation where Siwoo has run out of tactics like this time, Siwoo will stop for a moment because he can no longer continue the fight. Then seeing the state of Siwoo, who looks increasingly weak, makes Goyu then explain to Siwoo that to reduce the thirst for blood to the last minute, and then draw all the remaining monster force for just one attack, is a fighting sense that will only be given by heaven. Then by using unique monster art, Arctic Toshita Pursuit, then by freezing and manipulating water within a certain distance centered around the user, if there is even a slight difference in basic monster force between the two of them, this will make it possible for Goyu to feel that he will be eaten by Siwoo. Then Goyu told Siwoo that all of that was a martial art that would be able to attack as well as to defend without any restrictions. After hearing all the things said by Goyu, then Siwoo still tried to stand up and told Goyu that until now he felt he was still not finished. In addition, Siwoo said that if Goyu thought he would ask Goyu for forgiveness and then give up after this, then According to Siwoo, it would not happen, and Goyu had decided too quickly about what Siwoo would take for his future life. Then Siwoo also looked at Goyu, and saw that Goyu was currently looking at him with very determined eyes, so that it made Siwoo wonder if that meant that currently Goyu still had the desire to wait for opportunities and target Siwoo's weak points, who were currently his opponents. In addition, Siwoo also thought about whether maybe the look in Goyu's eyes gave a sign that maybe it was the fighting spirit of the goblin that was slowly awakening while he himself did not realize it. After paying attention to Siwoo, it turned out that Goyu also knew about all the things that Siwoo had been thinking about. So Goyu then told Siwoo that in his opinion, Siwoo's current speech was far enough when all Siwoo could do at this time was just stand up. Goyu also, after saying all these things, suddenly tapped Siwoo on the shoulder and said that at this time, he thought Siwoo had successfully passed. Besides that, Goyu also told Siwoo that he really did not disappoint even to the last words he said. Seeing Goyu say all these things made Siwoo really surprised and silent without saying anything to Goyu. Then Goyu also said to Siwoo, even though he didn't know what level Siwoo currently had, but he thought Siwoo was really filled with extraordinary enthusiasm. Then after some time of silence, Siwoo finally asked Goyu about graduating and what Goyu meant. And Goyu then told Siwoo that since earlier he had just tested whether the person he would support was worthy of support or not. This was because according to Goyu, it would only be in vain if he turned out to support a bastard who didn't even deserve a chance to become King Yoma. Seeing Goyu, who said all these things while laughing at him, made Siwoo even more incomprehensible about Goyu's words, stating that he would support him, while on the other hand, Goyu had just explained the reason why he could not become King Yoma. Then Goyu confirmed it and told Siwoo that everyone was waiting with bright eyes for the election of the new Yoma king. However, after that, Goyu told Siwoo that he actually didn't really want a Knight of Monsters. This was because since he was a child, Goyu told Siwoo that he didn't like the noise that often occurred in the world of monsters. In addition, Goyu also felt that since childhood he did not like when he saw monsters tearing and snarling at each other for no reason. This is because Goyu felt that he did not understand at all why monsters always considered it an obvious and important thing. Then, compared to being in the monster world, Goyu feels that he is more comfortable when he is in the human world where it feels quieter and lonelier. Then he thinks that although sometimes there are humans whose lives are chaotic, at least humans can choose the lifestyle they will choose. In addition, the most important thing according to Goyu is that he is very happy because humans are a species that really understands how to enjoy the leisure time you have, such as manhwa, playing games, reading novels, and watching movies that you like. This is because according to Goyu, all the things he just mentioned are useless, but fun things that cannot be found in the monster world. But even so, Goyu told Siwoo that he still liked it more than having to eat humans. But if there was a world where humans could no longer realize all these things, then Goyu was sure that all these things would become a tragedy, which he thought was really very scary. Siwoo, who had been hearing all the things Goyu said, wondered about what Goyu meant by us, because that meant there were other monsters who also had the same thoughts besides Goyu. It also made Siwoo think that maybe what Goyu meant was Soul Me. After thinking about all these things, Siwoo told Goyu that he understood everything Goyu said. But even so, he thought Goyu didn't need to support him, because according to Siwoo, it seemed like Goyu could become King Yoma. That made Goyu say that he didn't want to be the Yoma king, and that he thought the Korean peninsula would have the highest possibility of winning. But Goyu then said that he thought that besides being the Yoma king, there was another thing that was more annoying because, including himself, the main candidates participating in this festival all came from families rich in history. So because of that, there is basically a talent that they have inherited from the family. But even so, Goyu also revealed to Siwoo that there are many optimal use methods for the unique monster arts that have been passed down from their ancestors. This can be said to be the same as a human saying that he was born from a golden spoon and that he meant the same thing. Hearing what Goyu had just said made Siwoo respond by saying that he seemed to understand that what Goyu meant by a golden spoon family was a human being from a conglomerate family. Siwoo sat still with a body full of sweat, but a very pale face, as if he was not strong. At that time, his body was shaking very much, but was it because of his monster force? It turned out that it was true that his body was trembling due to stamina supplements and wound selection. For Siwoo, who had poured everything into the attack, it only left a little monster force. But for the time being, those two advantages could not be used by Siwoo. In that situation, Siwoo had run out of tactics to be able to release strength. Siwoo would no longer be able to continue the fight because his body was shaking badly. At that time, the unique Arctic monster Tushita Pursuit was at the scene of the battle. Tushita knew the attack that came out of Siwoo at that time was only to reduce the bloodlust to the last minute. Then draw all the remaining monster forces for just one attack. A fighting sense that was only given by the surge. If there was even a slight difference in the basic monster force between them, who knows? Maybe at that time Siwoo could have been eaten by the monster he was fighting. By freezing and manipulating water within a certain distance centered around the user is a martial art that can attack and defend without any limitations. At that time, Siwoo was fighting Tushita with the last of the power in his body. It felt like Tushita wanted to hear the last word that came out of Siwoo. But at that time, Siwoo wouldn't say a single word even if he wanted to say something. The words that would come out were not for Tushita. Even because from the beginning, Siwoo had thought of attacking, killing, and devouring Tushita, Siwoo had prepared himself. If indeed the same fate should befall Siwoo too, it would not be a big problem for him. In addition, Siwoo still felt unfinished with all his wishes. If Tushita thought Siwoo would ask for forgiveness or beg him, it felt like it was too soon to decide. Siwoo saw that there were eyes that were still staring very firmly. Could it be the desire to wait for an opportunity and target the opponent's weak point? Or maybe that gaze is the fighting spirit of the goblin that is slowly awakening, while he himself does not realize it. Tushita just chuckled, because if you hear all the words from Siwoo sound too far away. Even when Siwoo could only stand, it made Tushita very annoyed with all his nonsense. The sweat from Siwoo's body continued to pour down, making his face very pale. Instantly, Tushita grabbed Siwoo's shoulder with a laughing face. Siwoo had managed to do all very well, and at that time passed the selection. If seen, Siwoo did not disappoint at all even until his last words. Siwoo's level has reached where Siwoo is only filled with enthusiasm. But Siwoo is very confused when he hears the word graduate, because he doesn't know what he graduated from. Tushita still continued to laugh because at that time he was testing if Jiwoo was worth it or not. Because it feels like it would be a waste to support someone who doesn't even have a chance to become a Yoma king. Siwoo became even more confused because Tushita had supported him, whereas previously Tushita had just explained the reason why he could not support Siwoo to become King Yoma. Actually, it was all true that everyone was waiting with bright eyes for the election of the new Yoma king, but as long as Siwoo knew that at that time, they didn't really want the Night of Monsters. Since childhood, Tushita never liked the noise in the monster world, because in that world the violence was very unpleasant, tearing and snarling at each other for no good reason. But at that time, Tushita did not understand why everything was considered to be something clear and important. Compared to the monster world, the human world was a very lonely and quiet place. Although there are humans whose lives are chaotic, at least they can still choose their own lifestyle. The most important thing is that they are happy because humans are a species that knows how to enjoy their leisure time. Humans always use manhwa games, novels, and even movies to pass the time, because all those useless things can't be found anywhere in the monster world. But they like those useless things more than enjoying eating humans. If the world where humans can't realize that anymore, then they believe it won't be any tragedy. Siwoo felt confused because Tushita kept mentioning the word us. Is it possible that there are other monsters who think the same way as him? With a smiling face, Siwoo tried to understand what Tushita said. But for that, there was actually no need for Tushita to support Siwoo. But Tushita just displayed a laughing face. Actually, Siwoo could have become the Rama Yoma of the Korean peninsula, seems to have the highest probability of winning. But in addition to being a Yoma king or not, there was another annoying problem according to Tushita. Including Tushita, the main candidates who participated in the festival were all from families rich in history. There are basically talents that they inherited, But there are many methods of optimal use for the unique monster arts passed down from their ancestors. Even if it's a unique monster art that has similar powers, there is no choice for the party that inherited the usage guide that has been edited over thousands of years to become stronger. As Siwoo knows about humans who say they were born with a golden spoon, one of them things like that happened and immediately made Siwoo understand. So Tushita means that the family is a golden spoon, similar to a conglomerate family that has been passed down from generation to generation. Is there still something like family pressure going on? Hearing the word pressure makes Tushita feel very funny, an expression so subtle that even Tushita could see it, as if it was being pressed to the point of death. No matter how little talent their offspring have when they are born, the whole family depends on them. Those who make a fuss say that they should be the next king of Yoma. There were no personal desires when Siwoo became the family representative. The promise to realize the interests and will of the family was forced on Siwoo. If Siwoo doesn't want to, then they will cripple or kill Tushita to be replaced with a new offspring. Siwoo heard it feeling very sorry. It's obvious that Tushita is certainly not human like Jiwoo. But if the whole family ignores Tushita and makes him an enemy, it feels quite cruel. But instantly, Tushita pointed out to Siwoo that he was very different. His face became laughing with a wide smile. The talent inherited in Siwoo came from a very special bloodline. Even so, Siwoo is not tied to a family or clan, and also Siwoo has a clear desire and motive to become King Yoma. It was certain that Siwoo could do it, but he had to. Tushita brought his face right in front of Siwoo's to confuse him. Suddenly it was late at night, and there was an eagle flying above them. All the words that came out of Tushita clearly still made Siwoo feel confused. So, Siwoo asked Tushita to wait a minute to explain all his words. Siwoo has tried to understand everything that Tushita said, but Siwoo asked for time for himself to think, and even let Siwoo think about it all. Siwoo felt that everything happened so suddenly since earlier, so he felt very confused. But suddenly, Tushita was attracted to the bird, and made his body change. Siwoo's face already felt scared and resisted the attack. But Siwoo tried to understand the situation that happened. Not even a single scratch will be left. When viewed at that time, it felt like Tushita had plunged into a distant place because he realized that he would be cursed. But immediately made Siwoo very confused about what kind of person Tushita was. Suddenly a woman came to say that the person Siwoo met earlier was not the original himself. A person like that has a dual personality. The black tortoise is a monster that looks like a snake, and according to legend exists as a pair of snakes and turtles. But if you look at their origins, they only come from ordinary turtles. But when in the past, it was said that there was a genius who realized that the reason for the existence of yin and yang, that person separated the yin and yang of their monster force, and only separated the yin of the monster force, which was extremely benign. And the result of that surpassed their birth limit while rising as a divine beast, hence how the black tortoise first appeared. After that, the descendants of black tortoises are born inheriting the innate ability until a certain time limit. But it is said that to become a full black tortoise, they must go through extremely painful training to obtain it, with the side effect of the family formed from it being snakes. But at that time, Siwoo saw that Tushita wasn't that bad, even though it looked like it at first. Tushita doesn't have a grudge, but the problem is that he doesn't have any caution or anything else. Tushita is very impulsive and moves at will. Even has a very strange jail nature, so not only once or twice made different people in such a difficult situation. No one can guess the nature that is in him because it looks a little difficult. Personality is created naturally when the energy of the monster force is concentrated. They don't know what causes it, but the innate personality is very calm and cold. A person is completely dominated by the main personality, the turtle, but it should be the side that provides strategy and analysis. As far as they knew, that was probably the story. For some reason, Goioppa's snake was said to have been messed up from the start. His personality itself was something but for a reason. Even Tushita has the ability to control his body at will. And as you can see, Tushita has been going out and causing trouble for a long time. For that reason, even when Tushita was elected as his family's representative, there were quite a few dissenters. They called him a half-black tortoise or something. They were indeed so talented that they could be pacified. But then, they had to pack up quickly because they didn't have much time. Siwoo was told not to worry too much about the whole incident. Everything that happened was not Siwoo's fault at all, so even if they said something for being late, there would be no negative impact on Siwoo. But that wasn't what Siwoo was worried about because the broken porch felt like they had been gone for a month. So Siwoo felt that his mother would definitely be very worried when he saw that. Solmi thought about it, but suddenly someone came, asking Siwoo not to worry about it, because everything will definitely go back to the way it was tomorrow, because there will be people responsible for taking care of things like that. The man asked Solmi to leave first, because he had something to say to Siwoo separately. Solmi was very worried and tried to explain that Siwoo didn't do anything wrong. It all happened because of his misjudgment, but that person already understood. There were only a few things to talk about with Siwoo, so it took a while for the three of them. Hearing the word three made them surprised, because they didn't know who the other person was. That one person knew that a sudden visit did look impolite. But there was still one more hand that Siwoo had to shake. Siwoo was immediately taken to a woman who was already in that place. It seemed like the woman was the first time in the place where humans lived. Looking at the place, it feels like it looks a little cramped, but still has its own neatness. Siwoo felt confused by the woman's arrival, whether it might be because Siwoo got to go out. But things didn't happen like that. That woman didn't get any kindness or get 12 hours for a visit every 6 months. Even at that time, she had no intention of going out to the human world because she had to be self-conscious about the views of others. The woman really didn't know because she was suddenly dragged to the human world. The old man immediately told Siwoo and the woman in front of him about the events that had just happened that night. Right after dark, about 50 shutter walks appeared centered around Syoko Seoul. They were all under the control of one person and were attacking humans on the streets. After dealing with them, it seemed that their methods were very rough, and there was no sign that they wanted to cover up what they had done. So it seemed like a trick to lure Solmi out and aim for Choi Siwoo. Hearing that obviously made Solmi surprised, but didn't understand that it wasn't their original intention. The old man also couldn't say that it was all untrue, but their destination was probably only one destination. That night, at least 200 people disappeared in Seoul and the Seoul metropolitan area. That number is only based on the reports filed at the human police station, so the actual number of people who disappeared is at least more than 500. Hearing that clearly made Siwoo feel shocked to the point of sweating out of his body. Solmi couldn't believe everything that happened. Because if it was that far, then it wasn't just one or two. That meant there was at least a group of 5 people moving together. If they were determined to get close to the suspect list, they might be able to. The grandfather confirmed Solmi's words, because if the person who just did it was a monster from the Korean peninsula, then they could find without any problems. But from all the traces left at several scenes that the grandfather had visited at night, all of them showed facts that were not wanted. Although it seems impossible to count. But the region other than the Korean peninsula, a number of monsters have come to that place. Because they will be caught for what they do in the region where they come from. Most likely they started hunting humans on the Korean peninsula where it is difficult to track them. If they don't track down and punish soon, the hunt for humans will probably continue for another 6 months before the festival even begins. It was all possible because monsters had the will and ability to protect the human world. At that time, they just needed to do everything possible. They wanted to give Siwoo and Solmi an offer, the qualifying exam that was planned to be held within a month. If they accept, the exam will be conducted in a different way, to find and get the person who attacked the Korean peninsula as soon as possible. That is the task given to Solmi and Siwoo. That day, the city looked very bright with the sun shining. But it didn't look bright to see Yushin's face, which was slumped from staying up all night. That night, Yushin seemed to be thinking about so many things that she looked dizzy. Yushin shouldn't have let Siwoo go like that. Yushin instead accepted it like a person with no sense at all. If later Siwoo can't come back, then everything will be Yushin's responsibility. With his face down, trying to understand the situation. Suddenly, Siwoo was in front of Yushin with a face that laughed without sin. Even though previously Siwoo had contacted Yushin, but it seemed like his cell phone was dead. So, Siwoo chose to approach him at school instead. Yushin was immediately surprised, but Siwoo took his time. Siwoo said that there were many changes after what he said to Yushin yesterday. They went straight to a place, and something Siwoo said made Yushin knit. Siwoo asked Yushin to turn down his voice because if other people heard him, they would feel disturbed. However, Siwoo felt that he would be in the human world rather than in the monster world. Even Siwoo wouldn't make Yushin worry even Mom about his life. Hearing that explanation definitely made Yushin feel confused. Perhaps Siwoo had never heard of what class of monster he was, but it seemed impossible if Siwoo had to know the extent of his monster class, which since the beginning, even just yesterday, Siwoo knew that he was a monster. Yushin immediately mentioned that Siwoo was actually a Shinryung Kiguesu monster, but it felt like Siwoo was confused about what kind of monster it was, because it was the first time for Siwoo to hear the name monster. But just hearing it once already made Siwoo feel very creepy. But it's not just one sentence, but the word of the 5 symbolizes the status of a monster. The lowest tier of monsters is Su, then Su comes from just beast and means not much different from Hanjanya. The majority of monsters belonging to that class, although very dangerous, but they are creatures whose level is not much different from beasts. Even their strength is limited to weapons and numbers, so they made it possible for ordinary people to fight back even if they didn't learn magic like the Yushin. There are even examples left in the old records that with today's firearms, it would be possible to attack them with no difficulty at all. But to begin with, the class above them is a level where ordinary people cannot attack them. Go is one of the monsters that has the strength of about 100 people. Even though there are 100 people, it is only purely in terms of physical ability. So even if there are 100 people attacking simultaneously, it is clear that they will all just die. Siwoo feels confused if there are 2 lowest classes like that. Then what is the top one? It felt like a disaster, and Yushin couldn't give any answers to Siwoo, because so far Yushin had never experienced that. But the damage that class monster dealt was about 10 times that of Go, with the condition that there are no restrictions overnight. They can turn a small town into a hell, and it all doesn't take long. In terms of Shin and Ryung just know enough, and Siwoo shouldn't meet monsters like that. Anyway, Siwoo won't meet them either because such powerful creatures don't bother breaking the law. But Yushin reminded him that Siwoo was not allowed to interfere in the hunt. Either Siwoo would sneak in step by step, or if that didn't work, then Yushin told him to just call himself, or go to Yushin's house to hide. If they were real monsters attacking from outside the city, they would definitely be prepared to fight. They would fight with the city monsters at least once or against a shaman like Yushin. Yushin already knew exactly how many they were, but it would be fine if they were in the lower class. Instantly, Siwoo asked if a monster that had the shape of a snake was in what class. Yushin casually said that it was just a kid. Even if it's not Su class, it's definitely not up to Ki class. At least the monster was put into the mid-tier Go. At that time, Sogoki felt that the energy in his body was twice as strong as the corpse he was controlling. If only Sogoki could handle half of that power, then neither Siwoo nor Yushin would be in that place. There was a reason why they used that as bait, to steal the attention of Siwoo and Yushin. And if Yushin didn't misread the situation, then at that time Siwoo was almost consumed by the evil bastard. Yushin immediately reminded Siwoo that his monster status at that time was below Sogoki. In short, if at that time Siwoo was in the mid to low tier. But whether Siwoo is a goblin or a loudmouth, but that's the reality. So Siwoo is forbidden to interfere in vain in things that Siwoo can't even handle alone. It means that Siwoo must be quite objective with his position. Although Yushin's words sounded a little harsh, Yushin had to nail the coffin firmly so that Siwoo wouldn't have any other thoughts. Siwoo still persisted with his decision because if Siwoo fought him again, Siwoo was sure that he would be able to. Hearing that obviously made Yushin very confused, but as Yushin said, if at that time Yushin was not there, then Siwoo would really die without saying a word. But since then, the situation has changed, and even Siwoo can feel how the monster force works up to a certain point. Should Siwoo say that he can feel how to fight? Yushin was very upset to see Siwoo's way of thinking, which was really very chaotic. If it continues to be allowed, it feels like Siwoo can do things that cross the line. Yushin saw that it was unlikely that Siwoo would act properly, so somehow, Yushin had to justify everything to Siwoo. To make things right, Yushin took Siwoo to go with him, an Olympic gymnastics arena building, one of the sports facilities built in 1986. At that time, the building was built to organize the Seoul Olympics, 1988. Without the public knowing, there were other uses for the building, and at that time, Yushin invited Siwoo to go to the arena building. Arriving at the building made Siwoo very surprised, because previously Siwoo did not know there was such a place. The building was built by the government a long time ago, and the state authority always kept a strong shaman by their side. They didn't know about monsters or festivals like that. Perhaps it was the strong shaman who first created the concept of authority, because the power to fight monsters itself would be stronger than anything else by the standards of the past. Since the beginning of the Joseon dynasty, there has been no threat from monsters. Even the Joseon royal family built the Constellation Hall, an institution to train strong shamans. And at that time, it was the Yushin family who continued the task. Whether it was monsters or festivals, but there was recognition at the national level. Even so, it was a secret that only the top few knew. It seemed like they weren't taking the situation seriously. They would be eager to see Siwoo's strength, and had already told Yushin that there was no time limit or rules. If Siwoo can take down Yushin with any move he can, then Yushin won't worry about him. Whatever Siwoo will do to the monster will be allowed by Yushin. They would not use any weapons to fight. Although there were different choices for each individual, generally the number of skills that a strong shaman could show without his weapon was less than half. Up to any level, Siwoo could not be separated from his weapon no matter what. But at that time, Siwoo felt that he could defeat Go-class monsters without difficulty with just his body alone. But with the word that if Siwoo can subdue Yushin, then it is proof that Siwoo is a monster that surpasses that class. But during the fight, Siwoo, even just silent, did not come forward to fight until it made Yushin feel strange. Siwoo's body felt trembling and even sweated a lot, but tried to convince himself to fight. They immediately fought with Siwoo, who attacked first. With all his might, he tried to knock Yushin down, but the strength of Yushin could not be doubted. Siwoo's body was thrown far away with blood pouring out, but at that time Yushin did not confirm Siwoo's condition at all, which meant a pointless question because Yushin realized as soon as he attacked. Even Yushin had seen Siwoo's healing rate once before. Instantly, Siwoo realized that Yushin did have extraordinary prowess. Siwoo felt a sense of defeat because there was a goal to do with Yushin, but instead, Yushin felt like he was attacking a brick wall with his fists. It felt like Yushin was on the losing side. If only at that time, Yushin was charging with just a little energy, then his bones would have been broken. Siwoo, who realized that because he felt that Yushin would not hurt his friend even if he did not control the power. Even Yushin realized that he was a more dangerous monster than Siwoo thought. The atmosphere and thoughts were about to change completely. Siwoo, who moved first, even looked faster than before. But the way of attacking that came out of Siwoo didn't change at all. Yushin continued to withstand the incoming attacks even the second time, leaving Siwoo injured. Siwoo's body collapsed with Yushin's hands twisting his body. When the energy of all of creation reached him, then it was time for Siwoo to put his attack together. Suddenly, Yushin was surprised by the power coming out of Siwoo. With a pissed-off face, Yushi said that Siwoo was a total asshole. There was one item that just came out with Siwoo to attack Yushin. The item was never seen with Yushin, and it was the first time for Siwoo to take it out. Maybe all of Yushin's words were true because it was never taken out. A red stick-like weapon that unleashed a powerful attack to bring down the Yushin. For the first time, Siwoo pulled out that weapon according to his heart's desire. Before all that happened, Yushin never wanted to use that weapon. If there was anything that might be obvious, Siwoo should have pointed it out before continuing the battle. At that time, after using his weapon, Siwoo's overall condition was almost serious. Just looking at his physical strength alone can say that Siwoo is in good condition. But the aspect of the problem that occurred was the monster force. With the battle that Siwoo experienced last night, the total capacity of the monster force that Siwoo used was around 93%. Not only that, it's not the amount of usage that can be refilled just by resting for a day. The recovery of usage would definitely be even slower in the human world, where there is very little monster force. But the irony was that Siwoo was close to running out of monster power. That was the biggest help in creating the moment when no goblins were released. Siwoo had no control over his body, but with his consciousness and senses awake. It was a moment that Siwoo remembered very clearly. Yushin felt that it was a little disappointing because he had read a little about the goblin mace in an ancient text. But Yushin didn't know if the ancient text was exaggerating or if it was Siwoo who had the problem. When viewed from the outside and inside, Siwoo's strength did not look so great. So Yushin didn't think that the Kuni script was wrong. Hearing that seemed to make Siwoo even more heated and wanted to attack Yushin faster with his weapon. From what Yushin felt, it was clear that it felt much worse than the last time he felt it at that time. Siwoo's strength clearly gave a very great attack, and even the red color that appeared was very burning. Siwoo had tried to protect himself with the power in his body. If you look at it, it's heavier than Yushin expected. But if Siwoo was in a state of being enveloped in energy, then Siwoo was not fully exposed to the attack. Attacking after a big jump, then it makes the price of using the energy. The attacks that appear have been prepared with very great movements. If the physical strength of his body can survive, then the power that will appear can be greater. Siwoo has read the situation so that he can release great power from his body. Even Yushin, who looks very strong, can't control the power of Siwoo. Including the physical strength on Siwoo's body will definitely be very high. Without the need to narrow the distance, if Yushin continues to persist and wait until Siwoo is exhausted, then everything will be possible. Suddenly, Yushin is indeed the object in Siwoo's hand that Yushin thinks it will work, like a red stream that generates great power. Seeing Yushin's behavior clearly made Siwoo very confused about what exactly was being done at that time. Yushin felt that it was not easy to win if they had to fight like they were doing at that time. Even Yushin felt that a fist as big as the one issued by Siwoo could not be continuously blocked. If Siwoo was fully conscious in that fight, then it was impossible to use the same power as Siwoo did before. The volume and power of his mace or whatever could not even reach half of what was shown before. But one thing Siwoo can use is the characteristic of a mace that can change shape to the greatest extent. Surely Siwoo had enough tricks up his sleeve to take advantage of something like that. Yushin would continue his attack with a face full of sweat. It felt like they had to compete with each other's strength in order to win the fight. They were trying to withstand each other's attacks. The power coming out of Siwoo increased even more, and it felt like there was no difference in energy compared to the previous one. Siwoo only changed the shape and way of swinging his power, and the power of the mace on Siwoo almost doubled from yesterday. Seeing Siwoo's burning anger made Yushin very confused. Siwoo did not want to hold back the power that came out of his body, and did not even stop attacking Yushin. The fiery red light really appeared from Siwoo's hand, which made Yushin very confused. The initial power that appeared from Siwoo looked very different from the power that had just been given to Yushin. Is it true that at that time Siwoo wanted to play so cheekily? Even the building where they fought had been destroyed by their power. Siwoo still had the nerve to use his power to attack Yushin. Though Siwoo couldn't say that he didn't have any sneaky feelings when he did that. But Yushin was the one who wanted to invite Siwoo to fight first. Even from the beginning, it wasn't a test to see if Siwoo could fight other monsters or not. Actually, Yushin deliberately did the fight in order to see the real power in his body. They do the fight to prove, so it doesn't feel wrong if Siwoo releases a lot of power. That way, Siwoo chose to use his brain and be a bit of a coward, even if they fought honestly. It was a waste of a fight where both of their lives were only at stake for it. Yushin was just silent, unable to answer a single word from Siwoo, because everything he said was fact. Siwoo felt like laughing at Yushin's attitude of wanting to see his strength. Even if Yushin didn't feel happy about it all, Yushin could just admit that he was wrong. Despite the unusual situation and position in the end, the two of them were just teenagers and close friends, plus they were males. But according to Siwoo, it doesn't seem to hurt either. But Yushin's ability looks less qualified. But what else do they have to keep doing things like that? Yushin already feels annoyed if it's all the way he wants with Siwoo. From then on, Yushin will no longer play around in battle. Although initially Yushin felt he would win, it turned out that everything was wrong. Yushin could not withstand the attacks that came out of Siwoo, and it was even difficult to counterattack. Hearing that made Siwoo laugh as if everything was very terrible. They immediately continued the battle that no one of them wanted to lose. They released great power to each other in order to win. A creepy red light came out of the object in Siwoo's hand. The same thing happened to Yushin with great strength. Yushin felt that only he had increased speed. But unfortunately, it became increasingly difficult for Yushin to avoid Siwoo's attacks. Siwoo did not stop attacking until he was in front of Yushin's face. The boxing tactics used by Yushin have adjusted the speed he has, and with a very fast rate, they also use. Suddenly, Yushin pulled out a feint, but made his body fall. Siwoo was worried whether Yushin was still okay. If you look at it, it should be weaker than the attack they had blocked before because it was out of line. But maybe then Yushin was already injured from the start. If Yushin hadn't strengthened his attack from the start, and Siwoo had delivered it, the fight might have ended quickly. But they gave each other strength to be able to withstand each other's attacks. They tried to protect themselves early. It seemed that Yushin would win the fight. The calm personality of the main commander and even the sunlight energy allowed to the true king urged like a mandate. Siwoo was still using the power of his red object to materialize the willow leaf arrow. Their forces converged to hold on to each other so that neither would fall. The blue and red light opposing each other became one to attack each other's strength. But at that time, Siwoo was trying to defend the attack that appeared to him. Even if at that time, Yushin did not have a holy tool on his body, equipment that helps in heavy lifting. There was even a loss that resulted from that battle. The inability to use most of the skills possessed by Yushin. Even if the skill can be used, controlling its power is very difficult. In addition to his own energy, Yushin created weapons by borrowing divine power. Even if one was in a hurry to evolve, then the power that defeated Yoma was overwhelming. And that was the moment when the end was not far away. The reason why Yushin hesitated even in such a short time was because the opponent he faced was his own friend. But there was a reason why Yushin strengthened himself, and his decision was also because his opponent was his friend. They still continued to fight, but Siwoo unleashed great power. Siwoo did not reduce his strength at all, and even continued to attack Yushin mercilessly. Siwoo did not soften the attack given to Yushin even to the point of punching him in the face. Instantly, Siwoo was surprised why Yushin would soften the attack on him at the end. It seemed that Yushin had seen the true strength of Siwoo's body, so felt no need to continue the attack anymore. If you look at it, Siwoo does have hidden strength that is not visible to anyone, and is not even known if not in battle. But Siwoo really felt very confused. Even if Yushin wanted to cut Siwoo like that, then Siwoo should be able to recover quickly. At that time, Yushin had fallen down with a weakened body. Yushin chose not to put up any resistance because the strength in Siwoo's body was clearly able to fight the monsters that would later be in sight. The last attack released by Yushin was a conquering magic that had been used with all its power. If Yushin's opponent is a monster, as long as they face off, even Kai-class monsters will not be able to withstand anything. Just like the goblin Siwoo's mace that was destroyed. But the technique itself is something that is designed for creatures other than Siwoo. If the goblin mace recognizes Siwoo as a human, not a monster. Siwoo felt confused by the explanation that came out of Yushin. But at that time, Yushin felt that Siwoo was really very cheating. Yushin's body was already injured, and even his face was reddened because of the fist that came from Siwoo. After they fought in the building, it felt like they had to go back home immediately. On the way, Yushin was just silent, even his life was bandaged. But Yushin wanted to talk about something that was very annoying for Siwoo to always be anxious when always beside Yushin. But at that time, Siwoo only asked if Siwoo's life was very painful. If it was going to end in a wound, then it wouldn't have happened that way. But Yushin felt that it wasn't as powerful as a monster, but it was the body that Yushin had trained so hard. Things like broken bones and torn skin would mend within a day. Besides, Siwoo had already reduced his strength right before hitting Yushin. As soon as Siwoo realized that Yushin's attack was unsuccessful, that's when Siwoo had a high probability of expending as much energy as he had. Because if not, it's possible that all the bones in Yushin's nose will be crushed instantly. If you look at Yushin admitting that Siwoo is good enough, if Siwoo is going to go catch monsters or whatever, Yushin has allowed him to do whatever Siwoo wants. Hearing that, Siwoo felt very happy and grateful for being given understanding from Yushin. But actually, Yushin still doesn't understand whatever Yushin is like that because he promised. Suddenly, Yushin took something out of his bag for Siwoo. It was a capsule with 3 colors that looked like a small pumpkin. Yushin told Siwoo to eat the gourds and just think that they were like disposable gourds. Yushin told him how to use it with indeed 1 pumpkin in his hand. Before eating it, say it immediately like a mantra. Or if Siwoo is really in a hurry, then just smash it into the ground. But if Yushin thinks with the power in Siwoo's hands, just holding it and giving it a little power will work. If it was given power, then the magic in the gourd would activate immediately. Just use it once every time when Siwoo is in danger, even being careful not to destroy at the same time despite using several gourds. Siwoo felt grateful to have been given that power, but wondered if Siwoo could receive 3 at once. Siwoo knew that Yushin energy was stored inside. Even the overwhelming number at that time made Siwoo not think they were things that could be made easily, though. Hearing that clearly made Yushin feel confused about what Siwoo meant. But how could Siwoo know about something like that if Siwoo had seen something like that before? Actually, it wasn't like that, but even just holding it in his hand, Siwoo could feel it. The energy that came out during the fight with Yushin appeared in the gourd. A lot of the same energy, and a lot of it was stored in the gourd. Siwoo's speculation was indeed true that there were 3 colored streams. Of the 3 colors, choose one meaning in each color. The accumulation-type Dharma tool mainly used by the Yushin family is the inside of a gourd that is specially coated. A person's energy is poured and stored whenever they have time. So whenever and whatever the situation is, a person can use their power to use magic that would be difficult to use. If not, and even if they are not, then anyone who possesses the gourd can consume the Dharma to use magic. The purpose of the glaze applied to the surface of the gourd was to seal one's energy. But immediately Yushin felt confused when Siwoo knew the amount of energy inside. Yushin immediately asked him to show his hand. Siwoo casually showed his hand if there might be something in his hand. Although it is said that Yushin can know a person's fate and character, just by looking at the length of their palms and their placement. It seems very unlikely if he can read someone's attitude just from the palm of his hand. It's completely unreasonable for the most part, but if there was one thing that could be confirmed, it was the skill of a spiritual person such as a teacher or a wizard. Yushin was still looking at Siwoo's hand, feeling that it was not only a slight match, but it was her own talent. Although Yushin was not 100% sure of his palm, when holding that hand, being able to feel the energy of the 3 colored streams was one thing. But if Yushin also thought about how Siwoo looked when fighting, so it made Yushin almost certain that it was true. Yushin felt confused, and if Siwoo wasn't a monster, then Yushin should tell his father immediately. But if he thinks about it, it's impossible with his own discretion, without the need for permission from others. His talent is so far that even if he is accepted as an outside student, then no one will have a problem with it. But if you look at it, it's still not too late, even though they can't hide that he is a monster. There was no doubt that Siwoo was half human and self-willed. It confused Yushin, but there was no way that those stubborn fools would allow it. Besides failing to get permission then, there was a high possibility that they might even take it in a very wrong way. Goblins who have talent as witches, honestly, if it wasn't for Siwoo, then even Yushin didn't look at them in a good way. It was only a little that Yushin knew 3 days earlier. Instantly, Yushin told Siwoo that he thought Siwoo's life was quite tangled too. Siwoo was very surprised that Yushin could say all that just by looking at his palm. Yushin also felt that it might or might not seem like there were still things that could be doubted as well. Because it's been a long time since he went to school, it's time for Yushin to invite Siwoo to go to school again. If he thinks about it, maybe Siwoo should start by wearing a new uniform again. Because basically Siwoo didn't have anything to wear other than his clothes at that time. Even Siwoo felt that his legs had shrunk by half a size, which looked a little interesting. Yushin laughed, because it would be worth seeing everyone's reactions when Siwoo went to school. If indeed Siwoo kept quiet and didn't say that he was Siwoo, then Yushin wondered how many people would recognize him. But Siwoo felt like his head was exploding just thinking about it. Actually, at that time, Yushin was looking forward to Siwoo going back to school. When looking at the clock, it was already 12 noon. It was only appropriate that Yushin felt very hungry at that time. Siwoo immediately invited Yushin to go to a place to eat and would treat him. But Yushin feels like they want to go to Siwoo's place and eat at his house. Yushin was very happy when eating Siwoo's cooking, one of which was very delicious kimchi fried rice. But Siwoo felt that it was a little difficult because there were guests at his place. In addition, they would most likely be in a deep sleep, so it felt like Siwoo couldn't make a scene at his house. Yushin was surprised when a guest arrived at Siwoo's place. But it was true that even Siwoo invited Yushin to visit a place after they had lunch. Yushin saw Siwoo's confused face, so there was no need to force himself to try to say something that was difficult to say while still watching Yushin. Even Yushin had said that whatever Siwoo did with the monsters would not be noticed by Yushin. Suddenly, Yushin said that he had business that day and had to leave immediately, so asked Siwoo to treat him next time. Yushin reminded Siwoo not to look down like someone who had committed a crime or something. Whoever Siwoo will meet later, then straighten his shoulders and go very confidently. Because actually Siwoo is more than strong enough to do all that. Siwoo walked alone looking for a place he wanted to visit. On the way, Siwoo felt that the place was in a fairly old neighborhood. It feels like the houses are basically all empty, but is it possible that Siwoo really came to that place? Suddenly Siwoo arrived at the front of the gate where the moon was written that would be dark. Seeing that clearly made Siwoo very confused, and suddenly there was a man who appeared from the gate. Siwoo was clearly surprised, but seeing that person was probably like a monster and very strong. But that person just passed by Siwoo without saying a word. Siwoo immediately entered the place and was greeted by beautiful women. They first saw Siwoo a guest who had never met before. The woman was named Hongryun, the head of the dark moon rise in that place. A very friendly welcome was given by Hongryun to Siwoo, who had just arrived. So, at that time, Siwoo was introduced to the place by the cleaning post he had met. They gave Siwoo the address and told Siwoo to come to that place. Hongryun had already heard about Siwoo from Yumang's brother. Without waiting long, Hongryun told Siwoo to go inside immediately. When he went inside, the place just didn't feel dark. Instead, it feels like a black fog that has enveloped the place. Siwoo immediately went deeper into the place, but was very surprised when there were several huts that looked very bright. Siwoo was immediately invited to sit together and given a glass of tea. Looking at the place, it felt like Siwoo was in Seoul. The unobstructed view is one thing, and the wind and air all feel very refreshing in Siwoo's body. Everything Siwoo said was true, that the place where the dark moon rises is a space separate from the human world, because it had been out of reach of the touch of civilization and progress for hundreds of years that had passed. The place retained the fresh air and energy of that time. If Siwoo asked what the purpose of the room was for, then they were a shop that provided various conveniences. They would help all monsters who needed help in any way, so that the inhabitants of the monster world can adjust to life in the human world. If they visited on a sunny day, then it would be helpful, but if they called it a store for monsters. Siwoo recalled what the old grandfather had said to him back then. Suddenly, Siwoo told something to Hongryun, who was in the city. Siwoo had received such a thing and was told that it was the currency of the monster world. But Siwoo was confused whether he could use it in the store. Hongryun saw that it was a monster coin. Of course, they would help Siwoo in everything, both purchase and exchange. Siwoo was confused why there could be an exchange too. Indeed, in the shop it was a way to exchange because someone got a job in the human world. But they exchange monster currency for human money to use as much as possible. With the monster coin, considering the exchange rate at that time, from Nation 1 was equivalent to 3 million won. Of course, the value is included in the commission that will be obtained as well. Siwoo was very surprised at the amount of money he would get, while Siwoo was still 17 years old. If multiplied, Siwoo will get the maximum cash balance throughout his life of 720,000 won. Hongryun immediately told her subordinates to show the demon spirit pill to Siwoo, just in case Siwoo wanted to buy it. Siwoo was immediately confronted with a box containing coins of 3 colors. The one in front of Siwoo was the demon spirit pill, most often sought after by guests at their shop. It was a pill that accelerated the recovery of one's monster power. Siwoo just silently looked at the pill without saying anything because it was the first time to see this. As Siwoo already recognized that the power of monsters was almost non-existent in the natural environment of the human world. Even if there are in the monster world too, they recover the power of the monster itself is something that consumes a lot of time. Therefore, one pill consists of all kinds of medicinal ingredients from the monster world and is made with a secret technique that has been passed down in their dark moon quarters, so that the environment where the monster's power is very weak, and even a large amount of monster power can be absorbed after consumption. Hearing that offers obviously made Siwoo very amazed. Siwoo immediately wanted to buy it, because at that time Siwoo really needed it. If you look at the color of the different containers, is there probably a difference in efficacy in it? Indeed, the color of the container that refers to each class of demon spirit pills is different. The price was set at the standard of 1 Yang Master Coin. Silver demon spirit pills are 10 Yang, and 3 gold demon spirit pills are Yang, and black demon pills are 1 Yang. The higher the class, there is also a difference in the recovery rate. But if Siwoo wanted the recovery effect right away, then Hongryun could suggest to take the black one only. Out of curiosity, Siwoo wanted to try 1 black pill to eat right away. Of course, Hongryun allowed it, and if it was fast, then Siwoo would see the effect later that night. There are discussions from the monsters regarding the power of monsters, so the 2 most important things are the size and absorption rate of one's Niden. The size of the Niden, or the total amount of power of the monsters, because the older the monsters age, then they will grow as they consume other monsters. But in terms of increased absorption, it is from the surrounding environment. Or maybe it's the food they consume to restore the strength of the hell monsters. It is very difficult to increase the rate through music acquisition. There will be several ways to look at the strength of the monsters. Several things must affect the strength of the monsters and cannot be judged in one way. So, most of the monsters' powers were mostly derived from their own talents, or the influence of their bloodline. If they were high grade, then it took about 3 or 4 hours to digest the black demon spirit pill. But that's only with half a monster's body, and not even half will be digested after a few days pass. It will only be removed from the body as it is. Siwoo is already willing to try the black pill they gave him. If the pill absorbed even just a part of it, then Siwoo's insignificant Niden would probably recover again in the evening. In accordance with Hongryun's assessment that the black demon spirit pill was an excessive miracle cure for Siwoo at that time. Just 1 pill can restore Siwoo's strength 3 or 4 times again. After eating the pill, Siwoo suddenly released a purple light that looked very dazzling. Instantly, a very loud explosion came out in that place, but that only meant that it was limited to the size of the Niden. Seeing that clearly made Hongryun very surprised. It seemed impossible for something like that to happen after taking a black pill that was supposed to work at night. Even though at that time, Siwoo had just swallowed the demon spirit pill and it was only a few seconds, but in a very short time, the pill was absorbed. That was the extent of the monster power that Siwoo had absorbed. The pill that enters his body will give him great strength in 1 working day. Siwoo's face looked completely different after taking that pill. 3rd day since Siwoo started his life as a monster. It felt like Siwoo had just eaten something really great, even for a low-level pill. Instantly, Siwoo had a new power emerge from his body, as the purple light in his hand flowed quickly. Choi Siwoo, for the first time in his life, Siwoo experienced 100% exceeding 100% of his monster's power. It feels like Siwoo really got a new power even with a very fast way of working. Although not expected, Siwoo managed to get that power in his body. The courtyard gleamed under the bright sky. The rising dark moon quarters annex, seemingly at peace for a fleeting moment. Dongwoo sat calmly, examining the bottle. The special liquor, infused with 6 flowers, awaited young Master Yugeom's anticipated visit. This blend, Dongwoo thought, was crafted for significance. Its aroma rare. Every choice here was meant to leave an impression. Yugeom sipped quietly. The taste wasn't disappointing, though the thought of a missing presence brought unease to his mind. His gaze wandered, recalling how someone promised to return. The silence, paired with his thoughts, deepened the lingering discomfort. Dongwoo blinked in disbelief. How could she not return? A simple delay never stretched this far. Something felt off. A guest, Dongwoo muttered, frustrated. Yugeom knew business delayed her, but there was weight in that absence he couldn't ignore. Yugeom's hand tightened around his cup. A monster's blood, he'd heard, taints the lineage. That rumor never ceased to follow him. He sighed. He expected something, anything more, but it always led back to this tangled mess of unwanted rumors and mistakes. Dongwoo thought the situation absurd. People clung to ideas that Yugeom shouldn't belong. A monster unworthy, they claimed, yet he remained. Yujeom's silence deepened. Dongwu observed carefully, questioning if his words had struck something beyond what they could comprehend. "Why am I boring you?" Dongwu wondered. But Yujeom's mind was elsewhere, haunted by burdens only he seemed to carry. Dongwu leaned forward. He'd heard whispers of half-monsters and weaklings, ambitious beings struggling between human and monster worlds. This tradition, Dongwu continued, was ancient. Halflings fought unseen battles, nowhere to belong, endlessly rejected by both monster and man. Yugeom's fingers traced his cup's rim. He thought of the festival. It wasn't about victory, it was about proving existence. Yugeom's smirk held a hint of defiance. Monsters, they called him, but the title never carried the weight others believed it did. He looked up at Dongwu, his gaze sharp. Dongwu's question lingered, but no one truly knew what lay in the future. The table between them bore untouched food. Dongwu offered to pour more liquor, filling the silence with a gesture of politeness. A merchant's nature never changes, Yujeom thought. Still, there was no amusement in teasing Dongwu when matters pressed on his mind. Dongwu grinned slightly, eager for preparations to finish. Yugeom, though restless, waited patiently. "Today," Dongwu promised, "everything will be set." The sprawling buildings stood under the bright sky, a symbol of power. Yujeom's responsibilities weighed heavier with every glance at them. A life of comfort, Yujeom thought, watching the expanse. Yet this luxury came at a cost, carved from his sacrifices. Dongwu's voice carried through the evening air, reminding Yugeom of expectations. "Do your best," he heard, as if it were so simple. Yujeom sipped slowly, his thoughts elsewhere. "Best," they demanded, yet none understood how carefully he walked the fine line between worlds. Even among warriors, there was no clear place for him. Yugeom's presence at the festival felt less like honor, more obligation. Dongwu's insistence grew clearer. His cheerful words masked something deeper, an understanding of Yugeom's struggle and the burden of his lineage. Yugeom listened but found no solace. Ambition didn't suit him, survival did. Between man and monster, no path truly belonged to him. For halflings like him, a peaceful life wasn't an option. Acceptance was an illusion, shattered by whispers of blood and power. His gaze hardened as Dongwu poured more liquor. Yujeom thought of what lay ahead, a festival, a fight, another chance to prove himself. Blue energy flickered in the dark, radiating from Yujeom's presence. Whatever awaited him, it wouldn't be simple, but he wouldn't run. A sharp pulse of energy surged through the air, startling Dongwu. Yujeom's calm demeanor shifted, his instincts triggered by the blast. The sky rippled with violet streaks of power, cascading down violently like a storm's wrath upon the tranquil courtyard. Dongwu froze, his face pale. Yugeom remained still, his gaze narrowing as though deciphering the sudden burst of overwhelming force. The courtyard creaked in protest, its structures shivering under the lingering energy. Silence returned, leaving only the sound of breath. From above, the two figures remained seated but alert. Something, or someone, had disturbed the fragile balance within rising dark moon's walls. The river flowed quietly, its surface reflecting the sunlight. Kai energy, like water, circulated in all living beings equally. Yujeom watched the flow thoughtfully. Ki was life itself, pooling momentarily in living forms, only to return to the greater world. He recalled how control over this energy varied. Some could mold its flow, others found themselves drowning in its untamed force. Power, Yujeom reflected, wasn't limitless. Like a bowl, a body could only hold so much energy before spilling over and breaking. Dongwu watched him closely. Yugeom's presence radiated unease, his energy crackling unnaturally, as if something within him had awakened violently. The faint glow of Ki surrounded Yujeom, wrapping him in violet strands. It felt heavier, stronger than anything Dongwu had seen before. Odd, Yugeom thought, his energy thrumming. The power made his limbs feel weightless, as though he could shatter the earth itself. Yet the sensation felt wrong, dangerous. The energy's source grew unstable, spreading far beyond Yugeom's control as it pulsed violently. A woman appeared, scowling at the scene. Reckless energy, she thought, irritated at Yu-Gi-Oh's lack of restraint within such fragile surroundings. She stepped forward, her gaze sharp. "Young Master Yu-Gi-Oh," she said, her tone stern. "You must learn control or face destruction." Yu-Gi-Oh's energy pulsed violently, his sharp glare cutting through the air. The woman flinched, sensing the storm of rage within him. Her words faded as Yu-Gi-Oh's aura flared brighter, cracks of energy dancing around him. His presence alone weighed like a boulder. The woman staggered slightly, her composure faltering. This force, she thought. Yu-Gi-Oh didn't seem aware of the raw power he exuded. Yu-Gi-Oh's energy loomed heavy, unnatural. The air crackled as though it might burst under the weight of his barely restrained strength. Dongwu watched, stunned by Yu-Gi-Oh's transformation. Whatever this was, it felt monstrous, as though something darker inside him had awakened. Choi Si-woo stood calmly, his form enveloped in soft violet ki. There was a strange calmness to him despite the tension. Si-woo's nature had always been gentle, so even Dongwu was unprepared. The immense ki flowing from him defied all expectations. For the first time, Si-woo's power was at its peak. It surged within his body, elevating his spirit to something unnatural. Dongwu observed with growing unease. In that moment, Si-woo no longer resembled a human. The energy around him screamed monster. A flicker of realization dawned. Si-woo's path had shifted. This power was not a gift but a burden yet to be understood. A burst of Kai shot through the room as Si-woo released the energy. Yu-Gi-Oh responded instinctively, a surge of blue meeting violet. The room trembled. Yu-Gi-Oh dodged as Si-woo's energy lashed out violently, a reminder that power without control could destroy everything. They clashed, their ki crackling like thunder. The force radiated outward, shattering furniture and sending sharp waves into the walls. From a distance, the woman shielded herself, watching in disbelief. This power, she thought, is reckless. They'll tear each other apart. Yu-Gi-Oh landed, his gaze steady. 2 days, he thought, knowing the stakes. Si-woo's transformation meant the fight had only just begun. Si-woo crouched low, his energy spiraling upward like an endless storm. His presence no longer resembled anything human or controlled. Yu-Gi-Oh narrowed his eyes, a sharp inhale steadying his stance. The tension between them thickened, neither daring to break focus. The ground shook as Si-woo released a surge of violet ki, the raw power tearing through the room in violent arcs. "Young master, control yourself!" someone called out, her voice strained. The quarters, so calm before, felt like they might collapse. Yu-Gi-Oh stood firm despite the chaos. He watched Si-woo intently, realizing this wasn't just reckless energy, it was something far worse. The woman stepped forward, her expression fierce. "This will bring ruin," she thought, her words lost beneath the roaring Kai. The energy lashed out, crackling like fire. Si-woo's body pulsed with raw strength, his every move shaking the very air around him. Yu-Gi-Oh's focus sharpened, Kai radiating from his form. He had no intention of backing down, no matter how dangerous Si-woo became. Si-woo gritted his teeth, his ki barely contained. It surged outward again, splitting the floor, threatening to destroy everything nearby. Yu-Gi-Oh stepped forward, calm and unwavering. "A halfling," they said of Si-woo, but now that seemed far too small to describe him. Yu-Gi-Oh raised his hand, a swirl of blue ki gathering. Si-woo charged forward, their energies colliding in a wave of light. The clash sent shock waves through the room, the force of their powers shattering windows and toppling anything in its path. Si-woo stood firm, his body trembling under the pressure of his unleashed strength. The ki swirled like a living storm around him. Yu-Gi-Oh steadied himself, his blue aura flickering. If Si-woo doesn't stop, he thought, this place will become nothing but rubble. The woman watched helplessly from the side. Si-woo's power had spiraled beyond control, leaving only destruction in its inevitable path. Si-woo's energy erupted in waves of violet light, his form shrouded by the storm as the ground cracked beneath his feet. He lunged forward, power radiating wildly. Yu-Gi-Oh stood his ground, his eyes sharp, calculating every move Si-woo's unstable energy unleashed. The blast roared upward, splitting the air. Siwoo's strength surged uncontrollably, sending shockwaves through the rising dark moon courtyard. Yujom glanced sideways as the energy expanded. The woman flinched, her face pale. This power, she thought. It's already far beyond control. Siwoo hovered briefly, violet ki swirling like a storm around him. His body trembled under the strain, unable to contain its might. The courtyard grew silent after the explosion. Siwoo's energy ebbed slightly, his mind racing. He realized the force no longer obeyed him. Yugyeom watched calmly, his focus unwavering. The power Siwoo controlled was wild, born from desperation and unrefined strength. It couldn't last. Siwoo felt his chest tighten. Moisture in the air rippled with his energy, shaping into sharp bursts. It seemed limitless, but dangerous. The longer this lasts, Siwoo thought, the stronger it feels. But beneath the exhilaration lay exhaustion, his body trembling in rebellion. Yugyeom stepped forward, his confidence unshaken. Siwoo's newfound strength, while powerful, still lacked direction. Something Yugyeom would ensure didn't spiral further. Siwoo struck again, his ki splitting the courtyard as his body blurred. Yugyeom dodged narrowly, aware of the power's instability. The woman shielded herself as the explosion rippled outward, debris scattering in its wake. "Control it!" she thought, her voice unheard. Siwoo descended in a flash, violet lightning coursing around his form. His strikes were reckless, driven by a force he couldn't contain. Yugyeom countered with ease, his movements precise. It's like fighting a monster, he thought, his own energy rising to meet Siwoo's storm. As they clashed again, Yugyeom's steady resolve shone through. The path Siwoo tread was clear. Raw strength without control could only bring ruin. Siwoo surged forward, his violet energy flaring like a living storm. Yugyeom moved to intercept, each strike testing his reflexes. The collision erupted violently, violet light swallowing the space as Siwoo unleashed everything. His form blurred, leaving behind a blazing trail. From a distance, the woman watched with wide eyes, her breath caught. This power, she thought, could destroy everything in its path. Siwoo hovered midair, his body surrounded by pulsating kai. The energy was magnificent, but it crackled dangerously, threatening to consume him. He steadied himself with a smirk, wiping his brow. The surge left him breathless, but his eyes gleamed with undeniable confidence. Hungrian stared wide-eyed at Siwoo, unable to comprehend the sheer power radiating from him. It felt impossible yet undeniable before her. The violet energy surged outward, illuminating the space with an ominous glow. Siwoo stood confident, completely unshaken by its force. Siwoo moved effortlessly, redirecting his energy in unpredictable directions. His mastery, though raw, left Hongrion stunned at his unprecedented potential. Amplifying his power momentarily, Siwoo concealed his attacks with finesse. Each movement was deliberate, pushing beyond what anyone expected of him. A twisted smile broke across Yugyeom's face as he recognized it. Siwoo's control wasn't perfect, but his potential was limitless. Hongrion's thoughts raced. This isn't ordinary, she realized. For someone like Siwoo, such strength felt as natural as breathing air. Siwoo stood tall, the energy rippling around him like armor. This was no accidental outburst. It was raw talent, unrefined yet undeniable. Hongrion recalled her earlier assumptions about him. Now they shattered. In Siwoo's current state, he was anything but ordinary. Siwoo clenched his fists, the violet energy crackling like lightning. This power didn't feel borrowed, it belonged to him, growing stronger by the second. For a moment, Hongrion thought, it's like I'm witnessing the birth of something entirely new, a force that defies explanation. Siwoo's energy pulsed again as he turned toward Hongrion. His expression carried a quiet confidence that unsettled the once calm surroundings. Hongrion flinched as the energy passed by her, a reminder of Siwoo's overwhelming power. What could he become? She wondered nervously. Siwoo stepped forward, unbothered by the chaos he'd caused. To him, this power was no curse. It was a gift waiting to be honed. The ground trembled beneath his feet. Siwoo glanced upward, violet ki swirling around him like a storm that no one could contain. With a smirk, Siwoo lifted his hand. Energy burst outward as he propelled himself skyward, leaving Hongrian stunned and breathless below. Yugeom leaped forward with force, his energy crackling around him. Siwoo's smirk remained, unshaken by Yugeom's incoming attack. Siwoo spun mid-air, his violet energy forming a shield that clashed violently with Yugeom's. The impact sent sparks flying. The shockwave tore through the courtyard as energy collided, shattering windows and leaving cracks along the once solid ground. Yugeom adjusted quickly, countering Siwoo's violet blast with precision. Siwoo's power, however raw, was beginning to overwhelm the surroundings. Siwoo fell back, his violet aura pulsing violently. Two energy spheres exploded behind him, their force shaking the entire structure. The air grew still for a moment as Yugeom straightened, his gaze sharp. Siwoo's energy still rippled wildly through the air. The Heitai clan's magic, clear autumn water, was precise. Yugeom controlled it effortlessly, manipulating his environment like an artist at work. Siwoo watched him intently. The water kai moved as sharp as a blade, piercing through the air, fast and deadly. Siwoo smirked, realizing the water's devastating potential. Even the smallest drop could become a lethal weapon under Yugeom's refined control. Venom, Yugeom thought, amplifying his ki. This technique could infiltrate a body, disrupting nerves and organs in a silent, painful way. Siwoo crouched low, the strain on his body starting to show. Blood trickled down, yet he grinned as though unfazed. Yugeom's voice echoed calmly. Poison or infections were slow to heal, even for someone like Siwoo, with his exceptional regenerative power. Siwoo wiped the blood from his lip, his movements slow but deliberate. Yugeom's techniques had left a mark, despite his resilience. The courtyard trembled again as Yugeom's ki surged. He studied Siwoo with curiosity, recognizing something exceptional in the young halfling's blood. With violet ki sparking around him, Siwoo steadied himself. Impressive, Yugeom thought. Perhaps his bloodline is thicker than I gave him credit for. Hongrian gasped, her eyes widening as Yugeom's blue ki sliced through the air. The water swirled with a deadly precision. Yugeom stepped forward, his energy cutting clean paths like waves through the wind. Every motion exuded power, confidence, and intent. This power, Hongrian thought, watching in disbelief. Yugeom made it look effortless, wielding the Heitai clan's ancient magic like second nature. Siwoo stared ahead, unbothered. His violet ki flared, wrapping around him like an untamed storm, ready to meet Yugeom's advancing onslaught. Both stood still for a moment, energy crackling around them. The battle ahead promised to be far more than a simple clash. Yugeom's energy expanded outward, water spiraling into a glowing sphere. Reservoir, a technique capable of drawing rivers to his command, was in motion. The water gathered, dense and heavy. Yugeom compressed it further, defying physics. Even the tiniest drop could become a weapon. The ground shook beneath Siwoo's feet. Yugeom's advanced technique made water sharper than steel, amplifying its weight to unthinkable levels. Siwoo clenched his fists, sensing the danger. This was more than brute force. Yugeom's precision turned even nature into a lethal tool. The orb hovered like a silent threat. Siwoo exhaled slowly, his violet ki brightening, ready to meet this challenge head-on. Yugeom released the water sphere. Its weight tore through the air, moving faster than thought, its power eclipsing anything humanly possible. Siwoo dashed forward, ignoring the destruction behind him. His violet energy gathered at his fists, aiming to break through Yugeom's attack. The orb struck with terrifying force, its impact shattering stone and sending shockwaves across the courtyard. Siwoo barely dodged, his movements relentless. Yugeom observed calmly, his focus unwavering. Siwoo's ferocity didn't shake him. He'd already adapted, prepared to counter every move. Siwoo's ki erupted, filling the air with violet flames. His stance shifted, his energy molding into the form of a predator on the hunt. Siwoo's eyes burned with red energy as he summoned his strength. This time, his ki flared in jagged, relentless waves. Yugeom gripped his stance, the blue ki circling him like a barrier. Siwoo's strikes came fast, each stronger than the last. Their clash rippled with devastating power, sending shockwaves that broke through the floor, crackling like lightning between red and blue energies. Siwoo raised his hands, amplifying his ki even further. His energy now overflowed, forming visible crimson veins throughout his aura. The courtyard shook violently as Siwoo released the full force of his attack, red energy crashing toward Yujeom's looming water barrier. Yujeom breathed steadily as his water ki condensed into a focused form. His energy shimmered like crystal, strong and unyielding. Reservoir, he thought. He compressed vast streams of water into a force capable of crushing mountains. Siwoo's attack could not be ignored. Siwoo dashed forward with terrifying speed, energy surrounding him like armor. His presence was overwhelming, as if pushing through the air itself. Yujeom released the compressed water, its speed ripping through the courtyard like a torrent. The sheer force defied anything Siwoo had seen. Siwoo grinned, his red energy colliding head-on with the water. The impact erupted, filling the courtyard with steam and chaos. The blast cleared, leaving behind a swirling mist. Yujeom stood firm within his water vortex, his calm unshaken by the destruction. Siwoo rose slowly, his red ki still raging. He wiped blood from his mouth, his smirk returning as though nothing had happened. Water swirled wildly around Yujeom, growing larger with each passing second. It spiraled like a tidal wave, looming above Siwoo's head. Siwoo's eyes widened briefly, then narrowed with determination. He braced himself, red kai flaring like flames, ready to face the torrent. The wave crashed forward with immense force, consuming the courtyard. Yujeom watched carefully as Siwoo disappeared beneath the relentless surge. Yujeom's eyes darted as Siwoo vanished from sight, leaving only ripples of violet energy behind. Where did he go? He wondered. Suddenly Siwoo struck from above, his energy tearing through the air. Yujeom barely managed to counter, his water shield splashing. Yujeom twisted quickly, the water flowing with him. His stance hardened, ready to face whatever Siwoo was preparing next. A voice echoed through the mist. Siwoo's tone carried a mocking calm, his red energy pulsing as though it had a heartbeat. Yujeom steadied his breathing, his hands glowing with water ki. Good, he thought, his focus sharpening as the fight reached its peak. Siwoo moved with confidence, a red glow marking his every step. His strength radiated like fire, fearless and untamed in its surge. Yujeom's gaze tightened, his body trembling slightly. He could feel Siwoo's energy suffocating the air, an overwhelming force closing in. The courtyard flooded as Yujeom's water ki struck back, waves crashing violently. Yet Siwoo remained steady, unshaken by the attack. Siwoo advanced through the water's pressure, ignoring its force. His ki flared violently, his smirk deepening as Yujeom faltered. Standing tall, Siwoo's presence filled the space. Yujeom stared ahead, uneasy. For the first time, doubt flickered across his face. Siwoo tilted his head, his red aura flickering. Yujeom's thoughts raced. This wasn't about power alone. There was something else, deeper. The water rippled beneath Siwoo's steps as he approached. Yujeom clenched his fists, refusing to retreat, despite the growing pressure. Siwoo paused mid-step, his eyes locking onto Yujeom. The tension in the air was palpable, as though the world had stilled. The courtyard quaked as Siwoo moved again, his ki erupting. Yujeom braced for impact, his face glistening with sweat from the strain. Yujeom's water defenses faltered as Siwoo's strike landed. For all his confidence, Yujeom realized that Siwoo was no longer holding back. The Heitai statue loomed large, its form a reminder of the divine beast's unmatched strength. Yu Somi carried that legacy. As the cherished youngest of the Heitai clan, Yu Somi had been protected, raised without ever facing such overwhelming pressure. Siwoo's dark figure stood menacingly against a background of swirling violet ki. The suffocating sensation paralyzed Somi's every thought. The overwhelming presence of Siwoo pressed against her spirit. Her hand shook as she reached out, desperate to steady herself. Yusomi stammered in disbelief, her voice barely audible. She stared at Siwoo's terrifying power, realizing just how outmatched she was. Siwoo stepped forward casually, his energy now steady and contained. "You've wronged me too," he implied with every unspoken step. The tension dropped slightly as Siwoo exhaled, turning toward Yusomi. For him, this battle had settled an old score. Yusomi looked up with wide, confused eyes. Siwoo's calm demeanor only heightened her shame as she struggled to respond. Siwoo gestured toward the courtyard, his tone pointed. Bowing seemed the only reasonable thing left, given everything that had transpired. You. Somi's heart raced as Siwoo's words sank in. With trembling steps she tried to speak but barely managed a coherent thought. Somi's steps faltered as she bowed her head, her voice trembling. "I'm so sorry," she forced out through gritted teeth. The courtyard shimmered in the sunlight, serene once more. Somi's apology echoed softly as others watched in lingering disbelief. Somi's form remained hunched, her face flushed with humiliation. She barely noticed the breeze sweeping through the empty courtyard. Far away, the city skyline loomed, a stark contrast to the events that had unfolded within the secluded walls of the quarters. A voice called faintly, breaking the silence. "Choi Siwoo, can't you hear me?" The mundane world snapped back into place. In a room, in an empty house. Baek-hee had just woken up and yawned with her hands, then felt confused by Siwoo's absence. Her silver hair glistened in the sunlight as she woke up, opening the sheets she was wearing. Siwoo's unexplained absence made her very restless. The sun stretched across the clear sky as Siwoo stepped into a place he hadn't seen in 10 long years. An elder, Nurtong, gazed at him calmly. He remembered the past vividly, though this short return felt all too sudden. Regret weighed on Siwoo's shoulders. If only he had been more attentive, maybe none of this would have happened. Nurtong's words were kind, dismissing unnecessary guilt. "This isn't your fault. It was never something you had control over." Still, Nurtong reflected, surprised by how extraordinary the youngest of the Heichi clan had become. Siwoo hadn't realized it either. Despite minor injuries, Siwoo's actions sparked concern. Nurtong sensed deeper wounds, not physical, but ones rooted in self-doubt. The elder questioned how Siwoo resisted the dark magic so effectively. Absorption of such force was far beyond normal capabilities. But Nurtong's suspicions were right. Siwoo's unique strength had created an unexpected window, a dangerous but necessary opportunity. He asked where the guest, the cause of the chaos, was now. His tone carried urgency, knowing time wasn't on their side. The wind blew softly as the evening settled, leaving behind silence. Siwoo, lost in thought, stared at the ground absent-mindedly. Siwoo sat in a quiet room, trying to process the storm of emotions that had thrown him into this mental cool-down. Earlier, raw energy had surged through him. His body had gone berserk, yet something primal held him back from full chaos. Unlike before, when everything was blurry, Siwoo's mind now felt clearer. The tension in his body had finally released itself. That overwhelming life force, once wild and uncontrollable, had been expelled. What remained were lingering questions he couldn't answer. Looking up at the night sky, Siwoo wondered if this was truly real. That momentary stillness left him uneasy yet curious. Siwoo lay quietly on the mat, thoughts spinning. He questioned everything, why his powers surged uncontrollably and what it meant. The intense training, endless struggles, and sudden revelations overwhelmed him. Was this burden his alone to bear? Or was there more? His mind flashed back to the chaos, dark energy and instincts colliding. He was strong, but there were still unanswered questions. An unsettling smile lingered in his memory, one that belonged to an opponent who pushed Siwoo beyond his known limits. He sighed and stared at the ceiling, pondering if this was truly some awakening or just a terrifying temporary phenomenon. The sound of footsteps snapped him out of his thoughts. A knock at the door brought Siwoo back to reality. A woman entered the room with grace, her expression calm yet concerned. She had clearly been watching over him for a while. "You were badly injured earlier," she said softly. Siwoo hesitated but nodded. He didn't want to admit how much it hurt. He tried to brush it off, but she looked at him knowingly. "Vomiting blood is no minor wound, no matter your pride." Her words struck Siwoo. Deep down he knew she was right, but he couldn't bring himself to fully accept the truth. The woman bowed low, her voice apologetic as she confessed, "Forgive me, master. I acted recklessly and overstepped my place." Siwoo blinked in surprise. "What are you talking about? I'm the one who messed up." He frowned, feeling the blame himself. The conversation shifted to the black spirit bead, an artifact meant for extreme cases. Her guilt was clear as she explained further. Siwoo realized he'd been tricked, though unintentionally. "So, you recommended it, knowing its risks?" he muttered, eyes wide in disbelief. He let out a small laugh, shaking his head. Even now, everything felt like a mix of chaos, misunderstanding, and unresolved emotions. Siwoo listened quietly as the truth unfolded. The revelation of half-breeds, hybrids between humans and yokai, weighed heavily on his mind. Born of two worlds, they belonged to neither. Their identities were muddled, and their struggles were rooted in both realms. Siwoo realized that most half-breeds could access yokai energy, but were cursed never to fully absorb or wield its true essence. This limitation plagued them with painful thirst. They were born incomplete, knowing the cure existed but unable to ever claim it. As the night stretched on, the woman's quiet words echoed. A fate of suffering defined their existence, isolating them completely. She held the shimmering bright lotus pill gently, her hands trembling slightly. Even the most potent remedies offered only fleeting relief. Siwoo watched, absorbing her honesty. To her and others like her, his ability to wield yokai power seemed miraculous. In his existence, she saw a being of strength, a rare blend of human and yokai blood, recognized even by elites. Her confession turned darker, revealing envy. She had longed for power she couldn't possess, leading to dangerous and reckless choices. Overwhelmed by guilt, she fell to her knees, calling her actions a crime. The weight of her desperation was palpable. Siwoo sat frozen as her apology continued, but he knew that shifting blame only deepened wounds rather than healing them. From the doorway, Nurtong entered the room. His calm presence stilled the tension, his voice both soft and commanding. Blame, punishment, none of it matters if it burdens the wrong shoulders. His words carried wisdom that Siwoo struggled to accept. Nurtong introduced himself formally, as if his title could erase the gravity of the situation. He took responsibility for everything. Turning to the woman, Nurtong dismissed her guilt. He ordered her to focus on what mattered, caring for the awaiting guests. Siwoo accepted the apology with calm resolve, his words easing the tension. He carried himself with the composure of someone wise. His request for a refund on the black spirit bead lightened the mood briefly, showing Siwoo hadn't entirely lost his humor. Nurtong nodded firmly, agreeing it was only fair. This small gesture marked the start of reconciling mistakes made along the way. The room fell into brief silence as the tension diffused. Siwoo, with a faint smile, understood the complexities of the situation. The woman, relieved but still embarrassed, lowered her gaze. To her, Siwoo's forgiveness was an unexpected kindness that soothed her guilt. Over tea and food, Nurtong calmly brought up a future meeting. He believed reconciliation was the key to fixing everything. Siwoo listened carefully, though he was caught off guard by the mention of his previous opponent, the youngest son of the Heitai tribe. The Heitai tribe, known for their divine lineage, intrigued Siwoo. Their pride and grandeur didn't match the opponent he'd faced. Nurtong explained further. Misunderstandings often spiraled out of control, and clarity would only come through mutual discussion and reflection. Siwoo glanced at the food, thinking aloud. Resolving such conflicts wouldn't be easy, but he sensed there was no other way forward. Nurtong's voice carried authority, admitting both sides shared fault. His calm acknowledgement revealed a genuine effort to mend the rift. Siwoo chewed thoughtfully, appreciating Nurtong's willingness to mediate. His leadership didn't demand obedience but inspired trust and respect. Still, Nurtong insisted on personally telling his side of the story. He'd clear the air without bias, offering the truth as it stood. The situation had escalated beyond an apology, leading to violence and bitter emotions. Nurtong resolved to correct this before it worsened. A breeze swept through the room, and Siwoo watched silently as Nurtong prepared to take responsibility, embodying his role as a leader. Siwoo leaned back, assessing the situation. Apologies could only do so much when unresolved tension still simmered beneath the surface. He acknowledged the Heitai tribe's strength. Even younger members like Yuseom had power that could challenge those much older and experienced. His thoughts wandered to previous battles. Siwoo had faced yokai stronger than himself, yet survival demanded strength and constant vigilance. Nurtong listened with a small nod, understanding Siwoo's struggles. There were no easy answers in a world demanding endless strength. Even so, Siwoo refused to accept this as fate. He would push forward, training harder until no opponent could best him. Nurtong's words carried weight as he warned Siwoo of the risks. Carelessness had caused unnecessary conflict, but it wasn't irreversible. Siwoo understood the stakes. The slightest misstep could mean death, and his opponents would never hesitate to strike him down. The tension lifted as Siwoo smiled faintly, a mix of confidence and resignation. He was ready for whatever came next. Nurtong watched him carefully, intrigued by the determination that shone in Siwoo's eyes. This boy had earned his respect. Siwoo's thoughts grew heavy as he considered the months ahead. The battles looming in the distance would push him to his limits. Nurtong placed a token in Siwoo's hand, a gesture of trust. The symbol represented both apology and a future investment. Siwoo looked at the token, surprise flickering across his face. This wasn't merely compensation, but a promise of something greater. "Invest in your future," Nurtong had said. The words lingered in Siwoo's mind as possibilities unfolded before him. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden light across the courtyard. For Siwoo, it felt like the calm before a storm. Outside the house, the world continued on. Somewhere out there, new challenges awaited him, and Siwoo knew he would be ready. Siwoo entered the room, feeling the weight of the day settle on him. The air was quieter than he expected. His thoughts swirled as he realized how late it was. Everything that had happened lingered in his mind like a storm. Before he could process, a sharp voice startled him. Solmi stood there, her piercing gaze cutting through his excuses. She was dressed casually but carried an air of authority. Her words hinted she knew far more than she was letting on. "Information," she said cryptically. Siwoo frowned, knowing her well enough to understand that something significant had just happened. Solmi's demeanor suddenly changed. With a flicker of energy, she lunged toward Siwoo, catching him completely off guard. The impact sent Siwoo reeling as Solmi's intent became clear. It wasn't hostility, but an intense need to test his reflexes. A magpie feather floated down. Its presence carried memories of past struggles, as Solmi had never been one for subtlety. "Be careful around Solmi," he reminded himself, already regretting his carelessness. She had always been sharper than she looked. Despite her playful aggression, Solmi's seriousness showed. Her quiet persistence in gathering information hinted at the burden she carried alone. Siwoo straightened as Solmi shared unsettling news. Over the past month, several people had vanished without leaving a trace. The map she revealed showed alarming patterns. Siwoo studied it, understanding that these weren't random disappearances but targeted events. "Hunting grounds," Baek-hee explained, pointing to locations marked in red. The thought sent a chill down Siwoo's spine. Tonight's hunt wasn't ordinary. It was a plan to face those responsible. Siwoo felt the tension rise as Baek-hee gave orders. He clenched his fists, determination flooding him. If something needed to be done, Siwoo wouldn't hesitate to stand on the front lines. Baek-hee stood tall, irritation flashing in her eyes as she tugged at the worn workout clothes. Her patience was clearly spent. Siwoo sighed, realizing it was pointless to argue. Baek-hee's command was final. Buying new clothes wasn't a suggestion, but an order. The setting sun casts a warm glow over the bustling department store as Siwoo prepares for a new experience. Walking alongside Hyunwoo, Siwoo marvels at the towering building, its reflection shimmering against the pastel evening sky. Hyunwoo points out, "Humans built this without magic?" Siwoo, distracted, stares at the endless rows of store windows gleaming brightly. Inside, Siwoo hesitates, overwhelmed by the sheer variety of choices. He had never properly shopped for himself before. Determined to save his allowance, Siwoo finally takes a deep breath and ventures toward the racks of clothes. Hyunwoo encourages him, "Why not just pick one?" Siwoo frowns, muttering, "Not until I lose some weight." Siwoo examines a mirror nearby, his expression tightening. It had been a year since he decided to change himself. "Let's go," Hyunwoo says. Siwoo nods, trying to focus on the clothes, though self-doubt lingers in his mind. The store staff smiles kindly, offering to help. Siwoo follows Hyunwoo, wondering if this outing will boost his confidence. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo's sharp instincts catch something strange, a shadow flickering behind the racks, almost out of sight. Siwoo frowns at the price tag. "The typical price here feels like a scam," he mumbles, tightening his grip. A staff member mistakes Hyunwoo's purchase for Siwoo's and smiles. "Your girlfriend must be lucky to have you." Hyunwoo laughs as Siwoo blushes furiously. The staff quickly realizes their error but doesn't apologize, just awkwardly steps away. Siwoo's attention snaps to the figure behind the racks. It shifts suddenly, disappearing into the shadows of the fitting room. Moments later, Hyunwoo steps out, looking surprisingly elegant in a traditional outfit. Siwoo feels something ominous in the air. Hyunwoo steps forward in a sleek outfit, asking for Siwoo's opinion. The bright lights highlight his confident demeanor. Siwoo stammers, "It looks cool," while glancing nervously at his phone. He's unsure how to navigate this shopping trip. A notification from an app startles him. Siwoo pauses to reflect on how much he still needs to learn. "Didn't you want my input?" Hyunwoo teases, bringing Siwoo back to the present as they focus on the next decision. With determination, Siwoo decides to stay focused. He's here to change his mindset and grow more confident today. Hyunwoo suggests buying more clothes, leaving Siwoo stunned. "But one set is enough," Siwoo protests, clearly overwhelmed by the idea. Hyunwoo smirks, explaining he's not staying for just one day. Siwoo sighs, realizing he might have underestimated things. Hyunwoo instructs Siwoo to hold out both hands. Confused but curious, Siwoo complies, wondering what's coming next. Hyunwoo drops a handful of coins into Siwoo's palms. The gold gleams brightly, and Siwoo gasps in surprise. "Use these wisely," Hyunwoo says, smiling. Siwoo looks at the coins, realizing he's been entrusted with something meaningful. "Do you think this is enough?" Hyunwoo asks, holding more coins. Siwoo nods, unsure what this really signifies. "If there's anything left, keep it," Hyunwoo adds, handing over more coins. Siwoo hesitates, feeling the weight of responsibility. The store lights shimmer as Hyunwoo turns to leave. Siwoo clutches the coins tightly, pondering their significance. Hyunwoo beckons Siwoo to follow. Siwoo smiles nervously, determined to make the most of this unexpected experience. They exit the store, leaving behind the bustling racks and dazzling lights. Siwoo feels a small surge of confidence. Siwoo nervously gives a thumbs up as Hyunwoo models the outfit. The bright store lighting emphasizes the details of the fabric. Hyunwoo twirls slightly, showing off another ensemble. Siwoo's grin widens as he enthusiastically claps for Hyunwoo's bold choices. Siwoo hesitates, realizing some outfits might feel too flashy. He tries to voice his concern without offending Hyunwoo's enthusiasm. Embarrassed by his comments, Siwoo crouches, trying to avoid Hyunwoo's disappointed gaze. He mutters an apology under his breath. "I didn't mean to be rude," Siwoo blurts out, standing again, trying to salvage the moment with a sheepish grin. Hyunwoo smirks, brushing off the awkwardness. "For someone new to the human world, your style instincts are oddly refined," Siwoo remarks. "It's because of Solm," Hyunwoo responds. Siwoo tilts his head, curious about this mysterious name suddenly brought into the conversation. Hyunwoo recounts how Solm introduced him to fashion trends, pushing him into experimenting with looks despite his initial reluctance. "Honestly, she annoyed me to no end," Hyunwoo admits, rolling his eyes at the memory of Solm's overzealous efforts in styling. "But in the end, I learned more than I expected," Hyunwoo finishes, glancing at Siwoo, who seems lost in thought. Siwoo accidentally bumps into someone while lost in thought. "Oh, I'm sorry," he stammers, quickly bowing in apology. The stranger brushes it off without a second glance. Hyunwoo watches, eyebrows furrowing at the lack of acknowledgement. "Humans are too reserved," Hyunwoo mutters. Siwoo looks puzzled, his curiosity piqued by Hyunwoo's critical observation of human behavior. Hyunwoo explains the importance of standing one's ground. "If they're rude, You need to make sure they know it. His voice lowers dangerously, and Siwoo is startled by the dark intensity radiating from Hyunwoo's glowing, eerie gaze. Siwoo looks confused as Hyunwoo's tone grows serious. If you're too soft, you'll always be seen as weak prey. Hyunwoo's gaze sharpens, red eyes glowing faintly. Siwoo shivers as he listens to the weight of Hyunwoo's warning. Hyunwoo explains, even strength won't save you if you hesitate. The strong who hesitate are devoured just the same. Siwoo watches as Hyunwoo radiates an intense aura, shadows swirling. He wonders how Hyunwoo knows so much about survival. How did you know about my fight? Siwoo stammers. Hyunwoo smirks, replying, your scent carried the story to me. Hyunwoo's cryptic remark puzzles Siwoo. Do you already know each other? Siwoo asks, curious about Hyunwoo's mysterious connection. Hyunwoo shares, 20 years ago, rumors about me spread among the yokai. One of them even confronted me. He recalls the encounter vividly, a tense meeting with an older yokai who didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Hyunwoo smirks. It was a battle of pride, not strength. She couldn't face me, but I respected her restraint. Siwoo listens intently, realizing Hyunwoo's past is filled with encounters that shaped his unwavering confidence and sharp instincts. Solm talks about settling things soon, but it's all talk, Hyunwoo mutters. Siwoo realizes there's more to this story. Hyunwoo gestures firmly, adding, if you're going to act, do it decisively. Half measures won't protect you. But as a human, you must balance action with reason, Hyunwoo warns, his tone softer, urging Siwoo to think carefully. Siwoo nods, absorbing the advice. I'll keep that in mind, he says, his resolve growing stronger with Hyunwoo's guidance. Hyunwoo concludes, this world is filled with danger. Everything you encounter here is prepared to kill. Siwoo's expression darkens. The crowd moves briskly across the plaza. A young woman glances back, sighing, can't we just slow down a little? Her companion insists they hurry. If we're late, we lose our spot, he says, frustration evident as he quickens his pace. She hesitates, clenching her fists. I waited an entire week for this, she mutters, her determination pushing her forward. Her strides grow sharper, echoing in the open space. The urgency in her step highlights the importance of reaching their goal. As the young woman picks up her pace, she sharply retorts, what are you waiting for? We need to move. The young woman pauses suddenly, searching the empty street. Where are you? Don't joke around, seriously, she mutters nervously. Her sandals click against the pavement as she paces. The quiet air carries an unsettling sense of something out of place. A pair of piercing eyes emerges from the shadows, observing her movements carefully. The predator's intent is unmistakable. Honestly, she whispers to herself, feeling the weight of unseen eyes. A chill crawls up her spine, yet she doesn't falter. A figure lounges nearby, sipping from a glass. This isn't much, but it'll do for now, he muses nonchalantly. The lounging figure watches intently, a smirk curling his lips. It's rare to see such spirit. How entertaining, he muses. His gaze locks onto a boy walking past, unwittingly crossing paths with the predator. A spark of mischief ignites. The boy freezes, sensing the danger too late. His eyes widen as the predator's fangs gleam under the dim lighting. The predator lunges forward, his form shifting violently. A burst of sinister energy fills the room as chaos unfolds. The boy's scream echoes as the predator reveals his monstrous form. Blood splatters, marking the start of a gruesome scene. A blood-curdling scream shattered the stillness of the evening, sending shockwaves through the crowd as panic began to ripple. Hyunwoo remained calm, his sharp eyes scanning the scene. His demeanor exuded control, as if the chaos was expected. The air grew heavy as a menacing figure emerged, his presence radiating an ominous power that made the onlookers uneasy. The tension was palpable as the figure approached, his every movement deliberate, carrying the weight of an unspoken confrontation. The two locked eyes, their rivalry evident. The air between them crackled with energy, signaling the beginning of an inevitable clash. The atmosphere grew colder as Hyunwoo's opponent assessed the situation, aware that their movements had drawn too much attention. With every passing moment, the boundaries between hunters and prey blurred, their shared territory becoming a battleground for dominance. The predator's calm masked a deep understanding of the fragile balance that dictated survival in their perilous world. Despite the warnings, Hyun-woo's smirk remained unwavering, his confidence a stark contrast to the escalating tension around him. The scattered remnants of their violent exploits painted a gruesome picture, silently testifying to the bloodshed that had transpired. Hyun-woo's calculated demeanor revealed a cold truth. He thrived in chaos, exploiting every weakness to maintain the upper hand. The power dynamic shifted subtly as Hyun-woo's dark aura intensified, casting long shadows over those who dared oppose him. Hints of past disappearances surfaced, each clue meticulously planted to lure unsuspecting victims into the dangerous web he had woven. The bustling setting disguised the sinister reality beneath, a carefully crafted trap hiding the horrors that lurked within its depths. Si-woo, overwhelmed by the dark revelation, realized too late that his involvement had drawn him deeper into this grim world. Hyun-woo's presence exuded quiet confidence as he stood in the dimly lit street. His sharp gaze seemed to challenge fate. Dark energy crackled in the air. Hyun-woo's aura shifted, his piercing gaze daring anyone to contest his claim of dominance. The department store, lit against the night sky, stood as a centerpiece, attracting crowds from all across the city. Beneath the surface, the subway transfer station bustled with endless activity, a complex maze connecting lives and stories in motion. Outside, the bus terminal connected regions, a gateway for travelers bringing vitality and chaos to the already crowded area. These overlapping elements created a constant flow of people, masking movements, where even disappearances could easily go unnoticed. The sheer density of activity ensured that missing persons blended into the backdrop of daily life, hidden in plain sight. Si-woo observed the station lockers, reflecting on how blind spots existed even in the busiest areas, hiding truths within the crowd. In a crowd this dense, disappearances were easily dismissed as someone moving elsewhere, leaving questions unasked and mysteries unsolved. Hyun-woo examined faint traces left behind, sensing the presence of yokai. His instincts confirmed at least 4 nearby hunters. The connections between the department store, terminal, and subway painted a map of yokai hunting grounds, unseen to human eyes. Si-woo pondered whether reporting the yokai was wise, knowing little about their strength and the risk it could bring. Hyun-woo recognized the yokai's movements as a calculated provocation, daring others to act, confident in their prepared defenses. Their actions hinted at a contingency plan, ready to thwart interference from rivals and ensuring dominance within their territory. The humans bustling around unknowingly complicated matters, making stealthy pursuits nearly impossible without risking widespread harm to civilians. Hyun-woo speculated that their opponents would exploit the complexity of the environment, prolonging any fight for maximum advantage. Aware of their precarious position, Hyun-woo anticipated a clash, one where abiding by human laws might dictate their next steps. Si-woo stood amid the chaotic station, pondering the approaching closure of the department store. His mind raced with uneasy thoughts. Hyun-woo's eyes gleamed as a smirk formed. The night's atmosphere carried a promise of chaos waiting to unfold. A swirl of purple energy surrounded Hyun-woo, his power palpable. The night seemed to acknowledge the arrival of something dark. The rooftop garden gleamed under the moonlight, an eerie serenity masking the turbulent events brewing in the shadows below. The tranquil night felt deceptively peaceful, but the ominous absence of Maider left questions hanging in the tense silence. A dark figure emerged on the rooftop, their long coat sweeping behind them. The air crackled with quiet intensity. Declining an invitation to join, the figure's words hinted at calculated detachment. The tension between allies hung in the air. The shadowed figure observed the scene with a smirk, savoring the delicate balance between opportunity and silent refusal. Hyun-woo remained composed, his subtle smile suggesting confidence in his decision, the brewing conflict simmering in his sharp gaze. The rooftop garden seemed to hum with suppressed energy, a perfect setting for decisions carrying the weight of coming battles. A sharp glare from Hyun-woo hinted at the weight of unspoken decisions. He radiated defiance as if daring fate. The night cloaked the rooftop in shadows as the tension thickened. The confrontation teetered on the edge of inevitability. Hyunwoo acknowledged his resolve. Every step forward was deliberate, reflecting his willingness to face any challenge with ruthless determination. Siwoo silently thanked his companion, though uncertainty clouded his thoughts. He knew lessons learned tonight would shape his path. In the moonlit garden, Hyunwoo's smirk returned, his presence commanding respect. The night awaited the inevitable clash to come. The siblings stood under the moonlight, their shared determination evident. The eldest declared that their trio was sufficient for their mission. The youngest sibling smiled mischievously, acknowledging Maedera's absence, yet hinted at her insatiable appetite, which often drove their plans forward. What will happen after the two newcomers are dealt with? The question lingered, emphasizing the importance of their next steps. The eldest revealed a carefully planned hideout, a secure base that would allow them to continue their hunting undisturbed within the area. The plan was clear. Their hunt for humans would persist, each step pushing them closer to reclaiming their family's honor. Geographical advantage worked in their favor, ensuring their presence among humans made them nearly invulnerable to full-scale attacks from their enemies. The middle sibling acknowledged the temporary limits of this safety, urging them to act before the yokai considered it a victory. With a calm yet fierce resolve, the eldest sibling emphasized consuming as much as possible before retreating to the realm of souls. The youngest, Byron, reflected on the family's past humiliation, channeling their shared pain into a determination to rise stronger together. Each sibling's energy pulsed with intensity as they visualized their goal, regaining honor and power within the harsh, unforgiving world of yokai. The siblings envisioned their reign over the coming era, determined to establish themselves as kings of their kind with unwavering conviction. The atmosphere was charged with ambition, as Byron's piercing gaze hinted at the weight of their collective resolve and shared destiny. A sudden ripple of energy disrupted their thoughts, a powerful surge that drew their attention and shattered the night's calm. Their expressions froze in shock as the overwhelming force enveloped the building, leaving no room for misinterpretation of its source. The glowing tower stood ominous, its energy radiating far and wide, signaling an unmistakable challenge to all who dared oppose it. Hyunwoo's voice carried an unnatural authority, infused with a powerful spell, compelling those around him to obey his subtle commands. The suggestion worked seamlessly, sending the unsuspecting humans away, their minds clouded with whispers of safety and urgency. Hyunwoo's mastery of the purple whisper reflected his growing dominance, a technique that preyed on the weak-willed with ease. With the power disparity so great, resistance was futile. Hyunwoo's control over his surroundings tightened, ensuring complete submission. The closer Hyunwoo stood to his targets, the stronger his presence became, leaving them entranced by his overwhelming energy. Byron stood confidently, her energy sharp and focused. Her presence exuded a playful edge that masked her cunning intentions. The glowing lights of the department store reflected the siblings' strategy. Each step was part of a calculated hunt. The middle sibling narrowed her eyes, sensing a faint disturbance within the store. Her instincts hinted at an approaching challenge. The trio's synergy was evident, each sibling fulfilling their role, their precision honed by years of experience in survival. Tension escalated as the youngest sibling clenched her fists, her anticipation growing with the promise of a worthy opponent ahead. The eldest sibling instructed Byron to focus, their strategy clear. Isolate and conquer their targets with ruthless efficiency and speed. Byron's excitement bubbled over, her eagerness to prove herself evident. She thrived on the thrill of the hunt ahead. Each sibling's role was defined with precision. Byron's task seemed straightforward, but the looming danger wasn't underestimated. The glowing battlefield shimmered with anticipation, the yokai's presence palpable as each sibling prepared to carry out their mission. Byron's eyes glimmered with determination as she dashed forward, her energy blazing like a comet streaking toward its mark. Hyunwoo's sharp wit cut through the tension. His words carried a clear message. Survival often required tough and selfish choices. The siblings analyzed their opponent, acknowledging the overwhelming power at play. Their confidence stemmed from the strength they'd gained. They drew upon the 1,000 lives devoured over the past month, their growing power fueling a grim determination to fight. The siblings surged forward, their combined energy manifesting in a deadly display of purple flames. The battle had truly begun. The department store's tranquil facade betrayed the chaos erupting within, its halls vibrating with the intensity of the unfolding clash. Hyunwoo's energy flared as his aura brightened, preparing to test his opponent's abilities in the heat of confrontation. His movements were swift, leaving faint trails of light behind. Each step reflected confidence and a calculated readiness for battle. The department store echoed faintly with retreating footsteps. Among the chaos, the unassuming shoppers remained blissfully unaware of the fight. A grandmother's relief was palpable as Siwoo reassured her, guiding her towards safety amidst the rising tension of the situation. The child's sudden appearance near the escalator brought a wave of relief. Siwoo's quick thinking helped reunite the separated family. Siwoo's calm instructions led the grandmother and child towards safety. His focus shifted back to the faint energy lingering nearby. The grandmother's gratitude was evident. Siwoo's actions carried a quiet strength, balancing compassion and resolve in the face of danger. As the reunion unfolded, Hyunwoo's energy continued to radiate, pushing his limits as he clashed against the opposing force. The department store's once lively environment felt stifled by the battle's aura. Energy rippled, hinting at the chaos hidden beneath the surface. Amidst the chaos, Siwoo's determination shone through. The night wasn't just about survival, it was about protecting those who couldn't fight. Hyunwoo assessed the faint magical resistance present in the store. His goal was clear: evacuate any lingering humans to safety. Siwoo stepped into action, weaving through the bustling aisles. His cautious presence masked the urgency of his silent mission. Pausing momentarily, Siwoo sensed a lingering presence nearby. His instincts heightened, leading him toward a subtle yet eerie feeling. His sharp gaze caught a faint trace, confirming his suspicions. Siwoo's tension grew as he prepared for what lay ahead. With his resolve firm, Siwoo prepared himself for the confrontation, his every move guided by a quiet but determined focus. Byron's playful demeanor contrasted with the seriousness of the situation. Her carefree attitude seemed oddly fitting amidst the tension. Siwoo, caught off guard by her casual approach, hesitated but maintained his composure. Her words hinted at an unconventional truce. Byron's sly comment disrupted Siwoo's thoughts, her unexpected charm adding a layer of complexity to their already tense encounter. Her dismissive tone hinted at her disinterest in conflict, her focus instead on a peculiar bond forming between them. Siwoo's guarded stance softened slightly, his curiosity piqued by her perspective. An unspoken understanding seemed to form in their exchange. Byron's sharp observation caught Siwoo off guard. Her perceptive nature hinted at a deeper awareness of the unfolding situation. Her playful demeanor masked the danger she embodied. Siwoo's unease grew as her true nature slowly began to surface. The mention of devouring humans chilled the air, a stark reminder of her identity. Byron's calm tone carried an unsettling truth. Her casual confession blurred the line between humor and menace. Siwoo's focus sharpened, recognizing the gravity of her intentions. Byron's energy flared, her aura growing more menacing. The subtle tension between them shifted into an impending clash of wills. The surge of power erupted violently as Siwoo collided with Byron's magic. A chaotic explosion of energy engulfed everything. Siwoo faced the shadowy figure, purple energy surging. It was no ordinary foe. His instincts screamed danger. The air crackled as Siwoo unleashed his power, his purple aura twisting like a storm ready to consume everything. Energy collided with overwhelming force, shaking the ground. The sheer impact lit up the night in flashes of brilliant violet. Siwoo descended the stairs cautiously. The faint hum of power in the air signaled his opponent was still nearby. Confusion clouded Siwoo's mind. Despite the fight, something didn't add up. There was a lesson he hadn't yet understood. The haunting memory lingered. Siwoo saw yokai feasting on humans, their primal hunger etched into his nightmares like deep scars. He couldn't shake the image of snarling yokai, muscles rippling and eyes blazing as they tore through helpless victims mercilessly. Each encounter sharpened Siwoo's understanding. Yokai weren't mere monsters. They were predators with motives far darker than he imagined. In that moment, Siwoo realized his ignorance. He finally grasped just how devastating yokai were to humanity's fragile existence. The danger Siwoo once thought manageable now seemed insurmountable. He was unprepared for the chaos yokai could unleash on people. Siwoo clenched his fists. He felt small, powerless, as his opponent's condescending words pierced deeper than any physical wound. The smirking yokai taunted him, mocking his efforts. Siwoo's heart burned, yet determination flickered like a fragile ember within. Summoning newfound strength, Siwoo's aura glowed fiercely. The yokai paused, surprised. Was this the same boy they underestimated moments ago? Purple light enveloped Siwoo as his resolve solidified. For the first time, he felt in control, his strength undeniable. His opponent's confident smile faltered. Siwoo smirked. Finally, he wasn't the one on the defensive. The tables were about to turn. Siwoo lunged forward, purple energy surging through his veins. His opponent matched his intensity, the clash of powers shaking reality itself. Siwoo's sharp gaze narrowed as the figure darted, testing his reflexes. The moment demanded precision, speed, and complete focus. Sparks flew as Siwoo's power erupted, colliding with a force that seemed unstoppable. He pushed harder, defying his own limits. His opponent smirked, underestimating him. Siwoo grinned back, refusing to be belittled. This battle would determine his will's true strength. Purple energy roared around Siwoo as he unleashed everything he had. It wasn't just a fight, it was his evolution. Siwoo dodged gracefully, his purple aura leaving trails in the air. The environment reflected their sheer intensity, walls trembling violently. The mall's empty halls echoed with their power, every attack rippling through the structure. It became a war zone of energy. Siwoo charged once more, energy exploding from his fists. His determination grew stronger as each second of the battle intensified. His opponent staggered, struggling to regain control. Siwoo's confidence swelled, realizing that his power was finally matching, perhaps surpassing, expectations. Siwoo chuckled, adrenaline coursing through his veins. The shadows shifted behind him, hinting at an ominous presence yet to appear. His opponent transformed, crimson energy enveloping her. Siwoo stood unfazed, preparing himself for a spectacle of power he'd never seen. The crimson glow intensified, her form changing dramatically. Siwoo couldn't help but admire the sheer power radiating from her transformation. Siwoo's hands glowed with determination. He wasn't intimidated. Instead, he felt exhilarated by the thought of a true challenge ahead. The woman smirked, her red aura twisting into a fierce blaze. Siwoo's purple energy flared up, ready to meet her fire. Their powers collided, creating a chaotic mix of red and purple light. Siwoo grinned, knowing this was just the beginning. The red energy swirled fiercely, stretching across the room. Siwoo braced himself, realizing this power was far beyond ordinary. The crimson tendrils lashed out, slicing through the air with precision. Siwoo's pulse quickened as his opponent showcased terrifying control. So this is your full power, Siwoo thought, his mind racing. He knew one mistake could end it all now. He clenched his fists tightly, calculating his next move. There was no running, this was a battle he couldn't afford to lose. Energy surged as Siwoo's opponent smirked with confidence, but Siwoo's determination burned brighter, ready to match this relentless power head-on. The fight intensified, blows exchanged at blinding speeds. Siwoo's mind sharpened with each strike, analyzing and adapting to survive. Red and purple energy clashed violently, sparks scattering across the battlefield. Every collision sent shockwaves that rattled the foundations beneath them. Siwoo gritted his teeth as the force pushed him back. He realized it wasn't just strength, she had unmatched precision. What power? This isn't normal, Siwoo thought, his body trembling. Yet deep within, a voice told him to keep fighting. Siwoo's eyes widened. Her recovery was instantaneous, defying logic. This wasn't a simple opponent. This was a battle of true monsters. Siwoo's aura burst forth, radiating a blinding purple light. He refused to back down, pouring every ounce of will into his attack. His movements blurred, every step calculated. He spun and struck with ferocity, matching her red energy's chaotic intensity blow for blow. Energy erupted as their powers collided, creating a dazzling display of force. Siwoo roared, refusing to let this battle break him. Her relentless strikes came close, but Siwoo dodged with precision. His strength grew with each moment, surprising even himself. Siwoo's resolve solidified as his power crescendoed. His opponent's shock was evident. This was no longer a battle, it was his triumph. Siwoo steadied himself, breathing heavily. His opponent's power radiated dangerously, leaving no doubt that this would push him beyond limits. A surge of purple energy exploded from Siwoo's hands, creating ripples that twisted and distorted the air around them. He launched forward, striking with precision. His opponent countered effortlessly, their movements synchronized in a dance of power and chaos. Siwoo felt the impact rattle through his arms as their attacks collided. Sparks flew, illuminating the fierce battlefield in bursts. With one final push, Siwoo unleashed everything, the ground beneath him trembling under the sheer force of his determination. Exhausted but standing firm, Siwoo gazed at his transformed opponent. Her new form radiated an unsettling blend of power and menace. She spoke calmly, explaining her grotesque transformation. Siwoo listened intently, processing her words as her demeanor shifted between confidence and vulnerability. "This is my real form," she said. Her face reflected both sadness and pride, a creature caught between identities. Siwoo's expression softened, recognizing her pain, yet his resolve remained firm. Their battle transcended physical combat. It was a clash of beliefs. The air thickened with tension as Siwoo prepared to respond. His mind raced, calculating the next move to turn the tide. She recounted her species' history, a tale of survival against all odds. Siwoo watched, his focus unwavering as she spoke. Her kind survived on the battlefield, consuming what others deemed unthinkable. Siwoo's heart tightened, sensing the pain hidden in her words. The yokai laws had changed everything, forcing her species into obscurity. Siwoo realized their shared struggle against an unforgiving world. Her voice wavered slightly as she spoke of her parents. Siwoo understood her sorrow, though his own loss felt distant. Siwoo's gaze softened, her story revealing the depth of their fight. This was no longer about power, it was about survival. The figure stood silently, recalling the days spent hiding underground. Memories of survival amidst despair painted a haunting picture. Without guidance, they learned to adapt, shaping their grotesque form into something manageable, blending into humanity's shadows. Survival became instinct. A smile formed as she revealed her transformation. The once hideous being now embraced a beauty masking the pain of the past. She marveled at her ability to walk freely in the light, escaping the sewer's suffocating grip for the first time. "Is it really so wrong to seek survival this way?" she asked, her tone layered with defiance and fragile hope. Siwoo froze at her words. He saw vulnerability but didn't falter. Her sorrow couldn't erase the truths of their conflict. She spoke of her losses, asking for understanding. Siwoo's resolve deepened. The line between predator and victim remained clear. Siwoo clarified his stance, stepping forward with unwavering intent. He refused to compromise his principles, knowing this fight was inevitable. The moment hung heavy as their perspectives clashed. Siwoo urged her to act, prepared to face the consequences of her actions. She acknowledged his words with a quiet sigh, accepting the inevitability of battle. Her gaze turned sharp, ready to fight. Siwoo moved swiftly, energy surging around him. His strikes were precise, fueled by both skill and an unrelenting will to win. Their powers collided violently, creating bursts of light that reflected their contrasting strengths and convictions in this fateful battle. Siwoo sensed something deeper, her strength resonating with desperation. Even so, he pushed forward, refusing to lose the upper hand. As the fight intensified, Siwoo realized the limits of her abilities. He grasped the depth of his potential in contrast. The stars seemed to align as Siwoo's evolution became clear. His journey from uncertainty to power was written in destiny. Siwoo felt the overwhelming power radiating from his opponent, her energy surging dangerously close to breaching his carefully maintained defenses. Her strength had surpassed his expectations, leaving Siwoo both impressed and anxious. He realized the gap between them had drastically shifted. Purple energy exploded violently, shaking the surroundings as Siwoo stood firm. He braced himself, calculating his next move with precision. The clash was unrelenting, testing both their limits. Siwoo's mind raced to adapt, knowing survival depended on his evolving strategy. His opponent's fierce aura hinted at desperation. Siwoo recognized the stakes were higher than a mere battle. This was personal. A mysterious power coursed through her veins, amplifying her strength unnaturally. Siwoo pieced together the truth behind her rapid transformation. Over weeks of intense fights, her development had been astonishing, growing to heights that even she couldn't entirely comprehend. Siwoo acknowledged her attacks as remarkably powerful. Her newfound abilities revealed an edge that made the battle increasingly unpredictable. Despite the advantage of range, Siwoo identified openings in her tactics. He knew the fight's outcome relied on timing and courage. He prepared himself, a mix of determination and uncertainty filling the air. Siwoo understood this battle would define his future. Siwoo's energy flared brightly, colliding with hers in a burst of blinding light. The battlefield erupted with intense force and chaos. Her relentless strikes pushed Siwoo to his limit. Yet within the storm, he found clarity, focusing his resolve entirely. With one decisive move, Siwoo channeled every ounce of his strength into a strike that tore through her defenses. The impact reverberated through the air, signaling the climax of their battle. Siwoo stood tall, his victory etched in determination. As the dust settled, all that remained was silence, the weight of their clash evident in every scar on the ground. Siwoo lay injured, bloodied but resolute. His body screamed in pain, yet his determination refused to let him surrender. His opponent spoke with a solemn tone, acknowledging the intensity of their fight. The atmosphere grew heavier with every passing moment. The battle had hinged on each fighter's unique style, each move deciding the delicate balance between survival and defeat. However, Siwoo recognized the gamble he had taken, refusing to wield the Goblin Club, despite the immense risk involved. He sighed deeply, understanding the weight of his choices. Each decision marked the fine line between courage and recklessness. Siwoo grasped the truth behind the mysterious serum, its power coursing through him. Bloodied but unbroken, he claimed his victory. The city glimmered under the fading sunlight, the towering building reflecting the fiery hues of the approaching evening. Siwoo leaned against the railing, his thoughts racing as he recalled the overwhelming strength he had faced earlier. The quiet evening felt heavier with realization. His efforts, though valiant, seemed minuscule compared to the challenge that awaited him. A mentor's presence beside him carried a calm wisdom. His words weren't comforting but emphasized the harsh reality of strength. Under the vast, starlit sky, the memory of unmatched power lingered, a stark reminder of the gap Siwoo had to close. Siwoo's mind replayed the battle, every misstep clear. He wondered if this crushing experience had been shared by others before. The companion's unwavering gaze unsettled him, leaving Siwoo unsure if he had crossed a boundary by questioning their capabilities. A slight grin broke the silence. Strength exuded from confidence alone, as though there was no doubt in their superiority. Siwoo listened intently, curiosity sparking. The question of tactics hung between them, a chance to learn from someone experienced. The story unfolded vividly, each detail drawing Siwoo closer to understanding the precise moves that could overpower such immense foes. The stillness of the moment was broken only by the companion's steady explanation of technique and strategy. Years of experience shaped their insights, and every word carried the weight of lessons forged through countless battles. Siwoo absorbed the wisdom cautiously, grappling with the idea that raw power alone wouldn't guarantee survival in future challenges. The revelation settled in. Balance between power and precision was critical. Siwoo's resolve hardened as he internalized the lesson. The night sky stretched endlessly, a silent reminder that his journey was just beginning. Challenges ahead would demand his growth. The rumble shook the ground as the fight reached its peak, tension rising in the cool, shadowy night air. A faint smirk formed as the observer noticed progress. He marveled silently, realizing the combatant had adapted faster than expected. Blood smeared across the battlefield as an imposing figure confronted the warrior, its form radiating danger with every calculated movement forward. "This is what I foresaw," thought the observer, recalling the warnings. Yet unease lingered as the moment stretched painfully long. A hardened figure emerged, battered but resilient. The brutal test ended, leaving the opponent to sneer with an unsettling disappointment. A deep sigh escaped the observer as the aftermath unfolded. Only 3 opponents fell, leaving questions about untapped potential behind. The stars reflected in broken glass, a symbol of the foreign menace that had dared to cross into their domain. Deep within the shadows, a figure loomed, broken but defiant, its presence raising whispers of untold chaos to come. The observer's sharp words pierced the still night, questioning the motives and actions of the bold, invading presence before him. The wounded enemy barely stood, its resolve wavering under the weight of the observer's pointed, unrelenting demands for answers. The atmosphere turned oppressive, the opponent's growl signaling defiance as crimson energy began to pulse wildly in their battered form. Flesh cracked, power erupted, and the transformation began. The once defeated figure embraced the chaos within, breaking every limit imaginable. The sky darkened as a monstrous roar echoed. Power surged in a wild torrent, distorting the air with sheer fury. The observer summoned his own strength, their glowing aura lighting the battlefield, prepared to clash with a foe beyond comprehension. The battle ignited anew, 2 forces colliding in a swirl of energy, their fates intertwined in a storm of power. A brilliant surge of energy erupted, the battlefield alight with power as forces clashed with unmatched ferocity under the night sky. The violet glow intensified, the air trembling from the sheer force, as a decisive strike reverberated through the surroundings. The earth cracked beneath the combatants, the momentum of the clash sending shockwaves, a testament to their formidable strength. Observing from afar, determination hardened within. These encounters always pushed the limits, revealing the truth of resilience and strategy. The rumble faded momentarily, but the tension lingered. Everyone braced, unsure if the fight had truly come to an end. A sly grin crossed Solmi's face, her gaze flickering with amusement as she casually broke the tension of the evening. "When did you arrive?" her companion wondered, taken off guard by Solmi's abrupt presence amidst the stillness of the moment. With a teasing gesture, she leaned closer, finding humor in the awkward reactions that added levity to the heavy atmosphere. Her quick wit carried the conversation effortlessly, masking a subtle sense of unease as questions about the recent events went unanswered. Despite her cheerful demeanor, Solmi's eyes betrayed fatigue. The weight of recent struggles lingered as she exchanged knowing glances. "You wouldn't believe the chaos," Solmi chuckled lightly, but her tone hinted at exhaustion from the whirlwind of her day. Frustration bubbled beneath her calm exterior. "It's exhausting keeping everything balanced when the stakes keep rising," she thought, suppressing a sigh. Her voice shifted, now pleading. "Could you help?" She desperately sought aid, a flicker of vulnerability escaping her usually composed persona. Hesitant, her companion nodded, sensing the urgency. Yet before anyone could act, the floor shook violently, signaling more impending chaos. Solmi froze, her sharp instincts taking over. "Is there another threat already?" she wondered aloud, bracing herself for another battle. Solmi watched with a mix of unease and determination as the fight unfolded, chaos echoing across the tense battlefield. The weight of the situation hit her. Demons were relentless, and Siwoo's position in this battle was precarious. The brutal reality of the fight emphasized how growth often came through hardship, a lesson that couldn't be avoided. Every strike and counter-strike revealed the sheer challenge Siwoo faced, each blow pushing him closer to his physical limits. Despite her instincts to intervene, Solmi understood that only through these trials could Siwoo reach his true potential. Energy crackled across the dark sky as Siwoo struggled to hold his ground, his determination evident through his movements. The chaotic rhythm of the battle painted a vivid picture of desperation and courage, every action marked by raw effort. The opponent moved with calculated precision, their overwhelming power testing Siwoo's every defense, leaving no room for hesitation. As the combat intensified, the clash of energy sent shockwaves through the air, scattering debris in every direction. The battle's intensity left onlookers in awe, a testament to the growing strength Siwoo revealed, despite the odds against him. Siwoo's resolve burned brighter, each swing of his fists carrying the weight of his unyielding determination to persevere. The arena pulsed with energy as he refused to yield, his defiance standing tall against the overwhelming force before him. His body trembled under the strain, yet the fire in his eyes remained unshaken, a symbol of unrelenting willpower. Solmi silently observed, her expression shifting as she recognized the spirit of resilience that Siwoo displayed through his struggle. The battle reached its peak, the tension palpable as Siwoo pushed forward, ready to face whatever challenge came next. The battlefield was alive with energy, and Siwoo stood firmly, embodying the raw potential that goblins had long been known for. Goblin techniques drew strength from their heritage, combining raw power with precision to create unique moves that blurred the line between magic and skill. Siwoo focused intensely, channeling his energy into perfecting his stance. His body moved instinctively, merging discipline with newfound understanding. Each step brought clarity. The purpose wasn't brute strength, but control, a balance that resonated deeply with the essence of goblin wrestling. As the fight progressed, the audience began to understand the profound connection between Siwoo's movements and the ancient roots of wrestling. Siwoo's opponent launched another powerful attack, and the ground trembled. The energy radiated, leaving no room for hesitation or missteps. Siwoo moved deliberately, his actions calculated to minimize damage while redirecting his opponent's force, showcasing the fundamentals of goblin-style combat. He absorbed the shock, rooting himself to the ground. This technique mirrored nature's resilience, much like a deeply rooted tree. The concept of the roots unfolded as Siwoo anchored himself. His stance turned the opponent's strength into his advantage. Observers marveled at the grace beneath the chaos, recognizing the wisdom of goblins passed down through generations of fierce warriors. Siwoo steadied himself, his balance unwavering despite the relentless onslaught. Each move reflected a mastery earned through struggle and growth. The enemy's blows met resistance not through brute force but through a clever strategy, turning strength into a powerful counterattack. Goblin traditions emphasized efficiency. Siwoo's body absorbed the opponent's energy, distributing its impact through deliberate movements, reducing harm to himself. The technique brought to life the ancient metaphor of nature, resilience like a tree and fluidity like water, perfectly balanced. As the fight reached its peak, Siwoo's determination and adherence to his goblin roots became undeniable, inspiring awe in all watching. Siwoo's muscles tightened as energy surged through his body. The air vibrated, charged with the growing power of his technique. His stance became firm, channeling ancient goblin energy. It wasn't just strength, it was precision and focus, rooted in discipline. Each movement amplified his wrestling technique. The combination of raw power and mastery created a force far beyond ordinary comprehension. A sudden glint in his eyes revealed determination. The transformation was complete, merging his will and abilities into something unstoppable. The ground trembled as energy swirled violently around him, the intensity reaching its peak, heralding the battle's defining moment. The clash began with blinding speed. Siwoo moved faster than the eye could follow, his strikes resonating with pure force. The impact shattered the ground, shockwaves rippling outward. Dust and debris filled the air as energy exploded in every direction. The battlefield quieted briefly, revealing the aftermath. A massive crater stood where the combatants had exchanged their most powerful blows. The arena carried a heavy silence, broken only by the distant echoes of crumbling debris, marking the scale of destruction. Siwoo stood tall amidst the chaos, his strength evident, but the fight was far from over. This was only the beginning. The silence broke as the enemy, battered but alive, crawled back into view, their resilience defying all expectations once again. Collapsing to their knees, they raised a trembling hand. Their pride wavered, but their will remained, a final plea forming. The opponent begged, not for mercy but for an end on their own terms, revealing a surprising vulnerability beneath their defiance. Siwoo's expression hardened as he understood the weight of the words. Strength wasn't just power, it was responsibility, even in battle. The tension hung thick as Siwoo prepared his response, aware that every choice now carried consequences far beyond the fight. Siwoo stood over his opponent, the air heavy with tension. Questions lingered about his intentions and the reason for mercy. A sudden surge of energy interrupted the stillness, Siwoo flinching as an unexpected force slammed toward him with raw power. The intensity of the moment shattered, replaced by curiosity. Attention shifted toward rumors of guests arriving from distant, unknown origins. Solmi's voice carried clarity, revealing how demons from China had intervened. Their arrival signaled a new, unforeseen development. The idea of meeting these demons intrigued Solmi. Her gaze sharpened as she imagined the strength they might possess. Solmi explained the situation, her tone calm but hinting at frustration. Tending to her is complicated, she thought, glancing away. Siwoo raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued. The mention of a descendant stirred his thoughts about the connection to legendary figures. As the figure approached, the air grew heavy. The mention of the great Sun Wukong added intrigue to her presence. The granddaughter of the Monkey King stepped forward, her aura commanding respect. She radiated confidence, embodying the legacy of her lineage. The graceful figure of the woman stood tall under the moonlight, her aura radiant yet tinged with restrained authority. A sudden realization struck Choi Siwoo. The attack wasn't for him, raising questions about the intentions behind it. Choi Siwoo introduced himself with confidence, his determined eyes scanning for clues about the mysterious spirit standing before him. The woman's sharp gaze shifted, analyzing Siwoo's words, as if searching for an answer hidden within his resolve. Her words carried a subtle warning. There was no room for mistakes, and her expression left no doubt about her seriousness. Energy surged from the woman's fingertips, a flickering light that hinted at the immense power she could unleash. Her fiery magic burned into the air, her control and dominance unshakable, leaving Siwoo tense but resolute. Siwoo's breath caught as her mystical aura swirled, drawing the surroundings into a quiet, heavy stillness. The tension escalated as her actions demonstrated she wasn't one to tolerate hesitation or weakness in such dire circumstances. A brilliant explosion followed, radiating through the scene, forcing Siwoo to prepare himself for the true challenge to come. Siwoo steadied himself, his body remembering every intense moment from before, knowing this wasn't a test he could fail. He realized her power wasn't just a display. She aimed to awaken something buried deep within him all along. The overwhelming flow of energy seemed to consume the moment, testing both his limits and his resolve to adapt. Yet Siwoo's endurance shone through, even as he sensed that without his current growth, he'd have fallen instantly. Underneath a resilient young tree named Choi Siwoo, roots were forming, weathering a storm meant to shatter the unprepared. Siwoo questioned himself silently, wondering if he could withstand a second wave of power from his formidable opponent. Despite his doubts, Siwoo braced himself, knowing that even the slightest hesitation could spell disaster for him this time. His adversary unleashed another surge of energy, their movements radiating power as Siwoo felt the weight of his vulnerability. A glowing purple force ignited the air, filling the space with an unrelenting intensity, pushing Siwoo to react instinctively. Siwoo pushed forward, the collision of energies creating a flash of chaos that marked the beginning of the true test. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the woman stepped forward, her aura burning with a fiery, untamed strength. Siwoo found himself cornered, forced to rely on reflexes he barely understood to avoid her relentless and precise attacks. A pulse of magic burst through the air, disorienting Siwoo but not shaking his growing determination to endure the fight. The battlefield erupted in light as the woman's spell surged forward, illuminating the night and testing Siwoo's unwavering spirit. Siwoo dove to the side, the energy missing him by inches, the impact shaking the ground beneath his feet. The radiant opponent held her ground, her gaze sharp and unyielding, as if daring Siwoo to rise and continue. Siwoo's mind raced, trying to calculate his next move against someone who seemed invincible and impossibly fast. Energy swirled around them as her voice carried across the battlefield, layered with unspoken power and unwavering authority. Siwoo's resolve solidified, knowing this was more than a battle. It was a moment to prove his strength and grit. The confrontation reached its peak, the air humming with the anticipation of what their final clash would decide. Choi Siwoo slowly got back on his feet, relieved he wasn't seriously injured, though the tension in the air lingered. As Seolhwa assessed the situation, her curiosity about the origin of such chaos hinted at a deeper mystery. Siwoo pondered her words, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the cryptic nature of the events that seemed beyond his understanding. Seolhwa's expression turned serious, her sharp insight revealing that the true reason behind the uproar wasn't as simple as it seemed. With a faint smirk, Seolhwa hinted at something greater, her confidence unshaken, leaving Siwoo more intrigued than ever before. Seolhwa's words hinted at her reluctance toward the situation, yet she couldn't help but be drawn into its complexities. The swirling purple aura around her grew stronger, reflecting her determination to face whatever challenge lay ahead with composure. Seolhwa's eyes glinted with resolve as she contemplated the unyielding obstacles, knowing this place wasn't forgiving to the unprepared. She gestured forward, pointing toward the source of trouble, her calm demeanor masking the intensity of her internal calculations. Siwoo stood firm, realizing that even within Seolhwa's controlled actions, there was an edge of unpredictability he couldn't ignore. The sudden surge of energy between them created tension, Seolhwa's power radiating as if to test the limits of Siwoo's resolve. Siwoo stepped back, overwhelmed by her overwhelming presence, yet unwilling to back down from the challenge unfolding before him. A fierce command resonated, halting the intensity of the moment, forcing both parties to pause and reassess the brewing storm. Another figure emerged, breaking the atmosphere with authority, their words striking a balance that kept things from spiraling into chaos. Siwoo felt a wave of relief as the situation de-escalated, though the lesson in humility lingered deeply within him. Seolhwa's voice carried authority as she criticized the recklessness of escalating tension without consideration for its consequences on the fragile balance. Xiaohua stood firm, unyielding, her sharp words reflecting her dedication to maintaining order, no matter how complicated the situation became. The group exchanged tense glances as Seolhwa highlighted the chain of events, her insights piercing through the mounting unease. Seolhwa addressed Siwoo's actions, her tone measured yet carrying an edge that emphasized the importance of understanding his responsibilities. The weight of her words left a lasting impact, making it clear that carelessness would not be tolerated in such dire times. Siwoo mulled over his role, realizing the stakes involved required more than just raw power. It demanded calculated choices and control. Seolhwa's voice softened slightly, acknowledging the complexity of the situation while urging everyone to adapt and rise above their frustrations. The night sky was heavy with residual energy as Seolhwa reflected on the necessity of strength and wisdom amidst chaos. Xiaohua's determination flared as she steadied herself, focusing on her mission, undeterred by the challenges posed by their surroundings. The mysterious energy emanating from the horizon promised further trials, pushing each of them toward growth, whether they were ready or not. Seolhwa exhaled, releasing tension as she admitted the challenges she faced, striving to maintain her composure despite growing frustrations. Siwoo stood silently, absorbing the dynamics of the group, recognizing there was more depth to each person's resolve than he assumed. Seolhwa's firm declaration established her presence, making it clear she had no interest in unnecessary alliances or compromises with their principles. Xiaohua's sharp glare reflected a lingering frustration, her inner fire not easily extinguished despite the situation appearing to have calmed momentarily. The group's brief reprieve hinted at unspoken tensions still simmering, foreshadowing the struggles yet to come in their intertwined paths. Xiaohua observed the aftermath, noting that the operation had succeeded with at least one entity captured, signaling progress in their efforts. Siwoo felt a mix of exhaustion and relief, realizing his hard work had prevented further tragedies in the chaotic cityscape. The group shared a quiet moment of reflection, acknowledging the efforts needed to prevent more places from falling into similar danger. Siwoo's determination grew as he understood he wasn't alone in the battle, with others fighting for the same cause. Xiaohua reassured him, hinting at an intricate network of yokai working in tandem to secure their shared world against invaders. Siwoo's curiosity deepened as he questioned the origins of their foes, sensing the complexity of realms intertwined with their own. Xiaohua spoke with calm authority, shedding light on the collaboration between humans and yokai to maintain balance despite the challenges. A detailed map highlighted regions of responsibility, showcasing the coordinated efforts of various groups, each with its own critical role. Siwoo absorbed the gravity of the mission, realizing the stakes were higher and more intricate than he initially understood. The distant skyline glowed faintly, a silent reminder of the fragile peace they fought to protect amidst the night's turmoil. Ji So-yoon approached with a composed presence, her sharp gaze reflecting the experience of someone accustomed to facing intense challenges alone. Siwoo questioned So-yoon's solitary approach, though her quiet confidence suggested she valued independence over the chaos of unnecessary assistance. So-yoon viewed her role as both a duty and an opportunity to grow, embracing her responsibilities without hesitation or complaint. Siwoo admired her determination, though he couldn't ignore the isolation she seemed to embrace as part of her path forward. The conversation ended with a quiet understanding, each resolved to their own methods, yet united by a shared purpose against looming threats. Ji So-yoon reflected on her journey, her thoughts clouded by the old man's push to shape her into a shaman's role. She contemplated stepping down, weighing the sacrifices required against the responsibilities thrust upon her by fate and circumstance. So-yoon identified the mysterious creature's rank and its role within its group, her sharp instincts unraveling its connections quickly. Siwoo listened intently as she explained, realizing the task ahead was far more daunting than he originally believed. So-yoon's tone turned serious, warning Siwoo of the difficulty in facing their enemies, who thrived in structured and shadowy hierarchies. The morning sun hinted at a brief reprieve, yet So-yoon's words reminded Siwoo of the deeper struggles within their mission. Siwoo mulled over his next challenge, acknowledging the unpredictability of yokai behavior and the constant need for preparation. Despite the weight of her responsibilities, So-yoon's composure was unwavering, embodying the discipline her role demanded from her. Siwoo resolved to approach the upcoming tasks strategically, balancing caution with courage in facing the unknown ahead of him. The atmosphere was tense, yet hopeful, as they both knew the importance of their duties in protecting the fragile peace. Siwoo questioned the strange new task assigned, feeling unprepared for a role that seemed far beyond his expectations. So-yoon's calm explanation revealed deeper layers to their mission, mentioning the influence of an esteemed Oni family in Japan. Siwoo's doubt lingered as he considered the complexities of international connections and the strange pull of this unique responsibility. His mind raced with questions about his selection, wondering if his journey was aligning with a greater, unseen purpose. So-yoon's final remark left Siwoo contemplative, the mystery of his role deepening with each new challenge placed in his path. Ji So-yoon gazed at the horizon, reflecting on the legacy of those who came before and the weight of expectations. The golden sunlight poured over the airport as So-yoon took in the unfamiliar air, grounding herself before a new journey. So-yoon encouraged herself to embrace the unknown, knowing this overseas trip would mark a pivotal moment in their intertwined destinies. Walking beside her companion, she hoped their steps into this foreign land would lead to growth, courage, and unexpected adventures. The morning sun lit up the station as June arrived, his thoughts preoccupied with the strange invitation he'd received. He glanced at Mina, who seemed unbothered, casually scrolling her phone. "My, this timing feels oddly inconvenient," June thought. Mina paused, noticing his expression. "Don't overthink it," she said flatly. June sighed. Her aloofness always threw him off. They walked in silence, the weight of the mission ahead sinking in. Teamwork with strangers. This might get messy, Yoon mused. Mina glanced at the distant horizon. This isn't the first time cooperation has felt forced, she said, almost nostalgically. They worked together back then, Mina started, her voice calm. But nothing about that arrangement was peaceful or harmonious. Yoon listened as she detailed old tensions, where alliances often sparked heated arguments. The past mirrored their uncertain present. There were fights, Mina added, her tone firm. Not just disagreements, actual clashes that nearly destroyed everything we stood for. Yoon frowned, imagining the damage caused by reckless decisions. So, what stopped it? He asked, though Mina's silence lingered. She finally spoke. Maybe it was inevitable, but the lessons weren't lost on everyone. Keep your guard up, Yoon. They strolled past others, suitcases in tow, as Yoon muttered, If it feels wrong, I'm bailing. No questions asked. Mina's sharp gaze followed the crowd. Bailing might be safer, but not practical, she said, her voice almost amused. They paused when two strangers caught Mina's attention. Looks like they're here for the same reason, she murmured knowingly. Yoon stiffened, realizing they'd been recognized. So much for blending in, he thought, sensing the air grow heavy. The taller figure approached, a sharp, piercing look. This is going to get awkward fast, Yoon muttered under his breath. Yoon's footsteps echoed as he approached the figure. He reminded himself to stay calm, though tension thickened in the air. Standing face to face with Kira, the unease was palpable. Yoon silently assessed the situation, unsure of what to expect next. Stay composed. Don't overthink, Yoon repeated internally. His face remained neutral, but the nervous energy crept into his body language. Kira extended his hand enthusiastically, startling Yoon. Thank you for welcoming us, Kira said warmly, leaving Yoon momentarily speechless. Yoon blinked, his mind racing. Kira's unexpected energy disarmed him. Is this guy for real? Yoon wondered silently. Kira introduced himself with confidence. I'm Kira Yoshihiro, 16 years old, 17 in Korean age, he said, exuding youthful charm. Mina observed quietly, her sharp eyes studying Kira. She couldn't help but notice how effortlessly he switched between languages. You're quite fluent, Mina said, her words measured. Kira smiled, crediting his middle school studies and sibling influence for his skills. My sister's even better than me, Kira added proudly. Mina remained unreadable, her demeanor as stoic as ever. Yoon nudged Mina to respond, though her hesitation spoke volumes. She finally uttered a simple, formal greeting, keeping things brief. Kira apologized for his sister's quiet nature. She's older than me but can be reserved, he explained with a sheepish grin. Mina remained thoughtful, noting the siblings' dynamic. She wasn't sure what to make of Kira's exuberance just yet. Yoon's glance shifted. This collaboration feels peculiar, he thought. The partnership seemed laden with unspoken challenges that lay ahead. Mina turned away briefly, her expression unreadable. She appeared lost in thought, her mind drifting to their next destination. Nightfall arrived as they drove to their accommodation. The air was still, a momentary calm before the unknown awaited them. As they drove, Kira reassured Mina, offering to address any issues. Mina simply nodded, still cautious about the arrangement. Mina acknowledged their sudden arrival, appreciating the effort in organizing accommodations. Kira's optimism seemed unfazed by her reserved demeanor. Yoon glanced out the window, his mind wandering. Young master, Mina's calm voice pulled him back to the present. Without hesitation, Mina asked Yoon for more details about Kira and his sister's visit, clearly aiming to clarify their purpose. Their goal seems vague, Mina thought. She posed a straightforward question, hoping for a clearer understanding of their intentions. Mina's direct question lingered, prompting a brief silence. She wanted no misunderstandings, determined to align everyone's expectations from the start. Yoon thought her approach was bold but efficient. Kira finally admitted they came to investigate a yokai potentially crossing over. Kira added that their father approved openness, especially in unfamiliar territory. Honesty seemed to be their chosen strategy here. Mina processed the information, her expression still calm. Why investigate here? She wondered, waiting for Kira to clarify further. Kira's explanation hinted at a broader danger. He hoped collaboration would reveal new insights about this mysterious, elusive yokai. June probed deeper, questioning the type of yokai involved. Kira hesitated but eventually began detailing classifications used in their region. Kira outlined the main types: demon beasts, animals gaining supernatural intelligence and powers over time, often leading to significant danger. The second type was vengeful spirits, human souls corrupted by tragic deaths or powerful attachments, now threatening the living. Kira then described Bujo Shin, spirits residing in objects. He explained their unique traits, highlighting their unpredictable yet formidable nature. Each type presented different challenges, making the investigation critical. June silently considered how this complex task might unfold in reality. Mina listened intently as Kira explained unique yokai forms originating from humans, objects, and the natural world around them. He mentioned lesser-known types, such as Sanawa, beings rooted in mystical energies, diverging from traditional classifications altogether. Mina's sharp gaze shifted. Taimagami exist, dark gods, Kira added, his tone cautious, sensing the weight of his words on them. June confirmed the term, his face unreadable. A yokai born from the void, defying categorization, Mina reflected, intrigued by the anomaly. It thrives in voids of imbalance, Kira said, his voice lowering. The mystery of creation hung heavily between them. Kira continued, dark gods emerge when spiritual energy stagnates over centuries. June frowned, realizing their destructive potential was immense. Each dark god grows unpredictably, exceeding known yokai limits, Kira added. Mina mentally prepared for the complexities ahead. Past records documented chaos these beings unleashed, forcing humans and yokai alike to unite to suppress their devastating presence. Can you identify the dark god in question? Mina asked, though uncertainty loomed large in Kira's reluctant expression. We don't know yet, Kira admitted. His honesty was disarming, but the stakes of their mission seemed higher than ever. Mina pondered Kira's explanation as the group arrived at their hotel. The day's events left her with more questions than answers. Kira proposed they regroup after resting, emphasizing the importance of staying prepared. The evening promised more revelations to unfold. June mulled over Kira's openness. Could they be withholding critical information? He wondered, wary of missteps in this fragile partnership. As the team parted for the day, Mina resolved to keep her guard up while exploring any potential gaps in plans. The sun began to set, and with it, Mina felt the weight of the unknown grow heavier around them. Mina reflected on past yokai encounters. If there's a gathering happening, the purpose must hold some deeper significance, she thought. Those monsters never learned restraint, Mina pondered. Each time their power only grew, turning dangerous before anyone could intervene. June considered this grim reality. Eventually, without control, they self-destruct, leaving destruction in their wake, Mina added with quiet resignation. However, Mina couldn't shake a new idea. What if this chaos was intentional? A strategy to manipulate monstrous behavior? Such coordination could create unstoppable forces, Mina theorized. A chill crept over her as the implications became increasingly clear. June mentioned the possibility of dark gods influencing events. Mina's sharp glance revealed her surprise at the unexpected suggestion. These aren't just regional issues, June explained. He speculated connections spanning Japan, China, and other regions, complicating the situation further. Even if uncommon, dark gods arriving from various places remains plausible, June added, emphasizing the gravity of the evolving threat. Mina frowned but acknowledged the logic. If they've grown stronger recently, this could explain their growing influence, she admitted reluctantly. Mina scanned their surroundings, her resolve strengthening. Whatever lies ahead, we must uncover the truth before it's too late. Mina hypothesized that external interference escalated the events. If others came to contain or amplify dark gods, this changes everything. Kira noticed figures in the distance, their presence commanding an air of authority, potentially tied to a larger operation. Perhaps their role involves addressing anomalies, Mina guessed. She couldn't decide whether their arrival was reassuring or another complication. As they neared Mount Moya, June appeared confident. This location feels secluded enough for initial planning and strategic discussions, he thought. The serene setting contrasted with the brewing storm ahead, offering brief solace before the team faced the chaos to come. The figure stepped confidently, her sharp presence dominating the clearing. A few curious humans won't disrupt this delicate operation, she mused. Siwoo nodded reluctantly, realizing how calculated the team had to be. Any unnecessary attention could spiral into chaos quickly. Reflecting on their earlier encounters, Siwoo admitted the weight of responsibility. Mistakes made yesterday still haunt today's delicate balance, he thought. She glanced over, sensing his doubt. Perfection isn't always possible, her tone suggested, though her expectations remained frustratingly high. The forest floor bore silent witness to their words, its untouched beauty marred by the tension of unresolved guilt and questions. Siwoo hesitated, but spoke. What could I have done differently? His self-doubt clung tightly despite her reassurances. The figure shifted, watching him intently. You'll need to strengthen yourself to manage situations that spiral beyond control, she declared. Consider it training for the future, she continued, her voice steady. Your role as a yokai demands sharper, quicker reactions. They moved together as the sun dappled the forest. Resilience stems from practice, she added, emphasizing versatility and balance. A warm light broke through the trees, momentarily softening the weight of her words, though Siwoo's mind brimmed with determination. A sudden movement snapped Siwoo out of thought. His reflexes were tested when the figure's speed abruptly disrupted the moment. Her quick advance caught him by surprise, forcing Siwoo to steady himself quickly. He nearly stumbled but regained composure. Be vigilant, she reminded. Her words rang with weight. Distractions could lead to dangerous mistakes, even for someone like Siwoo. Their sparring continued with fluidity, testing Siwoo's focus. His grip tightened, intent on proving his adaptability despite the mounting challenges. Determined, Siwoo pressed on, his resolve solidifying under her sharp gaze. Every step forward must strengthen my role, he thought. The figure's grip tightened around Siwoo as her sharp gaze locked onto his. Your posture reflects readiness, not hesitance, she noted. A surge of energy radiated through her hands, her intent focused on helping Siwoo release tension and channel his strength. Stay composed, she whispered firmly, her aura enveloping him. Siwoo nerves steadied, but the pressure of the moment lingered heavily.
The faint scent of a flower drifted through the air, capturing Siwoo's attention unexpectedly. Suddenly, a spell of dizziness overwhelmed him, leaving Siwoo confused as to what was happening. His heart began to race, beating loudly, as though he was running an exhausting race. Siwoo shut his eyes tightly, hoping to regain control of himself and calm the storm inside. When he opened his eyes again, everything around him seemed different, as if time had changed. Suddenly, Siwoo found himself in a strangely familiar place, as though he had been here before. Confusion filled him, and he gasped, unsure whether it was reality or just another illusion. The voice assured him that this place was just a reflection from his memories and senses. Relieved, Siwoo sighed, realizing it was not real, but a creation of his mind, not physical. He turned to the voice, asking if the being was also part of the illusion too. The mysterious figure explained that their species could induce vivid hallucinations and influence the mind's perceptions. It continued, revealing the ability to control what others see or hear by manipulating their nervous system. With a pause, the figure clarified that this technique was a higher form of mental manipulation. It added that by connecting minds temporarily, they could interact directly, bridging their consciousness with others. With a sigh, the figure admitted this was a rare act, normally beyond their typical abilities. Siwoo's curiosity piqued as he wondered about the upcoming challenge and the mysterious test ahead. The figure, without hesitation, hinted at the test, revealing that the true challenge lay ahead. With a decisive step forward, the figure's intentions were clear to test Siwoo's capabilities in combat. Siwoo, taken aback, anxiously asked if this was really happening, uncertain of what would come next. A smile formed on Siwoo's face, realizing that this test might be the start of everything. Siwoo questioned the figure, wondering if it was all real or merely a trick in disguise. The figure continued, explaining that its actions were carefully calculated, not just an illusion or simple test. Siwoo, still puzzled, listened attentively, intrigued by the mysterious being's words and the possibilities it hinted at. A subtle pop echoed as something strange occurred, and Siwoo couldn't quite understand the sudden change. The figure's gesture made something new appear in the air, leaving Siu even more curious. Siu had been on the brink of collapse, the overwhelming energy from the demon draining him. Despite his exhaustion, Siu barely managed to stay on his feet, pushing his limits beyond reason. He took a step forward, determination in his eyes, though every movement felt like a struggle. With a swift leap, he forced himself into motion, ignoring his body's protests, ready for anything. As he landed, the sound of impact echoed, and Siu prepared himself for what came next. The figure recognized Siu's strength, impressed by his power even without relying on demon energy. Siu felt the force of the attack, but he managed to absorb the shock with a step. The ground beneath his feet trembled, but Siu stood firm, calculating his next move carefully. With a sudden movement, Siu retaliated, striking with fierce speed as the battle reached its peak. The intense exchange of blows continued, each impact echoing through the air as Siu pressed forward. Siu's strike landed with tremendous force, leaving him wondering if he had truly become this strong. He felt the surge of power and speed, his body reacting faster than he expected. Siu's mind raced as he questioned what was happening to him, unsure of his newfound strength. Suddenly, a quick motion to the side caught his attention, leaving Siu confused by the shift. The unexpected movement forced Siu to react instantly, his body already anticipating the next strike. A sharp clang echoed as their weapons clashed, the tension between them building with every movement. The figure commented that, though gifted, this battle wasn't easy, hinting at the challenge ahead. Siu's mind processed the challenge, realizing that if the opponent relied on physical power, victory was uncertain. Reflecting on his past battles, Siu understood that his sense of combat had always been his edge. The figure then warned that if his enemy matched or surpassed his talent, victory would be uncertain. Siu, panting and confused, wondered why his attacks weren't landing, despite pushing himself to the limit. Frustration built as Siu noticed his opponent barely flinching despite the intense force behind his strikes. He tried to process the situation, realizing something was off but couldn't pinpoint the cause. With a flash of insight, Siu came to a startling realization that could change everything. The figure, sensing Siu's discovery, remained calm, knowing the shift in the fight had just begun. Siu realized that the techniques he had used in all his previous fights were influenced by someone. He recalled when he first wielded the club, amazed at how he had changed its form. His opponent's techniques, he realized, had altered the way Siu approached combat, shaping his own style. Determined, Siu acknowledged that if his enemy could do it, then he too could adapt. With newfound resolve, Siu prepared for the next move, his body shifting into a more powerful stance. Siu recalled the technique his opponent had used, the powerful ground step that amplified their strikes. He realized that this technique allowed them to control the impact, no matter the energy input. While Siu couldn't match his opponent's mastery yet, he was determined to catch up soon. With intense focus, Siu gripped the ground beneath him, preparing to use the technique in his own way. Siu pushed forward, confident that his own tricks could turn the battle in his favor. Siu, focused, pondered how he would utilize the ground step technique, knowing it could shift the battle. He realized that without mastering the step, it would be nearly impossible to land a decisive blow. Determined, Siu understood that if he wanted victory, he had to perfect his own unique version. With a deep breath, Siu gathered his energy, preparing himself for what was coming next. The air around him shifted as Siu unleashed his version of the technique, a powerful attack. Siu's attack landed with a forceful bang, his new technique finally succeeding, pushing him closer to victory. With a triumphant smile, Siu declared his success, feeling the rush of accomplishment after the intense battle. He acknowledged his opponent's strength but realized he had been able to outthink their strategies. The figure calmly praised Siu's effort, recognizing his determination and growth during the fight. Siu, still catching his breath, glanced at the figure, surprised to hear that two were watching. With a smile, the figure pointed out Siu's progress, showing him a new technique in action. Siu watched intently, feeling the rhythm of the steps. As the demonstration moved smoothly through each motion, the figure continued to move, raising their weapon in a perfect form, showcasing the technique's power. Siu realized his opponent had acknowledged his growth, but this new challenge had only just begun. The figure's sudden pause revealed that they hadn't yet revealed everything, leaving Siu in suspense. The ground trembled with a loud rumble, the air crackling with intense energy as something massive approached. Siu turned his head, sensing something dangerous, his gaze quickly shifting to the source of the disturbance. He felt a wave of unease as the ground beneath him cracked, signaling something ominous ahead. Frustration built inside Siu, realizing the unfairness of the situation as the enemy unleashed their full power. With a deafening explosion, the ground erupted, sending shockwaves through the air, leaving Siu stunned. Siu struggled to recover, feeling the effects of the explosive force that had sent him flying. Groaning, he pushed through the pain, his body battered but his determination stronger than ever. The figure observed Siu's resilience, impressed by his ability to withstand such a brutal onslaught. With a light chuckle, the figure complimented Siu, noting that he had proven himself in the fight. Acknowledging the fight wasn't fair, the figure revealed they had used multiple advantages, yet Siu still stood strong. Siu considered his opponent's strength, wondering how many tails it would take to match their power. The figure explained that 3 tails would suffice, but 4 would grant maximum strength in a short time. Siu processed the information, surprised by the overwhelming increase in power with each additional tail. Confident, the figure noted they could handle smaller threats with just 1 tail, demonstrating their capabilities. Siu, realizing the figure's power, quickly apologized for misjudging their strength, not wanting to overstep. A new figure appeared, kneeling with urgency, claiming there was no hidden agenda in observing the fight. Siu glanced at the figure, recognizing her and wondering about the connection as she addressed him. The figure turned and explained she was from the Yanghoi house, delivering something important for Siu. She revealed the item was a special clothing set made from the finest demon treasure for him. The sun was setting over the horizon, casting a warm glow. A day before, an important meeting occurred. In the meeting room, a calm figure spoke, explaining the confusion that might arise with the upcoming investment. He continued, offering assistance and resources, ensuring the listener would have everything needed for success. Special privileges were promised, including exclusive knowledge and convenient access to materials for the endeavor ahead. With a small but skeptical glance, the listener considered the offer carefully, wondering if the investment would pay off. The listener, growing more serious, asked about the true objective, expressing the importance of clarity in the deal. The speaker responded with a smirk, acknowledging the listener's sharpness. The truth was closer than expected. They revealed that, for now, there was no immediate demand, but the situation would change in time. With a cryptic smile, the speaker mentioned that without the right choices, the investment would fail to yield results. A final warning echoed in the room, stating the listener wasn't the only one competing for support in this endeavor. A dark figure spoke of the Demon King's rule, where a monarch controls the night for 6 centuries. The conversation shifted to those who sought power, hoping to be the king's most trusted servant. The speaker explained how demons, too weak for the throne, aim to secure a comfortable future. The listener reflected on the situation, understanding the risks, but also feeling some relief in the opportunity. With a small sigh, the speaker acknowledged the conflicts ahead, knowing some would resent the choices made. Despite the challenges, no real issues had emerged from the situation, and complaints naturally faded away in time. The speaker referred to a young master who once seemed promising but turned out to be unworthy of backing. It was then acknowledged that the real potential lay in the listener, whose actions had proven more reliable. The listener accepted the praise with calm indifference, acknowledging the reality of the situation without excitement. The speaker's advice was clear: to secure more support, the listener must prove their worth by demonstrating strength. The listener stood in thought, surrounded by ominous darkness. The weight of the decision ahead grew heavier. A voice continued, discussing the importance of the listener's relationship with the Demon King and future outcomes. The listener, reflecting deeply, realized the complexity of the situation and the importance of careful choices. The episode began, introducing the next chapter of the journey. The listener's path was now uncertain. Now fully equipped for what lay ahead, the listener prepared, feeling a sense of strange certainty. The woman explained the unique properties of a garment made from demon treasure, its summoning nature highlighted. She demonstrated how the special clothing wasn't worn daily, but summoned only when it was needed most. With a precise gesture, she showed the necessary spell to summon the attire, involving a focused hand movement. The listener, intrigued, watched as the spell was performed. The garment appeared and vanished with ease. As the woman continued, she showed how the process worked in reverse, summoning and dismissing the garment. The listener glanced at the woman, sensing an air of mystery, thinking she might be a 9-tailed fox. The woman, a bit irritated, remarked on the listener's childish behavior, dismissing the notion as foolish. She quickly turned away, urging the listener to hurry up, her frustration evident in the sharp tone. The listener, unfazed, casually inquired if the woman was there to spy, or simply to observe. With a sigh, the woman dismissed the question, asking if the listener had heard something more from the headmaster. The woman revealed critical information, stating they knew the location of one group that escaped the previous night. The listener, surprised, asked how they had such detailed information about the group's whereabouts and movements. The woman, now serious, warned the listener not to question her, hinting that the truth was dangerous. She continued, reminding the listener about their previous encounter with a key person, Yuseom from Hate. The listener recalled Yuseom's name, realizing the connection, and nodded, fully aware of what was happening. The city stretched out before them, As the woman spoke of the previous night's hunt and events, the listener's expression softened, realizing that the demons didn't fare as poorly as initially assumed during the hunt. In a shift of focus, the woman revealed that 2 demons, assigned to the hunt, were dead. Meanwhile, the young master managed to escape the chaos, fleeing from the consequences of the failed mission. With disbelief, the listener questioned why they had been left in the dark about these developments, demanding answers. The woman explained that they only discovered the truth this morning, after the young master had arrived. His condition was grave, showing clear signs of being severely injured, with panic in his eyes. Despite their efforts to tend to his wounds, his behavior remained erratic, and he couldn't focus. In a troubled tone, the woman mentioned how the young master kept repeating vague words about his failure. The listener understood, realizing that the young master's shame and fear of consequences were what truly broke him. The woman explained that the judge would likely hear about the incident soon, but action would be delayed. She mentioned how the previous night had taken a toll on everyone, leaving little room for immediate response. Pointing out the severity of the situation, she suggested that the group would eventually deal with it all. The listener, still unsure, reflected on the circumstances and considered stepping in to help with the aftermath. However, a feeling of uncertainty crept in as the listener realized they couldn't afford to act alone. The woman warned that if the authorities discovered the situation, they would only see it from their viewpoint. Despite this, the listener already knew the location of the demon and didn't need permission to act. She advised that catching the demon quickly was critical, as the longer it remained, the worse it became. The listener, aware of the urgency, considered the task ahead, knowing time was running out for action. With a decisive gesture, she gave the listener her final advice: learn everything about the demon before moving forward. The woman spoke with confidence, noting that if the listener had the right skills, victory was possible. As her hands moved in intricate patterns, she demonstrated the power of space-folding magic, creating an opening. The listener, intrigued by the power displayed, requested more details, hoping to learn what Useum had shared. With a sly grin, the woman teased that she would only share the information if it amused her. As they continued walking, the listener realized they had arrived at their destination, the TH Hotel, an unexpected turn. The listener was surprised, asking what the woman meant. She replied with a simple answer: sightseeing. She insisted that staying in the hotel wasn't an option after their long journey, and they needed action. He explained the situation, reminding her of the customs and rules they had to follow in this place. Despite the explanation, she was still skeptical, expressing disbelief at the idea of cooperation with the shamans. The listener, now frustrated, questioned whether she truly expected him to hunt demons in an unfamiliar land. The woman snapped at the listener, accusing him of acting oddly since he became the stand-in for the family leader. She bluntly told him to stop and follow his own advice, no longer tolerating his behavior. He flinched at her remark, trying to defend himself while she dismissed him and walked away. Ignoring his frustration, she turned to leave, telling him to call her if he needed help. With a sigh, the listener muttered under his breath, knowing she wouldn't answer if he called. The elevator chimed as it reached the desired floor. The woman stepped out, already determined to take action. Inside the elevator, she pressed the button to head further down, ignoring the current situation she was in. She muttered to herself that she wouldn't remain in the hotel any longer if things didn't change. The plan was clear: she would make the demon come to her instead of waiting for it to be found. With determination, she prepared to call upon a powerful spirit, revealing her intent to summon great fortune. The spirit spoke, commenting on the vast amount of fortune amassed. Before addressing the nature of the task, it explained the concept of 7 types of fortune, which ranged from health to love and social life. The fortune teller herself couldn't predict which aspect would be chosen, leaving the decision to the spirit. With a smile, the woman thanked the spirit, ready to receive the fortune that would aid her. She lamented that it was unfortunate she had to rely on such fortune, but it would ensure success. The woman stared in disbelief at the fortune she had just received, clearly shocked by its prediction. The fortune read that today was the day she would meet the man of her dreams, but it seemed too strange. She couldn't believe this was exactly what she needed at that very moment, but it felt odd. Meanwhile, the driver, seemingly confused, noted that they had reached the wrong place, unsure of their destination. The woman, now determined, dismissed the driver's concern, telling him it was fine and that she would walk. The woman halted, puzzled by something unexpected. Her curiosity piqued as she looked around. Nearby, a man sighed in frustration, realizing he should have planned better. Regretting his earlier decisions, he muttered under his breath, considering how he could have avoided this situation by taking the bus instead. In Hangang Park, the afternoon sun shines brightly, casting a warm glow on the vibrant landscape. A group of people stroll through the park, while a man observes quietly from a nearby bench. The man looks over at a young person, who is having a good time, seemingly carefree and happy. A figure steps forward, his arrival catching the attention of the young person, who turns around. The young person, recognizing the newcomer, greets him with a surprised smile, wondering when he arrived. The newcomer reveals that he had stepped away earlier, not wanting to disrupt the young person's enjoyment. He points out that it's not too surprising to see the young person like this in the park. The young person reflects that it's different to dislike something and simply watch it from a distance. They both watch the bugs scurrying about, discussing how humans often feel disgusted by them despite their curiosity. The young person finds amusement in seeing the bugs struggle, though the newcomer dismisses any sympathy, attributing it to youth. The newcomer notes how the young person has yet to experience their second birthday but will soon learn. A moment of realization comes over the young person, understanding the weight of the newcomer's words more clearly. They both consider the likely fate of Ray and his siblings, sensing that death has already claimed them. The youngest, Wylan, may still be alive, but his survival comes at a great cost, leaving him broken. The young person recalls the unsettling events of the previous night, thoughts lingering in their mind, unresolved. The young person reflects on their indifference when turning Ray down, not feeling anything at the time. As they leave the department store, a sudden realization dawns on them, revealing how they truly felt. A year spent with Ray and his siblings made them realize the truth of their emotions now. Regret starts to settle in, realizing they should have consumed the three for their own benefit instead. Despite eating, hunger still gnaws at them, leaving them feeling unsatisfied, as if something is missing. The young person reflects on their actions, admitting they lost count of how many they consumed. Their thoughts drift toward the building where they once stayed with the siblings, now a thing of the past. With the place no longer needed, they accept what they've done, questioning whether it was the right choice. A calm reassurance comes from the newcomer, reminding them that yesterday marked the last day for caution. They walk together, the young person free to do as they please, with no one to stop them. The newcomer casually mentions that soon, the news of missing residents in an apartment complex will spread. They reflect on the difficult situation Ray and Wylan were facing, and how Wylan is still alive. Curious, the young person wonders how the newcomer knows all of this, their interest piqued by the details. The newcomer casually admits that they were there, implying they witnessed the events firsthand without revealing much. They downplay the encounter, claiming it was merely a coincidence, though something about it doesn't add up. The newcomer chuckles, teasing that their interest in the recent event sounds like something significant but dismisses it. With a smirk, they leave the topic as trivial, hinting that it isn't as important as it seems. The panel then shifts, showing the title of the episode, Night of the Goblin, marking the start of the next chapter. In a bustling scene, a woman notices something strange in the distance, her gaze fixed in curiosity. With a sense of disbelief, she wonders aloud what in the world she is seeing before her. The woman reflects on how she was struck by the newcomer's demon energy, which he didn't attempt to conceal. She considers the possibility that, even though he's not a demon, he may have broken the law. A thought crosses her mind, and she decides that there are two possibilities for what's happening here. Either he's a human manipulated by demonic magic, or he's pretending to be clumsy to deceive others. Her analysis concludes that he simply isn't good at controlling demon magic, dismissing him as an amateur. The man holds up a small object, revealing a tracking dagger, its intricate design catching the light. He explains that this dagger was once used by Master Yusum, whose powerful magic is still embedded in it. When demon energy is channeled through the blade and it's used to stab someone, a part of it stays. The separated shard, embedded in the target, allows the wielder of the dagger to track the target from afar. The woman wonders if there's a limit to the distance or duration the shard can track the target. The woman explains that the dagger allows tracking within a 200-mile radius, as long as the target stays close. However, if the target gets too far, the effect of the blade diminishes, requiring a stronger demon energy. Once the blade is removed, a new one will grow from the hilt, ensuring its continued use in tracking. She continues, revealing that the enemy might be skilled enough to overpower not just Yusum, but two other demons as well. The man holds the blade, realizing that the only reason the shard is still broken is that the enemy isn't pulling it out. A strange energy fills the air as the surroundings shift, drawing attention to an ominous presence in the alley. A figure named Tao is approached by someone who notices a troubling sight, calling out to him in concern. The person asks Tao about the bleeding on his arm, questioning if the object embedded in it needs to be removed. With a grin, Tao casually shows the injury, brushing off the bleeding, claiming it's not severe enough to worry about. He adds that if he pulls the object out, they will lose the chance to play with new demons, which excites him. The person is concerned, asking Tao about his actions, as it seems he's leading those who want to kill them. Tao grins, not caring about the risks, questioning what benefit he gains from luring such dangerous people. The other person warns Tao that continuing his reckless behavior will make it impossible for them to eat humans anymore. Tao casually dismisses the concern, remembering something as if it was trivial in the grand scheme. He declares that he's no longer eating humans, leaving his companion puzzled about what he intends to consume now. Tao reflects on the hunger he feels, acknowledging it doesn't matter what he eats to satisfy it. He reveals he once thought about staying alive by eating more humans, but quickly changes his mind. Tao mentions discovering something important recently, feeling as though he has finally found what he was searching for. He describes a moment when he felt truly full, a rare and powerful experience that had a profound effect. With a confident grin, Tao expresses his desire to seek out new challenges, excited to see what's next. The person, visibly frustrated, tells Tao that his plan is absurd and that they're no longer involved in it. Tao responds nonchalantly, understanding the other person's hesitation, and accepts that they are unwilling to be part of it. With a resigned sigh, Tao accepts the situation, acknowledging they both have different desires and can't force each other. He gives a final, lighthearted remark about their parting ways, calling it a shame but for the best. As the other person watches Tao leave, they wonder if Tao's decision not to eat humans changes things between them. The person is caught off guard, feeling a sudden shock as Tao gives him a playful parting gesture. Tao bids him good luck with a smile, making it clear that their time together is now over. He acknowledges the short time they had together, expressing gratitude to both the person and Zen for the experience. Tao continues, revealing that without them, he wouldn't have ended up where he is now, but it's time to part ways. Despite the parting, Tao smirks, adding that it's better this way, and thanks them with a hint of weirdness in his voice. Tao calls out to Zen, prompting him to look up, indicating that it's time for them to leave. Zen, hesitant, remains still, unsure of what's keeping him from moving with Tao and the others. After a pause, Zen admits that he doesn't want to part ways with Tao, conflicted by his emotions. He explains that the only reason they survived last night was because Tao had fought to protect them. Zen begins to open up, revealing his desire to become stronger, wishing to follow in Tao's footsteps. Tao firmly tells Zen to remember his place, warning him not to forget their difference in nature. He emphasizes that it's dangerous for Zen to stay with him, as they belong to different species. Tao warns again, stating there's a high chance Zen will die if he continues to follow him. Despite this, Tao promises one thing: even if Zen is destined to die, Tao will die first. Zen, somewhat taken aback, dismisses Tao's words, stating his decision to leave this charade behind and walk away. Zen turns to Tao, casually asking if it would be all right for him to eat everyone downstairs before leaving. Tao, with a smirk, gives Zen permission, urging him to eat as much as he can before the sun sets. Zen looks somewhat satisfied, then begins walking away, leaving Tao to reflect on the dark reality ahead. As Zen walks toward the exit, Tao muses silently, comparing the situation to all dark demons throughout history. With a hint of concern, Zen turns back, calling out to Tao, noticing something wrong, asking if he's okay. The ancient violence that was called by different names across eras has always remained the same, unchanging. Despite the varying titles given to it, the fundamental desire for endless battle has persisted throughout history. Tao, recognizing the inevitability of conflict, prepares himself for the return of something powerful he knew would come. As the presence nears, the name Chiyu rings out, the god of war, a violent force set to strike.
Siu approaches the shattered ruins, hesitant steps echoing inside the abandoned structure drenched in late sunlight. A sharp chill grips him. Pressure builds as two unnatural presences collide across his trembling senses, one from above. From the broken ceiling, an unseen force swirls down, crackling violet energy that stirs ancient, slumbering spirits awake. Below the cracked floor, blood's metallic stench rises thick and old. Something beneath breathes, hungry and long forgotten. In frozen silence, Siu exhales, turns toward the scent of blood, and descends without looking back once. From the shadows, a black-haired observer watches the same ruin where Siu just vanished inside. She studies the cursed air swirling near the structure, recognizing yokai energy hiding beneath layers of silence. Suspicion sharpens her stare. Siu entered without hesitation, either foolhardy, fearless, or led by something stronger. She calculates risk, overwhelming odds, ancient traps, and whispers of blood. Still, his presence alters everything suddenly. Tightening her ribbon, she turns away, trusting one thing: the Seven Roses Master's prophecy never speaks falsely. Though destiny loomed above, her thoughts wandered to an awkward prophecy about love and a so-called ideal type. She tried deciphering his words. Was it flattery, misunderstanding, or another cryptic layer in the prophecy? Siu had seemed average, unsure, clumsy, yet there was something buried deep beneath that foolish charm. Refocusing, she raised her senses. The stronger presence, unnatural and charged, trembled high above the ruined roof. With conviction returning, she mounted the glowing beast Raju and headed upward, toward the storm where fate pulsed. With a crack of thunder, Raju lands cleanly blue lightning spreading across the ruined upper floor. Eyes sharp, the girl surveys the dim space, sensing traces of magic but no immediate threat revealed. A cloaked yokai appears, trembling not menacing. Her instincts whisper confusion. Power doesn't radiate from his frame. She watches cautiously. He mutters beneath his hood, as if convincing himself he still has strength. Shoulders shaking, the yokai repeats himself. Broken voice, desperate rhythm. He's not preparing to fight, but to survive. With calm certainty, she commands Raju to stand by, ready to strike when threats reveal themselves. Elsewhere, Siu walks deeper into silence, guided by instinct and an unseen pull inside him. Shadows ripple across stone, footsteps echo behind. He turns sharply, sensing movement before it reaches his mind. A lone creature lies motionless on the floor, shrouded in blood, claw marks, and strange scattered teeth. Siu freezes. The corpse wasn't just dead, it had been killed recently. Something else is still close. Siu narrowed his eyes. The figure ahead radiated confusion. Neither fully yokai nor entirely human. Unease tightened in his chest. The stranger's words weren't threats, but calm, calculated steps toward violence. The figure speculated aloud, estimating others nearby, revealing a mind used to tracking, not just surviving. With a sudden grin, he announced intent. Siu wasn't prey, but a distraction in someone else's escape. Siu remained silent, but his fists tensed. This wouldn't be a conversation, it was an unavoidable test. Without warning, the cloaked figure lunged, but Siu reacted instantly, eyes sharp, body moving with surprising force. Siu's grip struck true, catching the attacker's wrist. Mid-swing, an explosion of energy cracked through the air. Power pulsed between them. Lightning surged from Siu's palm, unnatural and violent. An instinct awakened without training. The yokai's eyes widened as blows landed faster than expected. He couldn't track the sudden acceleration at all. Staggering backward, the cloaked one gasped. His prediction was wrong. Siu wasn't bait. He was something else entirely. Siu advanced relentlessly, purple energy surging from his feet, momentum built with every strike forward and down. The next blow landed center mass. Lightning burst outward, tearing stone and shadow into splintered shockwaves. The yokai barely stood, face bloodied, vision blurred. Siu's voice returned, no longer hesitant, now commanding. He demanded answers, calm but cold, asking for numbers, strengths, no tolerance for games or stalling tricks. But the yokai only spat blood and hate. He'd underestimated a threat wearing a mortal face. Lightning flickered again, but Siu advanced, paused. He underestimated the yokai's reach, leaving a brief, fatal opening. A slash landed across his face, sharp, fast, and unforgiving. Pain cracked his focus for a breath. The yokai laughed manically, feeding off desperation. He accused Siu of restraint, mocking his hesitation mid-fight. Words spilled like venom. He taunted Siu's instincts, dismissing power as meaningless without the will to kill. He readied another strike, certain of success. Wounded or not, Siu couldn't close the distance now. The air cracked with red light. Siu braced his stance as the yokai unleashed overwhelming force. With wild precision, the yokai's blade carved through air, closing space in a single brutal sweep. Blood exploded across the floor. Flesh met steel. The impact left more than just surface wounds. Siu staggered back, struck deep. His arm trembled, soaked in red, pulse slowing beneath growing pain. One severed button fell. The silence that followed was heavier than the blade. Judgment had landed. The yokai stumbled, disbelief widening his eyes, his body numb, his voice trembling with raw confusion. From across the room, Siu stood bloodied but firm, his presence now heavier than it was human. Siu's words cut deeper than lightning. He understood hunger for strength, but not slaughter in its name. He condemned the bloodshed not from rage, but sorrow. The corpses below weren't tools, they were silenced lives. Even now, his gaze remained steady. Siu couldn't fathom killing for scraps, even if power waited. The yokai reeled in panic, eyes wide, instinct screaming. Siu was no prey, he was judgment. A scream tore from his throat. He swung desperately. But Siu's counterattack struck before contact landed. Lightning coiled around Siu's fist. He advanced again, no hesitation left, only purpose anchored in bitter experience. The yokai laughed, face ruined. He mocked morality, claimed hunger, power, cruelty were simply natural, even righteous. Grinning through torn lips, he accused Siu of the same hunger, just cleaner, but no less real. Despite his pain, the yokai smirked, amused by Siu's power, calling it naive, even predictable. But the floor cracked beneath them, an unnatural pulse throbbed outward, deeper than rage, colder than control. A glow ignited in Siu's palm. The energy was foreign, raw, focused, demanding to be claimed. Blood dripping, chest heaving, Siu stared at it. Something ancient now answered him without speaking. His eyes sharpened. No fear, no hesitation. In silence, he accepted the core, knowing everything would now change. Siu's hand trembled, slick with blood. The purple core pulsed violently, now bound to his body. A faint smile broke across his face, strained, unsure, but something deep within him had clearly changed. Above, wind cracked the rooftop as the girl arrived, lightning flickering beside her with quiet force. One yokai stirred nearby, barely conscious. Its senses scrambled. Something below had disrupted the spiritual flow. She questioned it coldly, sensing deception. If this one wasn't the leader, then someone else was. The yokai stammered under pressure, voice shaky, unable to lie convincingly or explain what truly unfolded below. The girl grew impatient. She prepared to descend, determined to find answers herself through direct action. Raju leapt downward, cloaked in arcs of electricity, silent as thunder, swift as judgment on descent. Even calling it incompetent felt wrong. The yokai had technique, strength, and intention, it just lacked presence. She pondered aloud. Had it been left behind by allies or cast out for weakness? The red-haired yokai stepped forward confidently, his grin unshaken. He had assessed Kira's hesitation with ease. He warned her, taunting her presence. Any further movement would mark her as an active enemy. Kira's mind sharpened. She had more field experience than most, but this opponent wasn't from ordinary ranks. 5 years of exorcist work echoed through her body. Her instincts knew this fight wouldn't favor hesitation. Still, even those instincts confessed none of her past enemies felt as dangerously composed as him. Kira stiffened. What she felt wasn't typical yokai energy. It drilled into her like instinctive panic. It wasn't just strong, it was evolved. The pressure confirmed this yokai had already reached a matured form. Its voice came calm and regretful. It never planned to fight, only to shield a reckless comrade. Kira weighed her options. Escape or engage, the odds offered no real difference in survival. Still, she stepped forward. If death was likely, she would choose it on her own terms. Without warning, the yokai launched downwards, red energy slicing through air like a blade made of pressure. Sayu blocked mid-fall, his body screaming from tension, arms pulsing with unstable lightning. He barely slowed the blow. The yokai grinned wide, seeing Siu's body falter. He recognized that pain and welcomed the exchange. Energy burst outward from Sayu's feet. He pushed back, matching force with raw lightning at close range. Siu launched forward, muscles tensed, striking the red-haired foe with a burst of dark energy. The enemy's body slammed into the wall, shattering stone as the impact echoed across the broken chamber. A cloaked child watched from behind a crate, shivering as dust and debris rained from above. The white beast turned its gaze, reading the chaos quietly while the girl stood beside him. Alert, Siu faced forward, body glowing faintly, and declared the area secure. His mission here was already complete. The woman paused, her eyes narrowing as she sensed Siu's deeper purpose hidden beneath cold resolve. Kneeling calmly, the red-haired warrior spoke with confidence, framing compassion as weakness in their brutal world. Siu stood silent, aura flickering, recognizing the subtle truth in the enemy's words, yet unmoved in stance. His muscles tightened as energy surged, reminded of a bond that once helped him rise above limits. The woman sneered faintly, calling him a beast, but doubt stirred quietly behind her composed expression. Her grip tightened around the ancient tool, unlocking forces that spun rapidly into blue spectral flames. The thunder spirits awakened midair, awaiting command, their charged presence warping the air with rising pressure. The red-haired warrior's eyes narrowed, questioning her authority and the true motive behind summoning such power. Amid crackling energy, she stood defiant, warning others to move before the unleashed storm took form. Siu's voice stayed even as he faced her, warning that restraint wouldn't hold once battle began. The sacred relic crackled violently as energy surged, releasing Kashima Thunder's stored might without hesitation. A spiraling bolt formed midair, the violent torpedo, pulsing with chaotic intent and raw destructive charge. The thunder projectile launched forward, splitting the air as stunned onlookers braced for impact or worse. Blue lightning pierced the floor near Siu, missing deliberately but proving its speed and overwhelming power. Her grip stayed firm. With narrowed eyes, she made clear no hesitation when facing a true enemy. She vowed to release all thunderous energy, declaring Siu unworthy of facing her at half strength. The attack condensed and launched, trailing sparks as it twisted toward its target with deadly intent. Siu stood calm, watching the glowing projectile arc beyond him, crashing into the building behind. The violent detonation split the night sky, shaking nearby ground and hurling debris across the field. Emerging from the haze, Siu walked slowly, reflecting on the threat that surpassed mere combat instinct. She sensed a dissonance, foreign energy disrupting her control, making it harder to maintain stable force. Startled, she reached toward Siu, but he reacted swiftly, intercepting her movement with measured calm. His voice remained soft as he urged her to ease her grip, sensing her pain beneath. He held the relic gently, not to fight, but to ease its toll on her body. Suddenly, the ground split as a massive wave of violet energy erupted, shaking the sky violently. Siu and the woman stood alert, sensing the sudden change in atmosphere, tension still thick between them. Through the broken wall, morning light spilled in, but the silence outside felt heavy and incomplete. She guessed their enemy had fled, but doubt lingered. Escape felt too deliberate, too conveniently executed. Siu disagreed, pointing out the lack of true intent. His enemy hadn't aimed to fully disappear. In his clenched fist, blood dripped slowly, a deliberate injury left unfinished, a message of restraint. As the red mist faded, Siu observed the damaged hall, recalling every movement during the clash. He assessed the fleeing opponents, noting one lacked combat form, more focused on protection than actual assault. The young cloaked figure stirred behind cover, sensing the analysis wasn't just speculation, it was a warning. Siu predicted the return, suspecting the retreat held purpose, either a rescue, a message, or both entwined. Though told to stay, she bristled at exclusion, unwilling to be cast aside without a reason. Her breath caught as dread surged, eyes widening at a sudden shift in the surrounding presence. A shadowy form loomed behind her, emitting dark energy, its intent unclear but pressure overwhelming. Before she could react, she was dragged toward Siu, who now looked entirely unrecognizable in aura. He spoke calmly, holding her neck with careful grip, testing her structure as if analyzing a flaw. He warned that a single pressured squeeze could shatter her spine, his voice steady, gaze coldly precise. She trembled, clenching her collar, startled by his cold threat, and unsure how to react properly. Siu turned and walked away, the pressure fading, leaving her in silence beneath flickering, broken light. Sudden tension gripped his chest, his breathing shifted. Something nearby had changed but remained unseen. A flash of white moved in the shadows, catching his eye, a strange creature watching quietly. Siu's eyes narrowed, not from anger, but confusion, trying to understand the creature's unexpected presence here. She lowered her hand, sensing the weight of his words more than the sting of pain. Siu admitted his forcefulness, though he stood by the necessity, believing it prevented greater harm ahead. He revealed the earlier attack had been meant for him, not her, an unseen threat redirected instantly. To shield her, Siu limited his movements, willingly catching the blow to control the battle's pace. Now watching silently, she accepted her current limits, realizing she lacked the strength to expose yokai alone. The small creature sensed the tension break and began retreating, careful not to attract more attention. Siu remained still, choosing restraint for now. He'd seen enough bloodshed and didn't want more loss. As she turned to leave, her voice softened. There was one final thing she had to say. She revealed a truth buried beneath them, bodies hidden below the floor, victims left without proper closure. Siu nodded slowly, her plea lingering. No one should be remembered, only for how they were found. Morning light spread across the city, quiet and distant from the clash that shook the night. Along a narrow street, a figure walked alone, her steps steady, posture calm despite recent tensions. Siu watched from afar, hearing her parting words and understanding her unspoken decision not to escalate. She admitted the fight could have escalated, but restraint allowed her to honor a promise to allies. Her hand rose calmly, assuring him that human interference wasn't a concern in their world now. The area stood quiet, abandoned once populated, now clear due to rumors and lingering unease. Faded signs and boarded doors revealed recent departure, human presence erased by stories too strange to ignore. The red-haired man explained how even journalists lost interest, giving them space to operate in secret. Siu exhaled slowly, gripping the blood-red rope, silently preparing himself for what might still come next. The man laughed, admitting his rambling came from excitement, not strategy. An unusual slip in his guard. Energy erupted across the quiet street, shattering stillness as the fight resumed without warning or hesitation. A sudden strike came fast. Purple force cracked through the air, meeting the red-haired warrior head-on. Blood sprayed mid-motion as the impact struck clean, the warrior's body reacting before his mind caught up. He staggered backward, stunned, pain twisting across his face as his grip slipped from balance. Siu appeared before him, blade drawn and glowing, his eyes focused. His stance prepared to finish it. Siu's strike collided with force, generating a blinding shockwave that scattered debris across the shattered street. The red-haired warrior was launched backward, the blow pushing him through walls in a violent arc. He tumbled uncontrollably, crashing through stone and dust, each impact further breaking his momentum and form. Dazed, his eyes snapped open sharp and alert, realizing Siu's power had reached a level beyond prediction. With resolve, he lifted his blade, blood trailing down his arm, refusing to collapse without resistance. The clash between them erupted violently, fists and blades blurring as power cracked the surrounding air. Though fierce, their movements revealed symmetry, senses and skills nearly balanced, each countering the other cleanly. But over time, their differences showed instinct, experience, and rhythm began separating strength from survival. The red-haired warrior fought with raw, monstrous energy, his strength forged through chaos and unrefined combat drive. He charged again, fully embracing destruction, overwhelming Siu with reckless might born from absolute commitment to violence. A crushing blow sent Siu reeling, blood spraying as the force broke through his defense entirely. Darkness surrounded him briefly, an inner voice noting his narrow survival, one born more from chance than skill. Later, seated at a quiet table, a mentor examined the dish Siu had consumed during battle. She warned that its effects were unstable, that victory came through luck, not something he could rely on. She explained that pushing spirit energy too far could destroy one's mind, surrendering completely to yokai instinct. She warned him again, continued use of that power risked transforming him into something beyond human limits. No one could predict the outcome. The next transformation might twist him into something unrecognizable and dangerous. Elsewhere, Siu prepared himself, body crouched low, surrounded by training tools and the weight of expectation. His opponent grinned, surprised by Siu's progress. He hadn't fought this hard since the monster from yesterday. Excitement surged in his eyes. It wasn't Siu who needed answers, it was the beast within. From deep within the void, Siu awakened a forgotten trait: goblin perception, the race's third hidden power. Morning sunlight cast over the quiet village gates as travelers passed, unaware of the tale unfolding inside. Inside, a man eagerly shared his story again, an encounter beyond belief. Dismissed with polite skepticism, he recalled the riverside path. A monstrous snake lunged from nowhere, primal fear locking his body. But before the strike landed, something massive intervened, an unearthly figure tearing the beast without hesitation. They pressed for details. He described its towering form, twice his size, broad and impossibly strong. The figure stood under moonlight, bare-backed and broad, his presence immense yet strikingly human in form. Beyond his darker skin, there was nothing monstrous. No claws, fangs, or glaring deformities marked him. He looked almost too perfect, clean features, strong build, like nature had sculpted him beyond the usual mold. Men debated his origins, recalling tales none remembered: goblins without horns, though some doubted those stories anyway. Then, another man confessed he too had seen one, and it was just as hornless, identical. One elder leaned forward, solemn. He too had seen goblins once, long ago in his youth. He described a memory hiding in the woods, witnessing two goblins silently preparing to battle. Their skin was dark, frames massive, yet expressions human, filled with rage, not mindless or monstrous. Without speaking, they clashed like enemies sworn by blood. No mercy, no words, only violent resolve. Before anyone approached, both figures vanished, leaving no footprints, no sound, just heavy silence and confused fear. He remembered sharp flashes, weapons maybe, but the night concealed too much for clear shape or origin. The goblins clashed, but with each blow their presence seemed to flicker, unreal, fading from view. When one fell, the earth trembled, trees cracked, and shadows warped like mountains bending midair. None could fully grasp what they'd seen, only that goblins fought as if unseen by natural law. As cups refilled, a truth lingered: old stories often begin in shadows, then walk into reality. But human legends, however persistent, reflect only fragments distorted through fear, memory, and limited mortal understanding. One goblin, adorned in chains and ritual markings, carried strength forged in realms beyond comprehension. What mortals called horns were not flesh, but spectral masks summoned from pure goblin energy. These Dokkan masks belonged to their Gamtu, armor born of raw, unseen spiritual essence, deadly and sacred. Though invisible to most, traces remained: splintered space, ruptured air, proof that goblins never truly left unseen. Gamtu-wielding goblins never vanished, their bodies remained, only their motion blurred beyond all mortal perception. Even locked in combat, their focus never wavered, every glance calculated, every shift deliberate and silent. Their speed deceived not just humans, but also yokai spirits who once ruled the hidden lands. When two collided, reality fractured, the impact cracking walls, warping space, and swallowing everything in soundless light. One grinned through the haze, holding a horn-shaped shard, proof of power, proof of what's to come. Siu struck first, his masked fist colliding with force, sending the enemy's head snapping backward violently. Blood arced midair, a clean hit landed, yet the red-haired goblin remained strangely unfazed by pain. He twisted mid-fall, legs curling, already shifting into counterattack before even touching the ground below. Siu braced, arms raised, blocking the retaliatory blow. Shockwaves shattered the air around them once again. Across from him, the red goblin smiled, eyes wide, not in anger but in wild excitement. Siu narrowed his eyes, calm, yet burning inside as the energy from his gomtu surged stronger. The red goblin lunged with speed, claws bared, cutting a violent arc towards Siu's chest. Siu twisted, dodging narrowly, the blow grazing past him with a hiss of raw power. He landed steady, energy coiling at his feet, then launched upward with a crushing vertical strike. His mask flared, eyes glowing just before he whispered the name of his finishing move, Lightning Strike. Above the city, everything seemed peaceful until a deep rumble began shaking rooftops and window frames. A sudden pulse of energy erupted skyward, warping light and sound through every visible surface. Distorted winds rushed between alleys, scattering debris, vibrating through empty signs and old shop shutters. Down a narrow road, a lone figure sprinted, racing away from something unseen but overwhelming. Blood marked the path beneath her shoes, each step pressing crimson into concrete with quiet urgency. The red goblin stood bloodied yet steady, eyes wild, breath ragged, body pulsing with latent power. Siu emerged from shadow, his aura swelling, surrounded by energy distorting the ground beneath his feet. He didn't question it. His instincts recognized the strange gear clinging to his face as essential. It functioned not as armor, but as a limiter removed awakening capabilities buried deep within him. Through it, Siu's control sharpened, output surged, and combat focus intensified beyond his former threshold. The red goblin glanced at his trembling hands. Sensation returned, pain flickering across immortal skin. His core throbbed unnaturally for the first time since transforming. True physical suffering clouded his thoughts. Energy within him surged recklessly, burning life force at triple speed, far faster than it could replenish. Siu watched silently. Noticing the shift, his calm gaze met desperation hidden behind the goblin's grin. In those moments, the goblin recognized growth, more progress through this clash than in centuries alone. The red goblin grinned wide, wounded yet proud, offering rare sincerity amid exhaustion and dust. Siu's foot slid slightly as he processed the unexpected thanks, unsure if it was genuine. He scoffed, brushing away the moment, muttering beneath his breath while keeping his guard raised. The goblin laughed faintly, shoulders trembling not from pain, but from a renewed thrill burning in his chest. With wild eyes and cracked fists, he lunged once more, unable to ignore the madness of living. A shockwave erupted, rattling rooftops and windows. Energy burst skyward from the epicenter of their collision. Siu's instincts kicked in, eyes sharpened, body tensed as the red blur closed distance instantly and violently. Fists met again, energy snarled, both combatants flickering between strikes too fast for the eye. They stood locked, cloaked in violet force, each refusing to yield, each drawing deeper from burning reserves. At that instant, no one held advantage. Their speed, strength, and will burned at perfect equilibrium. Overexertion was inevitable. No matter the power, limits eventually punished those who borrowed strength too quickly. Like mismatched engines on a racetrack, their bodies strained under forces they weren't designed to handle. Still, the red goblin smiled, unleashing another strike, his energy wild, movements sharp yet slightly unstable. Siu reeled back, absorbing the blow, but momentum bent against him, launching him into solid brick. And yet, breathless and bruised, he stood, his strength sharpened by the brutal rhythm of combat. Power like this, ancient and refined, wasn't reserved for goblins alone, but awakened in worthy enemies too. The red goblin raised both hands, conjuring a vortex lined with frost and wind-bound glyphs. Siu narrowed his eyes, already sensing the pressure drop as cold wind pulled toward its core. The swirling attack tore through the alley, walls buckling under the weight of spinning icy force. As the storm approached, another hand rose, this time laced with a crimson glow, pulsing ominously. Darkness exploded outward, jagged and alive, corrupted energy, tearing the air apart in violent spiraling waves. Siu stood undeterred, mask glowing, mind steady, reading his opponent's rhythm through instinct, not calculation. The red goblin's smirk returned, cold and knowing, fully immersed in this brutal test of endurance. Fists coiled with energy, both warriors closed the gap again, neither flinching, neither ready to fall. Siu shifted low, summoning force into his palm, preparing a direct counter to the spiraling surge. They moved faster now, eyes locked, both searching for a flaw that would shatter the balance. Both reached the same conclusion: to win, They needed overwhelming force, something beyond current strength limits. Their thoughts aligned mid-strike, neither hesitating, intent sharpening into lethal precision as abilities surged to breaking point. Siu's rival activated 2 spells, Copper-Nerved Iron Skin and Sub-Zero Hurricane, layering defense with chaotic elemental force. Siu answered in turn, calling forth the Wind-Edge Spear, a weapon shaped from raw resolve. With a surge, the goblin twisted, unleashing his enhanced force in one final sweeping strike. The energy spiraled skyward, cold wind and cutting mana spinning like a drill above the rooftops. Landing hard, he skidded across the stone yard, panting, gaze locked on a figure standing firm. Bloodied but composed, he exhaled sharply, then admitted defeat not by power, but by cleaner form. His voice steady, he acknowledged Siu's weapon sharper, more focused, and delivered with undeniable control. Siu lowered his weapon, breath controlled but shallow, surveying the ruins left by their battle. A new figure stepped forth, well-dressed, composed, eyes locked onto Siu with an unsettling mix of interest. He spoke confidently, admiring Siu's rapid growth, casually acknowledging the fallen goblin with cold neutrality. Introducing himself as Bi Hyung, the stranger smiled, his tone formal yet layered with warning. Then came revelation. His glowing eyes revealed truth. He wasn't human, but kin to Siu's bloodline. Siu arrived in the alley, tense silence falling. Rubble and shadows hinted at recent violence. The silver-haired stranger watched Siu calmly, his gaze sharp, his words disarming but filled with warning. Siu stood frozen. Realization hit. This man knew more. He sensed something ancient stirring beneath his skin. A sudden gust tore through the stillness. Siu's instincts screamed. Dust scattered. Something unseen had moved. He flinched left, heart pounding. The stranger vanished. Siu turned, footsteps echoed behind him, closer than before. Tao smiled at Siu, unaware of the restraint barely holding back the storm in Siu's heart. The memory of failure burned inside Siu. Blood, magic, and regret mingled in the depths of silence. Tao's words were casual, but Siu knew better. The past had carved warnings into his soul. Siu moved. Power surged. A promise forged in pain screamed through him. This time, light exploded. Wind howled. The ground shattered as Siu's strike collided. Smoke cleared slowly. Siu stepped back. Surprised, Tao still stood, mask lifted, blood trickling down calmly. Tao adjusted his collar, roots retreating into the earth, barely neutralizing Siu's destructive forward strike. Unshaken, Tao turned with measured steps. His voice was light, but his stance never dropped alertness. Siu felt it, a skill honed, buried deep. Tao hadn't fought seriously, yet blocked everything effortlessly. This wasn't raw force. It was technique, a mastery sharp enough to halt Siu's strongest attack mid-air. Siu's thoughts spiraled. Tao's technique hadn't evolved, it had completed. It mirrored the earth's natural redirection. Roots shifted gently beneath Tao's feet. The soil obeyed him as if he'd trained for decades. Tao's bloodied hand rose. His calmness now carried weight. Siu finally understood this wasn't borrowed magic. Confusion clawed at Siu's resolve. Tao's presence, his power, it broke everything Siu had believed until now. Siu stared, silent. Another goblin. A lie exposed. And yet, Tao's eyes held no hostility. Siu's breath caught. He wasn't confused, but the certainty in Tao's voice scraped at his thoughts. Curiosity fueled him now. He didn't care about species, only the truth behind the grotesque crimes. Each word Tao spoke struck hard. Recruiting goblins, feeding them lies, sacrificing humans like disposable tools. Tao smiled wider. Pride laced his confession. Siu's silence hardened, his hands clenching without realization. Tao stepped forward casually, offering honesty not as redemption but as kinship. His eyes never blinked. Siu stood still. His expression didn't flinch, but inside, each word Tao spoke tightened his chest. He wasn't seeking truth anymore, just confirmation that Tao was the one behind the disappearances and horror. Tao admitted it openly, pride in his voice. Every plan, every sacrifice had been his doing. Siu didn't respond. He stared silently, processing each admission like weights pressing against his spine. Tao stepped forward, cheerful and unguarded. He offered clarity, not apologies, as if family explained everything. Siu's eyes gleamed, burning violet. His calm cracked. Tao's words had crossed a final line. Without a warning, he lunged forward. Rage propelled him, faster than the eye could follow. Tao barely shifted. He didn't block. He only watched Siu's movement with detached, analytical interest. He spoke with ease, voice even. His tone suggested mentorship, not threat, as if this were training. But Siu struck hard. His fist connected with Tao's chest, finally breaking through the passive facade. Siu clenched his jaw. Tao's grip hadn't wavered, even after taking the brunt of that strike. He spoke calmly while restraining Siu, giving advice as if they were still sparring instead of battling. Siu's foot lifted, a mistake. Tao moved instantly, redirecting Siu's weight and balance with cruel precision. With a sharp motion, Tao hurled him through the air, momentum amplified. Siu crashed through debris, bricks and dust exploding around him. Tao stepped closer. His calm voice veiled disgust, comparing weakness to disobedient dogs failing their masters. The stray circled warily, unaware it had become the metaphor behind Tao's twisted worldview and judgment. He smiled coldly, equating defiance with impurity. Those beneath protection, once proud, now revolted him completely. Siu gritted his teeth. Tao's logic was poison, dressed as philosophy, a creed built on cruelty. Tao admitted it plainly. He hated humans, but they weren't the only ones beneath his contempt. Tao's tone shifted, weaving myth with memory. He spoke of an age ruled solely by strength. Back then, no demon king held order. No rules separated hunger from authority, only survival shaped power. The pyramid formed an unspoken law: eat or be eaten. Strength rose, weakness sank beneath it. Humans and demons alike fed the system. Both could dominate or fall, depending on their might. Tao's smile returned. Waiting demons were fools. He claimed livestock, mistaking anticipation for supremacy over prey. Tao's voice lowered, memory bleeding into belief. Humans were no different, sheltered, arrogant, blind to protection. Siu recalled harsh words once spoken to him. They echoed now with bitter, unexpected clarity. That man had spoken proudly, mocking those beneath him, claiming they acted bold under the law's shield. He grinned wide, pointing fingers at the innocent, never realizing how close he stood to monsters. Tao leaned forward, smiling wider. A world without protection where strength ruled was, to him, the ideal. Tao envisioned a world stripped bare, no laws, no rights, just power deciding who lived and ruled. He recalled watching weaklings cry behind rules. In that imagined world, they'd only tremble in corners. Siu scoffed, bloodied but firm. He saw through it. Tao's fantasy was childish cruelty wrapped in logic. Tao chuckled softly. He didn't expect agreement. For him, Siu's resistance was proof of inexperience. Extending his hand, Tao offered clarity, not peace. He would change Siu's views by force, not words. Tao admired Siu's strength. Beating Tao had proven something. Siu wasn't just a goblin by name. He extended an invitation. Not peace, but promised power, knowledge, and purpose hidden beneath his calm. Purple energy pulsed. Tao spoke of legacy, of truth, and of debts the world still owed. Siu's glare sharpened. He challenged Tao's offer, but deep down, he sensed the trap tightening. Tao smiled wider. Refusal didn't matter. His hand already gripped fate, and Siu stood in reach. Tao's eyes narrowed. He asked calmly if Siu was sure. His tone cloaked warning with certainty. He declared resistance pointless, voice cool, like facts from a textbook. The outcome seemed predetermined until silence. Siu didn't speak. His gaze locked ahead. Something within him stirred, silent, ancient, demanding to awaken. Blue arcs of power erupted. Siu lifted the relic high, lightning surging from his clenched hand. The sky split. Thunder screamed. Siu answered with force, Deer's cry of thunder binding Tao where he stood. Siu's thunderous blast hadn't aimed to destroy. It was meant to stall just for 1 second. That second was enough. Tao's body tensed as electric chains danced across his limbs, locking joints. Siu moved instantly. His fist ignited with force, slamming into Tao's chest before resistance could recover. The impact cracked through Tao's defenses. For the first time, blood arced freely from his body. Momentum carried Tao airborne. Siu exhaled, burned and bruised, but standing, his first clean strike finally landed. Siu's movements had slowed, not from injury, but because every part of him focused inward instead. During the clash with Tao, his goblin club shifted its form, responding to something primal inside. He didn't know how or why, only that the change felt alive, not mechanical or learned. The club had become something more, no longer a tool, but a weapon reflecting his raw will. As he stared down at it, one truth struck him: it could become anything he believed. Until now, Siu had shaped his club reactively, adapting it tactically to whatever situation demanded control. He'd used its form-shifting nature as a toolset, not a symbol, bending shape to function. But this time was different. The transformation wasn't crafted, it erupted, instinctual, primal, driven by something deeper. This club wasn't designed for a fight. It was forged from emotion, coiled with internal fire. What emerged now embodied more than need. It carried his fury, resolve, and refusal to lose. Siu stared ahead. The food chain echoed in his mind. Demons devour humans and humans are prey. He couldn't break that chain, not yet. Its weight was centuries old, steeped in blood and fear. But he could fight what was near. He could reach the enemy standing before him now. This decision, this refusal to retreat, became the first emotion his club absorbed and took form from. Tao watched, eyes narrowing. He felt it too. Siu's weapon now pulsed with focused, living intent. Siu gripped the shifting club tightly. The shape hardened, responding directly to his unwavering killing intent. A new word echoed: bloodthirst. It wasn't chanted, only felt. The club pulsed with purpose, no hesitation. As he swung forward, the force wasn't just heavy, it cracked the air with brutal singular intent. The weapon's form sharpened, no longer adapting but declaring this was Siu's will, solid and absolute. Across the rubble, eyes widened. Siu stood bloodied, breath steady, wielding a club born from conviction. Siu stood alone among ruins, his blade heavy. A girl watched from afar, stunned by his strength, heart racing from the power he displayed moments earlier. Dark energy pulsed around Siu's eyes, demonic and sharp, an aura that rivaled legends buried in yokai history. With one swift motion, he launched forward, tearing through air. He twisted mid-air, blood-red energy crackling, passing above her head as she ducked, breath caught in awe. She felt a sharp tremor ripple through her core as his presence surged with overwhelming force. The ground shattered beneath his strike, pressure radiating outward as if the air itself had been sliced. The dust cleared slowly. Siu stood still. Episode 32 began with silence marking the aftermath of his attack. He stepped forward calmly, dragging his injured leg, red mist swirling behind as blood stained his uniform. His thoughts sharpened. No more hesitation. This fight wasn't just survival, it was the weight of responsibility. The horned man smiled casually, speaking as if violence was routine, as if killing had no moral weight. He mocked Siu's failure, noting his power meant nothing since no enemy had fallen to it. Dark clouds gathered above. The air thickened as red threads twisted around his arms, pulsing with restrained energy. Without hesitation, he launched forward, feet cracking the ground, every motion deliberate, measured destruction, honed by cruel purpose. The impact landed squarely. Blood exploded from the point of contact, the attack finally connecting with brutal force. He muttered under his breath, sensing a shift. Something unpredictable was about to erupt beneath the surface. The ground burst upward violently, shards scattering. She turned swiftly, eyes wide, watching the club reform mid-air, its shape now wild and unstable. He walked forward calmly, explaining how a weapon's true form trades flexibility for a singular killing focus. Now that club pulsed with one goal: his death. It had awakened as a tool meant only for slaughter. The club lay cracked on the ground, its form spent. Defensive use had cost more than expected. Siu, bloodied and steady, stood up with effort. His body had absorbed what the weapon couldn't. He looked at her silently, recognizing the foreign aura. She wasn't local, nor entirely unfamiliar to him. As she turned to face him, realization settled. She had come knowing danger, but not its depth. The horned boy emerged from shadow, eyes glowing. His voice warned her this wasn't her battle. She glanced at Siu with a sharp look, offering mercy but only if he surrendered. Siu's grip tightened. Dropping the object meant risking everything, but her life hung in that balance. Her eyes widened. The item in his hand wasn't ordinary, it was a demon pill, rare. The horned boy explained calmly it worked on Siu's body, but with effects no one could predict. As dark energy swirled inside his core, the risk grew. A fourth surge could destroy him. Siu stood firm, injured but unmoved, his masked eye glowing as he rejected the warning given. The horned boy gently reached for her, voice calm. He pleaded, not with power, but with fear. She paused, trembling. His words were soft, but the tremor in her shoulders betrayed her hesitation. A faint voice rose from the shadows. Siu refused surrender. Death in ritual was his chosen path. The horned one sighed, frustration surfacing. Despite warnings, they wouldn't yield. His patience was nearly gone now. Her breath caught. Something shifted. Danger closed in before she could brace for what was coming next. The horned boy raised his voice to scold, but a sudden slash cut him mid-sentence. He flinched back instinctively, stunned by the force and precision. Blood traced the line across his face. She moved fast, hands still bleeding, eyes locked with his. Her pain meant nothing in that moment. He turned sharply, expression shaken. The situation had shifted, and he no longer held control. Siu dashed in close, his momentum sudden and direct. His opponent barely registered the motion in time. He grabbed the boy's collar firmly, eyes locked, no words needed, only raw intent filled the space. A burst of power followed. Siu struck hard, fists delivering clean, rhythmic blows that cracked through defense. He gasped, Caught mid-reaction, arms seized by someone new, another figure had entered the confrontation. The newcomer warned him calmly, no more energy. One more surge and his body would collapse. Siu's eyes widened as he recognized Goyu, surprised by his sudden arrival in the ruined battlefield. Goyu's tone was calm but pointed. His presence meant something serious had shifted in the situation. He motioned toward the wreckage. Though no civilians lived here, the destruction left a mark on everything. Siu paused, realizing the scale. What had felt personal now looked like war from someone else's view. Across the rubble she moved again. Siu exhaled in relief as Goyu confirmed her condition aloud. Goyu's gaze narrowed. He was calm, but his words hinted at a grim outcome for one. The clash intensified. Fists and feet flew, every strike echoed across the rubble like drum beats of war. He dodged low, countering swiftly. His suit whipped through the air with sharp, unbroken precision and force. His opponent, wounded but defiant, closed in again, their movements blurred, both refusing to give ground despite exhaustion. A heavy blow landed. One fell back hard. Above it all, Goyu murmured his judgment shame. He lay on the ground, unfazed. Despite the bruises, he analyzed the opponent's speed and form. Rising slowly, he admitted the truth: his defense was solid. No strike had truly threatened him yet. He grinned tightly. Power wasn't their clan's gift, but adaptability and intellect had always closed the gap. As his eyes glowed, energy shifted. His core pulsed alive. He activated ancient magic crystal water. Scarlet drops boiled mid-air, twisting unnaturally. Blood streamed from his eyes, yet he stood tall. His aura swelled, magic pulsing through every vein. Yu Young stepped forward, power blooming around him. He admitted martial arts were unfamiliar, but magic was his domain. His clan's strength wasn't force, it was manipulation. Heite magic twisted water, reshaping it to whatever they needed. The purer the water, the stronger the effect. Control sharpened with proximity, precision, and natural clarity. Generations had refined their style. Groundwater, steam, and pressure crafted their spells into weapons few could counter directly. He realized the truth: close combat was never the goal. It was merely preparation for blood casting. Yu Young sliced himself with precision, releasing blood deliberately. His expression remained calm, eyes fixed on his target. Boiling drops hit the ground, vapor rising. This was no ordinary ritual, it demanded perfect timing and control. Only a few in Heite clan history ever mastered this spell. He extended his hand, purple aura flaring, eyes gleaming wide with focus. Madness. Yu Young launched skyward, energy trailing behind him like a comet. He landed hard, detonating energy on impact. Debris flew outward as the crater formed beneath his feet. Breathing steady, he assessed calmly. His attack wasn't total, but it was enough to shift the field. He spoke quietly, magic swirling. Every species had limits. The next wave hit. Ice, sound, and wind clashed together. Devastation swallowed rooftops like nature gone berserk. Goyu spoke calmly, noting Siu's recent battles. He suspected familiarity with Heite magic had already begun forming. Siu blinked, surprised. The name stirred recognition, his memories aligned, and a realization crept into his thoughts. Watching Yu Young's movements, Siu sensed it: energy similar to before, yet deeper, refined, and far more dangerous. He swallowed hard. Both controlled water, but this new user shaped it with terrifying authority and purpose. Siu watched in awe. The difference wasn't style or aura, it was sheer scale. This magic overwhelmed everything. Goyu explained calmly: skills differ even among demons of the same clan. Raw potential meant nothing alone. Yu Young's control wasn't luck. It was dedication, discipline, and refined leadership honed through countless hours of mastery. Positioned between flames and magic, Yu Young maintained form. His stance was sharp, motion deliberate, awareness always active. The spell Tears of Blood should have slowed him, but his fluid reaction speed remained untouched. Yu Young grinned in surprise. Just when he was syncing with the magic, the energy began to fade. Yu Young lowered his voice and breathed in deeply. This next move would demand everything he had. He faced Goyu directly, asking for silent trust to protect the others. The girl watched from afar. The rumble beneath her feet mirrored the pressure rising in him. He clenched both fists, energy pulsing outward. The air cracked his will, condensing into raw magical intensity. A towering pillar of blue flame erupted skyward. The enemy staggered back, realizing too late Yu Young had been silently preparing the terrain for something massive. A colossal serpent of water surged upward, formed from every drop gathered silently across the battlefield. Yu Young gave the command, face calm. The summoned force responded instantly, launching toward its target with precision. A deep tremor shook the ground as the blue entity surged, pulsing with ancient. Siu's gaze locked onto the enormous creature. Its liquid body coiled across buildings like a living river. Fear gripped his chest. He had seen power before, but never anything so overwhelmingly vast or uncontained. He recognized it instantly. This was the same magic that nearly ended him during the alley ambush, only now it had grown strong enough to destroy homes with ease, proof of its terrifying, unchecked evolution. The summoned creature raised its head, jaws wide. The caster whispered Ishimi, triggering the ancient command that unleashed the yokai's full strength into motion. Purple energy pulsed from his fingers, synchronizing with the beast's movement, guiding. Ishimi lunged downward, crashing across terrain with terrifying speed. From afar, a man grinned beneath shadowed light, pleased by destruction, savoring every second of Seiu's looming defeat. Blood streamed from his eyes as the strain of controlling Ishimi began tearing through his body. Despite the pain, he stood firm beneath the summoned creature's shadow. The core of Ishimi condensed and exploded outward, releasing concentrated power in a radiant. Time froze as the title emerged, marking the night Seiyu faced a force beyond mortal limits alone. Nearby, the girl shielded herself instinctively, heart pounding. Through narrowed eyes, she scanned the smoke. Then suddenly, he appeared before her, arm extended, heart racing, face pale but breathing still alive. Behind them, cracks spread across a crystal barrier, magic strained to its limit. Inside the fading shield, Seiyu exhaled softly, exhausted. The final orb pulsed quietly, encasing the group in glowing crystal, silent proof of survival and fragile peace. The battlefield lay torn open, steam rising from shattered stone where the orb's energy had finally ceased. Seiyu recalled the yokai Hete and Black Tortoise, both linked to water, yet wildly different in essence. Together, their magic clashed. Despite shared roots in water, their spiritual frequencies created turbulence instead of unity. Their incompatible control disrupted flow and balance, destabilizing the field and making precise coordination nearly impossible. Seiyu hadn't planned this pairing, but in hindsight, their magical harmony had been flawed from the very beginning. He stood alone at the crater's edge, steam rising, realizing how close they'd come to destruction. Of all people, only Seiyu and Yujong had been close enough to intervene and survive the blast. Breathing hard, Seiyu steadied himself. His core ached. It had been years since using full strength. Above the pit, another observer watched in silence, uncertain if this battle's outcome changed anything at all. The dust began to settle, and the silence returned deep, heavy. Seiyu paused, glancing skyward. Two possible reasons lingered: was the opponent retreating, or simply too strong to care? He stepped forward, steady but uncertain. Perhaps the enemy had never planned to fight seriously from beginning. He concluded his own strikes were ineffective. The real conflict had focused elsewhere, on Goyu, not him. Seiyu doubted any opponent capable of absorbing that attack would hesitate unless they had another target. The suited man said nothing, gripping his collar expression tight, processing what the silence around them truly meant. Seiyu's eyes widened as he sensed a shift. Someone behind him had moved with silent intent. A sudden stomp split the ground beneath her, forming a glowing sigil that pulsed with activation energy. Without warning, she was lifted skyward, an unseen force yanking her upward through a violent column of magic. The others gasped, stunned by the attack. She crashed into rubble, body limp, fear etched across her face. A cold figure looked on with no regret, her voice calm, her purpose shrouded in cruel precision. She pleaded, confused by his actions, believing they were allies. The betrayal unfolded too fast to understand. He calmly adjusted his glasses, saying little, offering no comfort. He'd simply done what was necessary, nothing more. Seiyu lay wounded nearby. The man dismissed him coldly, said she could return to life unchanged, unharmed. But her heart burned. She had strength now. She could feel the boundary between them solidify forever. He declared it: from now on, humans must never meddle in yokai affairs, no matter the cost. Across the ruined cityscape, clouds loomed. The silence echoed louder than before. Something darker had awakened nearby. Inside a nearby tower, concealed from the chaos, another figure stirred, watching everything unfold through glass and rain. A red-haired man sat injured, breath heavy. He scanned the room, sensing something unnatural approaching without sound. A stranger sipped calmly, observing him. They spoke casually about yokai lineage, disappointed by the unfamiliar feel of blood. Their smile widened. Appetite awakened. The redhead had become less of an opponent, more of a meal. Despite uncertainty, the silver-haired one smiled faintly, urging Qian to cooperate. For now, they should coexist peacefully. Qian emerged, body bruised but unbroken. His presence radiated strength, tempered with something new, reluctant acceptance. The older figure warned devouring one another wasn't wrong, but growth and control must come before power. Qian laughed off death. He'd survived worse. Barely dizzy, he rose, his body proof of what he'd endured. Smirking, he whispered that he from earlier had grasped his magic completely far better than expected. She explained her technique spells rooted in earth, unstable beneath her. Terrain manipulation became her necessary counter. Siu had prepared. He wove water magic carefully, adjusting the soil, anticipating every weakness before the battle. His enemy understood now. The ground wouldn't absorb impact. That lesson, once devoured, would be useful someday. He invited the challenge, craving that clash. To face ancient power head-on stirred something deep within his spirit. Twisted joy gleamed in his eyes. His heart throbbed, hungry to savor the clash without hesitation. He sipped calmly, admitting he couldn't fully grasp the hunger, but theirs came from different instincts entirely. Despite temptation, Qian resisted. His body yearned for battle, but something unknown urged restraint in this moment. The feeling was eerie, almost divine, as if fate itself warned him against surrendering to his impulses. He blinked, confused by his own hesitation. Rain began to fall. It echoed the uncertainty in his chest, something deep, brewing. Rain poured gently as Chen looked up, grinning. His body drenched but his mind calm. Siu stood quietly, calculating. Knowing even one wrong move would lead to certain death against them, he assessed every possible outcome, realizing that even a minor engagement now could prove utterly fatal. Across the drenched rooftop, Tao sat alone, reflecting on a fight that never fully began. Though regret lingered, Chen accepted it. Not all battles deserve to be fought, especially ones without meaning. Siu's eyes fluttered open. Light flickered above him. Darkness swirled in his vision. The ceiling lights above looked unreal. He shot up instinctively, panic flaring. His mind scrambled, but his body lagged behind, trembling violently. Muscles screamed. His limbs refused to obey. It was more than fatigue, it was total physical breakdown. He had expected pain, but this level of agony had hollowed him from the inside out. The suited man entered silently, checking his phone, eyes narrowing as he approached the weakened Siu. Siu's fingers twitched, struggling to move. Each breath came sharp. He confirmed the call came through. His voice was hoarse, his strength still far from recovered. The man answered briskly, masking concern with composure. His tone remained professional despite growing unease inside. Siu forced a slight smile, reassuring him. Despite everything, he showed gratitude with quiet determination to endure. Siu explained he'd taken the afternoon off. His pain was intense enough to disrupt his schedule. His coworker shared concern. The symptoms suggested Siu's body had pushed far past its natural threshold. The mask pulsed faintly. A spell once meant for bursts of strength had been dangerously prolonged. While wearing it, Siu's stamina surged unnaturally, but sustaining that power drained him faster than expected. Eventually the spell broke. His body collapsed mid-air, forced into shutdown before irreversible damage occurred. He remembered falling magic cut short his last moment before unconsciousness struck with a burst of recoil. The man lowered his head sincerely. Siu's condition had triggered unnecessary alarm across their organization. Siu mentioned his younger brother Yuseum. A past visit had already hinted at the boy's recklessness. Though not evil, the brother's poor judgment had caused consequences beyond what simple excuses could explain. Siu redirected the conversation, curious. The yokai's fate remained unclear, and silence only made him worry more. Siu learned the truth: the yokai used similar magic, proof that another goblin had somehow survived. His colleague confirmed it. The mistaken belief of being the last was false, and history hid more. The ancient goblin's name was Biyung, a royal survivor from a 1,000-year-old lineage, possibly Siu's own ancestor. Rain fell steadily over the city as Siu walked through the crowded street. He raised his hand, watching droplets gather, quietly comparing this world's rain to his own realms. Despite discomfort, people still moved with purpose. Siu admired their endurance, even in unpleasant human conditions. Beside him, a girl smiled brightly. Siu's presence had shielded her from chaos she couldn't face alone. She remembered yesterday's near disaster, grateful he intervened. Without him, panic might have spread far too quickly. Siu stood firm in the rain, reminding her it was Choi Siwoo who deserved her gratitude. Helping her was easier than chasing a pointless lead. Still, his tone carried honest weight beneath calm. Guilt stirred in her chest. She meant to help Siwoo, yet only added to his burden. A bell chimed above as the cafe door swung open, shelter inviting them from the storm outside. Inside, she recalled her awkward approach. Asking for the number felt impulsive, yet something about Siwoo lingered deeply. Siu paused as murmurs grew behind him. Unaware, he turned, confused by their quiet admiration and stares. She leaned closer, amused. Most female customers visited just to see the barista, though he never noticed. They stepped inside as two others exited quietly. The barista's voice halted their approach, apologizing gently until he recognized who stood in front of him. A faint smile surfaced. Recognition replaced formality as the barista met Siu's eyes, acknowledging him without surprise. She reminded him that he had summoned them. It was early, yet the cafe had closed. He admitted today wasn't ideal for business. Aside from them, only a few customers had shown up. Without hesitation, he shifted topics. His tone softened, asking what they wanted to drink as usual. They responded confidently. Siu still hesitated, glancing at the menu, unsure what his choice should be. Siu sat near the window, sipping slowly. His expression darkened, something on his mind refused to settle. The barista turned to Seolwa, offering suggestions, but noticed her attention drifting toward Siu's silent mood. Seolwa frowned, frustrated by Siu's distant gaze. She questioned his silence, pushing him to explain himself. Siu remained quiet. Her words struck harder than expected, causing tension to ripple across the wooden table. Their friend panicked, trying to ease the mood. Seolwa's energy surged, nearly losing control of her temper. An unseen man watched from nearby. Calm but cold, he questioned who dared raise chaos so boldly. Seolwa tilted her head, puzzled how the two boys seemed to know each other already. The girl recalled an old tale of fox tricking a tiger during mating season, vanishing in confusion. Siu nodded faintly, suspecting the fox was punished later, not for escape, but for causing disorder. Even yokai followed nature's rules. Some species clashed by instinct, and conflict wasn't always avoidable between them. Predator and prey instincts lingered. Even with supernatural evolution, animal enmity still shaped their behavior and fate. Though time passed, hostility between yokai species remained strong, shaping every bloodline that followed after them. Even across generations, inherited instincts stirred unease. Tension could arise before words were even spoken. Solemn leaned forward, worried. She sensed something deeper, perhaps not hatred, but something just as difficult to break. The barista reassured her gently. Even if a fight began, he wouldn't act without reason or control. Irritated, the newcomer's energy flared. Starving and annoyed, he threatened to summon divine judgment just to provoke. The yokai's aura intensified. He didn't crave a fight, but eliminating annoyance required little effort anyway. Solim watched anxiously. Siu couldn't be left alone, not even briefly, without someone trying to test his strength. She stepped forward, reminding him the divine judge allowed this rare chance to peacefully walk among humans. Picking a fight now would ruin everything. But Siu, defensive, pointed out that the fox stared first. Accepting her words, he stood down. In this world, restraint and awareness mattered more than strength alone. Solim explained calmly. The woman beside Siu led one of the strongest yokai tribes in Korea. In a clash, fault always fell on the master, regardless of who actually threw the first blow. Siu stayed quiet, glancing at the girl beside him. She likely understood all of this already. He accepted the lesson. Among many he'd received, this one about restraint and weight was the most difficult. Solemn reflected. Power brings fear, and fear makes you either a symbol of order or a perfect target. Suspicion circled among the yokai. Someone had been impersonating a human hidden right under their noses. Sayu hinted at a larger issue. There was something strange no one had dared mention until now. A changeling dangerous and deceptive had lived among humans. Its existence could shake balance between both worlds. Though it didn't show hostility, Siu knew the spirit had followed him closely for far too long. Solim admitted they were curious too. Disappearances after last night meant trouble might already be unfolding quietly nearby. The barista spoke calmly. To prevent chaos, strong yokai were granted temporary licenses to act freely. Even unqualified yokai could confront intruders if their power sufficed. But that freedom came with growing consequences. Now, circumstances had changed. Seolwa, Hwanhui, and Wolyong stood out as exceptions in a shifting order. Everyone else had been recalled. They lost permission to stay in the human realm due to weakness. The weight of that statement landed hard. One listener stiffened, shocked by the announcement they hadn't expected. Before anything else, they needed clarity, especially about Choi Si-woo's situation, which seemed different from everyone else's. Solemn's concern deepened. If Si-woo wasn't treated the same, had he been sent away alone, it was possible he acted on his own. Something risky enough to shift his placement entirely. They acknowledged a truth: Si-woo lacked strength to rival yokai, even if he endured more than expected. Left in the yokai realm, a human even skilled was still prey. Survival would be far from easy. She declined the offer to return. Instead, she'd inform the elders herself about the yokai realm. Even if Si-woo was unstable or unqualified, she would speak in his defense without hesitation. Still, his presence confused everyone. If he wasn't gone, where exactly had he been placed instead? The barista's expression sharpened. Siwoo's unusual location might signal something bigger than anyone else had realized. Rain poured across the city, a quiet reminder that answers and threats still lingered beyond human sight. The man asked if the figure in question was a progenitor and original among yokai kind. At first glance, nothing seemed different, but something about its presence hinted at immense, ancient strength. He wondered aloud just how old could a yokai possibly be. If such beings still lingered, the name matched historical texts. If true, that goblin might have walked the earth 1500 years ago. But that lifespan wasn't normal. Most yokai live longer than humans, yet few surpassed even 5 centuries. Legend said that if a yokai survived 1,000 years, it would awaken ancient authority. Once matured, their force crystallized into something terrifying, capable of leading, commanding, or erasing entire yokai groups. He confirmed the worst. The yokai they encountered wasn't just ancient, it had reached the final stage. 1,500 years had passed, yet its presence was overwhelming. Even elite fighters instinctively avoided direct confrontation. Despite the flattery, the analyst grew serious. Experience alone didn't make one untouchable in this war. In ancient history, only one goblin clan remained dominant among the many yokai across the peninsula. Even weakened, their bloodline held status. One elder's strength alone kept enemies from acting too boldly. But goblins eventually withdrew. Their presence faded. Even their powerful leader vanished without any known explanation. That leader once feared had governed yokai law with strength. His disappearance marked a turning point for all. His absence opened chaos. Struggles among lower clans escalated, and many blamed it for their near extinction. He confessed his personal doubt. Even Choi Siwoo's origins stirred questions, given the vanished goblin descendants. Though Siwoo lacked brute strength, his blood seemed different. His body resisted damage far beyond normal limits. Some believed the goblin line had ended, yet Siwoo's traits hinted at something deeper, older, forgotten. Few descendants survived. Those who did inherited immense resilience, possibly tied to a legacy erased by time. Now, with danger rising and Siwoo unknowingly tied to ancient bloodlines, fate was already shifting once more. The elder questioned the timing. Why had Siwoo's hidden bloodline only surfaced during this exact moment? He pressed further, demanding honest answers. Siwoo's heritage raised suspicions. At home, the door opened gently. His mother stepped inside, unaware her identity was being questioned. Siwoo stood before the school gates, his heart heavy, knowing trouble had followed him again. Beside his teacher, Siwoo lowered his head, blaming himself, though no words had yet been spoken aloud. Questions rose. Were the other children hurt? Were parents angry? Guilt twisted deeper with every worried glance. The truth unfolded. Siwoo hadn't started anything. Older kids had provoked the fight, targeting him unfairly again. During soccer, Siwoo brought his own ball. The others chased him down, trying to claim it forcefully. Siwoo demanded his ball back, refusing to be silent. A scuffle broke out on the field. The argument grew heated, but no real harm was done, just a few pushes and raised voices. The teacher calmly explained the situation. Bruises were light, and no serious injuries were reported by anyone. Because the older kids were at fault, no parent pushed further. The matter quietly settled itself down. Leaving school, Siwoo's mother walked beside him. She looked down and asked softly, worried and unsure. Siwoo lowered his head, guilt bubbling quietly. He knew he had pushed someone, even if provoked. His mother didn't accuse him. She acknowledged blame but reminded him hurting others couldn't be justified either. She knelt beside him, voice steady, hoping he'd never end up in harm's way again, emotionally or physically. Those words lingered. In that moment, something inside Siwoo stirred. He sensed real meaning beyond a simple warning. It wasn't scolding, it was care. Siwoo saw her vulnerability and maybe for once understood her completely. Siwoo nodded slowly. His voice was quiet but clear. He understood her words, maybe more than ever. What she said didn't feel like a warning. It felt like a sincere plea he couldn't ignore. He couldn't explain why, but something deep inside recognized how important her request truly was to her. So he held her close. That silent embrace became his answer, stronger than any promise ever spoken. From that day forward, no matter the reason, Siwoo never raised his hand in anger again. Siwoo's father had been a wrestler, strong and silent. They rarely spoke, but the memories remained vivid. After his death, Siwoo was told little. Still, he inherited something unseen, something stirring quietly within him. His mother, once a scholar of ancient myths, studied objects linking their world to strange, forgotten forces. Now, truth unraveled. Siwoo had been shielded from secrets, but the mystery could no longer stay hidden. He didn't know what to feel: grief, curiosity, fear. The word drastically echoed ominously in his thoughts. The elder recalled their first meeting, as Siu had seemed ordinary then, too human to be anything important. But Siu's actions defied that. His instincts, his presence, had already started shifting fate's quiet calculations. Though unprepared, Siu had grown. It wasn't brilliance, just resilience, a trait no ritual could ever predict. Still, the old man suspected something deeper. This boy's pace, strength, and timing were too precise. Siu rejected the idea, but doubt slipped in. What if this had been designed from the start, even if Siu held strange power? The elder believed him blameless, guided, not corrupted, by fate. But belief wasn't enough. Fear grew elsewhere. Whispers painted Siu as something ancient, dangerous, perhaps even cursed. Humans aware of yokai history began to panic. Old texts named beings like Siu as threats. Reports surged overnight, many vanished. Authorities searched frantically. One residential complex had multiple unaccounted for disappearances. By morning, panic spread. Families waited, unanswered calls stacking. Siu's name would soon echo in those investigations. 2 more disappearances surfaced, one in Busan, another in Mokdong. The pattern grew harder to dismiss. As the news broke, panic surged online. Threads spread fear. Speculation drowned reason in the digital chaos. Authorities scrambled overnight. Emergency response units mobilized. Specialized teams were deployed in Seoul and outer districts. A shadowy council pushed for results, demanding swift action and a figure to blame before dawn arrived. Even before dawn, Siu saw the forums. Threads linked disappearances to yokai and him, by name. The elder explained attacks began immediately. Some yokai factions were using chaos to mask their true movements. They weren't simply vanishing humans. They were drawing attention away from something massive blooming beyond normal perception. The rift wasn't random. It reacted to power. Siu's presence had triggered something dormant, now fully awake. Siu blamed himself. His awakening, his nature. Everything felt connected to the spiraling events outside their control. But the elder reminded him Siu had no blood on his hands, only decisions still waiting ahead. Though the elder could judge him, Siu's fate now lay in political hands, not moral ones. Yokai factions weren't seeking justice, they were seeking control. Demanding his arrest was just their opening move. The risk extended beyond him. Siu's mother, by blood and silence, would also become a target. He hadn't considered it, but now her danger was clear. Her connection to him might condemn her. To the outside world, she wasn't a parent, she was an accomplice in a growing supernatural crime. The room fell silent. The elder's stare was unyielding. Shock rippled through the investigator's face. Reality twisted fast lines between blame, law. A sudden force shattered the tension. The window exploded inward, sunlight slicing through like a divine strike. An unseen wave flung Siu backward. His body crashed hard against the wall. Dazed, Siu's eyes widened. Something wasn't right. Power gathered in the elder's hand. His presence radiated strength, but his voice held calm restraint. Siu struggled to move. He knew this trap. They wanted him isolated, provoked into dangerous public retaliation. But the elder assured him someone had already gone to shield his mother from the shaman. The advisor spoke next. Siu's condition was unstable. Fighting now could unleash things no one could contain. Alone in thought, Siu whispered to himself, blaming his blood, his power, and everything spiraling from within. Siu admitted fault not just for the chaos, but for existing with power he never understood fully. He stood tall, energy spiraling around him. He was ready to be punished, without resistance or excuse. But it wasn't just justice he sought, it was redemption for those dragged into this against their will. His voice trembled. Especially my mother. Shadows pulsed around him. Power surged skyward. Rain split open. From rooftops to windows, the cuffs shattered. Power burst free. Siu launched forward, cutting the air with instinctive. He didn't run to escape punishment. He ran to confirm his mother's safety with his own eyes. The elder's breath caught. Siu's momentum wasn't rage, it was clarity, control, and a will forged in guilt. Siu turned back mid-flight. I'll return after I know she's safe. I'll accept everything then. He soared from the building, apologizing once more, leaving nothing but shattered glass and crackling purple energy behind. The elder stood still, watching the broken silence left behind by Siu's departure echo across the room. He turned sharply to the man beside him. Why did you just stand there, doing nothing? The man hesitated, rubbing his neck. Well, there's no water nearby, and breaking pipes causes messes. The elder blinked. You're talking like that in this weather outside. Thunder rolled as rain pounded glass. Through the broken window, the investigator peeked. Oops, he muttered, watching Siu leap rooftops in a flash. The elder stared through the rain, murmuring Siu was more prepared than anyone had ever expected. He didn't know where the boy's strength came from, but he trusted it wasn't misplaced anymore. The investigator added calmly, "Don't underestimate the young. That kind of growth isn't something statistics explain well." Whatever storm brewed outside, Siyu had chosen, not to escape but to understand and protect, fully awake. And above all, he was no longer running. Siyu was flying to defend the one who raised him. Rain battered the skyline as dusk fell. The city pulsed with unrest, and Siyu's mother waited alone. She checked her phone again. No message, no call. Her heart pounded with rising, unspoken worry. She glanced toward the door, startled by a knock, sharp, repetitive, too deliberate to ignore now. She hesitated. "Who's there?" Her voice was firm, but her steps slowed as tension spread like smoke. Opening the door, her eyes widened. A silver-haired woman stood there. "Siyu's still evolving," she said quietly. Siyu's mother stood paralyzed. Her eyes glowed faintly. The yokai woman had done something to her mind. The intruder smirked. "Siyu was right. Humans surprise me, though it still tempts me to destroy them." She admitted she understood human strength enough to hate it, enough to justify hurting them without remorse. A sudden crash broke the silence. The door slammed open. A shadowed figure rushed in at speed. Siyu's voice rang out, "Get your hands off her." His power surged. His eyes blazed violet. Siyu unleashed his violet magic, channeling dark energy into a command that struck with paralyzing psychic force. The spell disrupted her focus. Her body trembled as the demonic wave clouded judgment and weakened resistance. Siyu stood motionless, crackling with energy, unwilling to draw his sword in such a vulnerable situation. He waited, calculating every movement, unwilling to risk harming the innocent woman who just entered quietly. A woman entered, calm and composed, unaware Siyu had just protected her from a dangerously escalating clash. Siyu walked calmly, downplaying the danger. He'd sensed no threat from the shaman and felt confident. The others debated tactics. Minimizing conflict was crucial now that Siyu's allies included fragile human companions. Siyu's attention snapped toward something distant. His instinct screamed warning, even before his eyes caught movement. An unnatural blaze surged skyward. Blue fire erupted beyond the skyline, signaling something immense had awakened. She trembled, overwhelmed by dread. For Siyu's mother, this dark force was unlike anything she'd ever known. She realized the enemy never intended peace. Their tactics manipulated reactions, baiting them into inevitable confrontation. A defensive barrier shimmered across the cityscape, vast and controlled. This was not a spontaneous trap. It had been planned in advance. Their movements, responses, and presence had all been precisely anticipated. A dark emerged from the corridor, surrounded by silence, stepping forward with absolute deliberate intent. The stranger resisted Siyu's magical command. Violet Whisper failed completely, as if deflected by invisible immunity. A quiet hand reached for the sheathed weapon. The sword fell, untouched by combat. Its sound echoed more surrender than threat, resonating through the hallway's stillness. Siyu stepped forward cautiously, arms raised slightly. He clarified his purpose. Protecting her came first, confrontation was secondary, even if trust had risks. The woman tightened her hold, surprised by his words. His honesty shifted something within her decision. She questioned the newcomer's identity, uncertain of his role, even as he stood unarmed and calm. Siyu explained the barrier's conditions. Once active, it held tightly. Escape without coordination would be nearly impossible. Offering strategy and a path forward, he spoke clearly, but her pride resisted the tone he used. She cut him off sharply, reminding him that alliances meant nothing if spoken with arrogance or doubt. Siyu was no longer human. His transformation meant loyalty could no longer be measured by past connections. Though harsh, her warning held truth. Siyu's presence alone could provoke unintended trust and dangerous assumptions. She suspected his sincerity masked deeper motives. Even peaceful gestures might serve to weaken their guard. Siyu gave no argument. He moved deliberately, his expression unreadable. Her eyes locked on his fingers. One subtle movement confirmed her suspicion before he even acted. In an instant, something erupted, claws, blades, or armor. Siyu transformed, unleashing strength with sudden. Her sudden reaction startled them all. She had sensed something deeper. An internal resistance had suddenly weakened. With surgical precision, she had halted the energy inside him, targeting core pressure points linked to magic. Now powerless, Siyu admitted his current state no longer cloaked in strength, just a human without defenses. She warned him again, any magical use would open his thoughts entirely, making his mind vulnerable. He agreed. Even stripped of control, he remained resolute. His only goal was her safe escape tonight. She questioned her motives, her tone cautious. Curiosity mixed with concern tightened her hands at her chest. Siu answered plainly, his voice even. He believed in simplicity, even when intentions were difficult to explain. Faye exhaled, her chest rising, her restraint barely held, torn between trust and disbelief in his conviction. She studied him again. Maybe naive, maybe brave. But there was no mistaking the loyalty behind him. Finally she turned, ready to listen. The air shifted. Siu had earned a chance to be heard. Siu sprinted across the empty street, breath tight and focus locked on the looming building ahead. His legs burned, lungs raw. Yet he pushed forward, driven by something deeper than physical pain. The building stood unchanged, but a strange stillness radiated. Something unseen gripped him, halting his steps. He scanned the scene. Everything appeared normal, yet something invisible pressed against him, whispering subtle warning signs. A voice interrupted. Siu turned. A figure blocked his path, calm, towering, and oddly certain of him. The stranger assessed Siu calmly, impressed by his instincts. He introduced himself without hostility or fear. Siu processed the words shaman agency. The name stirred buried knowledge, hinting at something long-standing and structured. The uniform confirmed that this man wasn't random. Siu questioned if he was an ally or relative. Suddenly the tone shifted. The man demanded surrender, blunt and direct, cutting off the tension with finality. Siu froze, trapped, surveillance locked in, his mind raced, options narrowed. Escape now meant something far more dangerous. The agent stepped closer, voice colder. He warned Siu running would bring suffering to those he loved. Siu listened, unmoved. Threats echoed around him, but the true weight pressed against his growing inner fire. His choice was clear. He couldn't run anymore. He clenched his fists, ready to confront everything. He launched forward, instincts blazing. His opponent reacted swiftly, but Siu didn't flinch. His decision had already solidified. Their clash was instant and brutal. Siu's body took the blow. The masked man grinned, unbothered. His red marks glowed faintly. Siu gritted his teeth, flicked his wrist, and launched a fast counter before his window vanished. They clashed again, violently. Siu was thrown back, crashing against metal as sparks burst on contact. He twisted mid-air, landing in a crouch. Pavement scraped his skin. Wide-eyed, Siu looked up, breath heavy. Something unexpected loomed. A shift in the battle's rhythm began. A wave pulsed behind Siu. The barrier shimmered like water, sealing him inside the glowing trap. The agent explained calmly it was like fishing. Hard to catch prey, easy to keep contained. Siu realized the truth. He was already caught inside, surrounded, with no simple way out. The man offered a choice: again, surrender peacefully or live running, with hunters at every corner. Siu stood tall, wiping blood from his lip. Tired or not, he hadn't decided yet. A strange energy pulsed near Siu's chest. His instincts flared. Something unseen had crossed his boundary. The pressure intensified. A single word invaded his thoughts, heavy and absolute, forcing his body to hesitate. He recognized the pattern. Someone with power was watching, guiding the moment like it was staged. So he ran. No pause. No plan. Just the certainty he couldn't afford to stay. Even blind, he trusted movement. That presence was too dangerous, and he had no time to gamble. Siu processed the details. If they mentioned securing his mom, it meant she wasn't taken yet. He and Asura might be with her now. That was the only logical connection. Even if they suspected her, he remained their main target. That gave him an opening. If he moved fast, he could redirect the pursuit, buying time for Asura to escape cleanly. With no time to waste, Siu launched himself forward, energy bursting beneath his feet with urgency. The agent smirked. He wasn't surprised by Siu's reaction, just entertained by the kid's instincts. With barely a sound, he stepped in again. The next exchange came faster than before. Blows rained in. Siu blocked what he could, but the strength behind each strike was overwhelming. Siu recognized it now. This wasn't like Yusin's restraint. This opponent hit harder, faster, with practiced aggression. A heavy strike crashed through their clash. Siu adjusted his stance, thoughts racing. He now understood this opponent wasn't alone from the start. The agent stepped forward, amused by resistance. Siu's skill had exceeded his expectations for a target. Siu realized the trap. This wasn't a duel. The growing energy came from someone else entirely. Siu hesitated. Fighting here meant risking civilians, drawing attention. He hated dragging others into supernatural crossfire. But the agent reminded him the barrier prevented that. No ordinary humans could survive stepping inside anyway. Siu's heart pounded. The agent mocked his hesitation, amused by the weak excuse to retreat earlier. Without warning, the agent lunged. His strike came fast, aiming to end things with sheer power. Their clash sent shockwaves down the street. Siu held firm. Locked in close, the agent grinned. Now he was serious. No more restraint, no more testing limits. Sue's head snapped back as unseen fingers gripped his scalp. Eyes wide, breath caught, he struggled to break free. His attacker emerged, face cloaked in power, hands glowing violet. Sue's body slammed into the stone, thunder cracking, loud energy scattered, earth broken. A distant watched quietly, unblinking, as smoke cleared and silence fell heavy over the shattered ground. Sue's arm lowered calmly, his voice steady, footsteps light but firm across the fractured city road. The enemy stood, muscles tight with pain, yet he kept balance, unwilling to show hesitation or fear. Sue's gaze held no mockery, only clarity. He would finish this without wasting time or strength. His opponent tensed, jaw clenched. Despite warnings, he charged again, fists forward, teeth bared with pure resolve. A shockwave exploded outward as Sue vanished from sight, reappearing mid-strike, faster than sound could follow. The enemy's fist collided cleanly with Sue's ribs, bursting energy outward, pavement cracking beneath their feet. But Sue didn't flinch, bare feet steady, body unshaken as dust settled quietly beneath the fading strike. His eyes narrowed, sensing something shift. The fight was still escalating, not yet near its conclusion. Their positions reset, momentum pulsed between them. Sue stood firm as the other readied another rush. Each blow landed harder, yet Sue absorbed it completely, his defense unbreakable. Like punching reinforced, living stone, Sue struck cleanly, his fist meeting the side of the opponent's skull with raw precision. The impact launched the body backward, crashing through concrete. He turned slightly, purple energy wrapping his hand again. A distant observer watched carefully, reassessing assumptions. Perhaps the fighters weren't allied, or plans had quietly shifted. Sue stepped forward slowly, voice calm, resolve unwavering, prepared to fight again if reason could not win. Footsteps slid into view as another presence emerged, posture confident but eyes sharp with unreadable intent. Sue glanced over, silent and composed, gauging whether this was interruption, assistance, or something worse entirely. The new arrival spoke sharply, mocking lineage and pride, voice laced with bitterness buried beneath restraint. Rage erupted, accusations flew, hands trembled with fury, unsure whether to fight or force a decision. Whatever loyalty existed between them had cracked. Sue sensed it clearly. Hostility was no longer directed outward. Sue sprinted forward without hesitation. His understanding was limited, but hesitation would cost too much. Now, he identified the greater threat ahead, one radiating stronger energy, more composed, yet preparing something unknown. Purple energy flared around his limbs. He accelerated hard, knowing he must act before defenses rose. The mystic raised charm-wrapped fingers, reciting words that summoned spiritual chains meant to bind and repel. Ancient seals lit instantly. Magic surged outward, commands echoed in silence, calling spirits to block the advance. The spellcaster raised both hands, energy surged outward, triggering the full release of a summon technique. Chains burst from glowing seals, locking Sue's limbs mid-air. His descent was rapid. Each link tightened. Struggle was useless. The ground erupted. Sue's body struck first, shaking the earth. A faint smirk appeared. The caster remained still, believing momentum had finally shifted back into control. Sue countered cleanly with a crushing blow, momentum behind him as the chain spell shattered instantly. Confusion rose as no charm had triggered. The defense failed despite multiple layers of preparation. Sue observed calmly. Resistance failed again. Even protective barriers offered no resistance against his approaching power. Realization struck. The spells targeted spirits, not demonic traits. Dark energy surged outward. Sue's body blurred through the crimson haze. Sue's strike phased through completely. No resistance met his fist, no contact, only lingering spiritual distortion. Realization formed. The opponent wasn't evading barrier, magic was neutralizing his force before it ever landed. A new chant began. Sacred phrases flowed with glowing clarity, channeling divine power into gathered talismans. Sue analyzed quietly. Was there a time limit, a capacity, a fixed threshold to this defense? Blue flames spiraled upward. Sue stood ready, waiting for weakness to reveal itself within the barrier cycle. Sue observed quietly, blue flame rising beside him, while new information began surfacing from allies nearby. Across the field, two shamans had begun aligning spiritual forces, reinforcing an active multi-layered defensive seal. Rather than stationary objects, the shamans themselves acted as the source and channel of the barrier. Understanding spread quickly. Striking the shamans could unravel the structure without needing full elimination of everyone. But caution followed. Overconfidence would fail here. The next move required precision, not just overwhelming force. The discussion shifted. While courage wasn't lacking, experience was the real concern against spiritually trained opponents. Sue explained clearly. His strength was direct and brutal, not refined for complex spiritual disarming techniques. In contrast, the shamans didn't attack blindly. Their rituals required synchronization, precision, and skill-based compatibility. The three opponents' highly ranked shamans were infamous for subduing demons far more powerful than the current threat. Still, teamwork could bridge gaps. With coordination, Sayu believed striking two simultaneously might collapse the barrier. A plan formed quickly, each target assigned. Timing would be everything to avoid alerting the remaining guards. Knowledge of locations gave an edge. Coordinated movement had to be precise before the others noticed. But a reminder interrupted. One participant couldn't use powers. Energy vessels were sealed for safety earlier. The oversight hit hard. Strategic strength meant nothing if abilities remained unusable at a critical moment. Despite urgency, hesitation lingered. Breaking two anchor points under current conditions would require more than raw effort. Uncertainty surfaced. One ally questioned the ease of movement. Why hadn't the shamans already intervened directly? A guess formed, but lacked conviction. Their enemies didn't seem pressed to finish things quickly. Then came a more sobering thought: the enemies weren't careless. They were simply waiting for something precise. The pause wasn't accidental. Timing mattered. Their response would begin the moment the seal was triggered. Siu stepped forward, voice calm. He knew the truth: this strategy had been building for centuries. Doubt lingered in the air. What made this century feel heavier than all those before? The balance had shifted. Night lost its reign. Ancient powers faded while reason slowly replaced fear. Human advancement surged. Technology, science, and culture progressed more in decades than entire past millennia combined. Yet beneath all progress, the unseen world endured, hidden, buried, but never truly gone or defeated. Traditions remained performed, not believed. Forgotten rituals echoed from a time when spirits shaped laws and history. Modern shamans weren't just relics, they inherited control, legitimacy, and influence once held by monarchs and priests. When the sky aligns with ritual timing, their true role returns. Defenders or destroyers of balance. They perform ancient dances not for tradition, but to summon forgotten rulers from the hidden realm. To outsiders, disappearances seemed random, but each served a purpose. Sacrifices masked as vanishing cases or incidents. Siu understood now. Maintaining fear through illusion helped ensure obedience to their unseen hierarchy of power. Doubt spread quickly. Could it be true that the shamans ignored civilian safety for ritual gain? A sudden surge of light erupted outside, energy rising violently from the center of the district. Shock struck all at once. That power spike, far too large, signaled something irreversible had just begun. Sayu felt it instantly. The shift wasn't random. It aligned with prophecies he feared would unfold. Elsewhere, the ritualist descended with purpose. The spiritual balance had shifted, and her part was beginning. The first method, scripture chanting. A shaman recites sacred text, drawing spiritual energy from ancient words. Through this method, they manipulate ambient forces, adapting their magic based on the scripture's intent. The second technique involves summoning, calling divine entities through internalized mastery of spiritual pathways and ritual preparation. Only a rare few are born with the ability to act as living vessels for spirits. Through vital pathways, those gifted open themselves fully, allowing external forces to rise within their form. A divine general appeared, its form stable, energy-dense. The summoner had succeeded in full embodiment. Sayu stood firm. The pressure was unlike anything before. Every instinct warned him this wasn't a mortal. Then, without warning, his hand reacted. Some unknown force within him began resonating with the divine aura. A massive force descended from the sky, shaking the chamber with power beyond anything Siu understood. Siu's legs trembled briefly, instincts warning him to run, but his clenched fists told a different decision. Locked in the creature's gaze, he recognized no mercy, only expectation. With one breath, he bolted forward, cutting through the red-black tendrils bursting from the enemy's command. His choice was clear: no retreat, no delay, only movement forward. Blade raised, spirit steady in attack. Siu's blade cut through the spectral, but the slash passed harmlessly through its flickering form. He stared hard, realizing it had no physical body, only energy swirling like a storm without structure. A pulse of force surged outward, dragging Siu into its core as patterns wrapped around his frame. The glow intensified. His muscles tensed. Power aligned within him, an unseen system confirmed. Veins lit with energy. His arms swelled unnaturally. Siu launched forward, energy bursting from his limbs. The enemy reacted fast, intercepting the strike with brute force. Siu's feet skidded across the ground, heels grinding against the floor as momentum failed to carry him. He steadied his stance, raising his arm, watching blue energy pulse stronger than before but still incomplete. His eyes widened suddenly. A shift unseen before was now clear. Surrounded by glowing barriers, Siu dashed across shifting beams of light. The next round began. Nothing changed, only silence. Blood traced across flesh. The exchange had landed, both sides separated, energy burst outward again. Siu advanced through pressure. From a distance, narrowed eyes observed. Movements, tempo, and spacing were enough to follow, yet something felt off. Eyes widened in disbelief. Recognition struck. Something unexpected was unfolding far faster than anyone had prepared for. Siu charged again. Energy burned across his arm as impact rang out. Contact revealed something strange, a subtle shift. No body, no form, just a pool of blue dispersing across the cold ground. New tendrils surged upward, red and alive, coiling fast. The floor cracked under impact. Pressure from both sides collapsed the center. Red threads recoiled violently. Control weakened for a moment as unstable energy danced across both extended arms. Eyes narrowed, glow intensified. The stance shifted from reactive to direct, no more waiting. Two forces collided again. This time, it was not just strength, but intention meeting at full velocity. Without pause, Siu launched forward again. Every muscle moved with purpose. Siu stood tall, blades drawn wide, his stance firm, ready to strike with everything already prepared. His opponent vanished in a blur of motion, energy sweeping behind in streaks of glowing blue. Rapid exchanges followed. Every strike met resistance. Dust scattered. One fell, one stood. The outcome written in silence as the smoke began to clear. Far away, a presence confirmed the scene through a device, acknowledging the result without surprise or hesitation. A question echoed with weight. The challenge was not about strength, but about reasons behind this guidance. One answer followed bloodline and crime, a half-goblin linked to chaos threatening both realms and current order. Tension thickened, words chosen carefully. One side sought justification, the other pressed for balance and permission. Blue aura pulsed steady. The one in black listened, unmoved, eyes fixed on truth over assumptions. Memories returned, blades danced in circles. Yet instead of dodging them, Siu had stepped forward to endure. The motive was clear: protect others. Even while cornered, Siu feared what harm might reach innocent lives. Amid brutal strikes, his body tore apart. Still, his attention stayed fixed on what lay behind. Though his lineage held forbidden traits, there was no proof he'd broken rules or harmed anyone. Acknowledgement followed. A nod. Words changed. Justification weakened under reason, and accusations began to quietly dissolve. Siu collapsed. Blood soaked his body. But the true cause of damage ran deeper than wounds. Fighting two enemies in succession drained his stamina, but something deeper was breaking his strength apart. The real problem wasn't the combat. It was the pills, demon pills taken too quickly, too close together. Others could take them safely. Siu's system, however, reacted sharply, pulling energy faster than it should. Before a minute passed, 2 doses had entered his blood, forcing extraction beyond normal control. The side effects surged. His body strained to purge excess energy, leaving him in a deteriorating state. Siu's regeneration struggled. A wound once easily healed now left him trembling. His arm returned incomplete. Fingers cracked. One final gesture summoned a scroll, sealing the next action in quiet preparation. Movement resumed. Though unstable, blue light still pulsed around him, his feet adjusting with practiced rhythm and focus. Observers watched silently. Strength remained, but recovery lagged behind. His limits were clearly within sight now. Even with demon blood, he couldn't restore faster. Escape had been possible if his body allowed it. A nod was given. Life was spared for now. The decision rested on outcomes, not forgiveness. Siu stepped forward. Though bruised and drained, his posture remained firm, declaring restraint rather than surrender. A small object appeared, glowing faintly. It was meant for use only in case of emergency. Instructions followed. Either speak aloud or throw it hard. Both would awaken the sealed magic inside. Without hesitation, fingers clenched tight. The object shattered in his hand, unleashing its dormant energy all at once. The artifact contained multiple effects. Magic chose which to activate based on the user's most urgent need. As Siu stood still, the item evaluated everything: his condition, environment, strength, and the time left. No healing, shielding, or defense was chosen. Instead, raw energy surged outward, restoring lost force directly. The strength released was unusual, not from average crafting but refined by a skilled sorcerer over decades. Despite doubts, one fact became clear: the activation had started, and nothing could interrupt the flow now. Siu stood upright, bare feet planted firmly. Energy coursed through him. Light shimmered from his skin. Scars remained, but the pain dulled as his breathing finally settled. A voice observed calmly, This body didn't reject the magic, it adapted to it faster than expected. Power shifted again. His body lifted, controlled by another. Sayu blocked it in time, but something unexpected forced his eyes wide. Energy pulsed through his legs, footing grounded deeper, and each movement felt sharper. Sayu spun midair, blades crossing with speed. Blue force radiated outward. The strength felt unfamiliar. It surged from within, but something about its texture felt entirely foreign. New energy settled in his core. Yet it wasn't new, it had been hidden all along. Unknown to him, Sayu's body held not one, but two internal energy cores from the beginning. Two crystals existed quietly for years. Their energy remained dormant, untouched since the day Sayu was born. One crystal awakened recently, responding to Sayu's first transformation. The second stayed sealed, awaiting a stronger stimulus. Only after encountering the divine presence did the second crystal activate, syncing with his body's new state. The gourd's power didn't grant new strength, it simply filled the second crystal. As power surged outward, Sayu staggered forward. His body shook violently. The power felt familiar, yet flawed. Its structure mirrored demon energy, but didn't blend with his body. He realized the problem wasn't strength, it was compatibility. The new energy resisted every technique he'd mastered before. Sayu moved fast, dodging blows, but couldn't retaliate properly. His defenses weren't syncing with the current force. Each swing landed light. His weapon refused to respond. Without proper flow, no technique could reach full form. If his body couldn't channel the power into weapons, he'd have to find another method entirely. A sudden surge erupted beneath him. The ground split open as light shot upward in a pillar. Sayu's eyes snapped open. His body reacted on instinct, fist clenched tightly, sensing something had changed. What they saw wasn't normal output, it defied patterns observed during combat training before. He descended slowly, body inverted midair. Across from him floated another presence. The small creature hovered gently. Energy pulsed around it in rhythm with Sayu's.
The tall hotel stood against the fading sunset. Inside, exhaustion from the journey weighing on their shoulders after endless travel. One leaned back, considering the choice between food and caution, their situation forcing difficult, unavoidable decisions. The blonde companion's frustration grew, realizing external eyes monitored their movements, eliminating chances of dining freely. Outside their door, watchful guards ensured confinement. Survival demanded unity, vigilance, and trust in dangerous surroundings. She reflected quietly, knowing circumstances forced her to stay hidden when she longed for freedom. Memories surfaced of a goblin with human blood, someone who changed the path she once followed. Through him, she discovered forbidden secrets, channeling power to resist overwhelming darkness threatening everything around her. The blonde companion sensed deception, realizing truths conflicted with stories others had carefully woven and spread. Meanwhile, media twisted events, shaping narratives to protect authority, hiding the goblin's burden beneath false appearances. The blonde man acknowledged her worries, realizing survival often meant accepting painful truths hidden beneath appearances. He urged her to remember past deeds, warning that gratitude alone could never secure lasting safety. She paused, silently considering the weight of history and the fragile balance surrounding their uncertain existence. Ancient ties bound shamans and goblins, remnants of dynasties shaping present power struggles across Korea's divided land. Though alliances endured, control remained fragile without strength. Trust alone could not protect them from upheaval. He explained governments exploited supernatural power, forcing shamans into political games disguised as national security. She admitted her limitations, acknowledging intervention would appear as reckless interference in delicate international affairs. A sigh escaped as she recalled warnings, understanding how quickly allegiances shifted when circumstances grew unstable. Memories resurfaced of violent battles, where resilience proved insufficient against overwhelming enemies determined to eradicate balance. He acknowledged her strength, admiring resilience forged through trials harsher than most could ever endure. She summoned energy into her hand, determination flaring as hidden strength awakened within restrained silence. The blonde companion stared in shock. Her expression hardened, voice steady as energy pulsed, revealing abilities greater than previously imagined possible. The weight of her power marked a turning point, signaling deeper conflicts soon to unfold. Elsewhere, shadows stirred restlessly, allies and enemies alike sensing change that would alter destiny forever. He clenched his fists desperately, heart echoing one thought, finding any way possible to save her. The spirit Raiju shared his fear, powerless to intervene, bound only by Sayu's command. At this moment their connection strained, spirit and wielder unable to influence destiny without unity. Her determination flared, channeling energy proving a spirit's strength relied entirely upon its wielder's will. Without guidance, Raiju's form weakened, energy fading until indistinguishable from an ordinary soul wandering aimlessly. Raiju's sparks danced across shattered ground, its loyalty burning bright, refusing surrender even against overwhelming darkness. Lightning cracked violently, surging outward in defiance, revealing unbreakable bonds forged through countless shared struggles endured. Siyu's eyes glowed fiercely, shadows etched determination. Raiju jolted forward, energy trembling yet unwavering, pouring strength into Siyu's stance, challenging fate's merciless weight. The clash resounded loudly, forcing enemies back, while Siyu's allies steadied themselves, bracing for incoming conflict. Siyu surged forward with incredible speed. Raiju confirmed Yuzuri's safety, realizing its duty was simply to return faithfully to Siyu's side. Yet fear gripped Raiju, body trembling as monstrous pressure pressed down heavier than it could endure. A towering spectral beast emerged, its dreadful aura swallowing light. An imposing raised his hand calmly, commanding resolve in voice alone. The monstrous form loomed, waves of blue energy crashing downward. Raiju darted aside swiftly, ears twitching nervously. Its escape came too late, burdened by hesitation. The battlefield shook violently as explosions of power tore through stone, scattering fragments into the air. Instead of retreating safely, Raiju flinched mid-flight, caught off guard by something utterly unforeseen and sudden. Siyu fought fiercely, shamanic force clashing with demonic power. Raiju's path was blocked, its movement hindered by an unexpected clash with shamanic energies buried. Though absorbed into Siyu's body, Raiju's essence struggled restlessly, bound within unfamiliar confines. It could not escape. Locked inside, the spirit wandered confused, powerless, while Siyu's demon energy prevented proper manifestation outside. Through chaotic struggle, Raiju finally emerged again, unexpected release startling Siyu and reshaping the battle's course. Electric arcs coursing through his arms as Raiju's power surged uncontrollably within. Eyes widened in shock, his body reacted instinctively. The fusion propelled him forward violently. His strike cleaved space apart, raw power unleashed beyond intention. Yet despite unleashed strength, neither Siyu nor Raiju comprehended the phenomenon, overtaking them in bewildering unity. Siyu's battered form steadied, realization striking simultaneously with Raiju. Their fates were now fully intertwined. One thought echoed between them, a bond forged by survival, clashing blades of light and shadow colliding with bone-rattling force across battlefield ground. Focus sharpened in his gaze, movements guided by instinct. Together they surged forward, combined strength overwhelming opposition. Lightning surged across Siyu's blade, each strike resonating with Raiju's energy. He recognized the weapon's difference, yet its strength was sufficient to deflect crushing blows aimed relentlessly. Realization dawned within his mind, speed and power favored him, while opponent relied solely upon technique. However, precision proved overwhelming, every attempt countered instantly. Blood sprayed across battlefield, his body strained, Siyu's blade clashed violently. Observers watched closely, intrigued by subtle shifts, recognizing strategy hidden beneath layers of relentless swordplay precision. Opposition taunted him, accusing hesitation, claiming defense only mattered when personal survival outweighed pursuit of victory. Siyu steadied himself, breathing ragged, but determination blazed, refusing surrender even when pressured without available opening. Resolve hardened, uncertain if tactic would succeed, yet conviction declared he'd strike regardless, trusting unyielding instinct. A sharp grin appeared as tension thickened, signaling the opponent's readiness to reveal true strength. Energy roared outward, flooding the battlefield with violent pressure, forcing Siyu to brace against overwhelming force. Siyu's eyes widened as countless spectral blades manifested. The battlefield brightened, blinding arcs tearing across the ground. With a deafening flash, the opponent unleashed Divine General of the Dancing Sword, declaring battle's escalation. The arrival of divine swordplay unfolded, each swing carrying crushing weight beyond mortal comprehension or defense. Movements resembled an elegant dance, seamless arcs slicing air, weaving destruction with terrifying precision and grace. Siyu quickly realized no strategy could withstand techniques exceeding his comprehension, strength pushing beyond achievable limit. Energy surged violently, aura intensifying, signaling execution of final strike meant to conclude the duel. Siyu braced inwardly, acknowledging truth, victory unattainable, yet refusing surrender even when outcome seemed predetermined. Among overwhelming strength, one skill stood apart, briefly paralyzing even the most terrifying monsters encountered. Insight emerged divine power had limitations, bound to the vessel's capacity despite its overwhelming destructive potential. Calculations revealed Siu's strategy he endured, awaiting the thunderous energy's inevitable return into his body. The absorbed force coiled tightly within him, reshaping aura, fueling resolve for decisive counterattack ahead. Bloodied hands tightened, his conviction unshaken, determined to retaliate despite wounds deepening across his frame. Siu's strike landed with crushing force, shattering defenses completely. Bloodied and exhausted, he steadied himself, knowing this desperate attack had been the only possible choice. The towering city skyline loomed beneath the evening sky. An unseen voice resounded coldly, declaring restraint had been shown, suggesting mercy instead of delivering certain death. Siu stood bloodied and exhausted, his survival proof of resilience, displaying strength surpassing what his foe expected. Breathing harshly, Siu steadied himself, confronting the ominous figure who mocked weakness while testing his determination. Resolute despite wounds, Siu readied himself for future battles, unwilling to falter before looming trials ahead. A towering spectral deity emerged in radiant flames, its piercing eyes glaring down upon Siu's weakened stance. The ominous presence declared coldly. Blue flames surged violently as Siu collapsed to his knees, drained from resisting overwhelming power he endured. Clutching his chest, Siu realized his strength was nearly gone, admitting the brutal fight had finally ended. A robed woman stepped forth, confessing defeat, yet Siu's sharp gaze caught her deception hidden beneath words. Siu remembered their earlier clash, realizing the robed woman's strength surpassed even Jaguang's terrifying, overwhelming might. Blood dripped steadily as Siu staggered forward, confusion clouding his thoughts while unanswered questions gnawed relentlessly inside. A sudden glint caught his eye. Yusin appeared, battered yet determined, rushing towards Siu with defiance, proving survival despite insurmountable odds faced. Accusations rose against Yusin, demanding answers, questioning allegiances, and suspecting demons orchestrated his startling, untimely return. Siu approached cautiously, tension rising as questions weighed heavily about reckless actions taken earlier that day. Frustration filled the air as rebuke followed, condemning careless exposure that endangered lives amidst watching bystanders' eyes. Siu raised trembling hands, his voice hesitant, admitting guilt while regret and unease clouded his wounded expression. The reprimand cut deeper, resentment clear. The robed woman advanced calmly, her tone sharp, insisting reality needed no excuses. It was truth unaltered. Siu's longtime friend was revealed, their history resurfacing as shared memories clashed with present dangerous circumstances. The robed woman spoke firmly, noting he never seemed inclined toward harming others despite recent suspicions. Her words pressed heavier, reminding Siu of his deeper connections, questioning loyalty and testing fragile trust. Yet accusations persisted, warning that regardless of intention, his affiliations bore dangerous consequences impossible to ignore. Determined authority flared, declaring Siu's actions would henceforth be judged under shaman association's uncompromising, unyielding scrutiny. Shock rippled through the robed woman as the declaration of leadership instantly shifted the battlefield's tone. Calm yet sharp, she explained lingering issues stemmed from Siu's presence, urging immediate resolution without delay. Her reasoning carried authority, noting a shaman's association demanded firm discipline when alliances appeared dangerously unstable. With steady words, she clarified intentions, seeking restraint rather than destruction, though consequences remained firmly unavoidable. Siu's aura flared, determination unshaken, as he vowed hesitation would vanish if forced into absolute conflict. The robed woman raised her hand slowly, silence heavy, concealing hidden intent beneath calm composure. With lowered gaze, she conceded outwardly, claiming submission, acknowledging authority while masking something deeper inside. Siu's eyes widened in alarm, noticing an unnatural glimmer within her gaze betraying concealed dangerous motive. She clasped her hands reverently, whispering inaudibly, summoning energies that resonated with eerie, unsettling divine undertones. Blue flames flickered alive upon candles, their glow sinister. The woman obeyed quietly, her movements precise, ensuring Siu's earlier command was carried out without hesitation. She explained the barrier would dissolve once other shamans relinquished their portions, maintaining balance of sealed power. Confused, Siu expressed gratitude awkwardly, admitting uncertainty about unfolding events while exhaustion still pressed upon him. The woman bowed respectfully, conceding compliance. Siu walked away silently. He listened intently as explanations came, realizing actions weren't personal, but bound strictly by heavier duty. The words carried weight, detailing how responsibility forced impossible choices in pursuit of maintaining fragile order. Determination sparked within his ally's gaze, revealing the mission's true goal: retrieving Siu's endangered missing mother. Siu's concern surfaced, but urgency pressed, reminding him greater threats loomed, demanding focus over personal worry. The tension snapped with sudden shock, as new instructions emphasized other shamans nearby still awaited confrontation. Siu pressed for clarity, questioning whether the fierce woman's allegiance truly lay within the shaman agents. Confirmation came: every shaman present, aside from siblings ranked at executive level, emphasizing the seriousness of threats. Accusations struck harshly, blaming current turmoil entirely on incompetence, fueling guilt as responsibility pressed heavily upon Siu. Strategic truths followed, acknowledging Daguang's reliance on his sister's power, exposing vulnerabilities hidden beneath her pride. Feigning casualness, Yusin masked pain, brushing aside concern with embarrassment, though exhaustion betrayed his injured condition. Urgency filled the air as strategy emerged. 3 monsters remained, demanding immediate action for their escape. Siu glanced toward his ally, asking about remaining resources, specifically the precious gourd bottles still available. Without hesitation, Siu admitted 2 remained. A bottle exchanged hands, energy thickened, and powerful words invoked divine forces hidden within sacred command. Blue energy erupted violently, launching Siu across the battlefield, his body overwhelmed by sudden unleashed power. News came swiftly: a head shaman clashed against a demon guarding Siu's endangered, imprisoned mother nearby. The explosion earlier marked their battle's beginning, proof the struggle raged fiercely where Siu's mother remained. Meanwhile, another demon was suspected of abducting his mother, concealing her deeper within chaotic territory. Instructions followed clearly: Siu must regroup with allies, while his companion engaged the formidable head shaman. Siu restrained desperate protests, recognizing silence was wiser than voicing reckless defiance that endangered everyone's fragile survival. Yusin's aura blazed fiercely, declaring strength, defying doubt, and proving his resolve to protect unshakable. He was more than ally, he was a friend, willing to risk everything for Siu's safety. Siu sighed quietly, humbled. With determination renewed, Yusin unleashed overwhelming power. The battlefield erupted with explosive force. Siu gasped sharply, startled by an unexpected presence. Heavy footsteps echoed as an imposing approached. The newcomer muttered calmly, suggesting chaos awaited once the head learned of his son's betrayal. With smug delight, he anticipated the shocking fallout, imagining turmoil erupting across the Shaman Association's leadership. Yusin warned Siu, pressing urgency, granting him one final chance to reconsider before consequences grew irreversible. The towering man urged Siu, claiming his choices were misguided, offering compromise masked beneath manipulative concern. Siu listened, his heart conflicted, yet the figure insisted survival outweighed honor, tempting him with surrender. Promises followed, suggesting silence could erase consequences, painting escape as the simpler, safer path forward. Siu's grip tightened, determination conflicted, but he recalled his mother's plight, unable to abandon his resolve. The man smirked cruelly, revealing Yusin already approached, hinting the youth's courage outpaced Siu's hesitation. Yusin's blade glowed fiercely as he declared his choice, rejecting tradition, embracing defiance made long ago. The older warrior scoffed, acknowledging rebellion, admitting understanding yet masking disappointment behind hardened, weathered expression. Information struck hard: Siu's mother was confined on the rooftop, awaiting freedom once barriers collapsed. Urgency followed orders pressed Siu forward, demanding he protect her no matter what chaos unfolded next. Siu steadied himself, lips firming into agreement. The clash raged fiercely, energy surging. Siu's companion reflected bitterly on destiny, noting strange twists often made fools appear as victors instead. The elder smirked knowingly, suggesting many powerful figures could equally be called fools by explanations deepened. 7 head shamans possessed power capable of battling demons equivalent to formidable strategic-level threats. Their immense physical prowess equaled military brigades, each bestowed titles depending on unique magical or martial mastery. Jigon prepared himself, his aura blazing, revealing his authority as a ranked head shaman of power. Opposite him, Yusin's energy surged fiercely, standing as another ranked head shaman, his strength undeniable. Their powers collided, the battlefield trembling as 2 forces of equal might prepared for decisive confrontation. Blue flames surged across the skyline, tearing through tranquility, announcing a catastrophic event moments before arrival. Inside the corridor, Two individuals halted abruptly, startled by the sudden tremor shaking the entire building. One instantly recognized the disturbance, affirming with certainty that such force belonged only to an awakened deity. Suspicion grew heavier, questions forming cautiously, pressing whether those nearby concealed secrets tied to this unnatural occurrence. Fear overtook suddenly, limbs trembling uncontrollably, while another presence emerged, intensifying the tension within the tense corridor. Wide eyes revealed shock, hands trembling slightly, realizing danger might already be closer than expected tonight. Anger erupted quickly, words sharp, frustration building that Suo might have been left without proper protection. Awareness jolted sharply, instincts heightening. From the balcony above, another presence quietly studied the group, interest growing at the unfolding situation. A concealed smirked knowingly, acknowledging foul demonic energy lingering near, confirming suspicions of corrupted involvement. Steps landed heavily on the rooftop, presence revealed, interrupting the uneasy calm dominating the tense surroundings. Speculation rose quickly, thoughts questioning motives behind unexpected arrival, uncertain whether intentions served ally or enemy. Another possibility surfaced, recalling whispered tales of shamans, those capable of confronting demons under ancient traditions. Identity soon confirmed, authority displayed openly, recognized instantly as the shaman agency's leader, feared across regions. Confusion lingered, realizing her position defied orders, while nearby strength weakened, leaving resistance nearly impossible against intrusion. Exhaustion weighed heavily, regret surfacing, wishing for enough time to restore depleted strength and stability. Hope sparked briefly, recalling tricolor gourds, possible salvation if Suo still carried one remaining within reach. The thought persisted, recovery possible if contact established, repairing damaged energy points weakened from earlier clashes. Determination rose quietly, acknowledging danger. Sudden energy erupted violently, force ascending upward. Blood splattered across the ground. An approaching advanced confidently, intrigued by unexpected interference that disrupted a carefully aimed assault. Confusion deepened, wondering why protective force intervened, shielding Yusin despite hostile intentions from the beginning. The weapon trembled in hand, grip weakening, energy pulsing violently, suspicion twisted into accusation, concluding shamanic duty was abandoned, replaced by forbidden alliance with lurking demons. A firm grip seized tightly, determination evident. Orders followed swiftly, urgency clear, demanding immediate departure before the worsening situation consumed remaining options completely. Hesitation lingered briefly, uncertainty rising, questioning intentions while pressure from looming threats weighed heavier each moment. The response carried disdain, dismissing usefulness, declaring weakened state unfit even for bargaining or strategic advantage. Reluctance appeared, resolve building quietly, preparing personally to confront Siu intent on delivering his own reprimand. Energy pulsed dangerously, Thou declared firmly, emphasizing lives were not to be discarded without reason. The area emptied quickly, silence lingering. Observations turned sharp, noting every action, realizing unexpected variables shifted balance more than originally anticipated. The city skyline glowed under dusk, reminders of responsibility weighing heavily on those preparing decisive moves. Determined footsteps carried forward, mind resolved, focused entirely on handling approaching confrontation, without unnecessary hesitation anymore. Dismissal cut sharply, strength questioned, as cursed spirit dagger failed to leave even slightest impression. A grin formed confidently, admitting ownership, revealing the cursed weapon was forged personally without assistance. Explanation followed. Cursed spirit described as twisted remnant of human soul consumed entirely by resentment. Creation process unfolded, human sealed as material, forced into suffering, dangling fragile hope before breaking. The result emerged violently, body scarred, pain radiating outward, energy screaming from torment that birthed existence. Life drained completely, body broken, serving as vessel to finalize containment of the cursed spirit. The completed shamanic tool materialized, saturated fully with resentment, harnessing extraordinary strength within hardened form. Confidence shone briefly, pride expressed over craftsmanship, though admission followed that weapon's power remained insufficient. Dismissal followed calmly, recognizing limits, yet calculating alternate methods necessary for confronting current overwhelming threat. Dozens of weapons manifested overhead, summoned swiftly, prepared decisively as replacement strategy for forthcoming confrontation. Determination surged as he dashed forward, believing the delay had granted companions enough distance already. Eyes shifted back, confidence building, certain allies had reached safety away from the approaching danger. A reminder echoed, warning sternly, challenging earlier resolve to ensure promises would not be broken. A sharp gesture followed instantly, channeling focused energy outward. The unleashed power swept across the balcony, atmosphere trembling. Energy exploded outward, shaking the structure violently. Debris scattered instantly, shockwaves bursting through. Momentum carried the attacker forward, energy trailing behind. Eyes focused sharply, determination unwavering. Suspended against the sunset sky, power gathered. Speed surpassed expectations, movements sharp, leaving little time for counteraction against the relentless advance. A web of energy formed above, glowing fiercely. Commands rang clearly, summoning forbidden strength, calling forth a being feared across every ancient tale. The Demon Emperor's upper half materialized violently, radiating overwhelming pressure that shook the surroundings completely. Shock registered instantly, eyes widening in disbelief. A powerful surge erupted as the Demon Emperor's manifestation grew stronger, overwhelming the battlefield completely. Teachings explained that shamans directed faith toward diverse deities, including mortals elevated beyond ordinary existence. Heroes remembered in history ascended, their deeds engraved forever, though divinity stemmed not from strength. Prayers and wishes of the living shaped transformation, elevating spirits to divine status beyond humanity. Sincerity and heartfelt desire proved decisive, forging lasting spiritual power, anchoring faith into tangible strength. Faith gathered slowly over time, transforming into divine essence, paving the foundation for deity's birth. Shamans were entrusted with rights to wield this accumulated power, channeling divine strength through rituals. The summoned deity identified as Guan Yu, invoked directly to counter the Demon Emperor's emergence. Questions arose bitterly, disbelief surfacing at demons exploiting divine power meant for sacred purposes only. Conflict intensified instantly, blade pierced swiftly. Defiance burned in their eyes, voice cutting sharply, demanding obedience from the overstepping adversary. Explosion followed instantly, shockwaves tearing outward. The atmosphere thickened, disgust expressed openly, presence alone causing discomfort for anyone nearby. Accusations surfaced, referencing Fox lineage, questioning their reliance on inherited magical abilities for survival. Energy surged violently, aura expanding outward, preparing to unleash Fox-based powers in overwhelming retaliation. Confidence surged, boasting discovery of new tactics, promising to exploit them against future Fox adversaries. Weapons lifted high, energy radiated. The attack halted suddenly, leaving confusion as overwhelming force failed to strike intended target. Shock rippled, realization dawning that unseen interference disrupted momentum. Disbelief spread quickly, eyes wide demanding explanation for unexpected interruption, halting destructive assault entirely. Weapons drifted weightlessly, each blade resonating faintly, prepared for release under the wielder's focused command. Energy surged violently, determination hardening, vows declared to eliminate threats without hesitation or compromise. Confidence wavered. Opponent forced a nervous smile, concealing unease as the confrontation intensified further. Cursed spirit weapons proved valuable, yet still flawed, unable to surpass perfected techniques of true shamans. Rivalry sharpened, recognition granted, calling cursed weapons powerful, but still inferior to divine craftsmanship. Dark energy flared violently around the newcomer, aura radiating dominance, signaling readiness to intervene decisively. Demons drew darkness while humans wielded light, both born from nature's essence, yet eternally divided. Passing through their bodies, raw energy shifted, transforming into fuels bearing distinct strengths unlike one another. These unique fuels forged separation, leaving humans powerless with demon magic, and demons unable with human energy. Yet one anomaly emerged, bending those rules, merging cursed techniques with forbidden powers, shocking their unsuspecting enemies. Her body trembled, realizing her cursed strength amplified unnaturally, fueled by forbidden demon essence cloaked within. Her body surged violently, unstable magic erupting within, a forbidden power manifesting faster than expected. Blood trickled down her arm, yet determination glimmered. She realized limits bound even skills she wielded. He studied her intently, curiosity rising, wondering if rare demons existed who manipulated forbidden energies freely. She smirked coldly, confident in her monstrous strength, declaring humanity's fragile defenses would soon crumble entirely. Their clash shook the city's skyline, unstable power colliding fiercely, each side desperate to claim dominance. She tilted her head slightly, questioning his boldness, wondering if he truly understood his position. He smirked faintly, flames rising, declaring humans knew weakness well, always conscious of where they belong. The problem lay deeper. Humans recognized differences, yet stubbornly refused to accept their place beneath stronger beings. Even so, pride persisted when weaker creatures sensed superiority. They sought dominance instead of humble submission. Confronted by overwhelming force, humans forged laws and morals, tools designed to disguise slavery as civilization. His hand slid against the glow, steady and deliberate, revealing intent that couldn't easily be dismissed. She studied him carefully, uncertain whether his resolve came from blind arrogance or something deeply genuine. His mourning carried no hidden ambition, it was pure grief for strangers, unconnected yet deeply respected. Even without blood ties, he honored their loss, standing firm in sorrow for lives not his. Her energy flared suddenly, leaping forward with force. She steadied herself, aura pulsing violently. Energy burst forward as he advanced, reckless but determined, ignoring the danger of her mounting strength. She noted his distraction, recognizing carelessness. He calculated distance carefully, believing space alone protected him from the cursed dagger's sharp and deadly reach. Her power intensified, purple light swirling dangerously. He lunged forward with reckless confidence, challenging her endurance, questioning whether she could withstand his assault. Dark energy gathered within the cursed spirit's hold, radiating resentment stronger than anything he had encountered. She observed carefully, unimpressed, considering his methods naive and dismissing his actions as foolishly absurd. Her stance remained firm, questioning his motives, asking whether he valued human lives or ignored them. With a grin he raised his weapon high, unshaken. He halted briefly, eyes narrow. She unleashed paralyzing energy, crimson symbols glowing fiercely, locking her focus on weakening his advancing form. Her eyes sharpened with determination, pouring maximum strength into the curse. The city trembled violently, rumbling under unleashed power. From swirling shadows, a clawed hand emerged, massive and terrifying. She acknowledged the summoned hand's strength, realizing Five Tails empowered only one limb, yet remained resolutely composed. His eyes widened in shock. The massive claw descended, flames and shadows swirling. She steadied herself, declaring it sufficient, purple aura intensifying as she prepared to counter the overwhelming force. Their powers collided midair, her energy weaving swiftly. He snapped his fingers confidently, triggering a violent surge that ignited the battlefield with explosive force. The detonation roared violently, tearing through the ground, shaking the air with destructive. The city skyline shook, windows shattered. A deep crack split the earth, leaving scarred ground. She raised her hand slowly, eyes narrow. An elder spoke gravely, questioning their recklessness, reminding them survival meant knowing their true purpose clearly. She listened calmly, unmoved, insisting her chosen path carried weight beyond mere notions of survival. A smirk crossed his face, acknowledging her determination, though recognizing danger always stalked those two resolute. He admitted uncertainty, confessing the current crisis required strength surpassing his own, far beyond past struggle. The courtyard darkened under crimson light as their exchange ended, destiny pressing down heavier with each word. She admitted her true purpose for seeking him, believing only through him could unfinished matters be resolved. He reflected silently, recalling the strain of summoning, recognizing limitations yet unwilling to yield despite failures. Though drained, she accepted the burden, admitting overuse of energy left her vulnerable without further strength. Her instincts warned of imminent danger, the cursed spirit's presence growing, pressing her to act decisively. Pushing herself beyond safety, she released everything. Her eyes widened with realization. Bloodied yet composed, she wiped her face, acknowledging the barrier's fragility after losing its stabilizing axis. The axis rolled silently across the battlefield. She steadied herself, vowing to locate Seo quickly, aware collapsing defenses left little time remaining, eyes sharpening with sudden calculated determination. She stood silently, bloodied yet composed. The voice echoed thanks repeatedly, its tone unsettling, carrying promises of freedom gained through recent destruction. It declared intentions boldly, reveling in release, vowing endless games now that confinement had finally broken. The city stretched beneath twilight skies. From the rooftop someone noticed faint disturbances. She looked upward with relief. She believed determination could break through, her resolve pushing toward eventual escape. She considered her resilience, knowing wounds would heal, unlike fragile humans who couldn't endure the same. Breathing deeply, she wished nothing interfered before the barrier completely dissolved, granting them long-awaited freedom. But footsteps approached suddenly, startling her. Seo staggered forward, exhausted and bloodied, his chest heaving heavily after enduring relentless, unforgiving battle. He reassured them quickly, explaining Sulfa's spell stabilized the injured, preventing her from falling into shock. Grateful words passed between them, acknowledging sacrifices made, though he knew their struggles were far from over. A tense silence lingered, broken by reflections of hardship, yet their shared determination grew even stronger. Seo sensed the barrier weakening further, air easing slightly, realizing their confinement would soon finally collapse. Sulfa questioned their escape plan, concerned about safety, asking Seo how they would leave the barrier. Seo agreed firmly, promising to protect both Sulfa and her mother, determined to carry them out. But Sulfa hesitated, choosing only her mother's safety, calling her decision a rational necessary sacrifice. Seo frowned, analyzing inconsistencies, noting the shaman's strange reluctance to unite despite shared goals within battle. He reasoned their hesitation revealed another motive, realizing hidden strategies shaped enemy movements from the beginning. He explained the shaman's barrier required separation, distance maintained to preserve balance and avoid collapse. Alternatively, distrust lingered among them, unwillingness to cooperate revealing cracks even within their supposed unity. He reasoned cautiously, confident shamans prepared contingencies, ready to act swiftly should their barrier shatter completely. His mind raced, analyzing possibilities, warning that survivors would likely ambush escapees, striking without hesitation. She acknowledged his logic, agreeing the fading barrier signaled Sulfa's victory but new threats loomed. Seo resolved firmly, planning to confront the remaining shaman while ensuring Sulfa's mother reached safety. Power surged around him, aura blazing, his determination evident as he vowed survival for everyone together. His declaration impressed those nearby, earning admiration for his quick resolve and unwavering sense of responsibility. But sudden shock struck them, eyes widening. Gasps escaped instantly. Fear and confusion spread. A familiar appeared, smiling warmly, greeting Seo with unexpected familiarity, reigniting memories of their past encounter.
A mysterious appeared under the fading sunset, his sinister smile hiding unknown intentions and danger. Seo turned sharply, energy radiating from his determined stance, eyes narrowing at the familiar returning adversary. Power surged violently from Seo's palm. The stranger remained calm, eyes glinting coldly, lips curling into a calculating grin concealing his motives. Seo steadied himself, uncertain yet unyielding. A glowing feather spun violently, bursting with purple energy. Legends whispered that the enchanted wind feathers could rival weapons, surpassing modern rifles with deadly precision. Hidden in the distance, a sharpshooter aligned his weapon, carefully studying the feather's destructive potential. The sinister man casually balanced the feather, confidence radiating, aware of its destructive but limited range. He released concentrated energy, gathering swirling winds into the feather, preparing for devastation beyond natural limits. Seo focused sharply, channeling inner energy to counter the opponent's control, commanding the winds disperse. His foe retaliated instantly, releasing compressed energy that exploded outward. The sinister man remained unfazed, confident that sheer destructive bursts could neutralize even Seo's strongest attacks. Undeterred, Seo summoned crackling lightning across his body, bare feet grounding him. Prepared for a clash, power surged through his limbs. Seo concentrated deeply, lightning dancing across his arm, preparing a strike aimed with surgical precision. His allies stumbled nearby, watching anxiously. Electric arcs surged violently, illuminating the battlefield. With a roar, Seo propelled forward. The lightning strike shot skyward. Seo understood the truth: defeating resilient foes required precision strikes exploiting weaknesses within hardened bodies. The enemy sneered coldly, acknowledging Seo's resolve, yet mocking his chances of landing decisive blows. Their powers collided violently, surging winds and lightning erupting together. Amid chaos, Seo shielded his ally, gripping tightly. Exhausted, Seo panted heavily, realizing control of righteous energy demanded more than raw strength or instinct. The enemy stood confidently, his presence heavy, acknowledging bloodline power as an unavoidable determining influence. Nearby, An ally restrained her fear, clutching her weapon tightly. The sinister revealed feathers, pulsing faintly, weapons prepared to overwhelm opponents with unpredictable destructive force. He admitted physical restraint was impossible, mocking Siu's condition, pointing out strength alone could not suffice. Ali worried silently, realizing his weakened body left him unable to withstand prolonged confrontation effectively. The enemy warned destruction would spread uncontrollably, reminding them nearby surroundings could not withstand unleashed force. He emphasized Siu's survival was uncertain, claiming the chosen spell lacked the precision needed for restraint. Siu's ally stood firm, expressing determination despite danger, showing resolve to support regardless of consequences. The foe twisted his words, dismissing the clash as misunderstanding, shifting blame onto Siu's initial strike. Siu, battered, but unyielding, steadied his breath, refusing deception, body tense, prepared for confrontation without hesitation. The enemy admitted others had crossed boundaries, acknowledging chaos had grown beyond his intended control. He revealed leaving behind trails deliberately, expecting pursuit, though the hunters targeted Siu rather than himself. Regret colored his tone, confessing he underestimated danger, claiming his intention was to approach them peacefully. Siu stood firm, questioning motives, reminding him assistance offered carried hidden risks concealed beneath careful words. Their adversary warned survival remained uncertain. Barriers weakened, leaving escape doubtful, even if few enemies remained. Siu's eyes widened at the revelation, realizing their enemies had already begun converging on their location. The enemy admitted summoning reinforcements, including guardians forbidden from entering, breaking rules that once ensured balance. Among them were Janomu heirs, dangerous entities whose combined strength could rival Seoul's most trusted protectors. The implication was clear: forces capable of defending the city now hunted Siu and his companions. That night, survival outweighed peace. Their pursuers prioritized capture, even if Seoul itself collapsed into chaos. The enemy mocked Siu's weakened allies, declaring their resistance meaningless against overwhelming forces already deployed. He explained judges dispatched guardians without restraint, forcing them into action sooner than originally anticipated. Siu considered the worsening situation, realizing reinforcements might not arrive quickly enough to prevent disaster. Their foe promised safety, claiming he would secure their escape before the collapsing barrier vanished completely. Yet Siu doubted his words, questioning intentions, recognizing vague assurances, concealed hidden motives, and dangerous conditions. The enemy's smile widened, accepting negotiation, ready to reveal his conditions with unsettling confidence. He stepped closer, movements deliberate. Leaning near, he whispered demands, presenting them as simple tasks though. Danger hid behind words. Siu's eyes narrowed, heart heavy. On the rooftop, tension deepened. Both stood firmly, unspoken stakes weighing heavily over fragile balance. Siu reluctantly agreed, his tone uneasy, recognizing refusal might escalate danger beyond immediate control. The enemy's expression brightened slyly, presenting his instructions as if the task was almost trivial. He ordered Siu to simply walk away, claiming escape required no resistance, only compliance. Suspicion grew in Siu's mind, confusion mounting as the enemy emphasized freedom without opposition. Revealing the truth, he admitted killing the last guardian, leaving the city exposed and defenseless. Blood marked the ground, a guardian fallen feigning casualness. The enemy apologized, pretending the revelation was minor, despite its devastating consequences. He waved a phone, grin unwavering, as though holding the device validated his lethal confession. Siu's ally watched cautiously, suspicion growing, certain the phone belonged to someone now dead. The enemy confirmed the truth boldly, admitting ownership transferred through killing, voice filled with cold certainty. Siu steadied his anger, reminding himself focus mattered, not wasting strength on empty confrontational words. The enemy insisted confidently, claiming he would handle everything, urging them simply to follow instructions. Siu's ally looked uneasy. He raised the phone again, signaling control remained his. Siu exhaled sharply, tension unbroken, while his ally tightened grip, steps echoing as they emerged outside into tense silence. They halted abruptly, recognizing a familiar figure ahead. Seo Solwa knelt calmly, her presence commanding, eyes sharp, though body appeared strangely relaxed. She dismissed their concern, claiming irritation from a minor disturbance rather than genuine injury. Her gaze lifted toward them, remarking dryly that circumstances had unfolded differently than she expected. A weathered fighter stretched casually, acknowledging the situation before urging the others to finish swiftly. He muttered his confusion, checking his phone, questioning why he was summoned from far away. Despite annoyance, he reassured them indirectly, suggesting Siu's ally remained safe within current circumstances. The elder narrowed his eyes, warning others not to be careless, urging analysis behind unexpected events. Siu listened intently, realizing hidden motives and unspoken reasons complicated the already dangerous unfolding situation. The elder tightened his grip on the staff, preparing to conclude matters without further hesitation. Energy pulsed around him as he slammed down, forcing everyone present to acknowledge his authority. One man panicked, demanding answers, unable to comprehend why their master would suddenly act aggressively. The elder dismissed concerns, insisting responsibility required action to prevent others blaming him for failure. Siu realized the elder's plan relied on perception, not truth, shaping narratives through calculated deception. A steady hand rested firmly, reminding them that in this world, dominance alone determined survival. He acknowledged rebellion might anger their leader, but insisted secret pride would follow undeniable strength, turning serious. He requested only one thing: make his efforts meaningful by demonstrating true ability. Raising his fist, he emphasized his single demand, leaving Siu and others silently contemplating expectations. A week slipped by quietly, the towering building still bustling with daily life and routine. At first glance, nothing significant appeared altered. People continued their usual errands and familiar activities, yet beneath that ordinary atmosphere, unease lingered. She clutched her chest softly, her eyes widened instantly. She smiled warmly, her expression softening. A child's innocent embrace grounded her. The true change lay within people's hearts, their cautious reactions replacing the comfort of normal life. Unlike her, most remained oblivious, unaware of the truth concealed behind quiet streets and unspoken fears. The goblin Byong emerged alongside darkness, a looming presence destined to bring calamities across human history. Though catastrophic events subsided, remnants of violence remained, reminding survivors that hidden threats still existed. It was only scale that changed. Hostile forces continued stirring beneath society's fragile, deceptive calm. People gradually sensed it, an unseen danger, elusive and unreported, threatening lives without clear explanation. That lingering fear never disappeared, always keeping humanity cautious, restless, and uncertain of tomorrow's safety. Leaders advised caution, encouraging rest from relentless duties. Yet vigilance against unpredictable dangers never faded. She admitted softly, her thoughts revealing an inner conflict between fleeting happiness and gnawing uncertainty. In times like these, ignorance brought no relief. Instead, it worsened frustration and deepened her unease. If messenger duties still existed, she'd at least understand events' direction rather than feeling aimless. Yet comfort lingered, reminding her that focus could be maintained even without constant updates. Remaining present held meaning. Her continued presence symbolized importance amid chaos, granting her renewed determination. She exchanged polite greetings, acknowledging the woman warmly, masking inner worries with a calm smile. They discussed the pleasant weather, casually suggesting an evening stroll, a brief escape from concerns. Her words revealed temporary plans, hinting she was only passing by during today's quiet moment. Siu had relocated recently, displaced after destruction consumed their previous home during last week's chaos. Now residing temporarily in a villa, Siu adjusted to unfamiliar surroundings while recovering from upheaval. Despite hardships, support arrived unexpectedly, easing their struggle and quietly guiding them toward safety. They parted ways under calm expressions, hiding the weight of situations shaping their fragile daily lives. Siu connection deepened subtly, tying her presence to both ordinary surroundings and hidden influences nearby. Her steps carried forward, the sound of shoes echoing faintly. Alertness sharpened instantly, her eyes narrowed. Yu Young exited the building with steady steps, adjusting his posture while preparing for responsibilities outside. He reassured them briefly, explaining his intention to meet someone, masking concern beneath controlled composure. Acknowledging his workload, He accepted burdens naturally, recognizing necessity of tasks demanded during difficult times. His words emphasized balance, urging rest when possible, though his own fatigue remained carefully hidden. The elevator doors closed slowly, enclosing him in silence. A message appeared on her phone, "See you," confirming he was awake, his routine finally resuming. Relief washed over her as she prepared. Grateful, he responded positively after days of silence. Cooking began quickly, ingredients gathered neatly. Meanwhile, CU sat alone, his expression heavy, the weight of recent troubles clearly burdening him. He had isolated himself for days, today finally emerging. His presence felt after prolonged absence. She focused on cooking, determined to lift his spirits, believing small efforts might ease his worries. Unexpectedly, CU approached from behind, calmly offering advice, surprising her with his sudden presence nearby. His instructions were practical, suggesting easier methods for preparation, showing quiet concern through simple guidance. He asked about seasonings, noting missing ingredients, his attention steady as he examined her cooking. Deciding quickly, he offered to fetch supplies from their place, moving purposefully to assist her. He instructed carefully, noting rice cakes should be soaked briefly to achieve better results during cooking. Practicality guided him, emphasizing that cutting methods mattered less than ensuring food remained simple to eat. He turned to Salmi, asking directly about her preferences, offering choices in broth and spice. Surprised, she hesitated before admitting her limited experience. Uncertain yet honest about enjoying spicy dishes occasionally, he pressed gently, asking about favorites, encouraging her to share one memorable tteokbokki meal she remembered. The pot of tteokbokki simmered warmly. A portion was carefully served onto a plate. She hesitated slightly, nervous under his expectant gaze. He watched closely, hoping the flavor balanced correctly, asking if seasoning matched her preferred taste. She finally tasted it, her reaction immediate. He praised the dish enthusiastically, enjoying the fresh texture, his smile bright with genuine satisfaction. Compliments followed, acknowledging his hidden skill in cooking, though he modestly credited practice from youth. Her gratitude was quiet, though concern slipped in, questioning his recent trip to the store. She admitted forgetting momentarily, distracted by heavier thoughts occupying her mind during recent troubling days. He wrestled internally, wondering if their decision against those people had truly been the right choice. Shiu admitted regretfully that despite efforts, the situation worsened, leaving people injured or tragically dead. She reminded him firmly that blame belonged to shamans, not him, emphasizing he hadn't committed sin. He quietly agreed, acknowledging her words, though determination formed within him not to shrink anymore. Facing her directly, he assured strength, unwilling to falter again, prepared to endure personal consequences. Yet he admitted this incident revealed something crucial, a realization pressing heavily on his thoughts. He reflected deeply, realizing actions carried consequences heavier than expected, weighing responsibility more than before. He admitted his earlier thoughts were selfish, recognizing survival meant facing burdens regardless of personal risk. Determination followed, deciding to focus on lessons learned, resolving to act stronger after Esioltua's return. Confusion struck Solmi at his words, questioning Esioltua's presence since she was believed elsewhere. Siu clarified calmly, recalling footsteps above their floor last night, stirring suspicion about Esioltua's movements. Solmi realized the villa's soundproofing was weak, making upstairs movements clearer than expected downstairs. She grew uneasy. Recognizing Seltua's sudden return suggested unusual circumstances. Something clearly wasn't right. Now Seltua had retreated to the underworld after the shaman's battle, supposedly for recovery and rest. Yet, she never informed them upon returning, vanishing silently, without offering any explanation to anyone. Concern sharpened when no message came after last night. Solmi called out cautiously, urging Esioltua to explain her return instead of remaining silent inside. Opening the door, she froze, discovering Esioltua collapsed on the floor without any response. Alarmed, she rushed closer, calling her name repeatedly, searching desperately for signs of movement. Despite unconsciousness, Esioltua showed no external injuries, leaving confusion about her sudden condition unresolved. They reasoned carefully. Realizing Seolwa may have hidden exhaustion, silently enduring until collapsing unexpectedly. Solmi struggled with uncertainty, realizing she lacked knowledge about Eselwa's condition or potential remedies. The only solution seemed returning Eselwa to the underworld, as human medicine offered no answers. Fox ghosts like Eseolwa possessed unique traits, their survival often linked to extraordinary spiritual resilience. Clan traditions included rivalries and sacrifices, with individuals sometimes dying during harsh internal struggles. Despite dangerous lineage, Eseolwa distinguished herself, known for her strength, discipline, and exceptional ability. The rumor of Eseolwa's illness threatened to spread, endangering her vulnerable state within the clan. If exposed, weakened Eseolwa could face unpredictable threats, as other foxes might exploit her condition. They considered desperate measures, uncertain of success, yet clinging to any possibility of recovery. Dongle's words suggested her suffering might connect to an evil spirit's lingering influence. Solmai realized this explanation could align with Eselwa's silence, her unusual return, and troubling condition. They reasoned calmly, suggesting if spirits caused this, nearby experts could assist without underworld intervention. Realization struck suddenly, recalling specialists already residing within the same villa. Closer than expected, confirmation followed those individuals had been contacted, and preparations for their arrival were underway. The atmosphere shifted as anticipation grew. Solmi's curiosity deepened, wondering what truths these specialists might reveal about Eselwa's mysterious state. A doubtful ghost questioned his worth, uncertain why Eselwa's weakened state required his unlikely assistance. Breathing grew ragged as a body stirred under sheets. Nearby, another presence observed silently. A hand reached forward, fingertips brushing lightly across pale skin, lips curved with confirmation. Two others stood together, tension unspoken, their awareness deepening as undeniable. Revelations began shaping the uncertain path. A serious explanation unfolded, warning that, without immediate measures, time left for survival would quickly diminish. The weight of consequences lingered, pressing silence across the room as tension grew sharper with every word. Siu's expression tightened, anxious thoughts racing, desperate for a solution that could prevent irreversible loss from happening. Methods were described calmly, presenting options grounded in logic, offering practical comparisons that highlighted possible paths forward. Images of drying cloth beneath sunlight reflected adaptability, reminding survival often depended on simple yet deliberate choices. Uncertainty weighed heavily, hesitation surfacing as troubling circumstances made the situation far more complicated than expected. A dangerous object was revealed, its presence radiating risk, emphasizing how recklessness could quickly result in disaster. The explanation grew heavier, warning that burdens tied to such artifacts carried consequences beyond ordinary human control. Admission followed, conceding the absence of power to resolve matters, leaving an apology lingering in tense silence. Another presence pleaded anxiously, struggling between frustration and desperation, unwilling to accept surrender when hope remained uncertain. Warning deepened, explaining that the force inside could never be controlled without catastrophic consequences emerging. Attempts to extract it were deemed impossible, as disruption would inevitably unleash destruction, extending beyond one victim. The explanation clarified further. Anger once released would ripple outward, consuming nearby lives without mercy or restraint. Numbers weighed heavily over 1,000 could fall victim should the curse's full wrath spread uncontrollably across surroundings. Final judgment concluded decisively, declaring only passage to the underworld could prevent disaster and preserve fragile balance. Woan voice admitted reluctance, acknowledging personal limits, insisting the burden ahead was far too heavy. Another suggestion arose, pressing hope upon Wolfyong, believing hidden expertise might uncover an answer others couldn't find. Conditions were outlined carefully, stressing reckless methods mattered. Little if interference remained indirect and consequences avoided. Confidence carried forward, claiming even failure wouldn't drag them down. Separation of responsibility secured their safety. Siu quickly responded with agreement, uneasy yet determined, unwilling to oppose expectations placed firmly upon his shoulders. A question surfaced hesitantly, confusion clear as doubts grew over decisions made without clear reasoning. The response carried indifference, dismissing concerns while declaring superiority, viewing challenges as unworthy of real consideration. Reasoning extended further, portraying kindness as harmless while criticizing weakness displayed by allies unable to intervene. Observing silently, tension hung heavy as perspectives clashed. Siu stood quietly, shoulders straightening. A brief moment of gratitude unfolded, acknowledgement given for support that helped stabilize fragile circumstances surrounding Esiolwa. Silence followed. Tension lingering in the air, subtle emotions hidden beneath restrained expressions and uncertain thoughts exchanged. Siu's eyes widened slightly. Time passed, shifting to daylight over the bustling cityscape. Walking through crowded streets, Siu checked his phone, thoughts unsettled as unanswered questions lingered within his mind. Explanations continued firmly, detailing that both ritual and vessel were essential for exercising a spirit successfully. A question arose hesitantly, asking about alternatives, but the possibility was dismissed without hesitation as entirely impossible. The strength of a spirit was explained, born from lingering hatred and regrets, persisting beyond mortal life. Once that power was consumed, most spirits would weaken over time, fading naturally without external intervention. Yet exceptions existed, where certain spirits resisted disappearance, transforming into lingering entities capable of inhabiting new vessels. The explanation shifted, clarifying exorcism involved artificially extending existence through magic, bound strictly by unnatural conditions. Its anger remained dangerous, unable to incinerate or reincarnate, instead seizing bodies freely whenever opportunities appeared. Vessels were described as necessary containers, preventing destruction by restraining rampages, though imperfect and inherently fragile. The problem emerged clearly: ordinary vessels lacked durability, unable to endure when confronted with overwhelming spiritual intensity. For spirits of greater power, nothing ordinary sufficed, only extraordinary vessels capable of withstanding unrelenting force. Siu pressed further, seeking understanding about spirituality, uncertain how such principles applied within their situation. The explanation stressed boundaries, describing exorcism as human practice, limited by skill and innate natural ability. Outside, the city appeared calm. Siu stood quietly, processing the weight of expectations, determination slowly strengthening despite the overwhelming uncertainty. Later, while carrying supplies, his steps reflected responsibility. Siu froze, tension rising sharply as he recognized the presence standing before him with hostility. Stance radiated defiance, challenging openly, leaving the atmosphere charged with immediate confrontation ahead. Siu tried to compose himself, recalling past encounters, uncertain whether negotiation or conflict would follow next. Without warning, a sudden strike exploded forward. Bruised yet unyielding, Siu steadied himself. After the clash, refusing to retreat. He declared his stance, unwilling to accept humiliation, asserting strength even with his human bloodline exposed. His posture straightened, dignity unshaken, unwilling to tolerate disrespect while confronting hostility without hesitation or fear. Nearby, tension grew heavier. Accusations pointed sharply, resentment over past actions surfacing with renewed intensity. Confusion flickered across Siu's face, caught off guard as questions arose about troubles caused unknowingly before. Siu appeared suddenly, presence commanding attention, his unexpected arrival shifting the mood within the room. He addressed concerns sharply, frustration evident as he demanded accountability for actions taken during his absence. With steady composure, Siu questioned further, irritation surfacing as silence greeted his words without clear explanation. His annoyance intensified, hand striking the table forcefully. An object toppled from the impact, rolling across the surface. Siu reflected on recent events, questioning choices made, uncertain whether his actions were excessive or unnecessary. Thoughts turned to comparisons, recalling others' determination, recognizing how values often shaped paths chosen despite hardship. The weight of sacrifice lingered, acknowledging difficult decisions were sometimes required to uphold convictions and responsibilities. Siu processed the idea, interpreting difficult paths differently, seeing independence as strength rather than pure burden. He resumed his task quietly, focus steady, letting actions speak as earlier reflections settled within him. Siu recalled leaving home, renouncing ties completely, shaping his path through decisions that carried lasting weight. He addressed Siu quietly, admitting circumstances weren't another's fault. Choices already planned long before unfolding events. Confession continued, explaining actions were never apology, but conviction, once tied to responsibilities of being minister. Past duties resurfaced in memory, centered on protecting others while upholding what he believed was right. Now stripped of title, he reflected somberly, acknowledging himself as directionless, carrying burdens without clear guidance. An offer surfaced, revealing the presence of a ritualist, someone capable of addressing difficult circumstances directly. Confidence followed, boasting skill among the strongest, though limited, still presenting capability beyond most ordinary practitioners. The statement hardened, stressing nothing would be free. Every request requiring proper compensation in return. Siu accepted without hesitation, determined to pay any cost, unwilling to let opportunity slip away. Both sat across the table, atmosphere steady, agreement forming that responsibilities and sacrifices would soon unfold. Siu clarified the importance of his companion, elevating status from friend to respected guest requiring recognition. The room shifted, expressions uneasy, his words carrying weight that demanded proper treatment without further hesitation. Attention moved to broader truths. Sisu listened carefully, surprised by implications, as comparison described both realms like vast continents sharing existence. Further explanation followed, revealing smaller worlds floating between, distinct yet connected, acting as islands within reality. The explanation continued, describing smaller realms where humans and yokai coexisted separately from greater domains. These places maintained autonomy, free from authority of either human government or demon king's rule. Scenes shifted, showing independent regions flourishing. Landscapes filled with settlements, existing outside traditional control and dominance. Siu learned these realms, though smaller, sustained themselves effectively, appearing similar to ordinary towns and cities. However, history revealed threats emerging, dark symbolizing dangers once unchecked that reshaped balance within worlds. Siu listened carefully, realizing the discussion shifted toward payment, uncertain how the explanation connected to him. The terms were revealed, pointing toward an approaching feast at the Dragon Palace, celebrating significant royal birth. Details included a martial arts competition, open to humans and yokai, requiring participants to join together. Siu was told participation as a team would serve as payment, sealing agreement for upcoming challenge. Somewhere along the east coast, waves crashed against jagged cliffs, marking the beginning of another unfolding event. The ocean stretched endlessly, its shimmering surface reflecting sunlight. From narrow rocky paths, a solitary emerged. An old man appeared, calm and smiling, silently anticipating an unseen presence approaching the shore. At the wooden pier above calm waters, Don offered a polite greeting projecting warmth and respect, establishing the formal atmosphere for their interaction. The steward introduced a title and role, explaining responsibilities while extending courtesy toward the visiting guest. The guest clarified intentions, distancing from official affiliations, yet maintaining respect for the steward's expressed acknowledgement. Acknowledging shifting circumstances, the steward praised steadfast courage, recognizing enduring strength despite changes surrounding established authority. Two stood side by side on the pier. One asked curiously about the identity of the companion. The response came with assurance, revealing the companion had loyally served faithfully since the earliest years. Named Choi Mark Dal, the companion lacked prestigious training, yet possessed remarkable skills worthy of recognition and respect. Conversation shifted to the Dragon Palace, described as a place where supernatural beings coexisted with humans. Within this unique tradition, humans and yokai both participated equally, ensuring balance during the grand upcoming celebration. Concerns were raised about potential issues, questioning whether conflicts might emerge during the upcoming gathering. Assurances followed, stating that the Dragon Palace held strength and traditions that kept matters in balance. Discussion deepened, acknowledging potential disruptions, yet noting the competition atmosphere might inspire further conflict between guests. A suggestion arose that alternative approaches could resolve disputes without violence, relying on careful observation instead. Energy surged as focus sharpened, aura manifesting physically, signaling readiness to demonstrate strength when necessary. Confidence remained unshaken as determination was declared, ready to confront challenges and handle difficult battles directly. The steward addressed them formally, extending an invitation while stressing importance of tomorrow's martial arts gathering. He explained that the event doubled as a grand celebration, honoring the princess's birthday with ceremony. Details followed about preliminary matches, clarifying that only finalists would enter the banquet, ensuring fairness throughout. Acknowledging the overwhelming participation numbers, the steward revealed prior decisions arranged to manage competitions more effectively. Jade plaques were presented, serving as identification badges for residents within the palace during 10 days. The plaques also enabled status tracking, confirming acceptance into the competition upon receiving and holding them. Each plaque revealed approximate energy levels, but warnings discouraged resentment toward stronger participants in comparison. Reassurance followed, explaining the mask's suppression ability ensured outward detection only registered them entirely as human. With formalities concluded, gratitude was expressed again, marking official participation as preparations for the event continued. The waters stirred violently, spiraling downward into a massive whirlpool that pulled everything toward its core. Light illuminated from the depths, signaling the hidden gateway opening. A glowing circular platform appeared beneath the surface. Participants stood upon the platform. A sudden flash enveloped them, transporting everyone within the gateway. Attention shifted forward as opponents appeared, their presence marking the beginning of the long-awaited competitive preliminaries. Clarifying rules to ensure fairness and structure before the preliminary matches would begin. Preliminaries followed continuous battle format, requiring participants to face opponents repeatedly until suffering 2 confirmed losses. Recognition set in that the system offered no shortcuts. Each competitor needed endurance and consistent victories. Scores would be measured by victories, determining advancement through careful counting of wins across the round. The structure of the preliminaries was explained, emphasizing endurance since winners advanced directly into finals. Concerns rose regarding difficulty, recognizing the format demanded sustained energy across numerous consecutive battles. Analogies compared the tournament to a marathon, requiring both strength and strategy to maintain consistent performance. Observation highlighted the overwhelming participant count, stressing the need for rigorous organization to ensure fair competition. Despite worries, determination remained strong. Siyu steadied his breathing, focusing inward, determined to prove himself before the martial gathering commenced. The masked companion reassured Chosei, emphasizing patience, resilience, and the importance of refining strength through hardship. Confidence stirred within Siyu as a subtle smile formed, promising growth despite the difficulties awaiting ahead. Introductions revealed warriors of the Red Centipede, renowned across the Korean peninsula for their ruthless combat traditions. 2 siblings appeared, radiating authority and strength, their extraordinary skill casting heavy tension upon the tournament grounds. Observers noted the yokai's extraordinary prowess, existing on a level beyond normal practitioners within the human world. Siyu acknowledged the warning, silently preparing himself, aware retreat remained an option if circumstances became overwhelming. The arena shifted as another team arrived, their disciplined presence signaling formidable challengers among assembled martial contenders. Whispers suggested their strange heritage once limited progress, yet careful adjustments honed abilities into remarkable combat strength. From the aura observed, speculation arose that one participant belonged to a distinguished class among yokai. A participant questioned responsibility should an opponent perish, uncertainty lingering over the tournament's harsh and unforgiving rules. The response clarified accidents were expected, ensuring competitors bore no blame for outcomes within sanctioned deadly contests. With sinister confidence, one contender stepped forward, boldly declaring intent to handle opponents without hesitation or restraint. The declaration revealed purpose of preliminary battle survival, where defeating adversaries meant ensuring personal dominance and growth. The sibling accepted the explanation calmly, urging trust while reminding everyone to remain focused on surviving ahead. A cruel smile formed as intentions revealed sharing flesh in victory, marking brutality hidden beneath composed appearances. Tension mounting as challengers faced one another beneath the looming tournament's watchful presence. A subtle gesture invited initiation. The masked observer encouraged the first strike, ensuring no hesitation clouded the moment of impending confrontation. Dark energy radiated as one combatant mocked youth's courage, offering a deceptive concession before unleashing ferocity. Siyu studied the opponent's posture carefully, recognizing the dangerous ambition concealed beneath a confident smile. The battleground shimmered as water rippled from explosive force, revealing the overwhelming pressure radiating across the arena. Clenching his fists tightly, Siyu prepared to counter. The adversary's eyes glowed crimson. Both combatants launched forward simultaneously, their movements colliding mid-air. The masked fighter advanced swiftly. Impact shattered the air as both forces collided. Siyu recognized the movement instantly, recalling an infamous technique long whispered among dangerous martial clans. The revealed skill Earth Dragon Poison kick threatened devastating consequences if it connected. The arena shifted ominously, two critical factors aligning. Siyu had previously endured battle against poison-based techniques, surviving encounters that sharpened his tactical awareness. Using bitter experience and knowledge of centipede-related skills, he carefully anticipated every potential strike with precision. Before transformation, his guardian heritage granted both resilience and mastery over numerous martial disciplines and strategies. Observers realized this confrontation revealed techniques, unfamiliar, martial knowledge originating from far beyond familiar territories. The clash intensified violently. Foreign martial skills unleashed, opponents staggered, confused by evasive maneuvers. Unable to understand movements designed for perfect efficiency, he maintained composure, explaining through actions that nothing defied laws, only refined techniques honed through practice. Efficiency turned strikes into devastating counters, every motion calculated to neutralize overwhelming force with minimal effort. Observers realized these techniques, though ordinary in origin, carried profound strength, forged through relentless pursuit of improvement. The adversary gritted teeth, recognizing each attack as proof of resilience, carved from weakness into undeniable strength. Shu unleashed rapid strikes. Shock spread among spectators as the maneuver connected repeatedly. Acknowledgement followed. The initiative belonged to Chosei, though raw power imbalance still loomed threateningly overhead. As a guardian, the opponent's natural energy dwarfed Chosei's, making clean hits seem ineffective. Despite landing 3 decisive strikes, Seo realized significant damage remained impossible against overwhelming innate strength, his relentless speed leaving the opponent momentarily unbalanced within the clash. Yet doubts emerged. Constant evasive techniques carried risk, if the stronger adversary adapted quickly to counters. Bloodied but determined, Siyu charged with renewed focus, channeling energy through his strike. The opponent steadied, confident that enduring once and retaliating effectively would nullify repeated hits entirely. Blades of energy clashed violently, sparks erupting. Within the glowing circle, 2 combatants faced each other. The red-clad attacker charged fiercely, weapon raised high. Masked fighter reacted swiftly, intercepting the blow, energy sparking violently as the masked fighter revealed a concealed glowing stone fragment. Stepping back cautiously, the masked fighter held the fragment tightly. The red-clad warrior trembled, stunned by the wound, yet still conscious, clutching desperately at the injury. Explanation unfolded of yokai resilience, describing how their bodies withstood destruction, regenerating from even grievous, life-threatening damage. The masked fighter advanced steadily, hand raised, revealing knowledge of this weakness, intent clear in each step. Blood trailed across the ground as steady footsteps echoed, each step closing the distance with deliberate intent. Within the masked fighter's grasp, the bead pulsed violently, greater than a heart. Essence of existence itself. Blood dripped down the wounded warrior's face. Breath ragged, strength fading while desperate eyes demanded lost essence. Knowledge revealed yokai rebirth begins only from the bead, forcing them to rebuild everything accumulated throughout existence. Collapsed on the floor. The red-clad fighter reached forward weakly, hand trembling toward the retreating opponent's steps. The masked fighter walked calmly away, holding the bead securely. Nearby observers whispered in confusion, debating fairness, some claiming theft, others insisting the duel remained tournament rules. Eyes glared with sharp intensity, warning that accusations were misplaced, the true blame directed toward another entirely. Calm words followed, dismissing rigid rules, declaring there existed a harsher but far more decisive solution available. Dark energy swirled around the masked fighter's form, aura flaring violently as intentions became clear to all. Confidence radiated as spoke plainly, inviting challengers to reclaim the bead through strength if possible. Spectators watched from a distance, whispering in disbelief, measuring the power and wondering about unseen limits. Observers analyzed the duel carefully, noting extraordinary precision and strength demonstrated within every exchange of strikes. Movements clashed fiercely, bursts of energy colliding, each strike testing endurance and calculating timing for decisive opportunities. One observer recognized flawless timing, acknowledging that distracting an opponent's concentration was executed with remarkable precision. Discussion followed, suggesting more experience could remove weaknesses, potentially transforming raw ability into formidable unmatched strength. Confidence shone through calm eyes, dismissing compliments, insisting talent alone was not enough to guarantee superiority. The mask suppressed Su Yokai energy, concealing his strength while limiting any outward release completely. Humans, unlike yokai, required years of steady discipline and practice to develop martial abilities effectively. Siu's combination of mask and talent formed a novice guardian, yet lacked experience to rival veterans. In battle, blades clashed with violent energy, proving the outcome was always leaning toward inevitability. Calm analysis concluded the situation predictable, recognizing Siu's inexperience against overwhelming power and refined skill. A clash erupted, blades crossing sharply, but the exchange revealed how events should have truly flowed. Exhausted, Siu lowered himself, apologizing for weakness, while reassurance reminded him mistakes were part of growth. Encouragement followed, reminding Siu that beginnings define progress and endless potential remained for growth as martial artist. A firm vow was made, promising guidance in skills and secrets, teaching everything possible without hesitation. Optimism filled the air as trust formed, both determined to unite their strength and seize victory. The handshake sealed their decision. Covering his face, he reflected, acknowledging the weight of responsibility placed upon his chosen direction. His eyes sharpened with resolve, silently recognizing the importance of guiding Siu's potential toward proper growth. Two powers manifested clearly, yokai and guardian, both glowing with immense promise, representing talents yet to be mastered. Siu contemplated deeply, imagining the outcome if martial discipline fused with such unique, combined innate strength. A seedling sprouted slowly, symbolizing gradual progress, its growth representing the foundation of determined training. Over time, nurturing continued, branches extended outward, representing steady development, despite difficulties along the journey. Reflections compared potential growth to overcoming a demon king, emphasizing that meaningful results required patience. Resolve strengthened as recognition grew. True survival depended on effort, discipline, and pursuing progress with focus. Beyond training halls, the world loomed with danger, reminding that even strong individuals faced greater threats. Blood stained the ground as Siu collapsed, consciousness fading, thoughts drifting between survival and inevitable defeat. Reflections acknowledged harsh training would push limits further, but such suffering revealed hidden strength within even weakened. Determination persisted, knowing the present struggle marked the foundation of future resilience. Later, in quiet moments, Siu resolved firmly, deciding martial growth must continue regardless of hardship. On the battlefield, another admitted defeat, conceding openly, their loss undeniable as silence followed the declaration. The judge announced the result, declaring victory for Siu, ensuring the battle officially reached its conclusion. Suddenly, footsteps echoed as someone rushed forward, arms wrapped tightly, calling out frantically, concern overflowing for the injured fighter lying unconscious on the ground. Nearby, Siu lowered his head, silent, weighed by responsibility as whispers spread among the gathered spectators. The injured warrior stirred faintly, pain visible, struggling to endure while rage and determination burned inside. Tension heavy, preparing final words that carried both warning and promise. A sharp command echoed, demanding remembrance, declaring today's events would shape battles yet to come. Warnings grew harsher, vowing repayment greater than loss, tying vengeance to the Red Centipede Cave's honor. The injured sibling clutched their wound, swearing growth, promising next time would be fought on different terms. Red eyes narrowed with resolve, voice unwavering, challenging opponents to find them again, regardless of numbers. Dark energy manifested, towering above, as a terrifying vision revealed potential strength yet to be unleashed. Shaken by the glimpse of overwhelming force, hidden beneath calm exterior, observers questioned aloud, sensing that presence resembled a powerful general, its aura dominating the entire arena. Speculation grew further, doubts rising whether such feats could belong to a human within this world. Attention shifted back, urging the match's conclusion to be announced properly, restoring order amid escalating tension. The overseer demanded movement, questioning hesitation as the arena awaited resolution and continued matches. Realizing the mistake, the assistant apologized quickly, preparing to escort the injured participants under careful watch. Support arrived swiftly, aiding the wounded fighter. Questions arose about the next opponent, curiosity building as anticipation spread across the gathered competitors. Judges explained fairly, announcing simultaneous preliminaries continued, with following matches scheduled shortly after the conclusion. CU questioned tournament rules, realizing early victories meant extended rest, offering advantages beyond simple strength. Overseer confirmed bluntly, stating preliminaries required endurance without external support, testing resilience and preparation equally. Competitors were reminded only personal belongings could be used, disallowing aid or hidden outside assistance entirely, eyes widening with recognition as something unexpected appeared within sight. A mysterious object gleamed in another's hand, its intricate design suggesting power far beyond ordinary tools. The medallion's origin was explained, a rare item entrusted only to special members of the Scholar Assembly. It wasn't simply symbolic, the medallion granted authority to summon the Assembly's services anywhere on Earth. Reactions spread quickly, realization striking that this token signified belonging, something far beyond ordinary possession. Suspicion rose, questioning how such an item was obtained, implying great risks taken to acquire it. Defensively, Seo reminded them the medallion was entrusted, personally, proof of legitimacy beyond any doubt. Seo admitted truth with a smile, clarifying the medallion's importance despite doubts raised against him. The overseer confirmed ownership rules, stating outside assistance wasn't prohibited if granted beforehand as legitimate possession. It was explained summoning assistance wasn't simple, requiring complex conditions, proving the medallion's value even greater. Crowd murmured, recognizing possession of such an item could reshape strategies during the tournament's progress. The overseer raised his hand, officially declaring the round concluded, preparing announcements for upcoming matches. Overseer froze as dark energy surged violently, signaling an ominous shift across the tournament grounds. Eyes widened in disbelief, fear tightening. A trembling foot stepped backward, heels unsteady. He stammered nervously, body shaking. Blood spread across the floor, staining the arena. A commanding voice reminded all that competitors had been granted 2 opportunities to survive within battle. Observers questioned the nature of such creatures, recognizing their resilience far exceeded ordinary understanding or expectation. The elder acknowledged this overwhelming skill, admitting those who survived deserved recognition among the highest ranks. Memories recalled earlier doubts, realizing arrogance blinded judgment when dismissing competitors who entered tournament alone. Curiosity shifted toward the prize, confirming the winner's reward was already determined by royal authority. The overseer explained winners would receive riches and treasures, including access to the palace's treasury. It was revealed the king himself would guide the victor, advising on which treasure to choose. One competitor declared firmly uninterested in wealth, seeking only Sunday Wukong's legacy hidden within the palace. Encased in thick ice, the towering beast loomed with glowing eyes and an iron ring through its snout. Its presence radiated danger. The full figure revealed a muscular form clad in battle gear, arms folded, still trapped beneath layers of frost. Rather than force, the boy opted for logic. He noted that melting the ice might revive the beast without confrontation. Nearby, a broad-shouldered man stepped forward, fists raised. His posture questioned the youth's intent. Unfazed, the boy raised his hand, warning the man to choose quickly. Delay would be seen as a challenge. Sweat formed as the man hesitated. Faced with certainty of defeat, his stance broke. He lowered his arms, admitting surrender in silence. Scanning the arena, the boy assessed the other contestants. Each one radiated strength beyond expectation, shifting his perspective on the tournament. A girl with braided hair and her stoic companion joined him. She reminded him that only the top contenders could claim the item needed to seal Solwa's cursed spirit. Acknowledging the urgency, he committed to trying his best, though he quietly hoped the ordeal wouldn't last beyond the day. Elsewhere, his cafe remained closed. Curious patrons speculated on his absence, annoyed by the unannounced break. Back in the arena, the girl criticized his habits and belittled his coffee. According to her, customers only came for his looks. His pride stung. He murmured in disbelief. Before he could reply, another question interrupted. The girl asked about her missing friend's involvement. The official hesitated, citing rules against revealing names. She pressed on, eyes sparkling, her charm softening his resolve. The mask couldn't hide his reaction. Unable to resist, he caved. The friend she sought was indeed a participant. Xu Cho. The official, after rechecking the list, confirmed Siu's participation, alongside a partner named Makdol Cho. This revelation brought immediate relief, despite believing the odds of Siu being present were low. One companion questioned why concern wasn't addressed before his arrival. The girl, understanding Siu's stubborn nature, explained that warnings only made him more determined. He would have insisted on joining to offer help. She remained hopeful, assuming Siu was elsewhere seeking a Taoist, guided by someone responsible enough to avoid such dangers. Elsewhere, Makdol stood beside Siu, sneezing unexpectedly. Their bond suggested that Siu had followed him into this exact place. Despite exhaustion from 4 consecutive fights, Siu stood steady, victorious 5 times in a row, energy still coursing through him. 2 observers watched with admiration, noting Siu's extraordinary performance. His strength exceeded their expectations. Makdol calmly approached Siu, asking for his hand. With contact, he began checking the youth's energy condition. To his surprise, Siu's spiritual energy remained intact. Despite the strain, his reserves had not yet run dry. Logically, Siu's energy should have depleted multiple times. The fact that it hadn't implied something deeper. Through self-discipline, Siu had unknowingly conserved energy by minimizing waste, a basic technique mastered without instruction. Makdol instructed Siu to sit, remove his shoes, and assume the subduing Mara posture, a basic lotus position for energy cultivation. Siu focused, adjusting his breathing and legs as instructed. This form enabled better energy flow, with a sharp burst of power. Makdol infused Siu's body, initiating the next stage of training. Pain followed immediately, electric energy surged outward. Makdol, surrounded by crackling blue light, asked if Siu could feel the power now, igniting within. Makdol guided Siu's breathing while imbuing him with pure energy. Each push and release helped align the internal flow through key pressure points. A diagram-like explanation highlighted that the human body had channels where energy flowed. Makdol blocked 64 energy points, 32 with inhalation, 32 with exhalation, temporarily stabilizing Siu's core, while teaching him to manage it himself. Makdol explained how breathing not only stabilized the body, but also enhanced recovery and energy absorption through natural rhythm. Suddenly, the stage shifted with only 2 fighters appearing. Confusion struck the observers. One contestant was missing. From the shadows, a tall woman arrived with striking presence. Her silent partner followed, adding weight to her arrival. The official announced Sinu's next opponent, an unusual entrant who had registered without a team. She hailed from China's Flower Fruit Mountain, a descendant of the legendary Sunday Wukong. Her lineage alone demanded caution. She identified Siu's background, noting his ties to the Royal Shaman Agency. His heritage marked him as no ordinary human. She declared his bloodline significant. Unlike common Taoists, her confidence wasn't arrogance, it stemmed from generations of purpose. Makdol recognized her as Xiaohui, who had clashed with Esiolhua earlier. Her strength had been evident from just 2 strikes. Despite her sheer power, Xiu had evaluated her combat ability in seconds, proving his instinct was sharp. Narration described spirit level demons, beings who treated Siu's full power attacks like child's play. These were the elite Yusin had warned of. Makdol, overwhelmed by the pressure, couldn't move. He feared for Yusin, but couldn't intervene. Siu reminded him to stay still and focus on correct breathing. Misaligning internal energy could cause serious damage. Siu stepped forward, refusing to remain a spectator. His opponent, confident and composed, stood in the distance with poise. A heavy silence settled between them as they faced each other in the arena. The atmosphere grew tense with anticipation. The woman, calm but direct, offered Siu a final chance to retreat. She acknowledged his undamaged state, but warned of wasted potential. Siu ignored the warning and advanced, charging energy around his body. He warned that hesitation would only lead to regret. His power surged, cloaking him in brilliant blue as he drew his blade. He questioned her easy victories, doubting her credibility, accusing her of relying on her ancestry to intimidate others. Siyu mocked the demons who had fallen for her reputation. With a smirk, Siyu taunted her further, questioning the intelligence of demons and insulting her pride. Her expression sharpened, energy gathered in her palm as she prepared to retaliate with magic of her own. Their powers ignited in unison, her demon magic, wind of the spirits, his soaring sword of thunder ready for direct clash. Siyu launched upward, blade infused with lightning. The strike collided with the ground, creating a booming explosion of force. Amid the smoke, the woman moved swiftly, barely phased. She countered his blow and rushed to close the distance. In a single motion, she blocked the sword and swung her own attack, radiating fierce purple energy. Siyu pulled back, breath controlled, eyes locked forward. Something felt off in the aftermath of their clash. Wisps of faint purple smoke floated through the air. His eyes tracked their strange movement with suspicion. A strand of hair drifted down in front of him. Alarmed, Siyu realized her attack had made contact after all. Siyu narrowly dodged the incoming strike, but her magic-sheathed blade sliced through the air, nearly connecting. His eyes widened as she summoned more energy. Her glowing palm radiated intense power, signaling another attack was imminent. A flurry of violet blades burst forth. She launched herself mid-air, unleashing a storm of slashes with relentless precision. Makdol, watching from afar, noted her speed wasn't the only threat. Each motion carried deceptive feints that masked her intent. Despite multiple chances to counter, Yusin chose only to dodge. It wasn't hesitation, but calculated restraint. Siyu's earlier point proved true demons, while durable, were not invincible. Yusin's form and weapon were honed to exploit that fact. Even with an opening, Yusin held back. His instincts warned him that something was amiss, more dangerous than it appeared. As he leaped backward, the woman pursued, striking down with a surge of magical force, aimed to break through. Onlookers flinched as her blow landed, shaking the entire platform with a thunderous crash that split the air. Shock registered on the faces of the spectators. The arena rumbled violently from the sheer force of her impact. Beneath their feet, a massive spiral platform began to rotate. Not anchored to land but seemingly floating above water. Siyu staggered back. He realized it wasn't just the movement that was unusual, it was the fact it moved at all. He reflected on how previous battles hadn't caused this level of disruption. The structure must be designed to absorb impact, but this time, her attack had surpassed that limit. The stadium's weight and balance had shifted beyond control. As the stage groaned and rocked, Siyu muttered one word: wait. His thoughts turned to the legendary power of Sunday Wukong. Sunday Wukong's divine strength was legendary, but his abilities as a half-demon remained largely unknown. Siyu began to understand why her blows had been so heavy. Her control over mass came from inherent earth-based magic. She prepared to unleash a forbidden attack meant to suppress spirits. As her energy surged, Siyu stood ready, channeling the pressure into strength. For him, surviving meant turning crisis into opportunity. Sunlight poured into the empty training hall, casting long shadows across the polished floor. Yusin gasped for breath, sweat clinging to his skin. Exhaustion settled into his muscles, and his trembling hand reached out instinctively. Collapsing on the floor, his body refused to move, struggling to even sit up. He muttered about hunger and fatigue. A firm voice ordered him to get up. A man entered the room, his steps heavy, reminding Yusin that dinner was still an hour away. Without pause, the instructor urged him to make use of the remaining time. His words were blunt, with no room for rest or complaint. The man questioned why Yusin remained while others moved on to spiritual exercises, rising with effort. Yusin asked why he wasn't training like the others. The master answered coldly because it was him, the trainer, that Yusin had to endure. The instructor explained that humans were like swords, forged through hardship, defined by their core strength. If the core was weak, no amount of hammering would work, but Yusin, he believed, was strong enough to endure forging if shaped with effort. Yusin challenged the logic, saying he never wanted such a future. He didn't dream of being a head shaman or leader. Instead, he felt others were more passionate. He pointed at his uncle, asking why he didn't take the role. The man hesitated, offering no reason. Yusin dismissed it inwardly, he simply didn't think the position was cool. Statistically, only 1 in 10,000 were born qualified to become Taoists. It was a rare gift. Those few, after intense training, stood against humanity's greatest threats, sword in hand. Though it sounded noble, to Yusin, it was meaningless. A book slammed shut, a swordmaster's tale discarded. A man cloaked in darkness lectured coldly, acknowledging the lowly nature of half the boy's blood. The child trembled before him, knees shaking, forced to listen without defiance. With disgust, the man ordered that the item in question be burned. Any future disobedience would result in more than harsh words. The servant, paralyzed in fear, failed to act fast enough. The man snapped, demanding motion without hesitation. The servant apologized just before a whip lashed out, striking her. His tone didn't waver as he claimed the boy would rule the country once the world shifted. He spoke of domination, saying the boy must never forget his position. Just as he received punishment, he was expected to rule others in return, a cycle of control justified as duty. Harsh training followed. The boy whipped again. Years of this indoctrination shaped his view of the world. He began to understand they weren't heroes. They were villains shaped by those in power, taught to dominate and corrupt. A discarded book reflected what he truly saw. Fiction portrayed heroes, but reality forged enforcers of cruelty. 4 years passed, and he sat in a classroom, changed. Now older, he quietly read as the city thrived outside. His expression remained calm, even as trouble approached. 2 students confronted him, demanding he move. He refused, asserting his right to sit wherever he chose. The situation escalated fast. 1 student rose in challenge, threatening violence. The boy stood as well, no hesitation. The challenger faltered as his opponent radiated a fierce aura. The energy was palpable. He gave them a choice: settle it outside or right there. His tone was cold, uncaring of the odds. The aggressors hesitated. This wasn't how school fights normally went here. Fear silenced the bold. Unlike fictional villains, predators in the real world rely on instinct. Even those who seem weak can sense threats with uncanny accuracy. Though they act crude or aggressive, they're far more calculating beneath the surface. They react defensively when they sense danger. Instead of confronting strength, they target those they believe they can easily overpower. Predictable and cruel. A student seated alone was suddenly called out. He turned, confused by the attention from the 2 boys. They mocked his game and demanded his phone. Though he hesitated, their expressions made it clear this wasn't a request. Despite the pressure, the victim's glance toward the clock showed a silent desperation. No help was coming. Trying to sound casual, the aggressor claimed he would return the phone after moving an item in the game. Worried, the student warned about losing the item. The threat didn't matter. The bully insisted he was experienced and wouldn't fail. As the bully reached to take the phone, panic surged through the student. His hand trembled as his belongings were stolen with ease. The bully smirked, but after a minor mishap, his anger flared. He slapped the student hard, delivering insults without remorse. He claimed the student should feel grateful for even being acknowledged. The entire room stayed quiet, trembling. The student returned the phone. Threats followed: if he dared look at them again, he'd face violence. The bullies only attacked the weak, never daring to challenge the strong. This was their unspoken law. Accepting this cycle brought a strange peace to the boy watching from afar. Understanding how the world worked dulled his moral discomfort. By rationalizing their behavior, he convinced himself that people like him and his father weren't villains. Heroes, as the boy had come to believe, only existed in fiction. Real life offered no such protection or justice. A voice interrupted the tense silence. A student nervously stepped forward, addressing one of the bullies with a hesitant greeting and reminder of shared history. Introducing himself as Seo Choi, the boy calmly suggested that yelling and hitting weren't right. He didn't know the full story, but he stood firm in his simple moral appeal. The bully sneered, mocking the idea of getting along as classmates. The words only annoyed him more. Frustrated by the perceived disrespect, he demanded to know who Siyu thought he was to interfere. Without warning, he struck Siyu across the face, but unlike before, the bully's body wavered unnaturally as if something had gone wrong. A loud thud echoed through the hallway. Everyone turned toward the source, surprised by what followed. The bully had collapsed, confused and shaken across from him. The calm student remained seated, watching the scene unfold. Siu leaned forward to check on the fallen student, but before he could finish speaking, he was grabbed aggressively by the second bully. A chill ran through the aggressor. Siu showed no fear, even under threat. The bully hesitated. Siu asked politely to be released. Despite his size, he remained composed and unyielding. The bully tried to resist but couldn't move Siu. Panic replaced confidence as the situation flipped. The second bully trembled, overwhelmed by Siu's unexpected strength. Siu insisted they all calm down. The phone slipped from the bully's hand. His grip gave out under pressure, landing hard on the floor. As the bullies backed off, one cast a glare over his shoulder. "I'll get you later," he warned, retreating defeated for now. Siu paused in thought, his tone shifting as he assessed the aftermath. Calmly, he told Yusin he was definitely in trouble. He explained the bullies weren't alone, they had people behind them. A group would likely target Yusin soon, with vengeance in mind. They wouldn't just insult him, they'd drag him somewhere dark and beat him senseless. Siu pointed out that the student Yusin had defended hadn't even offered thanks. Instead, the boy sulked with his head down. He assumed the kid was now hoping to avoid being seen with Yusin, entirely fearing guilt by association. Despite knowing his school life was now in jeopardy, Yusin laughed softly. He admitted he expected as much. Siu looked surprised as Yusin confessed his fear, but he said ignoring the situation would have been far worse. "Thou scared." He was determined to handle the consequences. It was his burden now, and he'd do his best to deal with it. With a light tone, he joked about being skilled at dodging and escaping. Maybe, he figured, things would turn out fine. Yusin spotted an empty seat. Before he could choose it, Siu invited him over, tapping the desk beside him. Siu acknowledged. Yusin looked friendless and joked about his height. Despite his bluntness, it was a genuine gesture. He didn't promise protection, but said Yusin wouldn't get beat up by sticking close. Then, he confirmed his name. Siu. Yusin introduced himself with a grin. The path ahead wouldn't be easy, but he was glad to meet Siu in a distant place. A circular chamber glowed with mystic energy. A hidden space once used by elite warriors was awakening. The chamber had endured for centuries, untouched until now. A single kick had disrupted what ancient forces once preserved. A light strike landed, but its effects were far greater than expected. The observer hadn't prepared for the overwhelming impact. A sinister aura surged. The elder recognized the unnatural force, a type of demonic energy, too powerful for an ordinary human to withstand. The arena trembled as magic exploded outward. The fight was declared over, leaving a strong impression on the onlookers. To Yusin, Siu resembled the kind of protagonist seen only in fiction, brave and unapologetically bold. Without hesitation, Siu claimed he would become the Demon King. Yusin found the idea unrealistic, but admired the courage behind it. Even though he doubted the logic, the raw intensity of Siu's resolve struck Yusin. The overwhelming magic display made it unforgettable. Another fighter fell back in fear, misjudging the situation. Yusin stepped forward with confidence. Though Siu lacked awareness, Yusin acknowledged his own special nature. He realized that to stand beside Siu, he'd need to meet him halfway. Years later, their bond remained strong. They laughed about old memories, not from victory, but from choosing not to abuse their power. Surrounded by roaring blue flames, the young warrior held his sword steady. Not far away, a bald observer widened his eyes in alarm. Shock crept across his face, clearly unprepared for the sudden spike in force. High above, the female fighter hovered mid-air, narrowly escaping destruction. The intensity of the strike would have overwhelmed even a seasoned commander. A single step from the woman sent tremors through the ground. Purple currents burst forth from her landing. Upon impact, energy exploded in every direction. The platform fractured slightly beneath her feet. He clenched his fists as the shock hit him. Despite the minimal action, the resulting pressure forced him to stay alert. Water blasted upward, forming a curtain between them. Magical seals glowed at their feet as the wave crashed back down. Floating above the flooded floor, the boy stood firm, still wrapped in fire. Opposite him, his opponent raised one hand. A massive wind-based technique formed instantly. Demon magic, 3-wind deity unleashed, swirling dragons of purple air. 2 small daggers glowed in his hand as he prepared to counter. They weren't ordinary weapons, they carried spiritual energy. From a distance, the bald man's face turned grim. The scale of her magic had grown. Simple tools like those wouldn't be enough. Instead of relying on them, the boy hurled the blades away. He dashed forward and cleaved through the wind vortex with a decisive slash. To the observer's disbelief, the attack was cut cleanly. The blade hadn't even seemed heavy, yet it shattered her magic. Her expression froze, eyes narrowing slightly. She hadn't expected her technique to fail so easily. Without saying a word, the boy pressed a glowing charm at his belt. Whatever was next, he was already preparing to face it. Twin streams of violent wind magic rushed toward him from both sides. Without hesitation, he twisted his body mid-air. With momentum building, he flipped through the air and redirected his path. A blue wave of energy formed beneath his feet. His movement turned sharp as he dashed toward her again. Watching closely, the sorceress raised her hand. Thoughts raced through his mind as he recognized the attack's pattern. This wasn't just a repeat of the last technique, it was still being guided in real time. His instincts pushed him to leap, vaulting over the trailing magic. Each movement became sharper. Desperation surged as the swirling blast caught up. An explosion ignited behind him, hurling force across the battlefield. The aftermath of the crash scattered debris across the platform. From afar, she studied his condition with narrowed eyes. Though visibly injured, he remained upright, breathing heavily. Burn marks stretched across his arm. Observers watching grimaced. The damage was deeper than it appeared. Even standing took effort. The elders speculated aloud that both were reaching their physical limits after so many consecutive matches. Meanwhile, the sorceress lifted her arm again. A third stream of wind magic formed, this time spiraling downward from above. Eyes widened as it descended. Though he still had enough energy to escape, he didn't move. A silent defiance burned in his expression. From the sidelines, one observer muttered that his refusal to retreat was foolish. The next blast descended like a cannon of compressed magic. Despite his injuries, he gripped the sword tighter. Blood dripped from his hand, but his stance didn't falter. The resolve in his eyes had hardened. A single swing met the falling force. The blade collided with the wind magic head on, cutting through its center. Caught mid-motion, the warrior gritted his teeth as purple wind whipped past him. Despite the pressure tearing at his body, with a faint splash, his body sank, carried by the aftermath of the magic blast. The force had not been fully deflected. Watching silently, the sorceress analyzed his condition. She concluded that he hadn't truly countered the spell. She raised a brow, unable to sense much energy from him now. His posture trembled, revealing that half his body no longer responded. The wind was cut, but it had still won. Her thoughts shifted to his strange power. If it was Taoist magic, why hadn't it activated sooner? The inconsistency puzzled her. Speculated that its trigger wasn't strength, but something else. From a distance, he steadied himself, breathing heavily. Internally, he was bluffing. Yusin had little energy left to continue. His thoughts admitted the truth, he was close to collapse. A mental image of a poker game filled his mind. He was nearly out of chips, drained by the second stream of magic. His body, crippled on one side, was all he had. There were no surprises left. 2 daggers floated nearby, his last tools. They had survived the earlier blasts and retained some potential. From where he knelt, the weapons could serve either as projectiles or supports. Their shape and energy made them versatile. Despite that, he knew they wouldn't be enough to stop the woman before him, compared to her. Still, he charged. A direct path through danger was the only one available. His battered body moved without hesitation. Meanwhile, she lowered her stance. Confusion flickered across her expression. Why wasn't he avoiding her? She hesitated to use long-range magic. Instead, she readied herself for close combat, whether it was instinct or something else. Yusin launched forward with renewed force, blade cutting through the wind. Xiaowei stood ready. She responded with a flurry of purple strikes, each swing bursting with demonic pressure. In one swift motion, he tried to break through her guard. She dodged with a spin, keeping her weight centered. As the fight escalated, Xiaowei prepared her next skill. She gathered power beneath her feet, activating demon magic pressure of the mountains. Her body gained immense weight and power. With that transformation, her durability increased drastically. A simple step now shifted the terrain. Yusin understood the danger. This skill demanded mountain-splitting force to break. Fighting her head-on would lead only to loss. From the start of their battle, he avoided her attacks not out of fear, but because he recognized the cost. Her expression tensed. The last blow from him didn't feel like an attack. It was merely a scrape. She guessed he had tried to cut her like he had sliced through wind, but it had failed. Her body resisted it completely. Still, Xiaohui didn't care whether it worked or not. Her technique, Pressure of the Mountains, was a legacy of her lineage, not easily overcome. She descended like a boulder striking ground. No one dared challenge her when using this spell. Across from her, Yusin's body trembled, but his eyes remained clear. In the heat of battle, Yusin recalled his training. Arguments with his master echoed in his mind. His teacher had responded bluntly. Humans might defeat lesser demons, but never the highborn ones. Yet their only flaw was arrogance. If they slacked in training, humans could close the gap, but those like Xiaohui weren't careless. She had honed her power to its peak. A stack of old scrolls flashed through Yusin's memory. He had recently read about demons, their attributes. He accepted they couldn't defeat every demon, especially the strongest. Still, to survive in a world where demons roamed freely, despite the odds, he still trained relentlessly. His teacher admitted that steel couldn't be cut. But that wasn't the goal. Even the shaman master confessed he wouldn't stand a chance against a wave of upper-ranked demons. At best, he could defeat a few lower-level spirits. Anything stronger would be fatal. That was the honest truth behind most fights with true demons. Still, Yusin wasn't discouraged. His master reminded him that steel and being as hard as steel weren't the same now. Returning to battle, Yusin launched himself forward again. His movements were aggressive. She spotted one of the daggers from earlier. Initially, she assumed it was part of an attack. Her guard rose in response. But the dagger had another purpose. It wasn't a weapon, it was a distraction, while she focused on it. The daggers were never meant to hit. They pulled her attention away, creating a brief opening in her rhythm. Xiaohui's expression shifted as she realized the trick. The momentum was already against her. Back in his memory, Yusin recalled studying the principles of demon magic. No matter how powerful it seemed, it followed a flow. Training had taught them that defeating demons wasn't about overpowering, it was about finding patterns. Yusin moved in with a technique inherited from ancient Taoists. It involved precise timing and placement, not brute strength with a final strike. He unleashed deity magic, layered division. The blow didn't just aim to wound, it severed the flow of magic itself. In ancient China, a butcher possessed unmatched skill, able to process entire cattle without effort. His method was silent and precise, with no resistance met from flesh or bone. He stood before a cow, blade in hand, not as a man confronting an animal, but as a craftsman about to perform his art. The blade never hesitated. A curious king, having heard of the butcher's talent, approached and questioned how he achieved such flawless execution without staining his blade. The butcher explained that ordinary butchers dull their blades monthly, breaking through bone. Skilled ones last a year, cutting merely through skin. He revealed his technique did not rely on sight but on mental perception, understanding the structure through principles of nature itself. His knife never met resistance, flowing through the spaces between bones, meat, and skin. Never pressing, only passing. With this method, he processed thousands of cows in years past, yet his blade remained sharp and untouched. The king, witnessing such a philosophy turned into skill, stood speechless. The art had become something beyond technique. This story and his ability were remembered as masterful slice, a concept transcending time and evolving into mystical swordplay. In Korea, this technique became known as layered division, striking critical points cleanly without surface damage. Even proud warriors fell under its force, unable to defend. The strike ignored armor and strength, cutting only essence. Yusin, despite achieving this mastery, felt no pride. His expression was blank as his blade fell. As waves crashed near the platform, silence followed his collapse. An elder observed his body floating, commenting that such talent should not have been wasted in surrender. Despite his unmatched skill, Yusin was left adrift, not defeated by strength, but by emptiness. Yusin's unconscious body was pulled from the water by a mysterious power. Though his injuries were grave, his life was intact. With a heavy sigh, the elder acknowledged the young man's survival, whether it was pride or recklessness that led him here. As water dripped from Yusin's limp form, the elder's words echoed, not with malice, but concern born from experience. Another figure in green stepped forward, defending Yusin's intent. He claimed the youth had not acted out of ignorance, but with full knowledge of the risk. She argued his unstable sword technique reflected not inexperience, but a precise decision to confront danger while still learning. In the battle, Yusin matched a crushing blow with one of his own. Though capable of evasion, he chose to strike equally. The elder speculated that fatigue or recovery time delayed Yusin's follow-up that assumption. However, he had launched an attack, knowing it would fail. His body was already broken, yet he persisted as if the outcome didn't matter. Despite the severe wounds, Yusin risked everything, perhaps understanding the limits of his power better than anyone else. The elder concluded that Yusin had tested an unfinished technique mid-battle. He hadn't hesitated. The idea that someone would wager their life not to win, but to learn, shook the observers. To them, it bordered on madness, yet the green-robed woman believed there was meaning behind his decision. Judging from her calm but reflective demeanor, from the center of the arena, Xiaohui emerged once more, her wounds sealing rapidly. Demonic resilience was tied to strength, and hers surpassed all expectation. Though Yusin's sword had pierced her body, it had not been enough. The blade now sank to the depths, its strike spent but not in vain. Xiaohui endured the slash that split her form, yet regeneration had already begun before her body collapsed. It was only a moment of weakness. Though her wounds closed, her mind faltered. For the first time, she experienced pain and recovery, foreign concepts to her kind. She stood still, overwhelmed by the sensation. It wasn't the wound that held her in place, but the shock of experiencing the unfamiliar true injury. Born with regeneration, Xiaohui had never known injury. Scratches and bruises, so common for others, had never marred her. What others learned through hardship, she bypassed entirely. The pain from being halved struck deeper than flesh, it struck identity. Now aware of vulnerability, she gritted her teeth and took hold of herself. This battle had become more than physical. A judge questioned whether she was fit to continue, and sought to confirm Yusin's condition. Silence answered. The other contender remained seated, caught in a trance-like state, his breathing steady but detached from reality. Realizing this began before the battle's climax, they accepted he was submerged in a deep training state, unreachable for now. The elder recognized this breathing form a technique for cultivating inner strength. Amid chaos, Yusin had remained undisturbed. Acknowledging their current conditions, he suggested the dual end, believing rest was a better path forward. Unexpectedly, Xiaohui stepped forward and conceded, her voice calm, her will undiminished. She acknowledged defeat without shame. Though the elder protested lightly, she silenced him. Her decision was final, her eyes unwavering. Approaching Yusin, she stood firm, both as warrior and witness to his strength. Her tone lacked resentment. With sincerity, she thanked him not for victory, but for granting her an experience that changed her understanding of power. Xiaohui admitted that if Yusin's sword technique had been complete from the beginning, she would have died the moment their duel started. She acknowledged her defeat, understanding it was her own pride that left her unprepared for pain. Though shaken, she stood tall, her voice steady as she vowed revenge. The next time, she declared, she would not fall. With the battle over, the observers called to move on. Xiaohui stepped away from the fallen. A glowing figure stirred. Yusin, eyes open again, looked calm. He had heard everything while unconscious. Another fighter, surprised, watched him rise. Yusin's resolve was no longer hidden, it blazed in his eyes. The masked warrior, newly awakened, spoke lightly. He felt as though he'd slept soundly, though no rest had truly occurred. Having overheard the talk of surrender, he offered an alternative. Xiaohui didn't have to concede. He reminded her that their friend had paid the price for their place in this arena. Throwing it away would disrespect that sacrifice. He turned calmly, saying surrender would have been fine if it were his decision, but it wasn't. Their fallen comrade would have never accepted it. Quoting him, he reminded everyone, "A victory given by your enemy is not a victory. Honor demanded effort, not mercy." When asked if he truly believed he could win, he gave no boast, only conviction. Doing the right thing mattered more than certainty. He stared straight ahead, declaring that unlike what others believed, he did have a real chance, and intended to prove it. A hush fell. Even Xiaohui, unmoved till now, seemed momentarily stunned by his unexpected confidence. Everyone present sensed a change. Something powerful was stirring, and a certain demon, who once knew Siyu, felt it more than anyone else. In just minutes, Siyu had transformed. An aura of power enveloped him, calm, yet overwhelming. his presence alone distorted the air. Xiaowei warned the others, Siyu's growth wasn't normal. He was an exception, someone who didn't follow natural progression. The masked fighter calmly prepared himself. If the battle was to continue, he wanted it to begin without delay, and without collateral damage. Xiaowei pressed forward with a simple agreement. No arrogance remained, only clarity and purpose. Though no words were exchanged, both had changed. Her pain had transformed into strength. Her defeat had sparked growth. Now, she longed for a rematch, not from pride, but from an awakened desire to fight with intent and resolve. Siyu, by contrast, still fought with restrictions. His powers, both demonic and spiritual, remained sealed. Even with some recovery of energy, he lacked the refined control or abilities Yusin once wielded. Despite this, he stood without hesitation. Though he faced a formidable monster, fear didn't dictate his decision. Their clash erupted, her hand surged with energy, and his fist responded with unyielding force. Sparks of power illuminated the battlefield. Observers could only watch, unsure who would land the decisive blow yet. Before they collided fully, a signal interrupted them. The battle, somehow, came to an unexpected halt. Xiaohui skidded to a stop, confused. Her opponent had vanished from her path. The elder stepped forward. He explained that other matches had ended, and their duel had been acknowledged and concluded. Siyu had already been moved forward to the next phase. The fight was over not by loss, but by design. Xiaowei turned away with grace, asking the others not to judge them harshly. Her tone carried neither regret nor shame. She admitted defeat, but her confidence remained. While she might have won, she suggested the early halt had spared them a greater clash. The elder was caught off guard by her calm assertiveness. She wondered aloud what would have happened if she had fully unleashed her ability, Pressure of the Mountains. Her voice lingered with tension, imagining what might have occurred had their clash continued uninterrupted. Elsewhere, the masked fighter stood near Yusin's unconscious form, alert as a gust marked someone's sudden arrival. One of the judges appeared, clarifying that while he respected the warrior's desire to fight, the match couldn't resume after surrender. Had he persisted, the battle would have been declared personal, no longer part of the tournament's rules. Still kneeling by Yusin, the fighter accepted the ruling. His action had been instinctive, not calculated. Relieved to hear no life-threatening injuries were found, he admitted his recklessness came from seeing his master collapse mid-battle. Though unsure of Yusin's exact condition, he trusted in a shared technique breathing for recovery that Yusin once taught him. Seeing his master unconscious but stabilizing, he believed Yusin was subconsciously using that same skill to heal. The judge, observing the situation, asked whether the fighter planned to withdraw, but before he could answer, an unexpected event cut through the room. Lightning burst from above. An electrified figure crashed into the arena, stunning everyone present. A girl cried out, recognizing the new arrival, Rahua, her voice filled with emotion. Rahua stood beside her, calm but curious, asking why she was there as the chaos of their entrance faded. Raiju trembled in her arms, his fur soaked with tears. The small creature whimpered uncontrollably, shaken from whatever he had endured. She gently comforted him, relieved to have found him. The fear in his body slowly eased under her calming presence. Her expression darkened. If Raiju was here, then the one chasing him must be close. The implication filled her with dread. They were told the next opponents weren't demons, but human Taoists from Korea. The girl and her companion exchanged tense glances. One was said to be a former head shaman of the Royal Shaman Agency, and the other, his servant. The names brought back memories. Recognition dawned. She realized they had seen one of them before. The fact that both were human felt unbelievable. The blonde man confirmed it was Yusin Kim, who had greeted them upon arrival. His condition now seemed far worse. He recalled Yusin was supposed to become the next headmaster. Something serious must have happened for that to change. The masked figures entered quietly. Their presence shifted the room's atmosphere into something colder, heavier. She couldn't accept they were both human. The masked one looked identical to someone she'd fought before, but the identification measures of the Dragon Palace wouldn't have failed. Her mind wrestled with uncertainty. Still holding Raiju, she stepped forward, determined to confirm it for herself. The blonde man insisted they focus. Regardless of doubts, they had a job to do. The masked man introduced himself as Yoshihiro Kira from Japan, calm and composed. He mentioned Yusin, revealing deeper connections. Nothing about this meeting was coincidence. Magdal Choi introduced himself with a bow, speaking fluently, despite his supposed nationality. His calm demeanor suggested a loyal and trained servant. Yoshihiro hesitated, nervously scratching his head. Hoping to avoid conflict, he politely asked if his opponent would consider forfeiting the match. The servant refused without hostility. He made it clear that surrender was not an option, leaving Yoshihiro visibly flustered and scrambling to apologize. Lowering his head, Yoshihiro admitted his request had been thoughtless. He asked that they pretend the moment hadn't occurred. Magdal observed the young man with surprise. His humility contrasted sharply with how he had first appeared. Yoshihiro confessed his reluctance to fight another human. It wasn't cowardice, just a desire to avoid unnecessary harm. The observer in blue acknowledged Yoshihiro's combat skill, but noted how sincere his request had been. His words came with unexpected warmth. However, the girl remained skeptical. Her aura flared with electricity, crackling violently in response to the situation. She dismissed the idea of gentleness. To her, Yoshihiro lacked focus, not kindness. His casual attitude made him dangerous in a different way. Magdal responded calmly, assuring there was no need for such strong apologies. He wasn't offended, and understood Yoshihiro's concern. Instead, he offered a proposal, an alternative method of battle that would avoid lasting injury or danger. Intrigued, Yoshihiro asked for clarification. A fight with different rules was something he hadn't expected. Yoshihiro proposed a martial arts. Only duel, no magic. No tools, just pure physical skill powered by basic energy. He was confident in his hand-to-hand combat, though his opponent remained unreadable, offering no response. To raise the stakes, he added a condition. If he lost, his sister would surrender as well. It was a risk, but one he deemed fair. The girl reacted sharply, scolding Yoshihiro for making bold decisions alone. Her tone carried frustration at being sidelined. Yoshihiro remained calm, reasoning that a deadly match wasn't viable under the current circumstances. With their winning record intact, a single loss wouldn't eliminate them. Magdal accepted the proposal with a nod. He added, however, that if there was no agreement, he was ready to fight both opponents at once. Yoshihiro expressed relief that an understanding had been reached. He reassured that the rules would remain fair and unchanged. The boy watching sighed, unimpressed. He had hoped for a fierce contest, but saw only imbalance. With both fighters undefeated so far, the boy expected intensity, yet one of them seemed barely able to stand, shifting his expectations completely. The boy muttered his disappointment, predicting a quick end, but his words were cut short as the fight exploded into motion. A sudden charge by the girl sent energy bursting across the arena. She collided with Yoshihiro in a blinding strike. The observer gasped. The battle's tone shifted instantly from dull to deadly, stunning everyone. Young observer was Nakyu Jang, a civil servant of the Dragon Palace with excellent skills but unfulfilled ambitions. Though born with promise, Nakyu dreamed of rising beyond his station, pouring years into martial arts training. Despite effort, his limitations crushed him. He slipped in training, unable to match his own aspirations. Failure wasn't from lack of effort, it was a truth deeper than discipline, one rooted in blood. His clan, descended from sea anemones, lacked potent magical heritage. No member had ever reached power. Reality proved harsher than ambition, defeated by limits beyond control. Nakyu gave up on his dream entirely. Despite abandoning his martial dream, Nakyu easily passed the civil service exam. It took less than half the effort he'd poured into training. Even after letting go, he couldn't erase his longing. Thoughts of martial arts still lingered in his mind. That persistent desire led him to volunteer for the tournament, a job deemed risky and undesirable by others in his rank. His knowledge of combat outmatched other civil servants. Though unfulfilled, he understood martial discipline better than most. That expertise made what he now saw unbearable. As the clash intensified, Nakyu trembled. Knowing exactly how dangerous it was, blades of energy and fists collided. The battle moved violently as Yoshihiro and his masked opponent struck each other mid-air with terrifying precision. Their exchange became even faster. Both fighters blurred, fists landing, bodies shifting, the impact shaking the arena. Yoshihiro retaliated with a spinning kick, slamming his opponent down. A shockwave scattered dust and light. The masked fighter recovered, launching upward. Power surged between them again. exploding as Yoshihiro blocked the next blow. Observers questioned their movements. Something about the duel felt unnatural, despite its skill. Nakyu noted what was missing. There was no strategy, just unending offense without any attempt to control the fight. He watched as the masked man cracked his neck. They weren't looking for openings, only hammering one another with brute force. Yoshihiro sprinted forward again. There was no hesitation, no caution, just raw assault. As if the rule against magic had become permission for chaos. The two fighters unleashed themselves like beasts. The masked fighter descended with a furious strike, but Yoshihiro caught his arm mid-air, locking their bodies in close-range tension. Yoshihiro's punch landed cleanly, his knee driving into his opponent's side. The clash pushed both to their limits. The masked man's robe fluttered through the air as he repositioned mid-fall, then braced himself to strike back. He struck with fierce momentum, fists glowing. Each blow exchanged thunderously, neither willing to yield. Cracks appeared across the fighter's mask, revealing the stress of sustained damage. Sweat dripped from Yoshihiro's bruised cheek, another explosive hit echoed. The two were locked in a constant cycle of charge, clash, and retreat. Their feet skimmed across the stone floor, both regaining footing, but their speed barely slowed. Each step was a countdown. Nakyu clenched his fists. He noticed the shaking in both fighters' legs. They were close to collapse. Wobbling slightly, the masked man rushed again. Yoshihiro followed, the floor trembling under their final charge. Two final blows collided, an overwhelming exchange with enough force to end it. A shockwave blew through the arena. Yoshihiro's fist halted inches from his opponent. The crowd looked on, frozen in silence. He chose not to finish the strike. The girl flinched, unsure why he had stopped. On the ground, Yoshihiro lay breathless, yet conscious. Masked Man acknowledged the pause. He declared their promise to avoid serious injury still held true. He removed his mask. Crimson light flickered in his eyes, his demon energy now exposed. The girl's eyes narrowed. She recognized him immediately. The truth she suspected was now undeniable. She realized the mask had been sealing his energy. Now his real identity and power was fully revealed. The girl silently worried not about the palace's reaction, but about how Yoshihiro would respond upon learning his opponent wasn't fully human. She feared that realizing the fight had been based on false assumptions would provoke aggression, making the situation volatile for everyone involved. With tension rising, she prepared herself for conflict, but Yoshihiro calmly addressed the masked fighter, acknowledging his half-demon nature without anger. Yoshihiro reflected on the match, realizing how unaware he had been, even as he bled from the mouth. Instead of frustration, he expressed admiration, amazed by his opponent's restraint while wearing a mask that limited his abilities. The girl stood stunned. Her undefeated streak in close combat meant nothing now, knowing the handicap her opponent had carried. Their exchange ended not in rivalry, but with a respectful handshake. Competition had unexpectedly grown into camaraderie. The match was fierce, but mutual respect built a connection stronger than animosity. Their bond sealed through survival and struggle. A nearby observer, battered and confused, watched in disbelief as the two warriors smiled. He questioned whether their reaction was even real.